Chapter 1. The First Sign-In. The Bone Spirit's Cold Fire. In the land of fighting spirit, within the Garma Empire, lies the city of Wutan. Atop a cliff on the back mountain of the Xiao family, a handsome young man with sharp brows and bright eyes reclines against a large stone, a blade of grass held between his lips, gazing at the immense silver moon suspended in the sky. With a hint of helplessness, he murmurs softly, "How could a mere game result in my transmigration? I never anticipated that I would find myself in the world of Dopa, and that I would become Xiao Yan's younger brother. His name is Xiao Yu, and like the protagonist Xiao Yan from a novel, he hails from Blue Star. Reflecting on the 14 years he has spent in this world, a fleeting moment of disorientation washes over Xiao Yu, as if he has just arrived in this realm. Upon his arrival, Xiao Yu had hoped to awaken a golden finger, akin to those of his predecessors who had traversed worlds, aspiring to carve out his own path in the universe of Dopa. However, as time passed, he found his anticipated golden finger had yet to manifest. Thus, Xiao Yu resolved that, in the absence of a golden finger, he must seek out a powerful ally to cling to. With Xiao Yan destined to become the formidable Emperor Yan, his first choice for support was naturally Xiao Yan himself. As for why he referred to Xiao Yan as his first ally, it is simply because there exists another potential source of strength within the Xiao family, the ancient clan's young lady who had come to the Xiao family in secrecy, Xun'er, now known as Xiao Xun'er. Fortunately, Xiao Yu retains a keen memory of the events in the novel, and he is well aware that Xun'er's father is a 9-star Do saint, a formidable pillar indeed. Additionally, Xiao Xun'er serves as an excellent talisman for protection. Thus, when Xiao Xun'er first arrived at the Xiao family, he made it a point to remain by her side, diligently training during the day and sneaking in her room at night to nurture her body with his doqi. As of now, within the Xiao family, Xiao Yu dares to assert that no one holds a position in Xiao Xun'er's heart that rivals his own, not even Xiao Yan. While reminiscing about these years, a warm smile unexpectedly graces Xiao Yu's lips as he hears the faintest footsteps approaching from behind. "Guess who I am?" A delicate pair of hands covers Xiao Yu's eyes, followed by a cheerful inquiry. Upon hearing the melodious voice akin to a lark, Xiao Yu pretends not to recognize Xun'er, feigning confusion as he replies, "Who could it be? Can you not guess?" The girl behind him chuckles playfully. "Could it be Xun'er?" As he speaks, Xiao Yu suddenly pulls Xun'er closer, captivated by the rare blush adorning her beautiful face. Xiao Xun'er, noticing Xiao Yu's unwavering gaze, playfully scolds, "Brother Xiao Yu, you've become quite mischievous." Embarrassed, Xiao Yu quickly averts his gaze, wiping away the non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth with an awkward smile. "What brings you here, Xun'er?" Xiao Xun'er sat beside Xiao Yu, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, and spoke, "Every time my brother Xiao Yu feels down, he always comes here to linger. I didn't understand it before, but now that I've grown up, may I ask why my brother is feeling this way?" Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Xun'er in surprise. Indeed, he had come here due to his gloomy mood, thinking he had concealed his feelings well, only to be seen through by this young girl. He often visited this place when he missed home, finding solace in the moonlight, which eased his longing. With a faint smile, Xiao Yu replied, "I miss home." "Miss home? But isn't this place your home, brother Xiao Yu?" Xiao Xun'er questioned, a hint of confusion evident in her voice, which soon turned somber. "Actually, I miss home a little too." A sudden pang struck Xiao Yu's heart as he realized he had overlooked the fact that Xun'er had come to the Xiao family alone at a young age. Now, expressing her longing for home could easily evoke her feelings of nostalgia. As Xiao Yu pondered how to comfort her, Xiao Xun'er suddenly lifted her head and exclaimed cheerfully, "Brother Xiao Yu, I've reached the 9th stage of fighting spirit." Xiao Yu regarded her intently. Indeed, sensing the surging fighting spirit within her, she had truly reached the 9th stage. "Care to guess my current strength?" Xiao Yu asked with a smile. To his surprise, Xiao Xun'er pouted and said, "I won't guess. With my 9th stage fighting spirit, I can't discern your strength, but you must certainly be above me. Brother Xiao Yu, you must be a fighter." "Haha, you'll find out my strength tomorrow," Xiao Yu chuckled. Tomorrow marked the family assessment, an annual event held by the Xiao family to test their strength. Xiao Yu thought to himself that would be the last time Xiao Yan would face ridicule, after which he would surely rise. Meanwhile, he would likely always find himself striving to keep pace with Xiao Yan, a prodigious being indeed. Xiao Xun'er stood up from the boulder, her azure dress resembling a blooming blue lotus. With a delicate smile gracing her youthful face, she looked at Xiao Yu and said, "I look forward to the shock you will bring. Brother Xiao Yu, let's go. It's time to return." Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. He leaped down from the boulder and turned to embrace Xun'er, the entire motion fluid and natural. The two parted ways at the Xiao residence. Xiao Yu returned to his courtyard alone, while Xiao Yan resided next door. At that moment, the lights in Xiao Yan's courtyard were extinguished. Yet Xiao Yu knew that Xiao Yan was still diligently training, striving to prove himself, even if it was a futile endeavor. Xiao Yu shook his head and stepped into the room. Upon returning to the bed, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to commence his cultivation. Although he needed to rely on others for support, his innate talent was by no means lacking. He was merely slightly inferior to Xiao Yan. In this world, strength remained paramount. True power lay in one's own abilities. As Xiao Yu immersed himself in his practice, a chilling mechanical voice resonated within his mind, nearly startling him into distraction. However, upon realizing the source, he was filled with ecstatic delight. Ding! The narrative of Do Petsong Xiong has officially commenced. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the system. Please proceed with your first sign-in. Reward: Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Please note, all rewards will be marked as your own items and will not carry any side effects. Rest assured, host, the rewards will be delivered promptly. Please keep an eye out for them. Next sign-in location: Xiao Family Hall. Sign-in reward: half volume of Pill Classics. Boom! This voice struck Xiao Yan's mind like a thunderclap. He could hardly believe that he had awakened his extraordinary abilities at such a moment. Did this mean he too was a destined child endowed with extraordinary gifts? Wait a moment. The reward of Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Is that not the extraordinary flame of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's mentor? Chapter 2. A leap forward. It is said that the Bone Spirit Cold Fire is a peculiar flame born from the extremes of cold and heat, manifesting only once every century, during the transition of the sun and moon, in the most frigid and shadowy realms. Originally an extraordinary fire belonging to the esteemed alchemist, it has now become a masterless flame according to the system, thus rewarding me with it. Xiao Yu, exhilarated to the point of being unable to concentrate on his cultivation, realizes that with the activation of this golden finger system, the trajectory of this world is poised for transformation. He feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Oh, the system also mentioned that the next sign-in location is the Xiao Family Hall. Could it be that the impending scene of Na Lan Yin Ran coming to annul the engagement is upon us? It seems likely. Yet the reward for this encounter is half a volume of the Danjing, which sounds like a valuable asset. Xiao Yu is well aware of the esteemed status of alchemists within the Duqi continent. As Xiao Yu ponders his future plans, a sudden apparition of white flames materializes before him, startling him momentarily before he realizes it is indeed the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This flame dances before him like a playful child, eventually settling in front of him. Observing the silent blaze, Xiao Yu feels not a hint of heat emanating from it. Indeed, it is the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. As he contemplates how to absorb it, he watches as the flame leaps, transforming into a vast net of fire. And before he can react, it pounces upon him. Boom! Xiao Yu is enveloped by the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, his clothes incinerated in an instant. However, this is not his immediate concern, for he is soon engulfed by a searing pain, a fiery torment that penetrates to his very marrow, rendering him speechless. He curls up on the bed, while the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, despite scorching his body, leaves the bed itself unscathed. Truly remarkable self-control. Veins bulging on his forehead, Xiao Yu grapples with an indescribable agony that threatens to render him unconscious. In his mind, a singular thought resonates. I must grow stronger. I must leave my legend in this world. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire continues to forge his body, giving rise to a formidable physique. The impurities accumulated within Xiao Yu from his prior cultivation are being purged by the relentless fire. Time becomes elusive, and gradually, the excruciating pain begins to wane. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire that once enveloped his entire being diminishes, ultimately condensing into a small, palm-sized flame. Then, unexpectedly, it darts into Xiao Yu's dantian. Now, Xiao Yu lies on the bed, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot from the intense pain. As he gazes inward to the very core of his dantian, he sees the Bone Spirit Cold Fire quietly residing there, and a wave of relief washes over him. His body, still tinged with numbness, begins to awaken. Suddenly, an indescribable foul odor wafts into his nostrils. Looking down, he is taken aback. What is this? He stood there, completely unclothed. Yet his body was enshrouded in a thick layer of black, solidified substance. The foul odor that Xiao Yu had detected earlier was emanating from him. Hastily, Xiao Yu fetched a large bucket of hot water and plunged into it with a splash, sending waves of water flying. It took 3 full buckets before he completely dispelled the noxious scent. Upon returning to his bed, Xiao Yu began to introspectively sense the changes within his body. Originally possessing the strength of a 1-star fighter, with the assistance of the bone spirit cold fire, he had astonishingly ascended to the realm of a 4-star fighter. However, a perplexing thought nagged at him. Within Xiao Yan's world, the absorption of a rare fire should have yielded more than just a mere elevation of 3 small realms, especially since he still retained the prowess of a fighter. After much contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, Xiao Yu decided to dismiss the matter. His strength had indeed increased, and he had some time to solidify it further. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he formed hand seals, and the chi within his body began to whirl at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, the once thin fighting energy in the surrounding air began to fluctuate, rapidly converging towards him. The fighting energy coalesced into a funnel shape, streaming into his body through every acupoint and pore. At that moment, Xiao Yu resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing the surrounding fighting energy to fortify his 4-star fighter status. The energy gathered within him was refined and compressed, coursing through his meridians, continuously transforming into a power entirely under his control. Meanwhile, the unusual phenomenon caught the attention of Xiao Yan, who sensed the disturbance of the fighting energy in the air. Upon realizing the source was his neighbor, a complex expression crossed Xiao Yan's face. It appeared that his younger brother had indeed broken through to the fighter level. Sighing, he mused, if I could still cultivate, I would likely be nearing the fighter level myself. The breakthrough of Xiao Yu left Xiao Yan's mood in a complicated state, extinguishing any desire he had to continue his own training, leading him to succumb into a deep slumber. The following day, after a night of cultivation, Xiao Yu felt invigorated rather than fatigued, more energetic than after a restful sleep. He arranged his attire and stepped outside, only to find a charming figure standing before him, none other than Xun'er. Adorned in an elegant light green outfit, she radiated a vibrant glow. One could not deny that Xun'er possessed an exquisite physique, with long, slender legs and a captivating silhouette exuding youthful vitality. Coupled with her graceful demeanor, she stirred a flutter of emotions within Xiao Yu's heart. Under Xiao Yu's intense gaze, Xun'er's delicate face flushed, resembling a ripe peach, utterly alluring. Brother Xiao Yu, what are you staring at? She playfully chided, unable to contain herself. Ah, with Xun'er before me, what else could I possibly gaze upon? I must say, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Xiao Yu regained his composure, and, with an audacious lack of embarrassment, extolled, Humph. Brother Xiao Yu's words are truly the most beguiling. Xun'er cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, softly huffing in response. At that moment, a faint creaking sound caught their attention, and they turned to see Xiao Yan emerging from his courtyard. Upon spotting Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu exclaimed, Brother! Xun'er echoed, Brother! Xiao Yan, upon recognizing the two standing at the door, offered a bittersweet smile, remarking, In our family, it seems that only you two and I maintain a semblance of respect for one another. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, asserting, We are indeed blood brothers. It is only natural to show you respect. Xun'er chimed in, Yes, brother, do not be so despondent. You should uplift your spirits. Xiao Yan shrugged, feigning nonchalance as he replied, Rest assured, I am quite well. However, both Xiao Yu and Xun'er discerned that Xiao Yan had not truly moved on. Xiao Yu could only ponder silently. It appears that only upon the return of Nalan Yanran will your fighting spirit be rekindled. Without further ado, the trio made their way toward the family training grounds, for today marked the day of the family assessment. Chapter 3. The Tool of the Xiaos. The trio swiftly arrived at the expansive azure stone training ground of the Xiao family, where numerous young men and women had already gathered, their lively chatter filling the air, creating an atmosphere brimming with youthful exuberance. However, as soon as Xiao Yu and his companions stepped into the training arena, an abrupt silence enveloped the space, and all eyes turned towards them, particularly fixating on Xiao Yan, who had unfortunately fallen from grace in their eyes. The tranquility was fleeting. Moments later, the cacophony returned, with hushed whispers circulating about Xiao Yan. How dare he show his face to participate in the assessments? Merely a waste of space. His presence here is nothing short of a disgrace to the Xiao family. Indeed, what purpose does he serve? He is still at the 3rd stage of Doqi. Once the coming-of-age ceremony concludes next year, even as the clan leader's son, he will be relegated to a branch family, and with his meager 3rd stage Doqi, managing a marketplace would be a stretch. This utterance sparked a wave of derisive laughter, and Xiao Yu glanced back at Xiao Yan, noticing his frame tremble slightly, his fingernails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and directed his gaze towards the group guffawing nearby. He recognized the ringleader, Xiao Ku, a familiar figure. renowned for being the first to serve as a stepping stone for others, an instrument of mockery aligned with the elder faction of the Xiao family. Upon meeting Xiao Yu's gaze, the group fell silent, quickly averting their eyes. Xiao Ku, upon spotting Xiao Yu, paled momentarily but resolutely held his ground, refusing to bow his head. With a playful smirk, Xiao Yu remarked, "You lot are quite adept at gossiping from the sidelines, akin to busybodies. How tiresome. Do you dare to join me for some practice on the training ground? Don't think I fear you. Brother Xiao Ning will arrive shortly. He has now reached the 7th stage of Do Qi, so tread carefully." The threatening words lacked any semblance of intimidation. Even he felt a flush of uncertainty creeping onto his face. They all knew that the clan leader had once been blessed with 2 exceptional sons. When Xiao Yan became a fighter at the age of 11, he was heralded as a once-in-a-century genius of the Xiao family. That same year, Xiao Yu, at the tender age of 10, had achieved the 7th stage of Do Qi, swiftly ascending to the position of the 2nd greatest talent within the clan. Many believed that the status of the Xiao family in Wuten City would soar due to the prowess of both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yan's fortunes waned following his loss of strength, Xiao Yu's abilities steadily flourished. He had reached the 9th stage of Do Qi just the previous year, and it was likely he had now ascended to the ranks of a fighter. At 14, he would become a fighter, a feat slightly overshadowed by Xiao Yan's accomplishment at 11, yet he remained the 2nd most exceptional talent in the Xiao family. "Do not let me hear you speak ill of my brother again, or I shall not hold back," Xiao Yu remarked with a menacing grin. Perhaps it was the unsettling expression on Xiao Yu's face that prompted the others to hurriedly nod in agreement, declaring their fear, before swiftly fleeing the scene. Although Xiao Ku felt a twinge of fear, he stubbornly maintained his gaze upon Xiao Yu. Just as Xiao Yu was about to intimidate the imposing figure of Xiao Ku, a voice interrupted. "What? Is it now unacceptable for them to speak the truth?" Turning to see who had spoken, Xiao Yu discovered that it was Xiao Ning, the sycophant's ally. Xiao Ning entered, casting an admiring glance at Xiao Xun'er before noticing her arm entwined with Xiao Yu's. His eyes reddened with jealousy as he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Xiao Yu, do not be so smug. Perhaps it is your lineage that has committed numerous misdeeds, leading to your brother's backlash from the dissipating energy. Soon enough, your strength may mirror his." Upon hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Xun'er, who had remained silent until then, felt a flicker of golden light in her eyes as she coldly retorted, "You would do well to cleanse your tongue." Noticing Xiao Xun'er defending Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning's anger flared even more, though he was not foolish enough to provoke either Xiao Yu or Xiao Xun'er, both of whom possessed formidable power. He resolved to wait for his sister's return before confronting them. After casting a resentful glance at Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning departed with Xiao Ku, as the family examination was about to commence. On the high platform, the prominent figures of the family took their seats. Xiao Yu immediately spotted his adoptive father, Xiao Zhan, standing atop the platform. After surveying the audience, Xiao Zhan's voice rang out. "Today marks the annual family examination to assess your achievements over the past year, aimed at inspiring you to pursue even greater diligence in your training for the year ahead. Without further ado, I declare the examination officially commenced." As Xiao Zhan's voice echoed, the young men and women in the arena began to feel a surge of anxiety. After all, the higher one's strength, the greater their status within the family. Who would not wish to shine within their clan? The test was conducted at the familiar black stone monument, where the examiner, with a stern expression, stepped forward and retrieved a roster, calling names one by one for their assessments. With ample time ahead, Xiao Yu settled beneath a nearby willow tree alongside Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Yan, finding a welcome shade. Observing the various expressions of the youths as they approached for their evaluations, some proud, others dejected, Xiao Yu found it somewhat amusing. Soon, the examiner called out a name that was familiar to Xiao Yu, even causing Xiao Yan, who had previously shown disinterest, to lift his head slightly in curiosity. Xiao Mei. A crimson figure swiftly darted towards the platform, her youthful face radiating both innocence and charm, truly befitting her name. Xiao Yu found himself momentarily lost in reminiscence of scenes from a novel. Suddenly, a sharp pain at his waist jolted him back to reality. He looked down to find Xiao Xun'er's small hand pinching the soft flesh at his side. A cool voice whispered in his ear, "Do you find her appealing?" Realizing that the little girl was feeling jealous, Xiao Yu quickly flashed a smile and replied, "Is there any girl in this world more beautiful than Xun'er? In my heart, Xun'er is the most exquisite." Xiao Xun'er cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, choosing to ignore him. Xiao Yu, eager to appease her, exerted all his charm. But Xun'er could no longer endure his blunt and cheesy compliments. Blushing, she scolded, "No more of that. I forgive you." With a chuckle, Xiao Yu finally returned to his seat. On the stage, Xiao Mei had placed her hand on the magic stone tablet, and a beam of light illuminated the area. Fighting Qi, 7 stages. Xiao Mei, Fighting Qi, 7 stages. Level, Advanced. Observing Xiao Mei's somewhat smug smile, Xiao Yu chuckled softly, A 14-year-old with 7 stages of fighting qi. That talent is rather mediocre, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan shook his head with a wry smile. 7 stages of fighting qi is sufficient to secure a position in the Xiao family. Yet I am merely at the 3rd stage. What does it matter? You will reclaim your rightful glory. Xiao Yu retorted dismissively. Just then, the examiner, with a complex expression, called out. Next, Xiao Yan. A wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, prompting the examiner to sternly command, silence. Xiao Yan rose and walked towards the magic stone tablet, placing his palm upon its cold surface. A flash of light erupted, revealing a line of small text. Fighting Qi, 3 stages. Xiao Yan, Fighting Qi 3 stages. Level low. Standing on the high platform, Xiao Zhan sighed softly, while the elder beside him mocked. Your genius son has stagnated for 3 years. The second elder derisively remarked, no, he's regressing. Meanwhile, the uproar from the crowd below grew even louder. Indeed, it's still 3 stages of fighting qi. It seems he has truly become a waste in the family. Seeing this scene, the examiner hastily called out, next, Xiao Yu. Instantly, the training ground fell silent. Chapter 4. Another prodigy. All eyes turned toward Xiao Yu, the acknowledged second genius of the Xiao family after Xiao Yan. Rising from his seat, he strode confidently towards the magic stone tablet. The examiner, typically impassive, revealed a faint smile as he remarked, young Master Xiao Yu, it seems you are poised to enter the ranks of fighters this year. Such an achievement is second only to your third brother, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu responded with a nonchalant smile. Perhaps I may even surpass my third brother. The examiner, taken aback by Xiao Yu's boldness, watched as Xiao Yu placed his palm upon the magic stone tablet. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders of the Xiao clan exhibited palpable tension. Xiao Zhan was anxious, fearing that Xiao Yu might replicate Xiao Yan's earlier predicament, while the elders were apprehensive that should Xiao Yu's strength surpass the 9th stage of fighter, their lineage would forever remain in the shadows of the Xiao family. The gathered youths below were fixated on the magic stone tablet, except for Xun'er, who stood at the back with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. Having completed his test, Xiao Yan stood beside her and inquired, has brother Yu already become a fighter? Xun'er replied softly, brother Yu mentioned he would surprise me. Perhaps it's not just becoming a fighter. Xiao Yan, momentarily lost in thought, recognized that achieving fighter status at the tender age of 14 was a rare prodigy indeed. Contemplating Xiao Yu's prowess, he mused, had I not experienced a regression in my cultivation, I might have attained a strength of 3 or 4 stars as a fighter. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Xiao Yu exhibited no signs of nervousness. Shortly after his hand rested upon the magic stone tablet, a brilliant light surged forth, coalescing into a radiant white beam that lingered above the tablet. Fighter, 4 stars. At the sight of this blinding beam, Xiao Zhan's teacup shattered in his grip. The 3 elders of the Xiao clan stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. The examiner beside Xiao Yu was equally astounded, stammering, Xiao Yu, 4-star fighter. Level, advanced. The youths below gasped in astonishment, their faces flushing with a mix of disbelief and admiration. What does this mean? An advanced fighter? What are we to do with our mere 4th, 5th, or 6th stage of fighter abilities? Xiao Ning, standing among the crowd, was equally incredulous, murmuring, impossible. This cannot be true. To become a fighter is one thing, but how could he achieve that in a single year, leaping 3 stages to reach 4-star fighter? A wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers, the term monster echoing in their minds. The notion of freak seemed inadequate for Xiao Yu. They began to seriously suspect that he had previously feigned a slower pace in his cultivation, merely to put on a grand display in this moment. Regardless, Xiao Yu's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Xun'er and Xiao Yan were equally astounded by the 4 shining golden characters on the magic stone tablet. This was not merely surprise, but a profound astonishment. A 14-year-old 4-star Do fighter possessed such prowess, leading one to doubt whether Xiao Yu would indeed break through to the rank of Do master by the time he turned 16. Paying no heed to the envious and astonished gazes around him, Xiao Yu confidently descended from the testing platform and approached Xun'er, playfully inquiring, what do you think? Surprised? Xun'er rolled her eyes at Xiao Yu and replied, surprised? I'm utterly astonished. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly before turning to leave. Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Xun'er and remarked, rest assured, he will regain his fighting spirit. With a sigh, Xun'er responded, I hope so. Then, with a playful demeanor, she asked, now that you've become a Do fighter, shouldn't you take me for a delightful stroll in Wutan City? Xiao Yu laughed heartily, of course. Let us set off at once. With that, he grasped Xun'er's right hand, leading her out of the training ground amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Though startled by his action, Xun'er followed closely behind, her cheeks flushed, making no attempt to pull away. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan's expression stiffened upon witnessing Xiao Yu depart with Xun'er. He then mused with a complex mix of emotions. This audacious boy dares to hold anyone's hand. Xiao Yu and Xun'er spent the entire day exploring Wutan City, only returning as dusk fell. After parting ways in the front yard of the Xiao family, Xiao Yu hurried to his room, seated himself on the bed, and commenced his training. With the system at his disposal, Xiao Yu felt a renewed sense of diligence. He needed to venture forth, for such modest strength was hardly sufficient on the Do Qi continent. He knew well that only those at the Do Huang level wielded real influence on the continent. Although there were 10 prominent figures within the entire Jiama Empire, Xiao Yu remembered that Yun Shan of the Yunlan sect had become a Do Zong with the assistance of the Soul Clan. Though this Do Zong's strength was somewhat inflated and ranked among the lowest, it still represented the Do Zong realm, thus overshadowing all others in the Jiama Empire. With both hands forming a seal, Xiao Yu summoned the Do Qi from the surrounding heavens and earth towards himself. Soon, the Do Qi surged in waves, coalescing around Xiao Yu to form a vortex. It permeated his body through every pore and acupoint, gathering in his dantian, rapidly amplifying the Do Qi whirlpool within. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan were engaged in conversation. As their discussion drew to a close, Xiao Yan advised Xiao Yan, "You should return to rest early. We are expecting esteemed guests tomorrow." "Esteemed guests? Who might that be?" Xiao Yan questioned, perplexed. "You will find out tomorrow," Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile. The following day, an elderly voice resonated from outside Xiao Yu's window. "Fourth young master, esteemed guests have arrived at home today. The clan leader requests your presence in the hall." Having concluded his training, Xiao Yu casually responded, "Understood." And soon the sound of his footsteps faded away. It then dawned upon him that today marked the day of Nalan Yinran's visit to annul their engagement. Without further ado, he stretched his limbs and donned a fitting white outfit before stepping outside. Just as he approached the grand hall, he encountered Xun'er, who was on her way there as well. With a cheerful smile, she approached Xiao Yu and remarked, "Brother Xiao Yu, you look truly handsome today." Clad in a flowing white robe with a jade pendant of emerald green at his waist, he could easily be likened to a figure of elegance, as if he were a nobleman of unparalleled grace. Xiao Yu returned her compliment with a gentle smile, saying, "Xun'er, you look exceptionally beautiful today." Together, they entered the hall, where all eyes turned to them, silently marveling at the striking pair of golden boy and jade girl, unfazed by the gazes of others. Xiao Yu led Xun'er to a secluded corner where they took their seats. A glance around revealed 3 additional individuals in the hall, among whom the exquisitely delicate young lady could only be Nalan Yinran. Xiao Yu quickly assessed the strength of the trio. The elder was a 7-star Do master. The seemingly arrogant young man was a 4-star Do fighter, while Nalan Yinran herself was a 3-star Do fighter. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, the moment he entered, Nalan Yinran's gaze had fleetingly locked onto him, though he remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 5. A shocking revelation. Naturally, Nalan Yinran noticed Xiao Yu. Upon catching a fleeting glance from him, which quickly vanished, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. However, she paid it no mind, and instead focused intently on Xun'er, who sat beside Xiao Yu. Dressed in a gown of verdant hues, Xun'er resembled a solitary blue lotus, ethereal and detached from the world. Fortunately, she and Xiao Yu occupied a corner, rendering them less conspicuous. As Xiao Yu conversed with Xun'er, he endeavored to communicate with the system in his mind. At that moment, Xiao Yan entered the hall, and simultaneously, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successful check-in. Reward, half a volume of the alchemy manual. Please be attentive to receive it." Xiao Yu, however, refrained from accepting the half volume of the manual at that moment. He pondered the potential for adverse reactions and the difficulty of providing an explanation should anything go awry. Returning to his senses, Xiao Yu observed Xiao Yan's somewhat flustered demeanor and waved him over. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief and approached, taking a seat beside him. "Thank you, brother Yu," Xiao Yan murmured. Xiao Yu smiled gently in response. "It's but a trivial matter." Xiao Yan glanced at the unfamiliar elder, who was animatedly discussing with his father and 3 elders, and inquired, "Are these individuals esteemed guests of the family?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Indeed. Do you not see the emblem of the Yunlan sect embroidered on their sleeves? They are a dominant force in the Gamma Empire." Xiao Yan whispered, "What business do they have with the Xiao family?" Xiao Yu turned to him, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Rumor has it that the family once forged a marriage alliance with the lion-hearted Marshal Nalan Jia of the Gamma Empire, betrothing his granddaughter Nalan Yinran to you. It seems they have come to fulfill that engagement." Xiao Yan was taken aback by Xiao Yu's words, and his expression darkened as he replied, "What would the Nalan family want with fulfilling an engagement? Surely, they aim to annul it, pressuring my father through the Yunlan sect. A cunning strategy indeed. Let us observe." Xiao Yu thought, fully aware of the truth in Xiao Yan's words, but unsure of what further statements to make. Turning his gaze towards Xiao Zhan, he noted that under Nalan Yinran's persistent urging, the elder known as Guyi, a 7-star Do master, finally stood up and bowed to Xiao Yan, seemingly prepared to propose the annulment of the engagement. Witnessing this classic scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but inwardly scoff, truly deserving of recognition, capable of dismantling the arduous efforts of the Soul Emperor over countless years. If the Soul Emperor were aware that this young girl was the reason his aspirations of becoming a formidable force in the Doqi continent were thwarted, would he not strike her down with a single blow? The proposal for annulment caused Xiao Zhan's countenance to visibly darken. With a resounding crash, the teacup in his hand shattered into a cloud of dust. The atmosphere in the hall turned somber as the three elders regarded Xiao Zhan with scornful and mocking expressions. Clenching his fists, a faint azure Doqi enveloped Xiao Zhan, and a phantom lion's head ominously appeared before his face. In the esteemed realm of the Xiao clan, where the pinnacle of martial prowess resides, the mid-level mystic technique known as the Furious Lion's Wrath was conjured by Guyi with utmost urgency. He coalesced his fighting spirit, transforming his fingers into a sword, as sharp and fierce sword energies entwined around them. The youths of lesser strength present in the Grand Hall found themselves overwhelmed by the formidable aura exuded by these two powerful masters, their faces paling and their chests constricted with unease. At the precipice of impending conflict, Guyi solemnly proclaimed, "I bring forth another proposition from our esteemed sect leader. As a potential resolution to this matter, perhaps clan leader Xiao might consider taking a seat to hear it." At this moment, Xiao Yu, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, sensed an anomaly. It was not the appropriate juncture for the three esteemed elders to intervene and halt Xiao Zhan, followed by Guyi presenting the Qi dispersal technique to tempt the members of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing Guyi's words, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, the raging fighting spirit within him gradually subsiding. With a hoarse voice, he gazed at Guyi and inquired, "Is it possible that your sect leader wishes to arrange a union between my fourth son, Xiao Yu, and your clan?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Guyi's visage, while behind him, Nailin Yinran's countenance flushed a delicate hue, her fingers nervously entwining as she seemed to seek solace from her own trepidation. Observing this scene, an odd sensation arose within the crowd, prompting many to glance toward Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. My goodness, could this truly be happening? Xiao Yu stood in stunned silence, bewildered that the drama would unfold so personally for him. Just as he prayed for this to be an illusion, Guyi gritted his teeth and continued. The sect leader conveys that since Xiao Yan has forfeited his eligibility to wed Yanran, and the Xiao clan is reluctant to annul the engagement with the Nailin family, it has come to light that your fourth son, Xiao Yu, possesses talent second only to Xiao Yan. Hence, this engagement could be transferred to Xiao Yu. As Guyi's words resonated through the hall, Xiao Zhan's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, while Xiao Yan's hand trembled subtly beneath his sleeve, evidently struggling to suppress his fury. Meanwhile, Xun'er, who had been seated beside Xiao Yu, tightened her grip on his hand, her once calm gaze now flashing with a fierce golden light. Sensing her shift in demeanor, Xiao Yu gently patted her hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry, in my heart, Xun'er will always hold the utmost significance." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's almost confessional words, Xun'er felt a faint blush grace her cheeks, her gaze unwavering as she replied, "In my heart, there is only my brother Xiao Yu." Having assuaged Xun'er's anxiety, Xiao Yu rose and declared with conviction, "I cannot agree to this marriage." The attendees were left agape, their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment at this unforeseen turn of events. Particularly the three elders, who would have preferred that the engagement be arranged for their own lineage, found it inconceivable to disagree. Before Xiao Zhan could voice his thoughts, Nailin Yinran stepped forward, her expression a blend of indignation and embarrassment, and demanded, "Why do you refuse? Is it that I am unworthy of you?" Xiao Yu replied with a serene smile, "Miss Nailin is indeed admirable, yet I have already pledged my heart to another. Thus, I cannot consent to this union. Moreover, Xiao Yan is my elder brother, and I believe he will reclaim his strength. Time flows like a river. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles." "Well said, brother Yu." At this moment, Xiao Yan stepped forward and exclaimed, "Moreover, do not claim that you have no interest in me, for I possess not an ounce of interest in you. Let us put an end to this marriage." With a tone laced with mockery, Xiao Yan swiftly approached the table and began to write fervently. Moments later, he halted his pen, drew forth a dagger, and inflicted a shallow cut upon his left palm. With his hand now stained in crimson, he emphatically pressed it against the white paper, leaving an unmistakable mark. "This is the divorce decree," Xiao Yan sneered. "Remember, it is not you who is releasing me from this engagement. Rather, it is I who is severing ties with you." Nanlong Yinji's countenance instantly turned frosty, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as she coldly retorted, "My teacher merely believes that Xiao Yu possesses potential, which is why he wishes to unite us. However, do not presume that I am pleading for this marriage contract. Although my teacher may have intended to facilitate this union, the final decision rests with me." The man I choose as my husband must be one whom I deem worthy. You are not worthy. With a tone of haughty finality, Namlon Yinji brandished the sword hanging at her waist, its blade glinting ominously. In an instant, a piercing sound erupted as a fierce sword energy surged through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Yu. Be careful. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming speed, leaving Xiao Yan no time to react, forcing him to shout a warning to Xiao Yu. Merely a 3-star fighter. Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile, balling his left hand into a fist. As his fighting spirit surged, he unleashed a single punch, shattering the formidable sword energy with a resounding explosion, leaving him unscathed. Witnessing Xiao Yu effortlessly deflect such a fierce attack, Guyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Yu was, in fact, a 4-star fighter. How could he be so young? A wave of astonishment washed over Guyi. Initially anxious, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled, realizing that he had momentarily forgotten his son was also an extraordinary talent. How could a mere 3-star fighter pose any threat to him? Chapter 6. The 3-year pact. Nalan Yanran gazed at Xiao Yu with astonishment, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could he possibly be a 4-star Do fighter?" Although Nalan Yanran was merely a 3-star Do fighter, having been raised in the Yunlan sect, she had certainly encountered 4-star Do fighters before. Moreover, the young man beside her was indeed a 4-star Do fighter. Yet, a 14-year-old like Xiao Yu, wielding such power, left even her, the most talented disciple of the Yunlan sect, feeling overshadowed. In that instant, her complexion paled. The young man standing beside Nalan Yanran, seemingly intent on regaining her honor, wore a cold expression. With Do Qi surging around him, he revealed the prowess of a 4-star Do fighter, swiftly drawing his long sword and lunging directly at Xiao Yu. Unable to match him in combat, Xiao Yu simply smiled, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. The young man found himself bereft of a target and halted in confusion. While Xiao Yu could evade this young man, he could not escape Guyi, the 7-star Grand Do Master. "Xiao, watch your back," Guyi bellowed. However, it was too late. By the time Xiao reacted, Xiao Yu's fist, imbued with Do Qi, struck fiercely against his back. Xiao's body was propelled forward, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. With a cough, he spewed blood midair. A cacophony of shattering furniture echoed through the hall as Xiao collapsed to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The young members of the Xiao family, having already evaded the fray, trembled at the sight of Xiao Yu standing in the center of the hall, silently thanking their luck for not provoking him. "How dare you!" Guyi roared upon witnessing his disciple Xiao in such a pitiful state. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, smiling innocently. "What? It is permissible for him to ambush me, but not for me to retaliate. Besides, I haven't done much harm, just a few broken ribs, and he has merely fainted. The Yunlan sect is prosperous. Surely, you can tend to him and let him recuperate in a few days." Guyi nearly choked on his indignation at Xiao Yu's seemingly unperturbed demeanor. What did he mean by just a few broken ribs? What did he mean by the Yunlan sect's prosperity? The healing potions would not come without cost. However, Guyi found himself at a loss for words. His disciple had initiated the ambush, and the consequences were a reflection of his inadequate skills. What astonished Guyi even more was that while Nalan Yanran, a 3-star Do fighter, could be overshadowed by Xiao Yu, his disciple was a genuine 4-star Do fighter, yet had been so thoroughly bested. This was a tremendous disgrace. Casting a glance at the dazed Nalan Yanran, and then at the unconscious Xiao on the ground, Guyi resignedly addressed Xiao Yan. Since the Xiao family has no intention of a marriage alliance with the Yunlan sect, the engagement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran shall henceforth be dissolved. As she spoke, Guyi retrieved an ancient jade box, entirely enveloped in a verdant hue, from her spatial ring. Upon opening the box, an exquisite fragrance instantly permeated the entire hall. The 3 elders, upon witnessing a pill the size of a longan, entirely emerald in color, gasped in astonishment. "The gathering chi powder?" Guyi responded with a proud smile. "Indeed. And this gathering chi powder was personally concocted by our esteemed honorary elder, Lord Gu He. Surely, you have all heard of his illustrious name?" Those present who were familiar with Gu He could not help but be awestruck. The Pill King Gu He, the most influential alchemist of the Jaimar Empire, had already ascended to the ranks of the Do Wang, being one of the top 10 formidable figures in the empire. The value of a gathering chi powder crafted by such a prominent individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. The 3 elders gazed at the gathering chi powder with fervent eyes, each yearning to possess this precious item, for with it, their family could potentially nurture another young fighter. Guyi continued. "The sect master has stated that this gathering chi powder serves as compensation to the Xiao family. Should the Xiao family find it unsatisfactory, Yunlan sect is prepared to offer 3 more gathering chi powders." At that moment, Xiao Yu scoffed. "Do you think a single gathering chi powder can appease us? Do you believe I desire this mere pill?" Guyi's earlier pride turned to embarrassment, for indeed, in the presence of a talented youth like Xiao Yu. Such a gathering chi powder seemed trivial, as he had no need for it whatsoever. Do not push your luck. The gathering chi powder represents the sincerity of Yunlan's sect. Do not insult our sect. Nailin Yanran retorted, her delicate brows furrowing in indignation. In 3 years, I will challenge you at Yunlan's sect. By then, we will have undergone our coming-of-age ceremony. I, Nailin Yanran, shall triumph over you openly, and I wish to prove to all that I am the true genius. Nailin Yanran's youthful face was resolute as she gazed defiantly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you wish to challenge me in 3 years? Very well. Do you dare to accept? Nailin Yanran's tone was somewhat provocative. Do not attempt to incite me. Nevertheless, I accept your challenge. I shall await the day you can defeat me in 3 years. Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Nailin Yanran, incensed by Xiao Yu's casual demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Xiao Yan solemnly declared, in 3 years, I, Xiao Yan, shall challenge you at Yunlan's sect alongside my brother. We will return the disgrace you have brought upon the Xiao family today. Nailin Yanran was utterly infuriated. Having been pampered for years, she had never faced such humiliation. Her voice, edged with youthful sharpness, was filled with fury. Very well. I shall await your arrival at Yunlan's sect in 3 years. Then, I will prove to the world that I, Nailin Yanran, have made no mistake. It is you who are unworthy of being my betrothed. With that, Nailin Yanran bowed curtly to the indifferent Xiao Zhan and strode out of the hall. Gu Yi sighed, hastily scooping up Xia Jia and following closely behind. Take the gathering chi powder with you. Xiao Zhan coldly cast aside the individual before him. Gu Yi reached backward with his hand, firmly grasping the gathered energy, and subsequently, with a wry smile, stored it within his spatial ring. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's expression was far from pleasant. After all, he had been confronted with a marriage annulment. Fortunately, his son Xiao Yu had salvaged the honor of the Xiao family in Wutan City, preventing any loss of face for Xiao Zhan within the clan's branch. Today's events would undoubtedly stir a tempest in Wutan City, as news of yet another unparalleled genius emerging from the Xiao family would soon echo throughout the region. Father, in 3 years, Yan will prove himself at the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan bowed deeply to Xiao Zhan before resolutely striding towards the hall's exit. Xiao Zhan gazed appreciatively at Xiao Yan's retreating figure. It is not the absence of achievement that is concerning, but rather the loss of ambition. Now, it was Nalan Yanran who had reignited that fighting spirit in Yan. Xiao Yu, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands before Xiao Zhan and said, Father, I shall take my leave as well. Observing Xiao Yu's playful expressions, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle as he scolded. Off you go, quickly. Xiao Yu, with a grin, retracted his head a bit and replied, All right then. He turned and, with Xun'er in tow, dashed out of the hall. As they strolled along the family path, Xun'er tilted her head and smiled softly. Just now, brother Xiao Yu was quite impressive, wasn't he? Are you teasing me? Xiao Yu scratched his nose in response. Not at all. I genuinely think brother Xiao Yu is very impressive. Xun'er giggled, pressing her lips together. All right, enough of that. Shall we head to Wutan City for some delectable treats? Xiao Yu inquired. Brother Xiao Yu is treating? How could Xun'er refuse? She replied playfully, before hesitating momentarily. But what about third brother? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Do not worry. He will come to understand. Inwardly, Xiao Yu mused. Xiao Yan must be meeting with the medicine elder for the first time on the back mountain now. Chapter 7. The appearance of the elder Yao in the depths of the Xiao family's rear mountain. Xiao Yan gazed with a mixture of anger and disbelief at the ring suspended in midair, or more precisely, at the ethereal, aged figure that hovered above it. You old wretch, you have stolen the fighting spirit I cultivated over the past 3 years and subjected me to endless ridicule and humiliation? Xiao Yan's voice was laced with icy disdain. Ah, young one, has not your experience over these 3 years taught you the virtues of patience and mental fortitude? Elder Yao replied with a sly smile. Xiao Yan's lips twitched at Elder Yao's words. Are you suggesting I should be grateful to you? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked up to inquire. Could it be that my talent has not vanished, but rather been siphoned by you all along? Am I now able to continue my training? Elder Yao smiled enigmatically. Indeed, I have awakened. As long as no major issues arise, I shall only absorb your fighting spirit with your consent. Xiao Yan scoffed. I will never allow you to absorb my fighting spirit again. Elder Yao chose not to dwell on this matter, instead beckoning Xiao Yan with temptation. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you yearn for the respect of others and to reclaim your lost glory? Xiao Yan, now on high alert, retorted, What are you scheming? I assure you, I trust not a word you say. Oh, is that so? Yet I have heard that you have but a year before your coming-of-age ceremony. Do you truly believe your talent can elevate to the 7th tier of fighting spirit within that time? Furthermore, regarding your 3-year pact with that young girl, her talent is no less impressive than yours. Do you think you can surpass her in just 3 years? Elder Yao's grin resembled that of a cunning fox. With clenched teeth, Xiao Yan spat, "You old fool. Were it not for you, I would not have been so humiliated by her. Nor would I still be stuck at the third tier of fighting spirit." After a torrent of curses, Xiao Yan gradually regained his composure, casting a cold smile at Elder Yao. "Do not speak of the impossibility of improving my fighting spirit in a year. My brother, Xiao Yu, ascended from a 1-star fighter to a 4-star fighter within a year. If he can do it, so can I." Yet Elder Yao replied mysteriously, "I have indeed observed your brother, Xiao Yu. Both your souls are remarkably strong. In the past, I hesitated between choosing you two, but ultimately, I chose you. Can you guess why?" Xiao Yan shot a sidelong glance at Elder Yao, scoffing. "Why?" Elder Yao chuckled. "Is it not simply because your talent surpasses his? Consider it. How could someone with lesser talent attain the strength of a 3-star fighter within a year?" Xiao Yan frowned. "Are you implying that my brother has been concealing his true abilities, perhaps training for 2 or 3 years? Elder Yao regarded Xiao Yan with an approving gaze, stroking his beard before speaking again. "Do you still believe you can enhance your fighting spirit by 4 tiers within a year?" Xiao Yan fell into silence, as he had indeed not contemplated this matter. After a brief pause, he gazed at Yao Lao and inquired, "Given your confident demeanor, you must have a solution, correct?" With a hint of pride, Yao Lao raised his head and replied, "Naturally. What is the solution?" Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly pressed for an answer. "I cannot disclose that just yet," Yao Lao responded, shaking his head. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he looked at Yao Lao, struggling to suppress the anger bubbling within him. "Speak. What conditions must be met for you to share?" After appraising Xiao Yan for a moment, Yao Lao said, "I might share, but only if you agree to become my disciple." "Become a disciple? Of what?" Xiao Yan queried, puzzled. Yao Lao, who had previously appeared somewhat hunched, straightened his posture, his tone laced with a touch of arrogance as he proclaimed, "Of course, a pharmacist." Xiao Yan was taken aback by this declaration and then mockingly retorted, "You? A pharmacist? Which pharmacist has fallen so low as you?" Yao Lao's expression momentarily shifted to one of embarrassment, a flicker of pain and regret passing through his eyes, though Xiao Yan remained oblivious to it. "Indeed, I am a pharmacist." Yao Lao's voice carried a newfound confidence, causing Xiao Yan, who had initially been skeptical, to waver in his disbelief. "Then, if I may ask, what rank were you as a pharmacist?" Xiao Yan inquired with a smile, licking his lips in curiosity. Although pharmacists are rare in the Duqi continent, they are categorized into various ranks. For instance, Dan Wangui holds the esteemed title of a 6th-rank pharmacist, celebrated as the foremost figure in the pharmaceutical realm of the Jiaomai Empire. "I cannot recall my exact rank, but tell me, are you willing to learn?" Yao Lao asked impatiently. "Yes, I am." Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. "Very well, let us proceed with the apprenticeship." Yao Lao sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, grinning at Xiao Yan. "Here? Right here?" Xiao Yan asked, astonished. "Where else? Time is of the essence. Hurry up," Yao Lao urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan complied and respectfully performed the ritual of apprenticeship. Once he completed the formalities, Yao Lao beamed with delight and said, "Excellent. I am known as Yao Lao, but I shall withhold my background for now to prevent distractions. As for my prowess, just know that in my eyes, Dan Wangui is but a trifling matter." Xiao Yan nearly retracted his earlier gesture in response to Yao Lao's seemingly arrogant proclamation. Rolling his eyes, he remarked, "Old man, you do boast excessively. Dan Wangui is a 6th-rank pharmacist." With a swift motion, Yao Lao smacked Xiao Yan's head and, with a feigned fury, chastised, "Having become my disciple, you must address me as master. Should you continue to call me old man, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you further. Mind your manners." Xiao Yan covered his head, choosing to remain silent. Yao Lao, unperturbed by Xiao Yan's aggrieved expression, continued, "The first step for a pharmacist is to learn a fire-based Duqi technique, for it is essential to harness the support of fire energy. Fire attribute cultivation method? Is it possible that the master is about to bestow upon me a celestial level technique?" Xiao Yan chuckled as he extended his hand toward Yao Lao, eagerly requesting it. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao was momentarily enraged, puffing out his cheeks and glaring, ready to strike, but Xiao Yan deftly evaded. Yao Lao scolded with a laugh. "Do you think celestial level techniques are as common as cabbages?" However, he soon added, "I do not possess a celestial level technique, but I have a method even more peculiar than that. Would you like to learn it?" Immediately intrigued, Xiao Yan swallowed hard, his eyes burning with curiosity as he inquired, "What is this technique?" "A low-grade yellow-level technique." Yao Lao whispered conspiratorially into Xiao Yan's ear. "Old man, are you mocking me?" Xiao Yan's voice echoed through the back mountain in a roar of indignation. Once Xiao Yan had regained his composure, Yao Lao began to explain this low-grade yellow-level technique. The burning art. Ultimately, Yao Lao decided to impart the burning art to Xiao Yan only after he became a fighter. Xiao Yan gazed at Yao Lao and asked, Then how will you help me elevate to the 7th tier of fighting energy within a year? Naturally, through alchemy. Yao Lao's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no. My flames are gone. What? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Yao Lao quickly regained his calm demeanor and said, never mind. If it's gone, it's gone. You need to help me gather some materials. I intend to concoct the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. All right, what materials are needed? 3 complete purple leaf orchid grasses, the older, the better, 2 bone-washing flowers, and a first-grade wood-type magic core. As Yao Lao spoke, he disappeared into his ring. Goodness. These items must cost over 1,000 gold coins. Are you trying to bankrupt me? Xiao Yan couldn't help but curse. Hee, that is not my concern. Once the materials are prepared, come find me. Remember, do not let anyone know of my existence, not even your closest ones. Yao Lao's voice echoed from within the ring. Chapter 8. The furious Galio on the other side. Xiao Yu accompanied Xun'er as they ventured out of their family home and meandered through the bustling streets. As one of the major cities in the Gama Empire, Wutan City thrived with an abundance of life. Xun'er, with Xiao Yu by her side, darted from one vendor to another, her joy evident in her demeanor, which in turn brought delight to Xiao Yu's heart. As Xun'er pulled Xiao Yu along, she frequently inquired about the allure of various trinkets. Xiao Yu pondered to himself how universally women seemed to adore shopping. He recalled that Xiao Yan and Old Yao required the concoction of a foundational spirit liquid, which necessitated a crucial and rare ingredient, a first-grade wood-type magic core. They arrived at the marketplace controlled by the Xiao family in Wutan City, where the likelihood of finding a magic core was significantly heightened. Therefore, Xiao Yu guided Xun'er toward the Xiao family market. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by 2 guards from the Xiao family, who, upon recognizing them, slightly bowed in respect. Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement and led Xun'er inside. Not long after entering, a boisterous voice resonated from behind. 4th young master, Miss Xun'er. What brings you to the marketplace today? Turning around, Xiao Yu saw 6 or 7 robust men clad in Xiao family attire, with the speaker being a square-faced man at the forefront, whose chest bore an emblem of 6 golden stars, indicative of his prowess as a 6-star fighter. Uncle Peiyan? Xiao Yu softly called out, eliciting a flicker of surprise on the square-faced man's countenance, which soon transformed into a broader smile. Clearly pleased that the 4th young master still remembered him, Xiao Yu responded with a smile. Of course, I remember. My father personally appointed you as the captain of the guard. The safety of this marketplace rests largely on your vigilance. Uncle Peiyan. Too kind, too kind. It is merely my duty. Peiyan scratched his head bashfully, a hearty grin spreading across his face. Without further ado, Xiao Yu inquired, Uncle Peiyan, I am in need of a first-grade wood-type magic core. Might you assist me in locating one within the marketplace? Peiyan confidently patted his chest, assuring, rest assured. 4th young master, I will take care of it. Excellent. I shall continue to browse the marketplace for a while. Please notify me once you have found the first-grade wood-type magic core, Xiao Yu replied with warmth and courtesy. Do not worry, 4th young master. The marketplace is filled with our people. If any trouble arises, simply call out. Peiyan assured him. Xiao Yu nodded politely, and, hand in hand with Xun'er, ventured deeper into the marketplace, swiftly vanishing amidst the crowd. Polly, gather some men and issue a warning to the golden finger in the marketplace. Should they extend their reach toward the 4th young master and Miss Xun'er, they shall lose their golden finger as well. Peiyan's amiable demeanor transformed into one of stern determination in an instant. The burly man named Polly nodded, affirmatively responding before blending into the throngs of people. Peiyan rubbed his shiny bald head with a smile, remarking, a gentle demeanor combined with formidable strength and humility. 4th young master truly brings comfort to those around him. A man beside me leaned in and said, Boss, there's really no need to worry about those golden fingers. I heard that this year's family test reveals that the 4th young master has already attained the rank of a 4-star fighter. Peiyan shook his head with a bitter smile, remarking, truly deserving of being the family's second genius, a 4-star fighter. In comparison, we seem woefully inadequate. With that, he said no more and continued to patrol the streets with his subordinates. The languid Xun'er, gently clutching Xiao Yu's arm, inquired softly, Brother Xiao Yu, what do you need a level 1 wood element magic core for? Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. I simply wish to collect a magic core. However, do you think I could become an alchemist? Xun'er pondered for a moment, tilting her head as she replied. I've heard that the qualifications for becoming an alchemist are quite demanding. Do you know your own constitution, Brother Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu shook his head, saying, I am not yet of age. Once I visit the Duki Pavilion, I will find out. Come, let me accompany you for a stroll. Whatever you wish to buy, I shall procure for you. Not lingering on the topic, Xiao Yu and Xun'er continued their leisurely exploration of the marketplace. As they prepared to amble further, a somewhat effeminate voice echoed from behind, causing both their brows to furrow slightly. Is that not Miss Xun'er? What a stroke of fate to encounter you here. A throng of individuals surrounded a lavishly dressed young man approaching them. He appeared somewhat pallid, his demeanor suggesting a lack of vitality, undoubtedly a consequence of indulgence. The young man's gaze burned with fervor, fixated on Xun'er, reminiscent of a starving wolf eyeing its prey, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Xiao Yu stepped protectively in front of Xun'er, his eyes turning steely as he addressed the young man. Young Master Galio, have you come to peruse the Xiao family's marketplace as well? Galio's expression flickered with annoyance at the interruption, yet he refrained from expressing his ire. For he recognized that the youth before him was the Xiao family's prized jewel. It was said he had attained the 9th stage of Do Qi by the age of 12, although he was currently a one-star fighter. Who could ascertain whether Xiao Yu had successfully condensed his Do Qi and entered the ranks of fighters in the past 2 years? Galio, responding to Xiao Yu's words with a faint chuckle, remarked, naturally, I have never been one to concern myself with such matters, only with the presence of beautiful women. Would you not agree, Miss Xun'er? Xun'er's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she chose to ignore him. Xiao Yu, however, smirked with a hint of derision. Young Master Galio indeed possesses a certain refinement. However, I believe if you were to devote that refinement to your training, you might not find yourself entering the ranks of fighters at such an advanced age. You, Xiao Yu, do not get too carried away. It is well known that the Xiao family has produced 2 geniuses. Now that one has perished, you should exercise caution. A trace of coldness crept across Galio's face as he sneered at Xiao Yu. As Xun'er heard Galio's words, a fleeting chill glimmered in her autumn-like eyes. Just as she was about to erupt, Xiao Yu grasped her delicate hand, gradually extinguishing the turbulent energy within her. However, her expression remained frosty. Turning to Galio, Xiao Yu smiled lightly and remarked, there is no need for you to worry, young Master Galio. After all, if I were to attain the rank of a fighter only at the age of 21, I would be utterly mortified, for I am known as a genius. Oh, how could I forget? Young Master Galio does not share such concerns, as not everyone possesses the gift of genius. Xun'er, initially vexed, could not help but laugh at Xiao Yu's sarcastic remarks, which were evidently a mockery of Galio's lack of talent. Upon hearing this, Galio's eyes twitched, his fists clenched audibly, and he shot a dark glare at Xiao Yu, wishing nothing more than to strike him down. Meanwhile, Galio's subordinates, ever astute, began to step forward, subtly preparing to encircle Xiao Yu and Xun'er, their gazes filled with malice. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, casually surveying his surroundings before sneering. Is it a matter of numbers in my territory? Let us put that to the test. He then nonchalantly whistled towards a corner of the market. As the onlookers looked on in confusion, they beheld Pei Yin, accompanied by over 20 burly men, storming in to encircle Galio and his cohorts. Fourth young master. What is happening? Pei Yin inquired with a bow, casting a glance at the sullen Galio. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yu addressed Galio. This fellow intends to cause trouble on the Xiao family's territory. What do you think we should do, Uncle Pei Yin? Chapter 9. The Snow Jade Spirit Liquid who dares to challenge our fourth young master within the territory of the Xiao family? Step forward and try, Pain declared with a fierce expression. The subordinates of Galio exchanged glances, hesitant to take a step forward, while Galio's countenance darkened. He cast a scathing glare at his men and silently cursed them as a bunch of useless fools. However, knowing he could not contend with Xiao Yu, he suppressed his fury and prepared to leave. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly remarked, "What? Young Master Galio is not bringing your lackeys for a stroll here?" Galio was nearly driven to the brink of rage, his gaze icy as he shot a look at Xiao Yu before swiftly pushing through the crowd to exit. Watching Galio depart, Pain bowed slightly to Xiao Yu and said, "Fourth young master, I have found the first-grade wood-type magic core you requested. It is derived from the wood fox beast." Pain produced a verdant magic crystal from his cloak, a soft green glow emanating from it. Xiao Yu could feel the ferocious power contained within. Indeed, it was the magic core of a first-grade wood fox. "Thank you, Uncle Pain," Xiao Yu said as he accepted the wood fox's magic core. He then retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his pocket and tossed it to Pain, saying, "Uncle Pain, consider these coins as my treat for the brothers of the Xiao family. Please do not refuse." Originally, Pain had no intention of accepting the fourth young master's money, but Xiao Yu's words were so persuasive that he had no choice but to accept it. He mused, if fourth young master possesses such character, should he lead the Xiao family, not only would the city of Wutan be theirs, but perhaps the entire Gemma Empire would have a place for the Xiao family. However, he quickly shook his head. With fourth young master's talents, how could he be confined to the small city of Wutan? The Xiao family was fortunate to have Xiao Yu. After a day of wandering, Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat fatigued, turned to Pain and said, "Uncle Pain, we shall take our leave now." Pain promptly nodded. "Very well, fourth young master. Miss Xun'er, take care." Xiao Yu and Xun'er nodded slightly and departed from the marketplace, heading home. Pain weighed the small pouch in his hand. It contained at least 500 gold coins. having spent only 400 to purchase the Wood Fox's magic core. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Fourth young master is truly generous. With a wave of his hand, Payne announced, "Today, the fourth young master is treating us to drinks." A cheer erupted among the subordinates. Xiao Yu and Xun'er, not far off, heard Payne's voice, and Xun'er whispered, "Uncle Payne is quite entertaining." Xiao Yu responded with a faint smile, "My father's people never err in judgment." The two strolled leisurely until they reached the family gate, where a group of Xiao family disciples watched Xiao Yu cavort with their goddess, jealousy evident in their eyes. Yet they were powerless to intervene. Upon entering the family estate, Xiao Yu and Xun'er unexpectedly bumped into Xiao Yan. Noticing Xiao Yan had regained his confidence, Xiao Yu realized that Master Yao had awakened. "Brother Yu, I." Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Are you in need of a loan, third brother?" Xiao Yu inquired. Xiao Yan, taken aback, inquired, "How do you know?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Is there anything else my third brother wishes to discuss?" "No, nothing further," Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. Xiao Yu then produced a golden card from his bosom, stating, "Here are 2,000 gold coins. Do you think this will suffice?" Xiao Yan nodded eagerly. "Yes, it is sufficient," though a sense of embarrassment washed over him. The need to enhance his own strength left him no choice. He mused that with the 2,000 gold coins, combined with his savings, he should be able to purchase the necessary medicinal herbs for his teacher. At that moment, a guard approached Xiao Yu and said, "Fourth young master, the clan leader requests your presence at once." While Xiao Yu was uncertain of his father's intentions, he followed the guard to the Xiao family's study. Xiao Yan departed to procure the herbs, and Xun'er returned to her quarters. Upon entering the study, Xiao Yu was greeted not only by his father, Xiao Zhan, but also by three elders. The moment they saw Xiao Yu walk in, the elders' expressions bore a hint of complexity, while Xiao Zhan greeted him warmly. "Ah, you heir, come sit. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Xiao Yu nodded and took a seat on a nearby chair. Xiao Zhan then spoke, "You heir, you have now attained the strength of a 4-star doshi. Ordinarily, the Dochi Pavilion would only be accessible after the coming-of-age ceremony. But in light of your early breakthrough, the three elders and I have decided to grant you access to the pavilion. What do you think?" Xiao Yu cast a curious glance at the three elders, contemplating their seemingly benevolent intentions. Meanwhile, the elders, upon hearing Xiao Zhan's cheerful demeanor, felt a shadow of discontent cross their faces, silently cursing, "It is not without your coercive pressure as clan leader that we have been compelled to agree." Yet, Xiao Yu's strength is indeed of great significance. The Grand Elder stroked his grizzled beard and remarked, "Xiao Yu, your prowess is unquestionable. Although there are still 2 years until the coming-of-age ceremony, our clan is not bound by tradition. The Dochi Pavilion will open tomorrow. Remember to arrive early to select a cultivation technique that suits you." Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you heir, you should return and prepare." Xiao Yu acknowledged their words with a nod and departed without further comment. Upon returning to his room, he did not dwell on the forthcoming selection of techniques in the Dochi Pavilion. Instead, his focus shifted to the half-scroll of the alchemy manual that remained unclaimed within his mind. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xiao Yu called upon the system and clicked to claim his reward. Instantly, the half-scroll transformed into shimmering golden light, dispersing throughout his consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend the event, a dull ache surged through his head, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooding into his mind. "Ugh," he groaned, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, veins bulging in his neck. The content of the half-scroll was extensive, and this arduous process persisted for several minutes before the pain gradually subsided. "Ah," he exhaled, relieved. Xiao Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, centering his mind and beginning to assimilate the contents of the elixir manual. Before long, he had memorized the entirety of half a scroll. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within them. The manual was indeed comprehensive. It not only documented numerous elixirs and their crafting methods, but also vividly depicted the scenarios involved in their creation, akin to a hands-on guide to alchemy. Soon, Xiao Yu recalled an elixir known as the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid. This elixir was concocted by amalgamating the essences of various spiritual herbs, combined with a first-level wood-type magic core, resulting in a potion brimming with immense pure energy, making it an excellent aid for cultivating fighting spirit. Xiao Yu licked his dry lips and remarked, "I initially intended to give this Wood Fox's magic core to Xiao Yan, but it seems fortuitous that I can instead learn to refine the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid, which will also assist in my own cultivation." Chapter 10. Without attributes? The essence of alchemy lies within the spirit, while the essence of medicine resides in the body. The art of controlling energy involves summoning the fire to transform form. Xiao Yu, reciting the incantations from the alchemical texts in his mind, then positioned his thumbs together and his index fingers apart to form a peculiar seal. With a thought, he summoned the bone spirit's cold fire from within, mastering it through the art of energy control, gradually shaping it into a magnificent furnace of flames. This was a technique recorded in the alchemical texts, detailing how to condense a furnace from one's own fire for the purpose of refining medicine. Drawing upon his formidable spiritual power, Xiao Yu remarkably succeeded in this endeavor on his first attempt. However, the flame furnace he manifested trembled slightly, as he sought to find balance, requiring immense effort. Xiao Yu focused deeply, and an entire night passed with him immersed in the consolidation of the furnace. As dawn broke, the piercing rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiao Yu's face. With his eyes tightly shut, he beheld a 1-inch tall white furnace before him, a product of the bone spirit's cold fire. His night of toil had enabled him to master the technique of furnace condensation. Yet to simultaneously concentrate on both consolidating the furnace and refining medicine would demand a far longer journey ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a flicker of white flame glimmering within them. Gazing at the flame furnace formed from the bone spirit's cold fire, he smiled faintly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the furnace shattered, transforming into a fire dragon that spiraled into his body. After stretching lazily while seated on his bed, Xiao Yu stood up, reminding himself of his visit to the energy pavilion today. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, "Now, I truly embark upon the path of cultivation." After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he opened the door. The old steward, who had been waiting outside beside his father, greeted him with a soft chuckle. "The clan leader has entrusted me to escort the 4th young master to the energy pavilion for an assessment of his attributes, after which the 4th young master may select his own unique energy technique." Xiao Yu replied gently, "Let us go." Following the old steward, they arrived at the energy pavilion, the most significant place in the Xiao family. Xiao Yu glanced upward at the imposing structure, where the words Energy Pavilion were elegantly inscribed. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. With his strength and powerful spiritual awareness, he could easily sense the concealed guardians lurking within, alongside several potent, yet subtle auras, likely the protectors assigned by the family to safeguard the energy pavilion. With a soft creak, the grand doors of the energy pavilion swung open, revealing his father stepping out from within. "Father?" "Indeed." Xiao Zhan's robust visage broke into a warm smile. "Today marks your entry into the energy pavilion. Naturally, I must be present." Xiao Yu nodded in silence, listening as Xiao Zhan continued. "You are well aware of the protocols for entering the energy pavilion. There is no need for me to elaborate. Let us proceed to assess your attributes, after which you may select your energy technique." Xiao Yu then turned his gaze to the stone pillar before the entrance of the Duki Pavilion. Atop the pillar rested a transparent crystal ball, the very device used to assess one's attributes. Xiao Yu let out a soft sigh. To be honest, he was quite uncertain about what attribute he possessed. Was it fire, water, wood, or perhaps wind? Each element had its strengths and weaknesses, and he had no particular affinity for any one attribute. He could only leave it to fate. At that moment, Xiao Zhan was also fixated on the crystal ball, eager to discern what attribute his son possessed. With a grin, Xiao Yu gently placed his palm upon the surface of the crystal ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances. Was the crystal ball malfunctioning? Xiao Yu cautiously inquired. Xiao Zhan shook his head and replied, "Impossible. I just checked it. How could it be broken?" Xiao Yu then touched the crystal ball once more, but it remained unresponsive. He tapped it lightly and muttered, "Hey, at least give me some reaction. This is quite embarrassing." Regardless of how Xiao Yu caressed or patted it, the crystal ball offered no acknowledgement. Xiao Zhan, perplexed, removed the crystal ball and replaced it with another, confidently stating to Xiao Yu, "This one will definitely work. Give it a try." Skeptical yet hopeful, Xiao Yu placed his hand atop the new crystal ball. Half a minute passed again, yet still no sign of life. What was happening? Both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yu were utterly bewildered. Not only had Xiao Yu never encountered such a scenario, but even Xiao Zhan had not witnessed anything like it. Just as they were at a loss, a sudden breeze swept through, and 2 shadowy figures materialized before them. Xiao Zhan was taken aback upon seeing them. Quickly regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Xiao Zhan pays his respects to the 2 elders." The 2 figures were shrouded in black robes, and a rather raspy voice emerged from within. Xiao Zhan understood that the elders had likely come to investigate the reason behind Xiao Yu's inability to reveal his attributes. And thus he asked, "Elders, might I inquire about my sons?" One elder, resembling a phantom, extended a hand and grasped Xiao Yu's arm. Before Xiao Yu could react, he felt his arm make contact with an icy, unyielding surface. This was no human hand. It seemed merely a skeletal form encased in skin. The elder's internal energy surged, a wave of azure energy coursing through Xiao Yu's arm, circulating within his body before the elder released him. Just as Xiao Yu feared that his inner secrets would be unveiled, the elder spoke. "Fire attribute is weak, essentially non-existent. This 1's potential is likely capped at the Great Dome Master realm. Without allowing Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan a moment to process the revelation, the two elders vanished as if they had never been there, yet their words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. Was this a jest? Was this truly it? This had to be a farce. How could he be deemed useless when he possessed a system? Xiao Yu was naturally skeptical, while Xiao Yan felt a profound sorrow, as if he were contemplating whether he had committed some heinous act in his lifetime that had led his two sons to this unfortunate state. Ding. The next sign-in location, the Duki Pavilion. Sign-in reward, the chaotic source cultivation method. Just as Xiao Yu was attempting to console himself, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Sign-in, chaotic source cultivation method? Could it be? At that moment, Xiao Yu entertained a bold hypothesis, though he dared not confirm its authenticity until he acquired the reward. Thus, he turned to Xiao Yan and said, "Father, I wish to enter and select a cultivation method." Xiao Yan's expression was tinged with melancholy. The elder had just mentioned that Yu's attribute was fire, naturally allowing him to choose a fire attribute Duki cultivation method. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Go ahead." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yu proceeded towards the fire path within the Duki Pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Duki Pavilion. Reward, chaotic source cultivation method. Claim it directly. Following this, an immense surge of information flooded into Xiao Yu's mind. Armed with the experience from the Dan scripture, this time proved to be considerably smoother, and soon, Xiao Yu fully comprehended the chaotic source cultivation method. Chapter 11. The lowly mystical realm. After fully comprehending the chaotic cultivation method, Xiao Yu did not rush to leave. Although he currently harbored little interest in his family's martial arts, having come to the Duki Pavilion, he knew he could not depart empty-handed. Thus, he began to stroll along the fiery path, where the highest martial arts techniques available were of the advanced yellow rank. As he surveyed the sturdy, crimson wooden doors, his gaze ultimately settled on room 43 of the fiery path. Xiao Yu hastened towards it, and, indeed, discovered a fiery red barrier behind the door, its deep hue signifying that the barrier was the most formidable on the fiery path, and the martial arts within were undoubtedly the strongest. After assessing the red barrier, Xiao Yu could not help but shake his head and chuckle. It seems a bit unfair, relying solely on a defense against 9th-tier Do Qi. It might not suffice. With that, the Do Qi within him began to surge rapidly. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened as he clenched his right fist. A torrent of Do Qi enveloped his fist, and with a single strike, he unleashed a blow that shattered all techniques. The whistling wind of his punch, imbued with immense power, collided with the red barrier, which merely hesitated for a moment before shattering like glass with a resounding crash. With an air of indifference, Xiao Yu stepped inside, retrieving a dark red scroll positioned at the center of the room. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Advanced Yellow Rank Technique, Flame Incineration." Satisfied, Xiao Yu nodded. Not bad. It certainly qualifies as a discrete Do Qi technique. Having obtained the technique, Xiao Yu did not linger but exited the room directly. In the hall of the Duki Pavilion stood an elder, one of the guardians of the pavilion. Xiao Yu could sense the overwhelming waves of Do Qi emanating from the elder, indicating he was at least a 5-star Great Dome Master. Upon seeing the elder, Xiao Yu presented the scroll of flame incineration to him. The elder glanced at it, nodded slightly, and remarked, "Family techniques must not leave the clan. Return the Do Qi technique in 1 year, and it must be undamaged." Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement, receiving the scroll back from the elder, and then proceeded to exit the grand doors of the Duki Pavilion. Xiao Yan was still outside, standing by. As he saw Xiao Yu emerge, he was about to offer some comforting words, but upon noticing Xiao Yu waving the scroll in his hand, he felt little surprise at seeing flame incineration. After all, Xiao Yu's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary fighters, and he could acquire any technique from the fiery path if he so desired. "Father, rest assured, I shall not be disheartened by this. I have little faith in fate." Xiao Yu smiled. Xiao Yan's somewhat stiff face cracked a semblance of an awkward smile. There is no need for excessive worry. Am I not also a Great Dome Master? At worst, you could remain as an elder in the Xiao clan, living a carefree life. Your elder brothers insist on venturing out. I originally thought you and Xun'er would eventually leave as well. It seems the heavens wish for you to stay and accompany this old father of yours. Haha. Xiao Yu understood that his father was trying to console him. He realized that only by transcending to the great fighter realm could he convince Xiao Yan that his talents extended far beyond mere great fighter status. He aspired to become a Doling, Do Wang, Do Huang, Dozong powerhouse, and even reach the heights of Dozuan, Doxing, and ultimately Dudi. He sought to stand atop the pinnacle of this vast continent. Xiao Yu refrained from excessive explanations, for only the truth could validate everything. At present, he yearned to return and meticulously study the system's reward, the chaotic cultivation method. After parting ways with Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu unexpectedly encountered Xun'er on his way back to his room. With her hands clasped behind her back and a playful smile illuminating her face, she inquired, "Brother Xiao Yu, did you select a cultivation method at the Duki Pavilion today? Might I have a look?" After casting a sidelong glance at Xun'er, Xiao Yu, under her beaming gaze, produced the flame refinement technique. Xun'er received it, glanced at it, and remarked, "A high-level yellow tier technique. Indeed the pinnacle of the Xiao family's fire attribute methods. It seems that Brother Xiao Yu possesses a fire affinity physique." However, her tone shifted as she softly added, "Xun'er has an even better fire attribute technique. This is a high-level Xian-tier method, the flame manipulation technique. I have carefully selected this for you, Brother Xiao Yu. So please do not feel embarrassed. After all, we are family." With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, an ancient, fire-tinged scroll materialized in her hand. Observing Xun'er holding the scroll, Xiao Yu, with a hint of playful emotion, teased, "I appreciate your kindness, Xun'er, and I certainly will not feel embarrassed, as we are indeed family. However, the choice of the flame refinement technique was merely a ruse on my part. I possessed an even superior cultivation method, so..." Xun'er's delicate ears suddenly flushed crimson, and her sparkling eyes met Xiao Yu's as she softly replied, "I truly cannot argue with you. I shall trust you for now." Persuaded by Xiao Yu, Xun'er reluctantly put away the technique. Since he had encountered her, Xiao Yu felt no urgency to return and spent the entire afternoon wandering the back mountain with Xun'er, only returning to his room at dusk, disregarding the need for rest. Xiao Yu seated himself in meditation and began practicing the chaotic cultivation method. The surging Duki within him commenced its transformation, under the influence of the method. The originally milky white Duki began to take on a somewhat translucent quality. The Duki morphed into pure energy, continuously compressing. In that moment, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the external changes, solely aware that the Duki within him seemed to be solidifying, as if undergoing a forging process akin to wrought iron, being hammered and shaped repeatedly. What Xiao Yu did not realize, however, was that his original 4-star Dou fighter strength was gradually diminishing. 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star. Xiao Yu's prowess ultimately reached the boundary of a 1-star Dou fighter. As 3 tranquil hours passed, he opened his eyes after completely transforming his Dou Qi. His handsome visage emanated a faint luster akin to warm jade, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, reflecting his invigorated spirit. As he sensed the regression of his strength within, Xiao Yu did not exhibit any alarm. The chaotic cultivation method he practiced was surprisingly an all-encompassing technique, devoid of ranks, growing stronger with the enhancement of one's abilities. It bore some resemblance to Xiao Yan's burning technique, yet it was not entirely the same. Although he had reverted to the strength of a 1-star Dou fighter, he was acutely aware that he was now more formidable than during his previous tenure as a 4-star Dou fighter. Ding! The chaotic cultivation method is divided into 2 volumes, one for the physical body and the other for the spirit. Given the host's current strength, the chaotic cultivation method is provisionally classified as low-level mysterious stage. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Yu shook his head, pondering silently. Low-level mysterious stage? I must consider how to explain this to that girl Xun'er. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Xiao Yu resumed his alchemical training, and soon an entire night slipped away in haste. The following morning, he departed from his family to the marketplace, where he met with Pei Yan to discuss the medicinal materials he required. Subsequently, he handed Pei Yan 10,000 gold coins, a sum that represented the entirety of his savings over the years, now all but squandered. He could only hope to successfully refine the snow jade spirit liquid soon, allowing him to sell it and alleviate his financial burdens. As Xiao Yu busied himself with purchasing medicinal herbs, a voice resonated in his mind from the system, jolting him with excitement. Yet another task awaited him. Ding! The next sign-in location, Miter Auction House. Reward: low-level Earth Stage Dou Technique. Moon Pursuit. Chapter 12. The Art of Alchemy. Upon hearing the system's sign-in task, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Miter Auction House stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within him. For Yafei was a character of considerable significance in the early stages of battle through the heavens. The reason she was deemed important in the beginning is that, due to her inadequate talent, she ultimately remained in the Gamma Empire, becoming the matriarch of the Miter family, her strength stagnating at the Dou Huang level. In his previous life, as Xiao Yu watched the story unfold, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. Yafei, grappling with her age and abilities, believed herself unworthy of Xiao Yan, ultimately choosing to harbor her feelings silently and remain unmarried until her twilight years. In this lifetime, Xiao Yu could only resign himself to fate. However, he had no intention of visiting the Miter Auction House at present. Primarily, he lacked both funds and elixirs. To venture into the Miter Auction House, one would need items to auction or money to purchase items, or else what purpose would it serve? After procuring the necessary herbs, He informed Xun'er of his intention to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation, then made his way to the back mountain. There, he discovered a secluded cave and embarked on a 3-month journey of alchemy. In the hidden cave on the back mountain of the Xiao family, a resounding boom echoed as Xiao Yu sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the bone spirit cold fire within him, conjuring a cauldron before him. He had mastered this technique to perfection. With a mere thought, he could instantly manifest it. Seizing a snow magnolia flower nearby, he cast it into the cauldron. The moment the flower entered, the surged, enveloping it and reducing it to a mere pile of ashes. Was the fire too fierce? Xiao Yu pondered silently, then steadily controlled the, gradually tempering the intensity. Although the alchemical manual depicted the process of refining elixirs, it could not provide first-hand experience. Thus, Xiao Yu had to experiment piece by piece, tossing more snow magnolia flowers into the cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the snow magnolia flowers withered rapidly, yielding fine white powder within the cauldron under the relentless flames of the bone spirit cold fire. The process of refining elixirs was slow, yet Xiao Yu remained patient, cultivating the herbs in a tranquil state of mind. Though initially clumsy, after several attempts, he grew increasingly adept. Once more, he tossed a snow magnolia flower into the cauldron, which instantly transformed into a small heap of white powder, the impurities having already been burned away. He then picked up an ice jade fruit and cast it in, the frosty white flames engulfing it with a soft sizzle. A plume of white mist billowed upward, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the ice jade fruit as a pool of white liquid. After purging the impurities from this liquid with the bone spirit cold fire, Xiao Yu accelerated the process, throwing more spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Time flew by, and within the cave, Xiao Yu tirelessly refined the snow jade spiritual liquid. 3 months slipped by in an instant. Xiao Yu bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The stubble on his face suggested he had aged a decade, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, fixated upon the alchemical furnace before him. Within the furnace, a perfectly rounded azure elixir was being meticulously refined by the ethereal cold flame, releasing a peculiar fragrance that permeated the cavernous space. The already formed spirit pill continued to swirl within the furnace, the bone-cold fire persistently roasting it. Xiao Yu's gaze was unwaveringly locked onto the spirit pill, when suddenly, a mystical radiance flickered upon its surface, igniting a surge of ecstatic joy within him. "It is complete," he whispered fervently, striking the furnace with his palm. The azure pill shot forth from the furnace, and Xiao Yu, with lightning reflexes, caught it in his hand. Upon inspecting the pill, he noticed a faint pattern etched upon its surface, signifying it as a one-pattern spirit pill, indicative of a quality that reached the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. As recorded in the alchemical tomes, at last, he had successfully forged the coveted Xianling Dan. A weary smile graced his lips as he reflected on the past 3 months spent studying the alchemical texts, beginning with the most rudimentary pills. Thanks to his formidable soul power, he had progressed to the point where he could now concoct second-tier elixirs, capable of refining any first-tier pill to perfection. The Xianling Dan in his possession could restore a fighter's internal energy to its peak state almost instantaneously, regardless of their level, as long as they had not yet reached the rank of a Do Master. Such an effect was undeniably terrifying. Imagine emerging victorious from a fierce battle, consuming this elixir to regain full strength, while your opponent was left severely weakened. It would render them utterly at your mercy. However, for Xiao Yu, the most significant achievement was elevating his status to a second-tier alchemist within just 3 months. Though the alchemical texts provided invaluable assistance, one could not overlook the importance of Xiao Yu's unwavering determination and his formidable soul power. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his own strength had also surged, advancing from a 1-star fighter to a 2-star fighter. Returning to his senses, Xiao Yu stored the Xianling Dan away. During this time, he had produced an impressive 100 bottles of snow jade spirit liquid, the efficacy of which rivaled that of the foundational elixirs crafted by the esteemed Elder Yao. Furthermore, these 100 bottles were undiluted. If diluted, they could yield an astonishing 200 additional bottles of the snow jade spirit liquid. Having tidied everything up, Xiao Yu hastily returned to his chamber under the moonlight. Engrossed in alchemy, he had neglected his personal hygiene, and after a thorough wash, he collapsed onto his bed, relishing the comforting embrace of sleep. Although a devoted fighter could forego sleep, Xiao Yu still cherished the sensation of slumber. The following day, after rising and refreshing himself, Xiao Yu prepared a bottle of snow jade spirit liquid and the refined Xianling Dan, securing them close to him before departing his family home towards the grandest auction house in Wutan City, the Meitel Auction House. As he gazed upon the magnificent structure resembling a palace, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the extravagance of capitalists?" The esteemed family of the Gamal Empire, renowned for its immense wealth and a lineage spanning centuries, has constructed an exceptionally grand edifice even within this branch of Yutan City, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily awestruck. Observing the several fully armed, stoic, and formidable guards stationed at the entrance of the middle auction house, he retrieved a white half-mask from his pocket and donned it before stepping directly into the auction hall. Upon entering, a system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Rewards will be distributed shortly. Please remain attentive. Xiao Yu did not hasten to examine his rewards. Rather, he was enveloped by the stark contrast of temperatures within the auction house. As his gaze wandered across the expansive hall, he noticed a room on his left adorned with a sign reading Treasure Appraisal Room. Just as he was about to approach it, the sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor. Looking up, Xiao Yu beheld the patriarch of the Gailey family, Gailey Bai, slightly bowing as he respectfully conversed with a companion. His eyes narrowed slightly, for he not only recognized Gailey Bai, but also caught sight of the exquisitely enchanting woman standing beside him, clad in a striking crimson qipao. She exuded a captivating and mature charm that drew the attention of all present. Chapter 13. The astonishing Gunny Miss Yafei. Since both parties have expressed a willingness to cooperate, may I inquire when the middle auction house will complete the acquisition of these medicinal herbs for me? Galabai inquired with utmost reverence. A soft, melodious laugh echoed from Yafei. Does Chief Galabai doubt the middle auction house? As long as the Galabai family possesses sufficient gold coins, I can procure the herbs from other middle auction houses within 3 days. While Yafei's words may have seemed somewhat audacious, they held merit considering the middle family's standing in the Gamma Empire. Galabai's aged visage twitched slightly, inwardly cursing. What a shrewd individual. One must see the rabbit before releasing the hawk. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. The woman before him held considerable influence within the middle family, and it would be childish play for her to undermine the Galabai family in Wutan City. Galabai was not foolish enough to provoke her. With a smile, Galabai replied, Miss Yafei speaks wisely. I shall arrange for someone to liaise with you upon my return, and the gold will follow shortly. Yafei inclined her head slightly. You flatter me. Chief Galabai. Their conversation reached Xiao Yu's ears, who remained in the hall. The old fellow Galabai was procuring herbs from middle? What could this mean? Was he attempting to usurp the Xiao family's business in Wutan City? Galabai said little more and, after bidding Yafei farewell, prepared to depart. As he passed by Xiao Yu, he glanced at him, brow furrowing slightly, as if he found the young man somewhat familiar. Yet, preoccupied with his urgent need to gather gold, he dismissed the thought and hurriedly exited the premises. At that moment, Yafei also noticed Xiao Yu standing in the hall, but she paid him little mind. Preparing to turn away when Xiao Yu spoke, an opportunity has presented itself. Might Miss Yafei be interested? Intrigued by Xiao Yu's words, Yafei responded, Oh, young man, what treasures do you possess? Xiao Yu did not conceal his voice, revealing his youthfulness. Second-grade elixir, snow jade spirit liquid. You are an alchemist? Yafei, who had initially exuded a languid demeanor, straightened with interest, her expression shifting. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Is that so surprising? Quickly regaining her composure, Yafei turned to her attendant, instructing, Please summon Master Gunny. Upon hearing this, the attendant hurriedly exited the hall. Xiao Yu was well aware that the middle auction house had a second-grade alchemist named Gunny, yet he remained unperturbed, standing there with a calm demeanor. Curiously, Yafei approached Xiao Yu, inquiring, Might you elaborate on the second-grade elixir you mentioned? Due to Xiao Yu's status as an alchemist, her tone unconsciously adopted a respectful note, as alchemists were always held in high regard. The snow jade spirit liquid contains exceptionally pure energy, capable of restoring combat energy when ingested and enhancing physical prowess when applied externally. Xiao Yu explained, Such a miraculous elixir exists? Its efficacy is so remarkable for both internal and external use. Yafei slightly parted her lips in astonishment and remarked. A subtle smile curved the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth as he replied, If it were anything unfavorable, I would not have sought you out. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's smile, Yafei felt a slight tremor in her heart, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she said, Seek me? Indeed. Is not the Mitre Auction House the finest in Wutan City? Here, one can certainly maximize their profits. Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. Hearing his words, Yafei's expression momentarily faltered, and a hint of disappointment surged within her, compelling her to swiftly dispel such absurd thoughts. She once again adorned her face with a charming smile and replied, That is only natural. If the efficacy of your elixirs is indeed as you claim, the Mitre Auction House will undoubtedly offer you a satisfactory price. As they spoke, the previously departed maid returned with an elderly gentleman clad in green, his hair tinged with gray. Xiao Yu scrutinized the elder, noticing a symbol resembling a medicinal furnace on his chest, engraved with 2 silver waves, signifying his esteemed identity as a second-tier alchemist. He must be Gunny. Upon seeing Gunny, Yafei smiled and said, Uncle Gunny, this gentleman wishes to auction a second-tier elixir. the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid. Its effects include internal restoration of fighting energy and external enhancement of physical prowess. I would like to request your appraisal. Gunny's face, radiant with color, broke into a smile as he replied, "Of course, miss." He then turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Sir, please present your elixir for evaluation." Xiao Yu directly handed Gunny the white vial containing the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid. Upon receiving it, Gunny opened the vial, and an aromatic fragrance wafted forth, causing all present to be momentarily invigorated. Gunny's expression turned serious. Such a fragrant elixir must be extraordinary. Gunny tilted the vial slightly, allowing a drop of the snow-white liquid to fall into his palm, where it floated serenely. Yafei gazed at the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid in Gunny's hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. It must be said that women possess an innate fondness for such pristine objects. Truly, this elixir is exquisite. Yafei complimented, then mused, "I wonder how it would fare in a bath." Xiao Yu's expression darkened instantly, pondering how fanciful Yafei's thoughts were. She seemed to sense his emotional shift, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Gunny, however, remained unaffected by external distractions, his gaze firmly fixed on the white droplet. With a deft motion, a silver needle appeared in his hand, enveloped by fighting energy, as he gently stirred the pristine droplet. Gunny carefully sensed it, and soon, his expression grew solemn. Before long, he withdrew the silver needle, returned the Snow Jade Spirit Liquid to the vial, and respectfully addressed Xiao Yu. "What you claim is indeed true. It is indeed a second-tier elixir." A flicker of astonishment crossed Yafei's face. Could this young man truly be a second-tier alchemist? Gunny inquired with a smile, "Sir, do you intend to auction this vial of spirit liquid?" "Yes, however, I possess a total of 100 vials, 99 more in addition to this one. Can the Mitre auction house accommodate the entire lot?" Xiao Yu replied. At this moment, Yafei regained her composure and smiled, saying, "No problem, sir. I am confident that Mitre will provide you with the most satisfactory price. However, I will require a month for the operations." Xiao Yu understood that she intended to expand her promotional efforts before proceeding with the auction, and he had no reason to decline her request. Thus, he replied, "Certainly. But I also possess a Grade 1 elixir. I wonder if you would be interested?" "A Grade 1 elixir?" Yafei glanced at Gunny, who nodded slightly. She then inquired, "Very well, but may I ask what effects this Grade 1 elixir possesses?" Xiao Yu responded, "It can restore a warrior's internal energy to its fullest capacity within a short time, and it carries no side effects whatsoever." However, Gunny, standing nearby, shook his head and remarked, "That is impossible. All elixirs have a degree of depletion, while a temporary restoration of full strength may be achievable. The absence of any side effects is absolutely unfeasible." Xiao Yu did not contest this assertion. Instead, he directly produced the Xinling pill. Gunny, with a hesitant expression, accepted it and opened the bottle. A peculiar fragrance of medicine wafted through the entire hall, far more intense than that of the recently encountered Grade 2 elixir. The Xiao. Is this truly a Grade 1 elixir? How can it surpass the quality of a Grade 2 elixir? Yafei pondered in confusion. Yet Gunny's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hurriedly poured out the Xinling pill. A pill, the size of a longan, perfectly round and azure, rolled into his palm. Upon noticing the ripple pattern on the pill's surface, Gunny gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this a pill pattern?" Chapter 14. Commissioned auction. Standing to the side, Yafei was naturally oblivious to the concept of Danwen, so she inquired, "Uncle Gunny, what is Danwen?" The astonishment in Gunny's eyes had yet to fade, and upon hearing Yafei's question, he hesitated before explaining. In the realm of alchemy, it is recorded that each grade of elixir possesses its utmost medicinal potency, thereby preserving the elixir's maximum efficacy without any side effects. The hallmark of this ultimate potency is the Danwen imprinted on the surface of the elixir. This phenomenon is akin to summoning Danlei during the alchemical process. The two concepts, however, do not conflict with one another. Upon hearing Gunny's words, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Yafei's eyes. "What do you think? Can we entrust both of these items to your auction?" Xiao Yu inquired nonchalantly. Yafei quickly regained her composure and approached Xiao Yu with a beaming smile, saying, "Sir, this is a VIP card for the middle auction house. I hope you will accept it, as it grants you VIP privileges at any of our Family's auction venues. And the tax rate will be reduced from 5% to 2%. As she spoke, Yafei produced a crystal card and offered it to him. Xiao Yu did not hesitate to accept it, recognizing that his dealings with the middle family would likely be numerous, and the person before him, Yafei, was astutely perceptive. He found no reason to refuse. Observing Xiao Yu accept the crystal card, Yafei's smile widened. "I hope we will have more opportunities for collaboration in the future." Yafei leaned in a little closer, and a delicate fragrance wafted from her, reaching Xiao Yu's senses, prompting him to silently acknowledge her allure through his mask. "Indeed," Xiao Yu replied, taking a step back, as he found it increasingly difficult to withstand Yufei's beguiling presence. Noticing Xiao Yu retreat slightly, his demeanor slightly flustered, Yufei chuckled, surprised by the shyness of this young man. Just as she contemplated teasing him further, Gunny cleared his throat softly, prompting Yufei to shift her expression and swiftly revert to her composed demeanor, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily bewildered. Gunny approached with a cheerful demeanor, asking, "May I inquire if you have the remaining 99 vials of snow jade spirit liquid with you?" Xiao Yu shook his head, replying, "No. I will deliver them to you tomorrow. After the auction, please assist me in acquiring a storage ring, deducting the necessary funds from the auction proceeds." Yufei expressed her surprise. "You do not possess a storage ring?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, Yufei removed a green ring from her finger and extended it to him. "Consider this storage ring a personal gift from me," she said with a radiant smile. Gunny, standing by, appeared to hesitate, while Xiao Yu sensed that this ring bore special significance and politely declined, saying, "That may not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. You should simply accept it." Yufei insisted, taking Xiao Yu's hand and placing the ring in his palm. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu accepted the ring, stating, "I will ensure the spirit liquid is delivered on time tomorrow." "Excellent," Yufei replied with a warm smile. Xiao Yu turned away without a glance back as he departed from the grand hall of the miter auction house. Once he was gone, Gunny spoke up, "Miss, that was your mother's relic." Yufei gazed tenderly at Xiao Yu's gradually fading silhouette and replied, "I am aware. He is a gifted alchemist, is he not? If that is the case, perhaps we can establish a splendid bridge of connection with him." Gunny sighed in resignation. "Let us hope so. The family wishes for you to undergo proper training. You will inevitably leave Wutan City in the future. Moreover, being an alchemist does not guarantee that achieving the pinnacle of medicinal power will lead to great accomplishments. Dan Wang Gui's talent is not inferior to his, yet he has stagnated at the 6th rank for many years." Yufei's rosy lips curled into a smile as she cheerfully remarked, "What if this young lad surpasses expectations in the future? Even if he does not reach the 6th rank, he would still be qualified to serve as a guest elder of the Miter family." Gunny shook his head, refraining from further comment, while Yufei propped her delicate chin on her hands, her large eyes blinking thoughtfully, lost in her musings. Having already departed, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the conversation between Yufei and Gunny. If he were to sell the snow jade spirit liquid in his possession, he would acquire a considerable sum, enabling him to continue his studies in alchemy and enhance his skills. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, just as he closed the door to his room, a series of knocks echoed from the other side. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he sensed that it was the long-absent Xiao Xun'er. Opening the door revealed Xun'er clad in a purple dress, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, "I heard Xiao Yu brother had emerged from seclusion, so I came to see you. Come in." Xiao Yu looked at Xun'er with affection and said, "Please, enter." As she stepped into the room, Xun'er wrinkled her dainty nose and inquired, "Why do you smell so fragrant, Xiao Yu brother?" Xiao Yu touched his nose and replied, "Not at all. It's merely the scent of medicinal herbs." "Is that so? Where could such a scent come from?" Xun'er giggled. Xiao Yu, with a hint of pride, declared, "Your Xiao Yu brother is now considered an alchemist." Curiosity sparked in Xun'er's eyes, and she asked, "How did you become an alchemist, Xiao Yu brother?" With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yu opened his palm, a silver glow radiating from his hand. "This is the technique I have learned. There is much I cannot divulge, but you will understand in due course. And when my strength allows me to reveal this secret, I will be the first to share it with you." Observing Xiao Yu's resolute expression, Xun'er refrained from further questioning. Xiao Yu quickly shifted the subject. 3 months to break through to the fighter rank. Quite impressive. Xun'er's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving his praise, forming crescent shapes as she replied, "Are you truly surprised?" Xiao Yu smiled gently and ruffled her hair, saying, "Indeed, I am surprised. Yet, thinking about it, it is only to be expected." Xun'er pouted her rosy lips. "You have spent very little time with me these past few days. Xiao Yu brother, in a couple of days, I will certainly spend more time with you." Xiao Yu responded earnestly, "I look forward to that." Xun'er nodded gently, then lingered in Xiao Yu's room for a while before taking her leave. The following day, Xiao Yu returned to the miter auction house with 99 bottles of snow jade spirit liquid. Upon seeing Yufei, Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Yufei, for the spatial ring." Yufei chuckled softly and inquired, "How do you plan to show your appreciation?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu replied, "As long as your request is not excessive, I can comply." "Then, may I see what you look like?" Yufei asked. Xiao Yu shook his head and responded, "Now is not the right time. We shall meet when the moment is appropriate." Although a hint of disappointment flashed across her face, Yufei nodded in agreement. Very well. Once Xiao Yu had settled all matters with Miter, he prepared to return and study the system's reward, the Earth-level combat technique, Moonstep. As he stepped out of the Miter auction house, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! The next sign-in location is the Xiao Family Adult Ceremony. Reward: Earth-level low-tier combat technique, Fiery Heaven Sword Art. Wow, another Earth-level combat technique. Is the system truly this generous? Indeed, products of the system are undoubtedly exquisite. Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 15. Guidance in the Courtyard. Xiao Yu commenced his training in the combat technique known as moon chase. This technique, propelled by fighting spirit, enables swift movement, allowing one to glide like a shadow in pursuit of the moon. As he practiced, Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this earthly-grade combat skill, realizing that mastering moon chase to its zenith could grant him remarkable speed, capable of distorting space itself. With a soft hum, the fighting spirit within Xiao Yu surged, coursing through his veins and specific acupoints. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original position, only to reappear on the opposite side of the courtyard wall. He had traversed 10 meters in a heartbeat. Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment, acutely aware that he had only just begun his journey with moon chase. The potential to bend space at the pinnacle of mastery was nothing short of terrifying. Elated, Xiao Yu unleashed his fighting spirit, sprinting wildly around the courtyard. However, within mere moments, he found himself halting, hands resting on his knees, his complexion pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, a picture of despair. This was overwhelming. The energy expenditure was exorbitant, and he feared he might deplete his internal fighting spirit if he continued. Xiao Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Nevertheless, he soon settled onto the ground to cultivate his fighting spirit. To his surprise, after practicing moon chase, he found his cultivation speed had increased. Previously, his progress had been sluggish due to his training in the chaotic source method, but now, the fighting spirit within him was compressing steadily, transforming the cyclone at his dantian into a vast sea of energy. The surging fighting spirit pulsated within his dantian, showcasing his formidable strength. As night fell, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, realizing he was on the verge of stepping into the realm of a 5-star fighter. With time to spare, he decided to visit the family's combat technique hall, for he lacked any formidable combat techniques, aside from the recently learned moon chase, which was not offensive in nature. Therefore, he aimed to seek out techniques with greater offensive power to acquire and master. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Xiao Yan, who was also emerging from the courtyard. Xiao Yu smiled and inquired, "What brings you out today, third brother?" Xiao Yan, upon seeing Xiao Yu, responded with a gentle smile. "I wish to visit the combat technique hall today and learn some techniques. Let us go together. I wish to do the same," Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, and the two walked side by side along the family's path, inadvertently attracting the attention of numerous beautiful young ladies from their clan. However, most gazes were directed towards Xiao Yu, for while Xiao Yan exuded the aura of a bright and cheerful youth, Xiao Yu possessed a chiseled visage and a pair of deep, tranquil eyes akin to serene pools, making him exceedingly handsome. The phrase "a gentleman among men," unparalleled in the world, aptly describes Xiao Yu, further complemented by his extraordinary talent and strength, which had undoubtedly captured the hearts of many girls in secret. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Congratulations, third brother." "Congratulations for what?" Xiao Yan asked, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "Of course, I must congratulate third brother on the return of his innate talent. In just a few months, you have already reached the 5th stage of Do Qi." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yan's grip tightened suddenly, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. At that moment, Yao Lao whispered in a tone inaudible to Xiao Yu, "Do not worry, no one will discover my existence. You merely need to assert that your Do Qi is no longer waning and is gradually regaining its strength." Xiao Yan quickly regained his composure, responding with a faint smile. "Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you. My strength is indeed recovering step by step." With Xiao Yu's keen soul perception, he sensed the fleeting tension in Xiao Yan, understanding his anxiety about his secret being revealed. However, he chose not to expose it. Xiao Yu was aware of Yao Lao's presence, though Yao Lao remained oblivious. "Young man, I have detected a familiar aura within your brother, yet I cannot identify it." "How peculiar," Yao Lao suddenly murmured in Xiao Yan's ear. "What aura?" Xiao Yan communicated with Yao Lao through their souls. Yao Lao shook his head. "I do not know, but it feels familiar." Had Xiao Yu overheard Yao Lao's words, he would have recognized that the old man referred to the bone spirit cold fire. This unique flame had accompanied Yao Lao for many years, making it unsurprising that he sensed a trace of its presence. However, given the interference of the system, discerning its true nature was absolutely impossible. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the Do Technique Hall. Upon entering, Xiao Yu noticed numerous young members of various families training on the field. After exchanging greetings with Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan made his way to the area where the family's Do techniques were stored, while Xiao Yu, intrigued, approached the training ground, for he spotted a familiar figure. Be quicker. Use more strength. Have you not eaten? Came the commands from within the arena. It was none other than Xiao Ning, seemingly instructing a young boy with whom he was sparring. Each move was infused with fierce do qi, leaving marks on the boy's face, quickly bruising him. In the match, Xiao Ning exclaimed suddenly, stepping forward with his left foot and unleashing a powerful right punch, his energy surging forth. The boy, unable to evade, took the full force of the blow. Bang! A figure shot backward, the boy stumbling several meters before coming to a halt, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from the impact. Slowly rising, he clasped his fists and said, "Cousin Xiao Ning is formidable. I truly cannot compare." Xiao Ning laughed heartily, "No worries. Mastering do techniques requires diligent practice. Moreover, my talent is quite exceptional, which gives me a slight edge over you. As long as you all train diligently, you too shall become strong one day." Quite impressive. Bullying a 6-stage do qi user with your 8-stage prowess. How can you take pride in that? Xiao Yu teased with a smile. Who dares to speak such arrogance? Xiao Ning's expression darkened as he retorted. The crowd parted, creating a narrow path, and Xiao Yu strolled forth, declaring, "I spoke the truth. What of it?" Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning's voice faltered. "It's you." I am merely guiding them in combat techniques, a necessary exchange of practical experience. Is there a problem? Of course there is no issue, Xiao Yu replied with a sly smile. However, I lack any combat techniques to learn. Why don't you guide me instead? Let us consider it a practical exchange, shall we? Xiao Ning shivered at Xiao Yu's grin and protested. I refuse. Isn't that bullying? I want to fight you. And what about him? Xiao Yu inquired, gesturing toward the nameless youth. He is volunteering. Xiao Ning hurriedly interjected. The boy, feeling Xiao Yu's gaze upon him, quickly nodded. I am willingly allowing cousin Xiao Ning to guide me in my training. Seeing that the victim himself was unconcerned, Xiao Yu shrugged casually. Very well. He then strolled towards the direction where Xiao Yan was seated. As Xiao Yu departed, Xiao Ning exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of gratitude for surviving the encounter in his eyes, and promptly exited the combat hall. Xiao Yu settled beside Xiao Yan and, glancing at the low-grade yellow-level combat technique, shattering stone palm, in Xiao Yan's hands, he chuckled softly. You find value in this rubbish? Rubbish? Xiao Yan's lips twitched, and he sighed in resignation. Do you have something better? The finest technique of the Xiao family is the intermediate dark-level technique, Furious Lion's Roar, practiced by my father, which you cannot learn. Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. That is indeed true. He then rose and began to wander aimlessly around the combat hall. Suddenly, a dark golden scroll in the corner caught Xiao Yu's attention. He ambled toward the corner and retrieved the dark golden scroll from the highest shelf. Chapter 16. The Wind Demon S9 Fingers. The dark golden scroll was encrusted with dust, suggesting it had lain undisturbed for a considerable time. With a gentle breath, Xiao Yu dispersed the dust, revealing the 4 prominent characters. Wind Demon S9 Fingers. As he unfurled the scroll, it elaborated. Wind Demon S9 Fingers, an advanced combat technique of the mysterious tier, condensing fighting spirit into fingers, striking with unparalleled ferocity, when refined to perfection. It can influence the cosmos with a single point, its power comparable to low-tier earth techniques. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted in astonishment. How could such a formidable technique remain unpracticed? Further examination revealed a cautionary note. This technique comprises 2 volumes, the lower volume of which has been lost. Practicing solely the upper volume risks falling into madness. Proceed with utmost caution. Upon reading this, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. It turned out that practicing this technique was not an option after all. No wonder it had been neglected. It was essentially worthless. With a sigh, just as he prepared to set aside the Wind Demon S9 Fingers, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, momentarily halting his hand. Detection indicates the host possesses a fragment of an advanced mysterious tier combat technique. Restoration is possible. Please choose whether to repair. Initially taken aback, Xiao Yu's face soon radiated with elation. He hadn't anticipated that the system could restore fragmented techniques. He promptly exclaimed, Repair. I choose to repair. As his words fell, a flicker of light enveloped him, and the fragment of the Wind Demon S9 Fingers vanished from his grasp. A sharp pain coursed through his head as a deluge of information surged into his mind, causing a brief sensation of swelling. However, he soon assimilated the influx of knowledge and began to explore the intricacies of the Wind Demon S9 Fingers. The information he received vastly exceeded that of the scroll he had held earlier, with the upper volume comprising a mere 30%. The remaining 70% of vital content rested within the lower volume. This elucidated why attempting to practice solely the upper volume could lead to madness. The Wind Demon S9 Fingers could be likened to the 8 extremities collapse practiced by Xiao Yan, though it remained uncertain which was superior. The Wind Demon S9 Fingers was a true killing move, capable of piercing through surfaces, while merely gathering a small amount of fighting spirit might suffice. Concentrating all one's energy into a single point exponentially amplified its lethality. Satisfaction graced Xiao Yu's features as he observed Xiao Yan preparing to depart with a scroll in hand. He too exited the combat technique hall. Once separated, Xiao Yu commenced his training in the Wind Demon's 9 fingers, aware that Xiao Yan was about to practice the 8 extremities collapse. With no significant events on the horizon, he understood that he must wait for the rite of passage to officially enter the realm of Do Pe. Thus he resolved to utilize this time to train diligently before venturing forth into the world. In the early morning, within a stone forest on the back mountain, the area was filled with resilient steel rocks, noteworthy for their hardness, rivaling the full defense of a 7-star dome master. Boom! With a resounding crash, a piece of steel rock shattered into countless fragments beneath Xiao Yu's fingertip. He shook his head slightly, murmuring, "Still not enough? Only when a single finger can shatter the colossal stone into dust can it be deemed truly lethal. Merely reducing it to rubble is insufficient." If others were to discover that Xiao Yu's finger could breach the full defense of a 7-star fighter, and he remained unsatisfied, they would surely be incensed. Over the past month, Xiao Yu has led a fulfilling and busy life, diligently practicing the chaotic cultivation method while simultaneously studying alchemy. In the mornings, he hones the Wind Demon 9 fingers, and in the afternoons, he practices the Moon Pursuit, all while carving out time to accompany Xun'er. Now, Xiao Yu's strength has ascended to a 5-star fighter, and both the Wind Demon 9 fingers and Moon Pursuit have reached a foundational level. The stone forest is strewn with debris, a testament to Xiao Yu's rigorous training in the Wind Demon 9 fingers, and his prowess in alchemy has firmly established him as a second-rank alchemist. After tidying up, Xiao Yu ambled down the mountain and, upon returning to the Xiao family estate, encountered Xun'er. With a playful tilt of her head, Xun'er inquired, "Brother Xiao Yu, would you like to accompany me for a stroll today?" "Of course. Just let me change my clothes," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Xun'er's eyes sparkled with joy as she patiently awaited him in the room. And as soon as he was ready, she took his hand and they ventured out together. At the entrance, Xiao Yu spotted his father along with 3 family elders, accompanied by the young warriors of their lineage, including Xiao Ning. At the sight of Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning recoiled, having been reprimanded by him numerous times. He certainly did not wish to draw attention to himself today. Xun'er leaned in and whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, "What did you do to Xiao Ning? He seems quite fearful of you." After casting a glance at Xiao Ning, Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Who knows? Perhaps he simply dares not provoke me. What is everyone gathered here for? Are we headed to the Mytel auction house?" he inquired. Xun'er rolled her eyes and said, "Brother Xiao Yu, I never knew you could be so perceptive." She continued, "I heard that the Mytel auction house has acquired a second-rank spirit herb called Snow Jade Essence, which seems rather impressive. Today, all 3 major families are vying to acquire the Snow Jade Essence." Xiao Yu's expression momentarily faltered before he silently chuckled to himself. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for it was evident that the family's intention to auction the Snow Jade Essence was not for him or Xiao Yan. He had no need for it, and Xiao Yan was still regarded as a waste in the eyes of others, thus excluded from consideration. Observing the 3 elders radiating excitement, it was clear they were seeking the herb for their respective branches, making the potential profit a boon for Xiao Yu. After surveying the surroundings and noticing Xiao Yan's absence, likely engaged in his own training, Xiao Yu dismissed the thought. As the eldest elder called out, the group set forth with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Mytel auction house, a mysterious figure cloaked in black arrived, wielding a second-rank elixir. With Xiao Yu's prior experiences as a cautionary tale, this event soon captured the attention of Yafei and Guanai. Curiously, Yafei asked, "What is happening lately? Why are so many enigmatic alchemists descending upon such a small place as Wutin City? Are alchemists now as common as dirt?" Gunny also shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I am not entirely certain about this either. Let us first observe the elixirs he produces." Yafei nodded slightly, and the 2 swiftly made their way towards the appraisal room in the hall. Upon entering the appraisal room, Yafei immediately spotted a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak, whose face swiftly adorned a professionally courteous smile. The appraiser introduced, "This is Miss Yafei, our chief auctioneer and the head of the middle auction house. And this is Master Gunny, our esteemed second-tier alchemist." With a respectful demeanor, Gunny inquired, "Sir, are you the one looking to auction second-tier elixirs?" "Indeed," replied a cold yet aged voice from beneath the cloak. Gunny and Yafei exchanged glances, realizing that this alchemist was far from the gentle demeanor they had encountered earlier. He appeared rather haughty. It was evident that the enigmatic figure cloaked in black was none other than Xiao Yan and the ancient alchemist, who, as a Dozun powerhouse known as the Alchemist Sovereign and hailed as the continent's foremost alchemist, naturally possessed a certain pride. Chapter 17. Spitting blood in anger, Xiao Yan retrieved a white jade vial from his bosom and presented it to Guanai. Upon receiving it, Guanai opened the vial and began to assess its contents. Moments later, his expression grew grave. Indeed, it was a second-grade elixir, just as the gentleman had asserted. Yafei, equally solemn, turned her gaze toward Xiao Yan and inquired, "Could the esteemed elder enlighten us on the properties of this elixir?" From beneath the black robe, the familiar voice of Yao Lao resonated. "This substance is known as the Foundation Establishment Liquid, which can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of practitioners below the dojo level. Its efficacy is certainly not inferior to the snow jade liquid you have been promoting." Yafei's countenance shifted. She was well aware of the rarity of the Foundation Establishment Liquid, a potion that could hasten cultivation, a type she had yet to encounter, albeit limited to practitioners below the dojo level. "So, does the esteemed elder wish to auction this vial of Foundation Establishment Liquid?" Yafei queried. "Indeed, but not this singular vial." Xiao Yan waved his hand, and instantly, 10 vials of the same Foundation Establishment Liquid materialized before them. Yafei smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, a grand auction is imminent, and we shall promptly arrange for your items to be auctioned. This way, please." "Very well." Xiao Yan replied with a slight nod as a maidservant, under Yafei's direction, guided him towards the auction hall. Once Xiao Yan had departed, Yafei turned to Guanai and asked, "Uncle Guanai, is he truly a second-grade alchemist?" Guanai nodded slightly, affirming, "There is no doubt. His soul perception surpasses mine. Moreover, I could not concoct this Foundation Establishment Liquid. I wonder when Yutan City has seen such an influx of second-grade alchemists." Yafei chose not to dwell on this too long. She had to oversee the upcoming auction and swiftly turned to walk towards the rear. At this moment, Xiao Yu and his companions arrived at the middle auction house. Upon entering, Xiao Yu was enveloped by a cacophony of excited chatter. The auction house was vast, capable of accommodating thousands, with the patriarchs of the 3 prominent families seated in the front row. Xiao Yu, taking hold of Xun'er's hand, settled into the second row. As they took their seats, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon Yafei, who stood centrally clad in a fiery red qipao. Her enchanting demeanor and commanding presence made it nearly impossible not to notice her. The majority of men present regarded Yafei with admiration and fervor. Beyond her title as the chief auctioneer of Middle, she was a rose with thorns. Sitting beside Xiao Yu, Xun'er pouted slightly, playfully pinching his waist with her delicate fingers. Instantly, he turned to meet her gaze, which held a hint of melancholy. "Is she beautiful?" This was a perilous question. Xiao Yu smiled gently and replied, "No matter how beautiful she may be, she cannot compare to Xun'er. I was merely pondering what exquisite treasures, aside from the snow jade liquid, could draw the patriarchs of the 3 families here today." Xun'er languidly twirled a lock of her hair and remarked, "It seems a high-tier profound technique has surfaced at the auction." Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. "Ah, that explains it. A high-tier profound technique is indeed far more valuable than the snow jade liquid." Xiao Yu cast a glance at the 2 clan leaders, Galabai and Obapa. Obapa appeared relaxed, while Galabai, after a vigilant glance at Xiao Zhan, revealed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yu recalled his encounter with Galabai at the middle auction house a month prior, where he seemed to have purchased numerous medicinal herbs. It appeared that he had caught wind of some news back then, and it was likely he had profited handsomely from selling those herbs. Lost in thought, a delicate, enchanting voice echoed through the auction house, silencing the entire assembly. Xiao Yu understood that the auction had commenced. Initially, the items presented were trivial, and the 3 prominent families bypassed them with indifference. Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings with waning interest until he spotted a mysterious figure clad in a black robe in the corner, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. Could it be Xiao Yan? Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the highlight of the auction, which I believe you have all heard whispers about. Let us unveil its true form. Yafei cheerfully lifted a small white jade vial from a platter held by an attendant. Xiao Yu turned his head, and to his astonishment, it was indeed his snow jade spirit liquid, which profoundly affected his potential earnings. "In my hands is a second-tier elixir known as the snow jade spirit liquid." As Yafei's words resonated, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Second-tier elixirs were undeniably alluring to them. However, upon glancing at the 3 prominent families seated at the front, their enthusiasm waned slightly. Yafei's melodious voice rang out again. "The snow jade spirit liquid can swiftly replenish a fighter's internal energy, disregarding their cultivation level. Effective for any fighter below the Dome Master realm. Miss Yafei, is the snow jade spirit liquid truly so miraculous? Does it not carry significant side effects?" questioned a skeptical voice from the audience. Yafei responded with a gentle laugh. "There is no need for concern. Our auction house's Master Guni has authenticated this potion. Its restorative properties are mild, and any side effects are negligible, certainly not comparable to those elixirs requiring months of recuperation." Upon hearing that Master Gunny himself had verified the elixir, the crowd felt reassured, trusting in the capabilities of a second-tier alchemist. In the corner, Xiao Yan conversed with Yao Lao, exclaiming, "Alchemists truly are the most revered profession on the continent." Yao Lao chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Else the threshold for becoming an alchemist would not be so high. Xiao Yan nodded, fully understanding the sentiment, when Yao Lao suddenly remarked, "You must bid for a vial of snow jade spirit liquid later." Xiao Yan, quick-witted, replied, "Are you planning to study it when we return, master?" Yao Lao, with a hint of pride, stated, "Studying is unnecessary, but perhaps I could refine it for your use." Xiao Yan paused momentarily, feeling a surge of gratitude. The starting bid for the snow jade spirit liquid was set at 6,000 gold coins. "Let the bidding commence," Yafei declared with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the three clan leaders seated at the front. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, her pupils dilated in shock as she caught sight of Xiao Yu, momentarily rendered dazed. However, Yafei was soon roused by the sound of bidding. 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. Observing the three prominent families remaining silent, several independent cultivators began to raise their bids, hoping to seize an opportunity, and the price continued to escalate. Before long, the clamor in the hall diminished, and the price soared to 13,000. Originally with eyes shut, Jailebi opened them and declared, 15,000. Beside him, Obapa, noticing Jailebi's participation, chimed in 16,000. Jailebi, his expression darkening, retorted, "Are you here to join the fray as well? Do you truly desire this item? Just because you can buy it, does it mean I cannot?" Obapa replied with a sly grin. "Umph." Jailebi coldly snorted, turning his face away and declared, 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. The two men, akin to ravenous dogs fighting over scraps, escalated the price to an astonishing 30,000. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan remained remarkably composed, slightly lifting his eyelids and mused, "What foolishness. This is but a single bottle. Surely, there must be more to come." 35,000. Jailebi shouted, his eyes ablaze with anger. Obapa shrugged with a cheerful demeanor. "In that case, it shall be awarded to clan leader Jailebi." Jailebi, with a grim expression, turned to Yafei. "Miss Yafei, have you not finalized this?" A flicker of cold light flashed in Yafei's eyes, yet she refrained from speaking, recognizing that Jailebi had been outmaneuvered. Without further ado, she gently tapped her small hammer, declaring that the precious Xiao Yu spirit liquid had been secured by clan leader Jailebi for 35,000. Nevertheless, Yafei was not one to be trifled with. She promptly instructed her attendants to bring forth all 10 bottles of Xiao Yu spirit liquid that had been prepared. Below, Jailebi nearly choked with indignation, yet he dared not cause a scene in front of Mitterl, begrudgingly swallowing his frustration. Chapter 18. You cannot defeat him. The auction proceeded as usual, and under the furious gaze of Jailebi, the remaining snow jade spirit liquor was sold for 20,000 each to Opapa, Xiao Zhan, a mysterious figure disguised as Xiao Yan, and several other wandering cultivators. After the auction of the snow jade spirit liquor, Yafei promptly announced the auction of the Foundation Establishment spirit liquor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed. It was indeed Xiao Yan. The Foundation Establishment spirit liquor, belonging to the second-tier elixirs, differed only in effect from the snow jade spirit liquor. This time, Jailebi did not make a mistake. A total of 10 vials of Foundation Establishment spirit liquor were available, with the three prominent families collectively acquiring 6 vials, leading to a crescendo in the auction atmosphere. The grand finale of this auction featured a high-level Xian-tier martial art, the wind-rolling technique. Yafei's voice resonated throughout the auction hall, causing everyone's breath to hitch in anticipation. Xiao Yu had some recollection of these events, so he decided not to linger any longer and quietly asked Xun'er in a whisper, "Shall we sneak out?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xun'er's eyes as she softly replied, "Sure." The two rose and, taking advantage of Xiao Zhan's inattention, swiftly made their way outside the auction hall. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's retreating figure, Yafei was struck with a jolt. Could it be him? Is he a member of the Xiao family? Although she was perplexed, pursuing him at that moment seemed impractical, so she set her thoughts aside. Once outside, Xiao Yu joyfully strolled through Wutan City with Xun'er, her smile unwavering throughout the afternoon. After the auction concluded, Xiao Yan collected the gold coins from the sale of the Foundation Establishment spirit liquor and departed from the middle auction house. After deducting the 20,000 gold coins spent on the snow jade spirit liquor, he was left with a total of 200,000 gold coins, sufficient to support his cultivation until the adulthood ceremony. In the ensuing months, Xiao Yan diligently trained, while Xiao Yu simultaneously enhanced his strength and practiced combat techniques, maintaining a harmonious routine. The day after tomorrow marked the family adulthood ceremony. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xiao Yu gradually cultivated his techniques, having regained his prowess as a 4-star fighter. Over the past few months, the middle auction house had successfully auctioned all of its snow jade spirit liquor, and tomorrow was the day to collect the gold coins. With the coins, he anticipated further acceleration in his cultivation. The following morning, Xiao Yu set out early to the middle auction house. Yafei had been monitoring Xiao Yu's presence at the auction house for the past few months, and to her disappointment, he had not appeared. Therefore, when Xiao Yu finally arrived, she was the first to receive the news. "You finally came," Yafei exclaimed, gazing at Xiao Yu. "I was delayed by certain matters, which is why I couldn't come," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Suddenly, Yafei inquired, "Is it true? You are from the Xiao family, aren't you?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. When Yafei continued, "In fact, I recognized you during the last auction." Xiao Yu was stunned, then gave a wry smile. "You truly are remarkable." Subsequently, he removed the mask, and upon seeing Xiao Yu's visage, Yafei's breath momentarily halted, her heart racing with excitement as she thought, "How handsome. What is the matter?" Xiao Yu inquired. "And nothing," Yafei replied, shaking her head. "Are you Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu smiled gently. "Do you know of me?" Yafei chuckled softly. "In Wutan City, it is unlikely anyone does not recognize you and your brother, right?" The two prodigies suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly covered their mouths. Xiao Yu, unfazed, remarked, "I am aware. But perhaps tomorrow the Xiao family will indeed have two prodigies." Yafei hurriedly nodded. "Did you come today to collect gold coins?" Xiao Yu affirmed with a nod. "Indeed." Yafei retrieved a golden card from her bosom. "This is 190,000 gold coins. Make sure to hold on to it." Xiao Yu accepted the card, still warm from her touch, and expressed his astonishment. "So much?" The price of second-grade elixirs is naturally higher. However, Master Gu and I has already purchased the first-grade Xianling Dan, fetching a maximum price of 100,000 gold coins. Yafei explained. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Xiao Yu asked. Yafei shook her head. "Uncle Gu and I is quite wealthy, and this elixir holds significant research value for him. 100,000 gold coins is certainly not excessive." "Very well." Xiao Yu did not dwell on it further, but he indeed recognized the affluence of alchemists. After departing from the middle auction house, Xiao Yu prepared to visit the market to procure some herbs for alchemy. He intended to refine a greater quantity of elixirs, and, on his way, venture into the Monster Mountain range to glimpse the figure of his cherished moonlight, Yun Yun. Xiao Yu is a bit of a lecher, but the author is not. With a substantial amount of gold coins on hand, Xiao Yu entered the market, embracing a shopping spree. This brings to mind the azure ring gifted by Yafei, which possesses a vast storage space. After acquiring herbs amounting to 500,000 gold coins, Xiao Yu was finally ready to leave the market. Just as he was about to exit, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Stop right there, you little rascal." Before the figure even arrived, Xiao Yu recognized the voice, but before he could recall it, he swiftly dodged a delicate hand aiming to grasp his ear. "Manly woman, what brings you back?" Xiao Yu blurted out, immediately regretting his words. As expected, Xiao Yu's face twisted with anger. "How dare you call me manly woman? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, the whip in her hand swept towards him, yet the current Xiao Yu was beyond her reach. As she was merely a 3-star fighter, and she had never bested him before, Xiao Yu shifted slightly, causing the whip in Xiao Yu's hand to miss its target entirely. Xiao Yu was taken aback. "What kind of movement technique is this? And how is your strength so formidable?" Xiao Yu halted 3 meters away from her, speaking with a tone that could infuriate the dead. "Why should I tell you? With my talents, isn't it natural to be somewhat stronger?" Xiao Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. But upon reflection, it was understandable. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, the two brothers, were universally acknowledged as the foremost talents of the Xiao family. It was perplexing how such prodigious gifts had gravitated toward the main lineage. This return was merely a brief respite to visit my younger brother. Moreover, the Jianan Academy is set to arrive in Wutan City for recruitment. "Will you little rascal, be attending?" Xiao Yu inquired. Xiao Yu casually replied. "It depends on my mood." Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, unable to dispute him. Who could fathom the extraordinary training methods of this prodigy? At the tender age of 15, he had already attained the rank of a Dou fighter, and Jianan Academy would be eager to have him enroll for further studies. Of course, Xiao Yu remained unaware that Xiao Yu had already reached the status of a 4-star Dou fighter. Otherwise, Jianan Academy would be in a frenzy. Given that in recent years, the only S-rank recruit had been the enchanting Xiao Yao. "You should return and teach your brother a lesson. He spends all his time neglecting his training and bullying the family," Xiao Yu remarked before making a hasty exit. Xiao Yu was left bewildered, pondering. "My brother? Bullying the clan members?" She made her way towards the Xiao family residence. Upon returning home, Xiao Yu headed directly to Xiao Ning's room. The moment Xiao Ning saw Xiao Yu, he rushed towards her, crying out in distress, "Sister, you're back. Xiao Yu has been bullying me." "What?" A flicker of anger flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. "Xiao Yu, how dare you bully my brother? Just wait, I shall go and teach him a lesson," Xiao Yu declared to Xiao Ning, preparing to confront Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Ning clung to Xiao Yu's leg, weeping. "Sister, don't go. You might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 19. The arrival of Roland. What are you talking about? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Xiao Ning. With a grimace, Xiao Ning relayed the results of the recent family assessment to Xiao Yu, yet she remained skeptical. At 15, he has become a 4-star fighter? Is this individual truly stronger than I am? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yu thought to herself, this cannot be. Although this rascal is rather displeasing. If this is indeed true, I must inform the teacher. Turning to Xiao Ning, she reassured him, do not worry, as long as you diligently cultivate. Xiao Yu will not bully you. I have heard about how you were mistreated by your kin, is that not so? Xiao Ning, hesitant and silent, met her gaze. But Xiao Yu glared at him. Xiao Yu, at just 15, has already reached 4-star status, while you, 2 years his senior, remain at the 8th stage of combat energy. You must train diligently and refrain from going anywhere. Xiao Ning's expression turned sour. Please, sister. But a fierce look from Xiao Yu silenced him instantly. Once outside, Xiao Yu hastily sent word to her mentor, Roland, at Canaan Academy, and intended to seek out Xiao Yu for inquiries, but upon arrival, she found him absent and had to abandon her search. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was honing his combat skills amidst the rocky terrain of the back mountain. With no time to waste, the following morning, Xiao Yu took Xun'er by the hand and made their way to the family training grounds. Today marked the anticipated day of the family adulthood ceremony. Initially, Xiao Yu had no intention of attending, yet due to a mission from the system, he felt compelled to go, not to mention the opportunity to witness the much-anticipated moment of Xiao Yan's triumph. The training grounds were already bustling with family members, many wearing expressions of anxiety and anticipation. Xiao Yu and Xun'er settled in a corner, where Xun'er softly inquired, are you not planning to undergo the test, brother Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, responding, I am already a fighter. What need have I to participate? Xun'er beamed with a smile reminiscent of a blue lotus. That is true, but what are your plans moving forward, brother Xiao Yu? As Xiao Yu turned to meet Xun'er's hopeful gaze, a feminine voice interrupted, you little rascal. Xun'er, what are you two doing here? With a light laugh, Xun'er replied, I was discussing future plans with brother Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu promptly grasped Xun'er's small hand, saying, you should come to Canaan Academy, with your talent. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Xun'er remained silent, her eyes shifting to Xiao Yu, who was at that moment engrossed in the system's notifications in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward, Burning Sky, Sword Technique. Please check your inventory. Before Xiao Yu could fully absorb this information, the system chimed again. Next sign-in location, Monster Mountain Range, where Yun fell unconscious. Reward, unknown. Unknown, Xiao Yu pondered, perplexed since such a situation had yet to arise. Nonetheless, he found this sign-in mission quite appealing, albeit it was solely for the sake of the system's tasks and rewards. Certainly not for Yun. Absolutely not. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yu remarked, I might go, but I still have some matters to attend to, so the timing remains uncertain. Xiao Yu, with a hint of indignation, retorted, what? Do you have demands now? Xiao Yu shook his head vigorously, declaring, naturally, a genius deserves preferential treatment. Observing Xiao Yu's infuriating demeanor, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches. Yet, she soon heard Xiao Yu cheerfully add, moreover, if the Canaan Academy does not agree, I can always postpone for a year or so, and of course, I intend to bring Xun'er along. Folding her arms, Xiao Yu scoffed, you think you can take Xun'er with you? Dream on. Right, Xun'er? However, Xun'er remained silent, merely casting her gaze upon Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, I truly wonder if you've been bewitched by him. Nevertheless, it must be said that two exceptionally gifted youths standing together made for a striking pair. Enough of this. This test is rather pointless. I shall return to my training. Xiao Yu stood up, placing his hands behind his head, leisurely making his way outside, with Xun'er bidding farewell and following closely behind. According to the family's predictions, Xiao Yan had indeed soared to new heights, his strength restored to the 7th stage of Do Qi, reclaiming the glory that once belonged to him. While Xiao Yu was in the midst of forging a legend of his own. As days passed, the enrollment at Canaan Academy was fast approaching. On one particular day, the Xiao family welcomed a few esteemed guests from the academy, Xiao Yu's mentor, Roland, and her close friend, Xuan. Upon seeing mentor Roland, Xiao Yu dashed forward, playfully nibbling on Roland's delicate earlobe, exclaiming, I've missed you dearly during these past few days. Mentor Roland, with her eyes as clear as water, replied, is that so? Had you not discovered a promising talent, I doubt you would have sent word to me. Upon encountering the teasing glint in Roland's gaze, Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, while Xuan, standing to the side, lamented, can you not see me? Women. Humph. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Yu cheerfully linked arms with Xuan. Now that's more like it. As they entered the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhan personally greeted them and arranged their accommodations. Once settled, Roland turned to Xiao Yu and inquired, "Where's the prodigious talent you mentioned?" Xiao Yu replied softly, "That little rascal is elusive. I haven't seen him in days, but Xun'er should know where he is." "Xun'er? Is she the other genius you spoke of?" Roland asked. Xiao Yu nodded eagerly, saying, "You must thank me for finding you 3 remarkable talents." 3. Roland expressed her surprise. Shui and I, curious, looked at Xiao Yu, who explained, "It's about Xiao Yu's third brother, Xiao Yan. His talent has returned, and he is now a 3-star fighter at the age of 16. A flicker of astonishment crossed Roland's eyes. "Your family truly produces a plethora of geniuses." Shui and I, however, seemed puzzled. "Then why is your talent not as remarkable as theirs?" Xiao Yu shot a glance at Shui and I and remarked, "They are all peculiar beings. I am the only sane one here, is that clear?" Just aside, Xiao Yu swiftly sought out Xun'er. Upon beholding the delicate and graceful maiden before her, reminiscent of a pristine lotus, both Ruolin and Shui and I could not help but exclaim, "What exquisite beauty! Is there a matter for which you have summoned Xun'er, cousin Xiao Yu?" Xun'er naturally noticed Ruolin and Shui and I in the room. Xiao Yu replied cheerfully, "It's nothing of great significance. I merely wish to inquire about Xiao Yu's whereabouts." Xun'er's eyes flickered as she pondered. "Who are they?" Xiao Yu elucidated, "This is my mentor, Ruolin, from the Canaan Academy, and this is my dear sister, Shui and I. I have heard that our Xiao family has produced several prodigies, and mentor Ruolin wishes to recruit them into her tutelage." Xun'er promptly understood and responded, "Brother Xiao Yu does not appreciate being disturbed by others. However, I can convey your intentions to him." Ruolin discerned immediately that the enchanting young lady exhibited a fierce protectiveness over her brother Xiao Yu. Yet she chose to remain silent, for her time was ample. Xun'er soon departed, making her way towards the rocky forest on the back mountain. While cultivating amidst the stones, Xiao Yu instantly sensed Xun'er's presence. Upon turning, he saw her standing there, radiantly smiling at him. A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as he inquired, "What brings you here today?" Xun'er replied directly, "Cousin Xiao Yu's mentor, Ruolin, has arrived at the Xiao residence and wishes to meet you." Oh, Xiao Yu was aware of Ruolin, his cousin's mentor, but he had not anticipated her swift visit to the Xiao residence, nor her desire to meet him. It seemed that Xiao Yu had divulged certain matters to Ruolin. Chapter 20. The commencement of enrollment. Xiao Yu remarked, "That sounds good, but let us postpone it until tomorrow. It is rather late now." Xun'er did not voice any objections, merely nodding in agreement. "All right." Subsequently, Xiao Yu led Xun'er back to their quarters. After refreshing themselves, they ventured to the precipice at the back of the Xiao family's mountain. As night descended, the sky twinkled with countless stars. Xiao Yu and Xun'er reclined on the soft grass, quietly gazing at the celestial display, both enveloped in silence. After a considerable pause, Xiao Yu spoke, "Xun'er, I am aware that your background is shrouded in mystery." Xun'er suddenly turned to Xiao Yu, a flicker of unease in her eyes, but Xiao Yu merely chuckled reassuringly. "There is no need to be anxious. I also know you hail from an ancient clan." At this revelation, Xun'er could no longer contain herself and was about to respond when Xiao Yu continued, "I do not wish to place blame. I merely seek your assistance." Gazing into Xiao Yu's earnest eyes, Xun'er finally replied, "Brother Xiao Yu, please do tell. I shall comply with your request. I am aware of your secret, and I too harbor my own. I intend to participate in the enrollment at the Canaan Academy, but I will be departing for a year. During this time, I hope you can arrange for someone from the ancient clan to look after my father," Xiao Yu stated. "Departing? Are you not attending Canaan Academy?" Xun'er exclaimed in shock. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Not quite. It is merely a year away. After that, I will proceed to Canaan Academy, and I shall seek you out then." A veil of disappointment clouded Xun'er's eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yu leaned over and gently brushed his lips against hers, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Brother Xiao Yu, what are you doing?" she stammered. "Just marking my territory. You are mine, and there's no escaping it," Xiao Yu declared with heartfelt sincerity. The following day, Xiao Yu arrived at Xiao Yu's courtyard. Upon opening the door to find Xiao Yu grumbled, "You little rascal, you are indeed hard to find. What do you want?" Xiao Yu chuckled, dismissing the complaint as he stepped inside. "Did Xun'er not inform you?" Xiao Yu inquired, puzzled. "She mentioned something about your mentor wanting to see me," Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu nodded, "Indeed. She wishes to inquire whether you would like to further your studies at Canaan Academy." Xiao Yu cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yu. "Since when could you utter such words?" Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and led him to mentor Ruolin's chamber. "Teacher, Xiao Yu has arrived." Xiao Yu knocked on the door. A rustling sound emanated from within, and soon the door opened, revealing a woman clad in azure attire, standing gracefully in the room. Her voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring, yet Xiao Yu quickly averted his gaze, offering a faint smile. "I presume you are Mentor Ruolin?" Ruolin responded with a gentle smile. "Indeed, you must be the little genius from the Xiao family? I am unworthy of such praise. My name is Xiao Yu." He replied with a slight nod. "Please, come in. Ruolin gestured, stepping aside to allow him entry. The three individuals settled into the room, and Ruolin promptly inquired, "Do you intend to pursue further studies at Canaan Academy?" "Indeed," replied Xiao Yu. A subtle smile graced Ruolin's face, but it quickly vanished as Xiao Yu continued, "However, I hope to take a year off." Ruolin's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Are you not planning to attend Canaan Academy? A 3-year study period. And you wish to take a third of that off? I cannot possibly agree to this. Of course, I wish to attend, but I have pressing matters to attend to during that year," Xiao Yu insisted. Beside them, Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Yu, interjected urgently, "You little rascal, what could possibly be so important?" "Well, in 2 years, I must go to Yunlan's sect to seek justice for my father, and Nalan Yanran is also set to challenge me." Although Xiao Yu spoke confidently, there was no trace of anxiety on his face. "Stop it. With your talent, even 2 years from now, dealing with Nalan Yanran should be a piece of cake," Xiao Yu remarked. Xiao Yu shrugged. That may not be the case. After all, she has the backing of Yunlan's sect and a Do Huang-level mentor. Ruolin, sensing Xiao Yu's determination, felt a sense of helplessness and said, "There's still a month until Canaan Academy's enrollment team arrives. During this time, I will do my best to advocate for you. Please, take some time to think it over, all right?" Looking into Ruolin's gentle, water-like eyes, Xiao Yu ultimately nodded. Though retreat was not an option, he felt it necessary to give her face. After Xiao Yu left, Ruolin sighed with a wry smile. "Your stubbornness is truly infuriating, dear cousin." Xiao Yu, exasperated, replied, "Who can argue with that?" Upon returning home, Xiao Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training, recalling that, in the original story, Ruolin had engaged in a battle with Xiao Yan, allowing him to depart. If a confrontation were to arise, Xiao Yan would have Yao Lao's assistance, while he would be left to rely solely on himself. Currently, Xiao Yu's strength had ascended to a 6-star Do fighter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were also deliberating on their next steps in training. "Little one, the enrollment team from Canaan Academy is approaching. I have decided that we shall head to Canaan Academy next," Yao Lao proclaimed. Xiao Yan, puzzled, asked why. "Is Canaan Academy truly superior to your teachings?" Yao Lao shook his head, "Not at all. I once possessed a unique flame known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire, but after my feigned death, it became a lost entity. Your burning decision requires the consumption of unique flames for advancement. I once received news that Canaan Academy seems to harbor such flames." Upon hearing about the unique flames, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Canaan Academy possesses unique flames?" Yao Lao nodded. "Indeed, it appears to be the Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th. Our visit to Canaan Academy will not only provide us with training resources, but, more importantly, allow us to consume the Fallen Heart Flame to evolve the burning decision." "Excellent. Then we shall proceed to Canaan Academy," Xiao Yan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiao Yu likely never anticipated that the disappearance of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire would lead both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan to alter their journey, opting instead to head directly to the Jianan Academy. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed. Early in the morning, Xiao Yu took Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning, along with Xun'er, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yan to the square where the enrollment team was situated. Gazing upon the throngs of people filling the square, they collectively inhaled deeply. Xiao Yu waved her hand and said, "I shall lead you through the back entrance. Follow me." With that, she guided the group towards the far side of the square, where indeed a narrow path awaited them, albeit guarded by several military personnel resembling officers. Xiao Yu stepped forward and presented a verdant token to the leading soldier, who, after scrutinizing it briefly, permitted their passage. The armored soldiers parted to create a narrow corridor, an imposing aura of menace enveloping them. Xiao Yu, undeterred by the palpable pressure, strode forward with unwavering composure. Following closely were Xun'er and Xiao Yan, who managed to maintain their composure, though Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning appeared somewhat pale from fright. Upon entering, they spotted a figure clad in a striking red attire, Xuan'er, waving to them. Over the course of the month, they had all grown familiar with one another, and thus made their way toward the direction of the large green tent. Xuan'er leaned in and whispered to Xiao Yu, "That fellow, Rob, has also arrived." At this, Xiao Yu's delicate brows knitted slightly, and just as she was about to respond, a flattering voice called from beside her, "Yu'er, it has been a while." Chapter 21. The Application of Knowledge. A young man clad in a grayish-white garment gazed at Xiao Yu with a beaming smile. Despite the cheerful facade, a hint of insincerity lingered in his expression. Xiao Yu's once radiant smile gradually faded, and after casting a blank glance at the young man, she replied coolly, "It's been a while. Also, we are not that familiar. You may simply call me Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu's companions, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, exchanged curious glances at Rob. His countenance was indeed unappealing, exuding a sense of cunning, and his eyes harbored a disconcerting air of scheming, which explained Xiao Yu's disdain toward him. Rob's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and cheerfully inquired, Xiao Yu, are these individuals you brought along? He ultimately softened his address. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied casually, introducing her companions. She then added, I brought them for testing. I see. Rob nodded with a smile, producing a red crystal orb. I happen to have a testing crystal here. The others have been taken for tests up front. If you wish to wait, it might take a while. Why not use mine? After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yu informed her companions, this is the testing crystal. The method is simple. If one possesses 8 segments of fighting spirit, the orb will illuminate, thus passing the test. Xiao Ning was the first to step forward, and the crystal orb soon radiated a bright light. Next was Xiao Mei, followed by Xiao Xun'er, and unsurprisingly, all 3 orbs glowed, indicating their success. However, as Xiao Xun'er approached for her test, a glimmer of greedy lust flickered in Rob's gaze, prompting Xiao Yu to narrow her eyes in response. Xiao Yu stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Xiao Xun'er's delicate waist, drawing her into an embrace. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. The surrounding women were left dumbfounded by Xiao Yu's bold action, while Xiao Xun'er appeared perplexed, uncertain of Xiao Yu's intentions. Meanwhile, Rob's countenance darkened instantaneously. Before Xiao Yu could react, she heard Xiao Yu whisper in her ear, do you dislike Rob? Let us put on a show. I will help you teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu ceased her struggle, her mind racing with thoughts. Although she was unsure how Xiao Yu intended to handle Rob, she quickly aligned herself with the plan. The warmth of Xiao Yu's breath against her ear left Xiao Yu blushing profusely, appearing quite bashful. Rob's fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from losing his temper. Once Xiao Yu finished speaking, he released Xiao Yu. Rob shot a dark look at Xiao Yu before stating, now that you have completed your tests, please step outside and wait for half an hour. Following the direction of Rob's finger, the group observed a throng of young boys and girls sitting on the ground under the blazing sun. Xiao Yu's brow furrowed, and with a frosty demeanor, she coldly exclaimed, Rob, what do you mean by this? Nature embodies rules. The temperament of the new students has become increasingly restless. It is essential to refine their character, allowing them to integrate into the life of the academy more swiftly. Rob stated with an impassive expression, do not divert the topic. While I might overlook your bullying of the new students, do not dare to treat my companions in such a manner. Xiao Yu retorted coldly. The women beside her frowned and remarked, enough, Rob. These unwritten rules merely serve to intimidate the newcomers. Why escalate matters over something so trivial? Rob let out a cold chuckle. They are testing under my supervision. Thus I possess the authority to oversee them. Am I to be stripped of even this small power? Just then, several men entered the tent, grinning as they addressed Rob. Brother Rob, it seems your endeavors here are not going smoothly. Do you require our assistance? It is nothing serious, just a few newcomers who refuse to be disciplined, unwilling even to step out for the academy's introductory ceremony. Rob casually replied as he stowed away his crystal orb. Oh, who are they? Such audacity. It has been a while since we've encountered such arrogant newcomers. Shall we assist you? The leader, a young man adorned with a golden star emblem on his attire, remarked, indicating his status as a 1-star fighter. Rob suddenly grinned. Very well, since you are so reluctant to step outside, let us make a deal. If you can endure 20 exchanges with this senior, Gallic, you may stay. How does that sound? A glint of scheming satisfaction flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. This was precisely the duel she desired. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, growing increasingly irritated by Rob's antics, was about to step forward when Xiao Yu intercepted him. Xiao Yu regarded Rob with a calm demeanor. I know you wish for me to duel him, do you not? Rob's expression darkened slightly at her words, yet he remained silent. No need for such complexities. A simple fight will suffice, but I will not engage with him, Xiao Yu asserted. A few of the women familiar with Xiao Yu urged her, you must persuade your brother. Regarding the duel, Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yu but remained composed, offering no response. If you refuse to fight him, then you may choose any one of these individuals. Rob's face betrayed a hint of scorn, believing Xiao Yu to be fearful. The fighters behind Gallic were all at the 9th rank of fighting energy. With some newly ascended to 1-star fighters, Rob assumed Xiao Yu would select one of them to battle. Gallic also taunted, rest assured, I shall not use my full strength against you. After all, you are my junior. Xiao Yu smiled lightly. No, I intend to fight you. Rob blinked in surprise, then pointed at himself. Are you addressing me? Who else? Xiao Yu replied. Ha ha ha, young one, you are quite audacious. Allow me to inform you. I have recently ascended to a 4-star fighter. Are you certain you wish to engage with me? Suddenly, Rob burst into laughter. You should advise your brother. Rob is a 4-star fighter, and he stands no chance against him, urged the girls surrounding Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu remained unfazed. Upon her return, she had learned that Xiao Yu was indeed a 4-star fighter. Several months had passed, and she believed defeating Rob would pose no challenge at all. Meanwhile, Xun'er, Xiao Yan, and others stood by, merely observing the spectacle without intervening. Kid, are you still contemplating a match with Brother Rob? First, you must face me. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respecting your seniors. Gara declared, twisting his neck. Xiao Yu suddenly turned to Gara, disdain evident in her eyes. You foolish brat. Why don't you scurry off to the side? A one-star fighter like you should be embarrassed to even speak. If I were still a one-star at your age, I would have sought a block of tofu to end it all. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, and Gara turned crimson as he glared at Xiao Yu. You dare to insult me. Although he was unfamiliar with the term foolish brat, he sensed it was indeed an insult. Xiao Yu and Xun'er exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Yan, for it was the first time they had encountered such language from him. Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly. He picked it up on his own. It's a practical application of his learning, and I must say I agree with what brother Yu has stated. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan. You are the bad influence here. Both of you are little rascals. Chapter 22. A single move to defeat the enemy. Xiao Yu disregarded Gala and turned his attention directly to Rob. Rob immediately scoffed derisively. You wish to fight me? Are you not aware of my strength? Enough with the nonsense. Will you fight or concede? Xiao Yu replied, his patience wearing thin. Of course I will fight. Why wouldn't I? A chilling smile appeared on Rob's face as he thought to himself. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Xiao Yu, fully aware of Rob's intentions, remained unfazed. He found Rob insufferable and resolved to teach him a lesson before leaving. The two stepped outside, followed closely by a crowd. The young boys and girls, who had been suffering under the sun, turned their attention to the center as soon as they saw Rob and Xiao Yu. Whispers began to circulate among them upon noticing Rob's attire, which bore the insignia of Canaan Academy. What is happening? Are the freshmen and seniors about to clash? Surely not. Isn't that a fool's errand against a senior? I heard similar incidents occurred before, but they were swiftly quelled by the upperclassmen. It seems there's an unwritten rule at Canaan Academy. When freshmen are unruly, seniors are there to temper their arrogance. It appears this freshman has provoked the senior before him. Rob overheard the murmurs and turned to Xiao Yu. So, are we still going to fight? Why are you hesitating like a coward? Do you want to die? Rob, infuriated, decided not to hold back, rationalizing that he could claim his actions were unintentional should he strike too hard. With his mind made up, Rob began to channel his fighting spirit, exuding the aura of a 4-star fighter. Gasps erupted from the surrounding freshmen. This senior is actually a 4-star fighter. With a commanding shout, Rob declared, come at me. He stepped back with his right leg and propelled himself forward, his left fist enveloped in a layer of fighting spirit, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Xiao Yu's head. The onlookers frowned at Rob's full-force approach, realizing this was not a mere lesson, but a serious assault. Xun'er, standing at the side, wore a grave expression, enveloped in an aura of danger. Even Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Xun'er, feeling a chill at her frosty demeanor. Despite Xun'er's confidence in Xiao Yu's abilities, she held a deeply unfavorable impression of Rob, fearing he might seek vengeance against Xiao Yu at Canaan Academy. Xiao Yu, however, remained calm as he faced the oncoming gust of wind generated by Rob's attack. The crowd assumed he was paralyzed by fear, lamenting, with such feeble strength, he's truly overstepped. He will surely emerge with a bruised visage. The girls beside Xiao Yu were anxious, but seeing Xiao Yu's composure, they felt powerless to intervene. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones, Xiao Yu sprang into action. A fiery aura enveloped his right hand, and with a sudden thrust, he effortlessly intercepted the iron fist hurled by Rob. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if that formidable punch had struck a cloud of cotton. Producing not even the slightest sound, everything appeared so serene and natural. Rob's face flushed a deep red. How could such an overwhelming force be so easily neutralized by Xiao Yu? He shouted in disbelief, this is impossible. No way. Nothing is impossible. Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. I have already stated that a 4-star fighter is but a featherweight before me. With that, he clenched his left fist and struck Rob fiercely in the chest. The impact was akin to being hit by a freight truck. Rob staggered backward, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air, his complexion draining pale, before he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. With a thud, he crashed 10 meters away onto the scorching stone ground, gasping for breath. Perhaps with a hint of humiliation, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard, as a few girls close to Xiao Yu exclaimed, your brother is nothing short of a monstrous being. How can he be so powerful, defeating a 4-star fighter like Rob with a single blow? His prowess may even surpass that of the Academy's little enchantresses. Xiao Yu, somewhat exasperated, replied, this guy just loves to steal the spotlight. Meanwhile, standing at a distance, Gala felt immensely relieved that he had refrained from intervening. After witnessing Rob's fate, he realized he would have fared far worse. If a 4-star fighter could be reduced to such a state, what would happen to a 1-star fighter? The commotion had attracted the attention of the Academy's instructors, and soon, Mentor Woolen approached. What has transpired? She inquired. Xiao Yu recounted the events. and upon glancing at the cowering Gula and others, Roland ordered, "Bring Rob inside." Gula nodded vigorously and, along with two others, carried Rob back into the premises. Mentor Roland examined Rob's injuries, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, and then, with a hint of exasperation in her fluid gaze, she admonished Xiao Yu, "With such strength, you should learn to hold back." Xiao Yu shrugged innocently. He claimed to be a 4-star fighter. Who knew he was so fragile? The crowd could not suppress their incredulity. Mentally chiding, is this truly a human? A 4-star fighter who can't withstand a beating, a blatant display of a prodigy bullying an elder student. Even Xun'er, who had initially been angry, raised an eyebrow, while Xiao Yan gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Yu, sighed in exasperation. This guy truly knows how to show off. Mentor Roland sighed. Take him to the infirmary. Yes. Gora's expression flickered in shock. He had not anticipated the severity of Rob's injuries. Although Mentor Roland possessed water attributes and some healing abilities, they proved futile against Rob's condition, underscoring the gravity of his wounds. Gora glanced at Xiao Yu, who was staring intently at him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. In a hurry, he and his companions hoisted Rob and fled in haste, fearful that this living embodiment of death might turn his wrath upon them. As they departed, the new students outside entered the room. Mentor Roland gracefully turned and took her seat at the head of the table. With a gentle caress of her delicate hand over the spatial ring on her left hand, it shimmered briefly, and a green parchment scroll along with an ink brush materialized in her grasp. Lifting her gaze to the young men and women before her, she smiled softly and began. First, I congratulate you all on passing the Academy's assessment, marking your induction into Canaan Academy. To gauge your potential, it is essential for me to ascertain your true abilities. When I call your name, step forward one by one. The 8th tier of Do Chi corresponds to an F-grade potential, while the 9th tier signifies an E-grade. Progressing further, the highest potential is that of an S-grade, reserved for 5-star Do practitioners, provided they are under the age of 20. As she spoke, Roland cast a glance at Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan, and Xun'er. The strength of these three was inscrutable even to her. But she was particularly eager to learn about Xiao Yu's capabilities. Though she had her suspicions, the prospect of possessing an S-grade prodigy filled her with delight. Yet her anticipation for Xiao Yu's prowess remained palpable. The crowd turned their attention to Xiao Yu, who had decisively defeated Rob with a single blow. It was reasonable to presume he possessed S-grade potential, a promise of greatness that could one day see him rise to the ranks of a Do Huang. The thought alone was daunting. Chapter 23, the 8-star fighter in the center of the tent. A line had been neatly arranged. Xiao Yu stood at the back with Xun'er, observing as each young man and woman stepped forward to announce their name and strength. Hyan, 9th level of Do Chi, age 20. A young man with slightly dark skin stood forth. Mentor Roland smiled gently, noted the student's information, and then opened her lips. E-grade. Linton, 8th level of Do Chi, age 19. F-grade. Kelly, 9th level of Do Chi, age 17. E-grade. As each student presented themselves, it became evident that most possessed strengths of the 8th or 9th level, predominantly beneath the rank of a fighter, with only a few having fallen to the 8th level due to failed attempts at breaking through to fighter status. Soon, it was Xiao Yu and the others' turn. Xiao Mei, 9th level of Do Chi, age 16. Xiao Ning, 9th level of Do Chi, age 16. E-grade. Xiao Yan, 4-star fighter, age 16. When Xiao Yan softly stated his strength, the previously noisy tent fell into an abrupt silence. Beside him, Xiao Yu murmured, "Indeed, both of my brothers are extraordinary. If he is that remarkable, then Xiao Yu's prowess is undoubtedly even more formidable." Shui and I, with her mouth slightly agape, whispered, "Yuer, are your two brothers truly so extraordinary?" Xiao Yu playfully stuck out her tongue. "How would I know that they both possess such prowess?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan, Roland's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her expression one of astonishment as she queried, "A grade?" Xiao Yan nodded gently. "Indeed, Mentor Roland." Suddenly, Mentor Roland's face brightened with a smile, her laughter as gentle as flowing water. "It seems I have stumbled upon quite a treasure this time." She cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yu, who merely returned a faint smile. The others too glanced at Xiao Yu, momentarily forgetting this peculiar individual. Xiao Yu then moved slightly, presenting himself before Mentor Roland. Under her warm gaze, he slowly spoke. "Xiao Yu, 8-star fighter, age 16. He intentionally exaggerated his age. 15 sounded less appealing, so he opted for 16 instead. The Xiao family members exchanged curious glances, but did not comment. As Xiao Yu's words echoed, a wave of gasps filled the tent, and the seated Mentor Roland, after a moment of stunned silence, was soon enveloped in shock. Though Xiao Yu's voice was soft, it struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. "What did you just say your rank is?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Roland regained her composure, but her voice trembled slightly as she asked. 8-star fighter. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and reiterated. At 16, an 8-star fighter, such strength at this age signified potential surpassing the boundaries of S grade. How many years had it been since the academy had witnessed such a prodigy? Such exceptional talent undoubtedly surpasses that of the enchanting girls within the academy. And by no small measure, the astonished Roland may be witnessing the rise of a formidable fighter, perhaps even a dozong or higher, in the future. The gazes of the crowd rendered Xiao Yu's countenance slightly unnatural. He was acutely aware of the situation. However, in order to bolster his confidence when negotiating with the academy later, he felt compelled to reveal his potential. Indeed, just 3 days prior, Xiao Yu had successfully transcended to the rank of an 8-star doshir at the age of 16. He understood the significance of such a new talent for the Canaan Academy. Strength dictates everything. Thus, he realized that perhaps due to his potential, there would be no need for him to engage in a duel with Roland, and she would allow him to depart unharmed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu shook his head with a wry smile, remarking that the little enchantress would undoubtedly seek to challenge Xiao Yu, and such prowess might give her pause. After the initial shock, the recording continued, and the last participant, Xun'er, gracefully approached Roland, parting her crimson lips to declare, Xun'er, 6-star doshir, age 16. At that moment, all present felt a sense of numbness. If Xiao Yu's strength was astonishing, how could yet another new student with S-class potential emerge? Were prodigies now rampant? Shui and I, supporting Xiao Yu, tremulously inquired, is your Xiao family a breeding ground for prodigies, sending them to Canaan Academy to overshadow ordinary individuals like us? Several other girls nodded in agreement, while Xiao Yu helplessly replied, who knows? I have never witnessed such exceptional talent myself. Roland was at a loss for words. Having encountered 2 prodigies in succession left her utterly bewildered. At this juncture, Xiao Yu spoke again with a gentle smile. Instructor Roland, I can present yet another prodigy. Roland's eyes brightened at the prospect of another prodigy. Xiao Yu continued, indeed, does Instructor Roland not desire it? Who says I don't? Please, do enlighten me. The typically composed Roland could no longer maintain her elegance in the presence of such gifted individuals. Elegance seemed trivial in their company. This person, so distant yet so near. Xiao Yu hinted, distant yet near? Roland pondered, her curiosity piqued. Could this genius indeed be within the confines of this tent? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's excitement was palpable as he pointed towards the inconspicuous Xiao Yan in the corner, exclaiming, Teacher, the person Xiao Yu mentioned must be Xiao Yan. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, who shyly rubbed his nose and smiled. My affairs are likely common knowledge throughout Wutan City, so. May I have a word with you, dear student? Roland softly inquired. Observing Xiao Yan's hesitance, the impatient Xiao Yu interjected, allow me to speak on his behalf. Soon, under Xiao Yu's explanation, the gazes of everyone present turned toward Xiao Yan, their expressions transformed. Such remarkable talent meant that, apart from Xiao Yu, no one could surpass him in the entire assembly. It could also be said that the talents of Xun'er and Xiao Yan were relatively comparable. Ruolin, fixated on the 3 prodigies before her, could hardly conceal the joy on her face. Having acquired 3 students with exceptional potential beyond S rank, she was certain that upon returning, her reputation among the mentors would soar. Who would not desire to have a remarkably gifted student under their tutelage? Even if merely a mentor for a fleeting phase of life, it was a profound honor. Gently rolling up the scroll in her hand, Ruolin remarked with a soft smile, in 7 days, we shall accompany the flying convoy of Jian Academy to the institution. Congratulations on becoming a part of it. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly interjected, Mentor Ruolin, I wonder how you have considered my request for a vacation? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xun'er instantly felt a wave of despondence wash over her. Meanwhile, Ruolin, who had been smiling, momentarily faltered, her brows knitting together in an endearing manner as she helplessly replied, You still haven't forgotten about that matter, have you? Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. No? I must ask for this vacation. A year is too long. I cannot make such a decision. Ruolin responded. I believe my strength can determine my fate. It's just a year, and I am certain you can manage it, teacher. Xiao Yu said cheerfully. Ruolin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, with your potential, you could undoubtedly attain better development at Jian Academy. Why request a year off? I have my reasons. Xiao Yu thought to himself, concealing the truth that it was to rescue a damsel in distress. Observing Xiao Yu's unwavering stance, Ruolin was equally reluctant to relinquish a student with such high potential. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, very well, I shall grant you a year's leave. However, upon the completion of that year, you must return to Jian Academy with the strength of a 6-star dome master. Agreed. Xiao Yu readily accepted, confident in his abilities. The others looked at Xiao Yu, inevitably marveling. Indeed, strength is the finest passport. Chapter 24. Departure. Having secured the approval of Mentor Roland, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief. Yet, as he observed Xun'er's downcast expression, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He gently took her small hand and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, exited the tent together. Xun'er, what is the relationship between your brother and this little sister Xun'er? Someone inquired. Xiao Yu, pursing her rosy lips, replied, childhood friends. Instantly, the crowd understood, recognizing the charming compatibility of these two gifted youths. As they strolled through Wutan City, Xiao Yu held Xun'er's hand, and though she remained silent, he halted to face her. Gently tilting her face upward, he noticed her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, exuding an irresistible aura of vulnerability. His heart ached as he reassured her, fear not, I promise to seek you out at the Canaan Academy within a year. If fortune smiles upon me, I may even return in less than half a year. Xun'er timidly responded, is that true? You mustn't go back on your word. Indeed, truly. Xiao Yu embraced her tightly, whispering softly in her ear, I shall not make you wait too long. Xun'er buried her small face in his embrace, greedily inhaling his comforting scent, murmuring, Seeing her spirits lift slightly, Xiao Yu resumed their walk. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning the journey to the monster mountain range, wishing to remain by Xun'er's side. However, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own strength. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the ancient clan, which disregarded even the Dozong. Given his current weakness, he understood that strength was the foundation of all negotiations. After spending a considerable time with Xun'er, Xiao Yu returned to his quarters. With all matters settled, he planned to ensure Xun'er's safe passage to the Canaan Academy before departing. In the ensuing 7 days, Xiao Yu remained by Xun'er's side. As the day of her departure approached, her silence deepened, and her reluctance to part with him became palpable. Xiao Yu, however, was not idle. In addition to keeping Xun'er company, he ventured to the marketplace to procure tents, provisions, essential medicinal herbs, and beast-repelling potions. He also made a trip to the Middle Auction House, only to learn from Guni that Yafei had returned to the Middle family headquarters in the imperial capital of the Gama Empire. Xiao Yu surmised that his recent assistance alongside Xiao Yan had significantly elevated Yafei's standing within her family, prompting her return after sufficient training. On the 7th day, the flying convoy of Canaan Academy finally arrived in Wutan City, and the enrollment team was preparing to depart. Once again at the familiar square, Xiao Yu accompanied Xun'er amidst the throngs of people, noting the substantial number of new students heading to Canaan Academy. Among the crowd, he spotted Rob, whom he had injured with a single blow. The glimmer of fear and fleeting resentment in Rob's eyes elicited a soft chuckle from Xiao Yu. He was hardly concerned with the grievances of a weakling. As the new students began to board the flight, Xun'er couldn't help but gently place a kiss on Xiao Yu's face before turning away without a glance. Xiao Yu, with a complex expression, spoke to Xiao Yu, rest assured, I will take good care of her. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and nodded, saying, thank you. As the team from the Canaan Academy departed, the square became noticeably emptier, and a fleeting sense of desolation and melancholy washed over Xiao Yu. It was time to leave, he mused silently. Returning to the Xiao family, he informed his father of his intentions in the study. Though his father felt an immense reluctance, he did not hinder him. Instead, he said, although the two elders have praised your talent, I believe in you. Destiny is in your own hands. Go with confidence. If the opportunity arises, visit Stone Desert City at the border of the Gamma Empire. Your elder brothers are developing there and have reportedly established a mercenary group called Desert Iron, which holds some influence locally. Xiao Yu nodded, assuring, do not worry, father, I will definitely pay a visit. After leaving the study, Xiao Yu returned to his room. Once he had finished packing, he took one last glance at the room and sighed, I wonder when I will return again. He then tucked away his feelings of sadness, no longer lingering, and stepped out with determination. Thus, the legend of Xiao Yu on the Duki continent slowly began to unfold. Yunlan sect. At the summit of Yunlan Mountain, enveloped in mist, it resembled a realm of immortality. On a protruding rock at a sheer cliff, a woman clad in a moon-white robe was forming seals for her cultivation. Her eyes closed in concentration. The circulating Duki within her was gradually absorbed with each breath, and a faint azure energy spiraled around her, eventually being refined into her body. This was Nalan Yanran, diligently practicing at the Yunlan sect. Just as Nalan Yanran was immersed in her training, an elegant and graceful figure swiftly ascended from the base of the mountain, halting at the summit. Clad in a simple dress that accentuated her voluptuous form, her long hair was styled into an exquisite phoenix headdress, and her serene and breathtaking beauty was nothing short of enchanting. The visitor was none other than Yunlan sect's leader, the Dohuang powerhouse, Yun. After absorbing the last trace of azure energy and refining it within her body, Nalan Yanran slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of azure light glimmering within them as she turned her gaze towards Yun at the summit. With a light step on the rock, her figure shifted and she instantly appeared at the mountain's peak, showcasing a profound agility. A charming smile graced Yunyan's face. Your talent and diligence are what I value most. It appears you have not disappointed my expectations. Nailing Yinran returned a respectful bow with a gentle smile. Yinran will certainly not let Master down. May I ask what brings Master here today? Yunyan nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, I see that you have reached a bottleneck in your training. I am preparing to venture to the Beast Mountain range to seek the Azure Spirit Crystal from the Golden-Winged Lion King. The Golden-Winged Lion King? Nailing Yinran, somewhat taken aback, inquired, But that is a 6th-tier magical beast. Does Master have confidence in this endeavor? Yunyan refrained from elaborating further and instead advised, You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation. During my absence from the sect, I urge you to pay closer attention to its affairs. Yes, Master. Nailing Yinran nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, regarding the annulment of your engagement, your father is already aware of it. This matter requires your own explanation. Although your father will likely refrain from causing too much of a scene out of respect for me, he will undoubtedly harbor some discomfort. It is imperative that you engage in a thorough discussion with him, Yunyan remarked. Nailing Yinran, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, I understand, Master. I will personally clarify this matter with my father. After Yunyan departed, Nailing Yinran stood at the edge of the cliff, facing the wind, and murmured, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan, I shall await you at Yunlan sect for over a year. Chapter 25. What is happening? After departing from the city of Wutan, Xiao Yu journeyed westward for an extended period, eventually arriving at a quaint town situated closest to the monster Beast Mountain range. If all went as anticipated, the little medical sage should be within this town. However, Xiao Yu did not specifically seek her out, as he preferred to avoid forging any adversarial relations before entering the perilous mountain range. He was still unfamiliar with his surroundings. Though he possessed the strength of an 8-star Dou fighter, prudence was paramount while traversing the unknown. Xiao Yu intended to enter this verdant town to procure some supplies and rest, for he was uncertain how long he would be within the monster Beast Mountain range. It was wise to carry ample provisions and water. As he stepped into the bustling town, he went unnoticed by the throngs of people who filled the streets. Most of these souls were mercenaries, hardened and audacious, gathered in boisterous clusters discussing women, wine, and beasts. Xiao Yu first visited the local shops to purchase some food and subsequently began his search for a blacksmith. Having recently acquired the Burning Sky sword technique, he was in need of a suitable weapon. The shops lining the streets were thriving, primarily consisting of apothecaries and inns, as the proximity to the monster Beast Mountain range ensured a bountiful supply of medicinal herbs sourced from the mountains. Thus, it was no surprise that the town was abundant with herb shops. The inns catered to weary travelers and mercenaries venturing into the treacherous mountains. After a thorough scan of the area, Xiao Yu finally spotted a sign bearing the name of one blacksmith at the far end of the town, eliciting a smile of triumph from him. He had found a blacksmith shop at last. With determined strides, he entered the establishment, immediately enveloped by a wave of heat that contrasted sharply with the cooler air outside. The temperature within was reminiscent of a furnace. Undeterred, Xiao Yu allowed his internal Dou Qi to circulate, providing him with a sense of relief. As he surveyed the surroundings, the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal resonated from the second floor. Noticing that the first floor was empty, Xiao Yu ascended the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of metal clashing grew louder as he climbed. Upon reaching the second floor, he beheld a towering figure, over 2 meters in height, whose physique resembled that of iron, wielding a massive hammer to strike a glowing red piece of iron. Sparks flew in every direction. Good sir, I wish to purchase a weapon, Xiao Yu called out. The giant seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing his laborious task. Just then, a creaking sound emerged from a nearby room, and Xiao Yu turned to see another individual, strikingly similar to the hammer-wielding giant, stepping forth. Upon spotting Xiao Yu, the newcomer's face broke into a warm smile. Customer, are you here to buy a weapon? Xiao Yu nodded and replied, Indeed, I seek a sword, but he seems to be ignoring me. Xiao Yu pointed at the burly man wielding a large hammer before him. The man displayed a hint of regret as he spoke. He is my younger brother. He suffered an accident while forging iron and can no longer hear. Understanding dawned on Xiao Yu, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The man then inquired, Do you seek a sword, esteemed guest? Indeed, do you have one? Xiao Yu asked. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, We do possess a sword, though it bears certain peculiarities. Are you certain you wish to see it? Peculiarities? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Might you take me to see it? Certainly, said the man, leading Xiao Yu towards a room deep within the corridor on the second floor. Upon entering, the man guided Xiao Yu directly to a weapon rack. As they approached, Xiao Yu noticed a dark table nearby, upon which lay a long sword. Its blade shimmered ominously, exuding an aura of sharpness. The sword's body was adorned with a glossy, black, scale-like pattern, while its fiery red hilt was embedded with a crimson magic core. creating a striking contrast with the sword's dark hue. Xiao Yu was instantly captivated by the sword, yet he found himself puzzled, given its formidable shape and potential. Coupled with the embedded magic core, it seemed illogical that it had not been sold. The man appeared to sense Xiao Yu's bewilderment and explained, "The sole reason this sword remains unsold is that it is exceedingly heavy, rendering it unsuitable as a weapon." "Heavy?" Xiao Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. "How much does it weigh?" The man paused before responding, "A full 10,000 pounds." Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You said how many pounds?" 10,000. The material of this sword is made from meteorite iron, which weighed 2,000 pounds during its creation. For a combat master, 2,000 pounds is not particularly burdensome. However, the issue lies with this magic core. The man gestured to the core embedded in the hilt. "Are you saying the sword's weight increased only after the magic core was inserted?" Xiao Yu asked. The man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This first-level fire magic core was acquired through the commission of the Bento mercenary group, who hunted an inferno tortoise. However, we never anticipated such a consequence. Many have attempted to wield this sword. Even lifting it requires the support of fighting spirit. For a brief period, it is manageable, but sustaining it for an extended duration is utterly impractical. Hence, many have given up, and it is a pity for this first-level magic core." The man sighed deeply. "May I give it a try?" Xiao Yu's eagerness was palpable, for the allure of the sword was undeniable. The man hesitated momentarily, then asked, "Are you certain?" Xiao Yu nodded resolutely. "I am certain." The burly man ceased his obstruction, allowing Xiao Yu to step forward. After taking a deep breath, he extended his hands and gradually grasped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, the energy within him surged forth, a formidable force flowing into the blade. With a swift motion, he lifted it. Bang! To his astonishment, the sword, which he had presumed to be exceedingly heavy, was effortlessly raised by Xiao Yu. In fact, he nearly lost his balance from exerting too much force. How could it be so light? Xiao Yu pondered, gazing curiously at the long sword in his hands. He then released his left hand, gripping the sword solely with his right, and began to wield it as if it were not a 10,000-pound weapon at all. The burly man stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Both Xiao Yu and the man were left in a state of bewilderment. Skeptical. The man wanted to give it a try himself, and Xiao Yu handed it over with a single hand. As the man caught it, a resounding thud echoed as it crashed to the ground. "Is it truly that heavy?" Xiao Yu inquired, and under the astonished gaze of the burly man, he once again lifted the sword with one hand. The man could not suppress a gulp, struggling to articulate, "What on earth is going on?" Chapter 26. The Dream Training Environment. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "It seems that I have quite the affinity with this sword. I shall take it." The burly man nodded in agreement, stating, "In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed someone wield this sword with such ease. Here's the deal. It was originally priced at 30,000 gold coins, but I will sell it to you for 20,000. What do you say?" Xiao Yu readily accepted. After all, the magical core embedded in the sword was worth over 10,000 gold coins. Acquiring such a satisfactory weapon for 20,000 was indeed a worthy investment. The man, with a hearty laugh, introduced himself. "I am Wan Cheng. Should any guest require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out here." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, retrieving a gold card to hand to Wan Cheng. After completing the transaction, he exited the blacksmith shop, gazing at the long sword in his possession. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "From now on, I shall call you Mo Lin." Satisfied with the name, he stored Mo Lin away and casually sought out an inn on the street to rest for the night. Preparing to venture into the monster mountains the following day, seated cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Yu commenced his training, a habit cultivated over the years. After forming the requisite hand seals, the air around him began to resonate with the energy of Do Qi, gradually flowing into the pores of his body. This energy circulated within him before converging towards the sea of Qi in his dantian. It was now no longer merely a cyclone but had transformed into a vast sea of Qi, allowing for increased capacity. Although he currently possessed the strength of an 8-star Do fighter, he could still hold his ground against a 2-star Do master, and even challenge a 3-star Do master, provided all his trump cards were in play. Previously, due to the absence of a satisfactory weapon, Xiao Yu had refrained from practicing the Burning Sky sword technique. However, with Mo Lin now in his possession, he could refine his swordsmanship amidst the monster mountains tomorrow, and even use the monsters there to hone his skills. Just as Xiao Yu immersed himself in his training, the system's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations, host, on arriving at the monster mountains. Hidden reward activated. Dream training environment." Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What was this dream training environment? He communicated with the system in his mind, perplexed by the sudden emergence of this new opportunity. The dream training environment was designed to enhance the practical aspects of his training. When activated, it would provide a specific training setting for the host. Each session would last for 2 hours, and the host could choose any moment to engage in dream training. With the passage of time between reality and the dream being merely 1 second, a caution was issued. Danger lurked within the dream. Should the host perish there, the training would conclude until the next entrance. The system elucidated this dream training environment, and Xiao Yu began to grasp its intent. Essentially, the system had created a simulated reality within the dream, allowing him to train for 2 hours, reminiscent of a challenge mode. However, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on Xiao Yu's face, for he had been granted an extraordinary opportunity for cultivation. In the realm of reality, a mere second translated into 2 hours of training within the dreamscape, a truly terrifying prospect. Each day, he could gain an additional 2 hours, which Xiao Yu was certain to dedicate to honing his combat skills. It was the perfect moment to practice the heavenly flame sword technique. Can I initiate the dream training environment now? Xiao Yu inquired, brimming with eagerness. Yes, the system replied. Excellent. How do I proceed? Xiao Yu asked. Close your eyes and enter the dream, the system instructed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu promptly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a dense forest, beset by a fierce snowstorm. A chill ran down his spine. With a muttered curse, he exclaimed, Damn system. This environment is far too realistic. I'm freezing to death. Drawing his body tightly together, Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings. The environment was an impeccable simulation of reality. He even pinched himself to test his senses and was astonished to feel pain. Thankfully, the obsidian scales on his back remained, as practicing the heavenly flame sword technique required a sword. Just as he prepared to unfasten the scales for training, a howl echoed through the air. Turning around, Xiao Yu noticed a few snow-white wolves had appeared on a nearby hill, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green light. The leading wolf was significantly larger than the rest, clearly the Wolf King. This first-tier beast, the Blizzard Demon Wolf, suggested that this Wolf King was of the second tier, presenting quite a challenge. Xiao Yu's expression darkened as he slowly gripped the obsidian scales, having memorized the heavenly flame sword technique. There would be no time for hesitance. It was time for battle. With a fierce howl, the alpha wolf signaled the attack, and the other blizzard demon wolves charged at Xiao Yu, their teeth bared and eyes glinting with ferocity. Yet, Xiao Yu stood his ground. With a powerful stomp in the snow, he propelled himself towards the wolves. He channeled his combat energy into the obsidian scales, and the magic core at the hilt emitted a flash of crimson light, darting like a phantom among the charging wolves. The blizzard demon wolves were swift, but compared to Xiao Yu, they were slightly lacking in speed. As he swung the obsidian scales towards the neck of one of the wolves, he discovered just how formidable their physical bodies were. The scales merely grazed their necks, leaving only a faint mark. Goodness, how strong are they? Xiao Yu was taken aback, swiftly retreating. His attack had successfully provoked their primal instincts. One of the wolves let out a terrifying roar and, with its jaws agape, unleashed a blast of icy breath. The frigid air pierced through Xiao Yu's combat energy, causing his skin to sting. With a deft leap onto a rock, he vaulted to the other side, using another boulder to pivot at an odd angle midair. With a flourish of his obsidian scales, a searing red sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at one of the wolf's eyes. It appears that the corporeal form of the demonic wolf is remarkably robust, with its only discernible vulnerability lying within its eyes. For such a creature, with its tough hide and sinewy flesh, a precise strike to its weak point is imperative. With a resonant clang, the searing sword energy sliced through the air, producing a thunderous sound. A foul, sanguine spray erupted from the demon wolf's eyes, followed by its piercing, anguished cries. One of the wolves had sustained a grievous injury to its eye from the sword energy, rendering it a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, while the intense heat of the sword energy imparted the aroma of cooked meat. Xiao Yu did not linger, as he found himself encircled by several other demon wolves. In the midst of his assault, they closed in on him. One particularly ferocious wolf exhaled a frigid breath that ensnared Xiao Yu's left leg, the extreme cold energy rendering him incapacitated and resulting in the loss of his limb. Despite the enhancement of the burning sky sword technique, Xiao Yu's practical combat experience was woefully inadequate. He struggled to fend off the pack, ultimately succumbing to one wolf that seized his throat, leading to his demise. Upon the conclusion of his first dreamlike training session, Xiao Yu awakened, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. The dream had felt alarmingly vivid, as if he had truly been slain. He sighed, recognizing his own weakness. Had he possessed greater strength, he could have vanquished them all with a single stroke. Alas, he had perished without even facing the Wolf King, and the 2 hours had elapsed in less than 20 minutes. Although he had trained within a dream, a sense of fatigue washed over him, compelling him to forego further practice and succumb to deep slumber upon his bed. Chapter 27. The cave. The tranquil night swiftly passed, and as the first light of dawn broke, Xiao Yu abruptly opened his eyes. A night of rest had restored him to his peak condition. After a brief tidying up, He set forth towards the streets outside, for today marked the day he would venture into the Beast Mountain range. Upon reaching the entrance of the town, Xiao Yu observed numerous mercenary groups calling out for companions to enter the mountains. He was well aware that entering the mountains in a group would significantly enhance safety. Yet it would also diminish the inherent risks, which contradicted his original intent of honing his skills in the Beast Mountain range. Moreover, joining a mercenary group would impose certain constraints on his actions, further dissuading him from seeking such entanglements. His prowess as an 8-star fighter was sufficient to secure a prominent position within any mercenary group. Given that only the leaders of the 3 major mercenary factions in Qingshan Town possessed the cultivation level of fighter. As Xiao Yu prepared to step directly into the Beast Mountain range, a lively call caught his attention. Wan Yaozhai was heading into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, accompanied by the renowned Little Medicine Master. With only 50 spots available and a requirement of at least a 2-star fighter's strength, those interested were urged to hurry. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of hushed anticipation, quickly erupting into a cacophony of excitement, as many mercenaries, previously inclined to travel in pairs or alone, surged toward Wan Yaozhai. Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head, pondering the allure of such an invitation. However, he did not join the throng. With his skills as a second-rank alchemist and the formidable strength of an 8-star fighter, he was confident that even against the leaders of the 3 major factions, he was capable of holding his ground. Are you also heading to the Beast Mountain range? A melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning, Xiao Yu beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face partially veiled, revealing a pair of luminous eyes. She emanated an ethereal aura and a faint fragrance of herbs, instilling a sense of tranquility in those around her. Nodding gently, Xiao Yu remained silent as the woman continued. Wan Yaozhai is recruiting individuals for the expedition to the Beast Mountain range. You might consider joining them. It would provide you with some assurance. Xiao Yu smiled and shrugged. As you can see, the crowd at Wan Yaozhai is overwhelming. I can hardly squeeze in. The woman glanced at the throng before the entrance of Wan Yaozhai and sighed. That is true. However, I possess a card from Wan Yaozhai. With this, you can join their team directly. Xiao Yu regarded the card in her hand without reaching for it. His curiosity piqued as he asked, Are you, by any chance, the Little Medicine Master? The Little Medicine Master displayed no surprise in her eyes. It was not difficult to recognize her in this setting, especially since she stood at the back while many mercenaries rushed to the front. Indeed, and I would like to invite you to join Wan Yaozhai's team. Would you be willing? She inquired, her head slightly nodding. Xiao Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Why have you taken an interest in me? Surely there are many 2-star fighters here. The little medical fairy chuckled softly and replied, The team consists entirely of older men. I find myself quite bored and seek someone with whom I can converse along the journey. Xiao Yu nodded, acknowledging, That is a rather commendable reason. So, does that mean you have accepted? The little medical fairy's eyes brightened slightly. However, Xiao Yu slowly shook his head, stating, No, I must decline. With that, he bypassed the little medical fairy and ventured directly into the depths of the Monster Mountain range. A flicker of astonishment crossed the little medical fairy's eyes. Had she just been rejected? She then smiled wryly, shaking her head in disbelief, murmuring, What an intriguing character, so aloof. Retrieving the card in her hand, she walked away in another direction. Xiao Yu's refusal of the little medical fairy's good intentions stemmed from his desire to avoid confrontation with the wolf head mercenary group. The strength of an 8-star fighter was insufficient for him to act with abandon in this place. One-on-one encounters might be manageable, but should the entire mercenary group pursue him, his current abilities would be inadequate. Last night's dream cultivation served as a stark reminder. He was acutely aware of how Xiao Yan from Dopa had clashed with the wolf head mercenary group. While Xiao Yan had the protection of Yao Lao, Xiao Yu only possessed the system, lacking any substantial safeguard. Without further thought, Xiao Yu plunged into the Monster Mountain range. Towering trees obscured the sunlight, and upon entering, he felt a wave of coolness wash over him. He intended to gather medicinal herbs for alchemy, while simultaneously honing his combat skills and techniques to enhance his strength, never forgetting that the system's task was to rescue Yun Yun. Channeling his fighting spirit, he executed the moon shadow movement technique, causing his figure to blur. In just a few leaps, he vanished from sight. After running for quite some time, Xiao Yu found himself at the edge of the Monster Mountain range, a place seldom trodden by human feet, where first-tier magical beasts were increasingly visible. Sensing the dwindling fighting spirit within him, he gradually came to a halt. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yu sought a secluded cave for his training over the coming days. Ahead lay a sheer cliff, and he remembered that such cliffs often harbored numerous caves. Utilizing the Mo-Lin, he embedded it into the cliff face. The sharp blade penetrated the rock as effortlessly as slicing through soft tofu, allowing him to swing along the cliff. Indeed, behind a thicket of trees, he discovered a hidden, dark cave obscured by branches. With a powerful push from his feet against the cliff, he withdrew and shot forth toward the horizontal beam at the cave's entrance. Landing upon the trees, with a deft maneuver, he propelled himself into the cave. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped everything, rendering the contents invisible. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu unleashed a blade of sword energy, severing the branches overhead. He then lightly touched a tree, igniting the bone spirit cold fire upon it, casting a warm glow that illuminated the cave passage significantly. Just as he prepared to enter, a sudden sense of danger surged within him. Reacting instinctively, he struck out with unleashing a searing wave of sword energy towards a shadow lurking nearby. A foul stench of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. It was only then that Xiao Yu discerned the mangled corpse of a magical beast. Cleaved in two by sword energy, it was a rock serpent. Xiao Yu paid it little mind, for although this first-tier beast possessed remarkable speed and formidable toughness, it was ultimately no match for the Lin sword. Moreover, while the creature's body was as resilient as stone, it paled in comparison to the blizzard's magic wolf encountered in the dreamscape. However, Xiao Yu speculated that the dream might have augmented the strength of the blizzard magic wolf. As he traversed the tranquil and shadowy cave for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Xiao Yu suddenly came to a halt. Before him stood a stone door emanating a faint yellow glow, rendered even more distinct by the light of his torch. Xiao Yu momentarily froze in surprise, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. Could this be the very cave where little medical fairy and Xiao Yan first ventured to seek treasure? Chapter 28. The snow-white creature. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu grasped the ink-scaled sword, channeling his internal energy as he shouted. A blade of sword energy cleaved through the air, surging towards the stone door with a thunderous roar. Dust billowed as the heavy door was abruptly pierced, leaving a gaping hole. With a gentle sweep of his hand, a surge of energy erupted, dispersing the swirling dust and illuminating the interior of the cave with his torch. Stepping inside, Xiao Yu beheld a spacious stone chamber. Simple yet grand. Aside from the moonstone embedded in the walls, there lay a skeleton and, indeed, at the far end, 3 stone boxes, with a small flower bed nestled in a corner. Xiao Yu approached the flower bed, which boasted an abundance of precious herbs. He could easily identify the valuable ingredients: purple orchid leaves, snow lotus seeds, spirit ginseng fruits, and fire spirit fruits, alongside a rare ice spirit flame grass emanating a unique fragrance. These were essential components for crafting the blood lotus pill. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu found little practical use for them. Though who would ever disdain an excess of medicinal herbs? Understanding that the little doctor of the cave would be aware of this resource, he refrained from uprooting all the herbs, leaving behind at least half. However, he recalled that the skeleton possessed a scroll on aerial combat techniques and a fragment of the pure lotus demon fire diagram. Approaching the skeleton, he retrieved 3 keys and scrutinized the bony remains, ultimately discovering a scroll nestled within the skeletal arm's crevice. Unrolling it, he found an eerie lotus design, seemingly depicting the pure lotus demon fire, accompanied by a map, though Xiao Yu could not decipher its significance. After acquiring the 3 keys, Xiao Yu opened the first stone box, revealing a colorful scroll. As it unfurled, 4 grand characters emerged, 7-colored poison scripture, detailing the art of poison concoction. However, for Xiao Yu, this was of little value, given that the reputation of poison masters on the Duki continent was far from favorable. And considering he was already a second-tier alchemist, there was no need for him to pursue the path of poison mastery. Shaking his head, he returned the 7-colored poison scripture to its box, deciding it was better suited for the little doctor. Next, he opened the 3rd stone box, which contained a black scroll. Upon unraveling it, he confirmed it was indeed an aerial combat technique. Wings of the Eagle, a high-level Xian-class flying skill. Xiao Yu accepted it with satisfaction, adding another means of survival to his arsenal. Only the final stone box remained. As he opened it, an unusual fragrance wafted out, revealing a pill the size of a longan within. The delightful aroma originated from this very item. Was it a breakthrough pill? Xiao Yu exclaimed softly, reaching out to grasp the pill, determining it was a top-quality breakthrough pill. Alas, it was just 1 step shy of being inscribed with pill patterns. Yet it was still a splendid acquisition, a 5th-tier pill obtained without effort. The Breaking Realm pill is a 5th-grade elixir, yet its difficulty in refining surpasses that of 6th-grade pills. Xiao Yu estimates that within the entire Jamma Empire, only the alchemist Gu he possesses the capability to concoct it, and even then, not to perfection. This pill serves a singular purpose, akin to the effects of a gathering chi powder. However, it uniquely assists practitioners at the Great Dosher level in transcending to the Doling realm. This is its most significant advantage. Of course, it can also be utilized by Do practitioners seeking to advance to Dosher and by Dosher striving to become Great Dosher. but its efficacy is most pronounced during the transition from Great Dosher to Doling. Xiao Yu plans to reserve the pill for his own ascent to the Doling realm. After thoroughly scouring the cavern, he exits, lightly tapping the wooden beam with his toes, propelling himself into the air. Utilizing the cliff's leverage, he executes a series of flips and jumps, successfully ascending the precipice before making his departure. Half a day after Xiao Yu's exit, the herb-gathering team from the Wan Yao Zhai arrives nearby. The little medical fairy seizes the opportunity of foraging to stealthily approach the cliff's edge, intending to descend later that evening, unaware that the treasures have already been pillaged by Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu discovers a secluded valley, replete with a waterfall. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the locale's safety, he finds a small cave to take refuge in. He sprinkles some insect-repelling powder and retrieves his sleeping gear from his spatial ring, hastily constructing a makeshift sleeping area. Once everything is in order, he unrolls a scroll revealing a depiction of violet wings. With his soul perception, Xiao Yu senses the presence of the spirit of a purple cloud eagle within. Undaunted by this, he remains resolute, for he is on the cusp of entering the spirit grade realm. He places both palms gently upon the violet wings, and a surge of tumultuous spiritual energy rushes towards his mind. In his consciousness, he perceives a colossal purple cloud eagle soaring towards him, emitting a piercing cry that resonates deeply within his soul, causing a slight tremor. Am I to be intimidated by you? Xiao Yu, fueled by determination, concentrates his soul force into a fist-like manifestation and strikes fiercely at the purple cloud eagle. A pained cry erupts from the eagle as its form begins to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a white energy that disperses within Xiao Yu's mind. Elated, he promptly channels his spirit to absorb this precious essence. Time passes unmeasured as an intangible and peculiar power emanates from Xiao Yu, catalyzing a transformation within his soul realm as he progresses towards the spirit grade realm. Suddenly, a resonating hum fills his consciousness, and he feels his spiritual awareness amplify, allowing him to perceive the changes of every blade of grass and tree within several miles. His control over his soul has significantly intensified. In a moment of elation, Xiao Yu discovered a pair of palm-sized black eagle wings tattooed on his back. As his internal energies surged with ease, the tattoo shimmered with brilliance, transforming into substantial wings measuring a full yard in length. With a mere thought, the wings began to flutter, summoning a powerful gust of wind that swept through the cavern, prompting Xiao Yu to halt abruptly. He sensed the fluctuations of his energy. With his current prowess, he could sustain flight for approximately 20 minutes, and perhaps upon becoming a fighter, he might double that duration. For the next period, Xiao Yu settled in this locale, dedicating his days to the cultivation of techniques, combat skills, and alchemy. Each night, he would venture into the dream realm to hone his practical abilities, occasionally taking time to hunt and reward himself, leading a rather fulfilling existence. Beneath the roaring waterfall, Xiao Yu stood poised with his sword, gazing at the immense force of the cascading water. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "One sword to pierce the heavens." A crimson sword aura shot forth, colliding with the waterfall's center. A thunderous explosion ensued as the sword energy cleaved the waterfall in two, creating a vaporous void where the intense heat evaporated the mist, showcasing the formidable power of his strike. In the span of a month, Xiao Yu elevated his strength to the rank of a 9-star fighter, with his sights set on advancing to fighter. Just as he was about to practice the purple cloud wings, the sound of snapping trees reached his ears. Instinctively, he unfurled his wings and soared upwards towards the waterfall. There, he witnessed several towering trees toppling to either side with a resounding crash. It became clear that a second-tier magical beast, the Cloudwood Elephant, had caused this devastation. In front of it stood a diminutive creature, resembling a blend of a cat and a tiger, its snowy white fur gleaming as it fixed a fierce gaze upon the colossal beast before it. Chapter 29. Yun Yun, what manner of beast is this? I have never encountered such a creature before, Xiao Yu murmured, gazing with perplexity at the snow-white beast before him. The little creature stood with its limbs taut, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly crimson hue, yet it emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, which was utterly incongruous. Logically, even a first-tier magical beast should possess some form of energy resonance. The Cloudwood Elephant opposite seemed to regard this small entity with a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, a resounding trumpet echoed, heralding the approach of a second-tier magical beast. The Cloudwood Elephant raised its front hoof, preparing to stomp down upon the diminutive creature. Should it land a solid blow, the little beast would undoubtedly perish. Just as Xiao Yu was about to intervene, he noticed a faint red membrane enveloping the white creature. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the formidable mass of the Cloudwood Elephant was repelled by the force of the red membrane, sending it hurtling backward. The sound of splintering trees filled the air, and only then did Xiao Yu comprehend the reason behind the fallen timber. The trepidation in the cloudwood elephant's gaze was, indeed, a consequence of the little beast's protective membrane. With a mournful cry, the cloudwood elephant slowly regained its footing and, visibly reluctant, departed the scene. Curious about the nature of this enigmatic creature, Xiao Yu felt a gentle flutter of his purple cloud wings and gracefully leapt down from the tree. The little white beast, having just relaxed, suddenly tensed again, its eyes wary as it scrutinized Xiao Yu's every movement. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yu was struck by the peculiarity of its eyes. It possessed two pupils, one larger and red, the other smaller and blue, the crimson eye shimmering with an otherworldly light, while the azure one exuded a tranquil serenity, seemingly embodying heat and cold. Whoosh! In an instant, the little white beast darted away in a flash of white light, seizing the moment while Xiao Yu was momentarily distracted. With a faint smile, Xiao Yu unleashed a surge of combat energy, transforming into a fleeting shadow in pursuit. At the pinnacle of his speed, he swiftly closed the distance to the little creature once more. The small white beast bared its teeth and let out a fierce growl, though its appearance rendered it adorably fierce. This time, Xiao Yu did not grant it a chance to escape. He swiftly grasped the creature by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the little beast flailed its limbs in a frantic display, emitting a series of high-pitched cries. Strangely, the protective red membrane that had previously enveloped it had vanished. Xiao Yu surmised that the membrane only manifested when the little creature faced life-threatening danger, serving as its safeguard. Since Xiao Yu harbored no ill intent, it had not appeared. Bringing the creature closer for inspection, he noted its resemblance to a tiger. Yet it bore feline traits as well. With a large head, short paws, and an entirely snow-white coat, its fur was exceedingly soft. Its tiny legs kicked about in a delightful manner, epitomizing cuteness. Little one, it is far too perilous for you to remain in the magical Beast Mountains alone. Why not accompany me? It would be splendid to have a companion, Xiao Yu said with a gentle chuckle. The little creature seemed to comprehend Xiao Yu's words, or perhaps it sensed that there was no malice in Xiao Yu's intentions, thus ceasing its struggles. Xiao Yu, with a smile, gently patted the small white beast on its head and tucked it into his pocket. With a soft flutter of his violet wings, he soared into the air, heading back to the cave he had inhabited. Upon returning, Xiao Yu retrieved the little white beast, which appeared displeased by his rough treatment. It scratched the air with its four paws in a show of defiance, only to relent. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Yu kindled a campfire, dispelling the chill that crept through the forest. The little creature seemed to relish the warmth, curling up by the fire and falling into a deep slumber, completely untroubled by the thought of Xiao Yu's intentions. Xiao Yu shook his head in resignation, marveling at the little one's carefree spirit. Subsequently, he took out a mountain chicken he had hunted earlier that day, seasoning it with his homemade spices before placing it over the fire to roast slowly. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat filled the cave, stirring the little white beast from its slumber. It sniffed the air and gradually rose, its gaze fixated on the roasted chicken, drool pooling at its mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Are you a little glutton? The little white beast paid him no mind, eyes glued to the chicken. Xiao Yu, seizing the fully roasted mountain chicken, held up the golden brown, succulent bird, which looked irresistibly appetizing. The little beast chirped anxiously at him, and he reassured it. Patience, there's enough for you. He tore off a golden chicken leg and offered it to the little white beast, which eagerly took a bite before scampering off to savor its meal in bliss. Xiao Yu smiled softly before starting his own feast. In no time, the mountain chicken was reduced to a mere pile of bones. After a contented burp, he turned to the little white beast and said, Since you've decided to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Xiao Bai. The little creature blinked its eyes, and Xiao Yu continued, Since you remain silent, I take that as acceptance. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Bai. Just then, a cool, ethereal voice echoed from the cave entrance. Startled, Xiao Bai darted behind Xiao Yu, who tensed up and looked up to see an elegantly dressed woman in a simple gown, exuding an aura of nobility, gracefully entering the cave. Xiao Yu scrutinized her, realizing that to approach undetected required at least the strength of a battle king. Even with his soul power, it would be impossible for a battle spirit realm practitioner to do so without making a sound. Contemplating this, he slowly grasped the at his side. Channeling his fighting spirit with urgency, he would fight for survival, even if the odds were slim. The woman seemed to sense the tension between them and spoke in a calm, clear tone. I mean no harm. I merely passed through here and wish to rest. Xiao Yu inquired, What brings you to the monster beast mountain range? What is your name, and where do you hail from? I seek a particular medicinal herb. My name is Yun Ji, but I cannot disclose my origins at this moment, she replied after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated encountering Yun here. No wonder he had been unable to sense her presence earlier. She was a formidable fighter. A warrior of the Do Huang level. Yan cast a glance at the small white creature hiding behind Xiao Yu and inquired, "What kind of beast is this?" Xiao Yu looked back at Yan, surprised that she did not recognize the creature either. However, this was not unusual. As the Do-Chi continent was teeming with countless magical beasts, ignorance was quite understandable. He shook his head and replied, "I am not certain. Consider it a pet of mine." Yan did not dwell on it further and nodded slightly, asking, "May I rest here for the night?" Xiao Yu was curious about her reasons for wanting to stay, yet he sensed no malice from her and thus agreed with a nod. "What is your name?" Yan inquired. "Xiao Shi," Xiao Yu responded without hesitation, having been fond of the character Xiao Shi Lang in his previous life, and thus adopted this name for himself, especially since Yan had not used her real name. "How old are you?" she asked again. Xiao Yu regarded her with curiosity, and Yan paused before continuing. "I see that your talent and strength are commendable. I happen to have a good relationship with the Yunlan sect. Are you familiar with it?" At this moment, Xiao Yu comprehended that Yan had taken note of his cultivation and intended to seek a promising candidate for the Yunlan sect, demonstrating her appreciation for talent. "Oh, I wonder what your connection to the Yunlan sect is," Xiao Yu queried, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Chapter 30. Joint action. Yan's body stiffened at Xiao Yu's words, but she quickly feigned indifference and replied, "The leader of the Yunlan sect, Yan, is a dear friend of mine. You have yet to answer my question." Irritated, Yan added. Xiao Yu chuckled, "What question?" "A 9-star combatant, by your age. If I am not mistaken, you should be merely 16 or 17 years old, correct?" Yan inquired. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. "Indeed, and what of it? Do you not wish to study advanced combat techniques and skills at the Yunlan sect?" Yan continued, presenting her enticing reasons. Yet, Xiao Yu shook his head. "I do not relish the thought of being constrained. I find this freedom quite delightful." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yan fell silent, and the atmosphere grew quiet. The cavern was spacious, and after setting up a simple bed on the opposite side, Yan lay down to rest. Xiao Yu paid her no further mind and returned to his own bed with Xiao Bai, forming hand seals to commence his cultivation. As the night slipped away quietly, Xiao Yu concluded his practice just as he noticed Yan entering from outside. He inquired, "What were you doing out there?" Yan replied coolly, "I ventured to explore the surroundings. Not far from here, atop the mountain, there exists a cave dwelling, and I require your assistance." "Are you referring to the 6-star magical beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King?" Xiao Yu asked, somewhat astonished. Yan expressed her surprise. "You know about the amethyst-winged Lion King?" Xiao Yu nodded. "I advise you to prepare adequately before seeking the amethyst-winged Lion King. This creature is a 6-star magical beast, with strength comparable to a 4-star combat emperor. Do you possess the capability to confront it?" Yan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The amethyst-winged Lion King's strength is likely around 2 stars. Combined with its formidable physique, it indeed possesses the power of a 4 to 5-star combat emperor. But how do you know so much about it? Never mind that. Just know that with your current strength, you will not fare well against the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Yu murmured softly. "I cannot delay any longer. I have been in these magical beast mountains for quite a while now. I have a plan and need your help." Yan stated with determination. "You truly are an ungrateful woman." "Very well, I can assist, but I have conditions," Xiao Yu said in a serious tone. "What conditions? Speak." Yan inquired, tilting her head slightly. Xiao Yu slowly articulated, "Since you intend to seek the amethyst-winged Lion King, it stands to reason that you desire the amethyst crystal from its dwelling, correct?" Yan nodded. "Indeed, that is what I need." She did not conceal this, as it was not a secret. Xiao Yu continued, "My condition is this. Once you acquire the amethyst crystal, I shall take half." Yan frowned in contemplation and finally replied, "That is acceptable. The amethyst crystal does not require much, so sharing a portion with you is reasonable." Xiao Yu remarked, "Please share your thoughts." Yan then spoke, "Let us join forces. You will venture into the cave to retrieve the purple spirit crystal while I divert the attention of the purple crystal-winged Lion King." "Agreed." Xiao Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. "Aren't you going to consider this?" Yan inquired softly. "What is there to contemplate?" Xiao Yu replied, "You have already drawn away the larger threats. Leaving the smaller one to me poses no challenge." Yan exhaled a sigh of resignation and said, "Very well. But your strength is insufficient. I must temporarily elevate you to the Dome Master realm." Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Bring it on." Seemingly accustomed to Xiao Yu's calm and forthright demeanor, Yan refrained from further discussion and gently placed her jade hand upon his back. A torrent of Do Chi surged into Xiao Yu's body, transforming under Yan's guidance into a more tempered force. Xiao Yu felt his strength approximately reaching that of a 6-star Dome Master. The abundant energy coursing through him brought a sense of exhilaration. And Yan gazed at him in surprise. She had intended for him to absorb the power of a 2-star Dome Master, yet it appeared he could accommodate far more, catapulting him into the realm of a 6-star Dome Master. Turning to pat Xiao Bai on the head, Xiao Yu advised, "I am stepping out for some matters. Stay here and do not wander off." Xiao Bai chirped in response, seemingly acknowledging his words. With a smile, Xiao Yu disregarded it and turned to Yun Yun, saying, "Let us proceed." Nodding, Yun Yun approached the cliff edge. With a slight tremor of her body, a pair of azure energy wings unfurled from her back. Just as she reached out to catch Xiao Yu, she was taken aback to see him also tremble slightly, revealing a pair of violet wings. Noticing the astonishment on Yun Yun's rosy lips, Xiao Yu flaunted, "What do you think of these wings?" Yun Yun replied with a disapproving glare, "I did not expect you to possess such a precious flight technique. It seems you have support from a formidable force. No wonder you look down upon the Cloud Flame sect." Xiao Yu was surprised that Yun Yun would misconstrue the flight technique as evidence of backing. Yet he chose not to clarify, for it had little to do with his opinion of the Cloud Flame sect. Though he had heard tales of their disciples being quite arrogant, Yun Yun's expression shifted as she declared sternly, "That is impossible." "What is impossible?" "I have heard that the leader of the Cloud Flame sect, Yun Yun, is indeed the most arrogant," Xiao Yu stated, fixing his gaze upon her. Yun Yun's face flushed as she retorted, "Who dares to slander the Cloud Flame sect? I shall not hesitate to silence them." "I was referring to the leader of the Cloud Flame sect. Why so defensive? You act as if I am speaking of you personally." Xiao Yu chuckled. Yun Yun, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's playful grin, felt a surge of irritation. As a dear friend, she could not stand by while others maligned her. Xiao Yu smirked. Yes, let us hasten our departure." Humph. With a light hum, Yun Yun swiftly ascended into the air, her wings beating vigorously. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, wearing a faint smile. Yun Yun's speed was remarkable, a flash of azure light streaking across the sky, seemingly fueled by her dissatisfaction with Xiao Yu's earlier words. Yet, this pace was trivial for Xiao Yu, especially considering his current prowess as a 6-star Dome Master. He glided behind her like a bolt of purple lightning. As Yun Yun soared through the air, she cast a glance back at Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback by his velocity. A flicker of azure light sparkled in her eyes as she murmured to herself, "This technique seems rather peculiar." To keep pace with Yun Yun, Xiao Yu naturally invoked the Moon Chaser, and the two of them arrived at the towering peaks of the Monster Beast mountain range. At the summit, a massive cave entrance lay partially concealed beneath the branches, appearing almost ethereal. Before they proceeded, Yun Yun offered a final piece of advice. "I will attempt to eliminate or injure the high-level magical beasts guarding the entrance, then lure the purple crystal-winged Lion King away from here. You can then enter, retrieve the purple spirit crystal, and return swiftly. If all goes well, we shall reconvene within the cave." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, though internally he added, "This endeavor may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. I still have a system task to complete." Chapter 31. Success. Upon seeing Xiao Yu nod, Yun Yun ceased her superfluous words. With a vigorous flap of her wings, her graceful form ascended into the sky, darting like lightning towards the cave entrance of the amethyst-winged Lion King nestled among the mountains. Her presence was unmasked as she approached the cave entrance, guarded solely by 2 third-tier monster beasts. The guardians roared at her, yet with a swift motion, Yun Yun conjured a long azure sword that materialized in her hand, transforming into a streak of blue light that instantaneously extinguished the lives of the 2 beasts. The thunderous roars of the monsters combined with Yun Yun's surging emperor-level aura sent the surrounding beasts into a frantic retreat. Such a formidable human warrior could only be matched by the amethyst-winged Lion King dwelling within. "Who dares to act with such insolence before me?" A furious roar echoed from within the cave, laced with an overwhelming ferocity. Not far away, Xiao Yu observed as Yun Yun deftly soared back into the sky, while a purple shadow darted out of the cave with astonishing speed. "Human, you dare to slay my kin? This is a death wish," the amethyst-winged Lion King bellowed. It was then that Xiao Yu beheld the true form of the amethyst-winged Lion King up close. It resembled a lion from Earth, but was 4 to 5 times larger, adorned with a pair of purple wings on either side and a fiery spiral horn atop its head. The majestic creature hovered in the air, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. Xiao Yu mused that if he could attain the emperor level of cultivation, he too would relish the sensation of levitating in the void. From the outset, Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King had no intentions of parleying. They engaged directly, eliminating the guarding monsters to facilitate Xiao Yu's entry for the coveted amethyst spirit crystal. As he watched the clash between the human and the beast unfold in the skies, accompanied by the palpable energy pressure, Xiao Yu's eyes gleamed with envy. However, he remained steadfast in his purpose. With a flash of the moonshadow movement technique, he transformed into a wisp of illusion and plunged inside. Navigating through the lengthy tunnel, Xiao Yu soon encountered two diverging paths. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the right path, as the left led to the amethyst crystal source, which required the amethyst spirit crystal for extraction. Xiao Yu had prepared an array of items to prevent a repeat of the previous narrative after rescuing someone from the Monster Mountain range. Although there were some deviations now, it was of little consequence. In mere moments, Xiao Yu reached the end of the path, where he discovered a smaller creature, a young amethyst-winged lion king, peacefully slumbering on the ground. He retrieved a violet jade vial from his bosom. Inside was a meticulously concocted hallucinogenic potion designed to counter high-tier monsters of the 3rd and 4th ranks. This little amethyst-winged lion king, at best, possessed only 3rd-tier strength, making it an easy target for his enchantment. After blocking his nose, Xiao Yu poured the hallucinogenic powder from the purple jade bottle, channeling his energy to gently direct it towards the slumbering little amethyst-winged lion king. The creature's nose twitched, and it promptly succumbed to lethargy, falling into a profound slumber, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Xiao Yu cautiously ventured into the depths of the cave, observing the shimmering purple walls around him. He produced the ink-scaled tool and began tapping on the walls, finally uncovering the amethyst spirit crystal behind a purple crystal stone. After securing the small crystal in his spatial ring, he grasped a piece of amethyst stone and hurried towards a divergent path, where his true desire awaited. Without delay, he arrived at the stone platform, his eyes gleaming with joy upon seeing the purple orb. He licked his parched lips and approached the primordial amethyst crystal source, raising the amethyst stone high before smashing it down. Simultaneously, energy surged from within him, gathering all the fallen amethyst crystal sources together. After transferring them into a large white bottle, he exhaled with relief. However, a furious roar suddenly echoed, causing Xiao Yu's expression to shift in alarm. The connection between the creature and the amethyst crystal source was evidently too strong. Utilizing his moon shadow technique, he dashed towards the cave's exit, knowing he could not afford to linger. As he emerged from the fork, he spotted the little amethyst-winged lion king wobbling towards him, indicating the drug's effects had not yet fully dissipated. Its pale purple beastly eyes glared at Xiao Yu, and with a fierce roar, it unleashed a torrent of violet energy towards him. Xiao Yu deftly evaded the attack with his agile movements. The immense force from the energy strike blasted a gaping hole in the cave wall behind him. Stunned, Xiao Yu exclaimed to the little amethyst-winged lion king, Hey, are you serious? I'm quite formidable, so don't act recklessly." The creature, clearly unable to comprehend his words, responded with another furious roar. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yu's purple wings flared, propelling him swiftly towards the cave's exit. The little amethyst-winged lion king let out a thunderous bellow, its wings glowing with violet brilliance as it surged after Xiao Yu with increased speed. Without looking back, Xiao Yu burst out of the cave and scanned the skies, where the battle between Yun and the amethyst-winged lion king had reached a fever pitch. The lion's spiraled horn expelled a plume of purple flames, enveloping the area in searing heat. Yun furrowed her brow slightly, forming an unusual gesture with her delicate hands before calling out, "Wind push." A tempestuous gust of azure wind erupted, roaring forth to counter the violet flames, effectively neutralizing their ferocity. Upon emerging from the cave, Xiao Yu swiftly navigated through the forest, striving to elude the pursuit of the young amethyst-winged lion king. However, the creature's speed was equally remarkable, rendering escape impossible. Their presence had also caught the attention of the majestic amethyst-winged lion overhead. "Human, dare you harm my son?" it bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Xiao Yu. Without a glance back, Xiao Yu accelerated, attempting to evade the lion's assault. Yun's expression shifted dramatically. She raised her azure sword, rapidly channeling her azure energy. With a spirited cry, she invoked Rending Wind Dance. The space before her shimmered, as numerous colossal azure blades emerged, intertwining to form a cylindrical vortex that spiraled forth with tremendous speed. Boom! Their attacks collided midair with a resounding explosion, the force of the winds pressing the surrounding trees flat to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yu harnessed the gusts, executing the moon chase technique to propel himself forward, gaining a fleeting advantage over the young amethyst-winged lion king. This spectacle, however, incited the wrath of the lion. With a ferocious roar, it declared, "Cunning human, I shall slay you." Raising its head to the heavens, the intensity of its violet glow escalated, emanating an overwhelming pressure that compelled all beasts within a 100-mile radius to cower in submission, trembling in fear of the wrathful sovereign above. The palpable energy coursing through the atmosphere made Yun's brow furrow in alarm, a profound sense of peril enveloping her. The tempest surrounding the amethyst-winged lion intensified, as violet radiance enveloped the realm. After a moment of accumulation, it suddenly coalesced into a deep purple beam, scarcely half a foot wide. Amethyst seal. The lion's deep growl reverberated through the valley. At that instant, Yun sprang into action. Her azure sword quivered violently, unleashing a slender, profound beam that caused the very fabric of space to quiver. With a commanding exclamation, she invoked Extreme Wind, Fatal Descent. Chapter 32. Healing Yun's assault instilled a sense of impending death within the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, with remarkable agility, it narrowly evaded the attack. Unfortunately, the speed of the strike was too swift. While its slightly lowered head managed to dodge, the fiery red horn atop its crown did not escape unscathed. Being severed in half instantaneously, the excruciating pain compelled the amethyst-winged Lion King to emit a furious roar as its powerful forepaw lashed out with a fierce force, striking Yun's chest with tremendous ferocity. The azure protective aura enveloping Yun was shattered in an instant by the Lion King's wrathful might, leading her to spit a mouthful of blood, her delicate face paling noticeably. Sensing her internal energy rapidly sealed, Yun's wings unfurled behind her, and, in a flicker, she vanished into the horizon. Witnessing Yun's grave injuries, yet her continued escape by virtue of her formidable agility, the wounded amethyst-winged Lion King raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar of rage that echoed throughout the valley. At that moment, the young amethyst-winged Lion King, with a mournful cry, slowly approached, its large beastly eyes filled with indignation and fury. The precious possession that belonged to it had been brazenly snatched away by Xiao Yu. A true disgrace to the pride of the amethyst-winged lion clan. The Lion King shot a furious glance at its offspring, and then a menacing roar imbued with murderous intent reverberated through the entire valley. The surrounding mountains trembled under the force of the Lion King's wrathful roar, causing countless beasts to cower and tremble in fear. Search for them. Even if I have to scour the Demon Beast Mountains, I will find those two humans. Seizing the opportunity created by the tumultuous clash between Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Yu swiftly evaded the young Lion King. Upon departing, he noticed that Yun's last direction of escape was towards the cave they had previously occupied. Without hesitation, he soared in that direction, acutely aware that Yun must have sustained injuries. Upon returning to the base of the waterfall, Xiao Yu discovered Yun lying in the lake beneath the cascading water. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and a ghastly wound on her chest still oozed blood, clearly indicating her severe injuries. With a gentle flap of his wings, he ascended above the lake, cradling Yun in his arms. In a swift motion, he turned and flew back to the cave, momentarily entranced by the mingling sense of her floral fragrance and the metallic tang of blood. Up close, Yun's exquisite features resembled that of an ethereal beauty, and her weakened state only heightened her allure. Carefully laying her upon the stone bed, Xiao Yu retrieved a vial of healing powder from his belongings. After erasing any traces of their presence, he felt a sense of reassurance and returned to the cave. Upon entering with Yun, Xiaobai began to chirp anxiously. Displaying concern, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Do not worry, Xiaobai. Just stay to the side while I tend to her wounds." Understanding his words, Xiaobai promptly made its way to the cave entrance. Xiao Yu watched as Xiaobai departed, turning to behold the terrifying claw mark etched upon Yun's chest. His brows furrowed slightly. Her once pristine white gown was now stained crimson with blood. Even in her unconscious state, her delicate brows were slightly knitted, and her charming visage bore an expression of pain. In his heart, Xiao Yu silently reflected, "In urgent matters, one must adapt. The system has compelled me to save you. Please bear with me." With that thought, he reached out to unfasten her garments. At the moment his fingers brushed against Yun's skin, her eyes abruptly flew open, revealing a glimmer of coldness and indignation as she fixed her gaze upon him. Xiao Yu paid little heed to the warning in her eyes, resolutely continuing to loosen her upper garments. "Do not move," he instructed. "The seal from the amethyst-winged Lion King has already taken effect on you. At present, you lack the strength of a battle emperor. Moreover, I am here to save you. Rest assured, I harbor no malicious intentions." Yun assessed her physical state and indeed recognized the binding spell of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The frostiness in her gaze toward Xiao Yu gradually diminished. However, witnessing the ease with which the young man unfastened her attire, she could not suppress a warning. "You had best not harbor any ill intentions, or when I regain my strength, you shall be the first to face my wrath." "Uft, women are such a nuisance," Xiao Yu muttered inwardly. "You clearly need me right now, yet you still choose to issue threats. I am your benefactor, and frankly, with your figure, I wouldn't be remotely interested. It's not even half as appealing as my beloved Xun'er." While retrieving a superior healing salve from his spatial ring, he retorted a few remarks back at Yun. "You, roguish scoundrel. Your familiarity with disrobing women suggests you've engaged in your fair share of unscrupulous antics." Yun shot back, her voice laced with indignation. Unfazed, Xiao Yu chuckled, just as he was about to unfasten the final layer of her undergarment. Suddenly, Yun's body trembled slightly, and she fell silent. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering slightly as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil. "Do not worry, I shall be careful," Xiao Yu reassured her. Supporting Yun, he cautiously unfastened the heart of the sea armor. The alluring curvature of her back was laid bare before him, nearly causing this 30-something-year-old virgin to lose his composure. After silently reciting a few calming incantations, he managed to regain his focus and retrieved a black robe from his spatial ring, draping it over Yun. Once she was turned around, he adjusted the collar to cover her wound, gently applying the hemostatic ointment near her injury. His fingers brushed against her porcelain skin, causing her body to tense up. Xiao Yu smiled softly, prompting Yun to retort in irritation. "What are you laughing at? I find it amusing that a battle emperor such as yourself has not yet transcended the trivialities of romantic entanglements," he replied, while tending to her wound with a grin. "Humph. Do you believe everyone is as reckless and debauched as you? I have long lost interest in such romantic affairs." Yun responded with a chill in her tone. "Oh, is that so? Then why do you blush?" Xiao Yu inquired with a mischievous smile. I'm merely reacting to the pain of my wound," Yun retorted, claiming her demeanor was merely a tad unnatural. Xiao Yu chose not to expose her, instead producing a black pill, which he promptly placed into Yun's mouth. Taken aback by Xiao Yu's sudden action, Yun was momentarily stunned. Upon realizing what had been thrust upon her, she exclaimed in embarrassment and anger. "What have you made me swallow?" Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Naturally, it's an aphrodisiac. What else could it be?" "What?" Yun panicked, attempting to rise. But Xiao Yu pressed her firmly back down, calmly stating, "Relax, it's a painkiller. As a battle emperor, you should possess some discernment." Yun sought to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Choosing silence, she allowed Xiao Yu to tend to her wounds, which he meticulously wrapped before clapping his hands and saying, "The rest is up to you." Irritated, Yun turned her head away, and upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, she huffed, "Thank you." "What? Speak up." Xiao Yu feigned ignorance, cupping his ear in jest. Yun rolled her eyes and replied, "Forget it if you didn't hear." Sighing in resignation, Xiao Yu spread his hands, saying, "I truly can't handle you. Smile more. You look lovely when you do." "You haven't seen me smile, so how can you know I look lovely?" Yun questioned, a hint of confusion lacing her tone. Just a guess. After all, you look stunning even without a smile. You must look even better when you do." Xiao Yu chuckled. A faint blush graced Yun's cheeks. No one had ever openly complimented her beauty before. However, witnessing Xiao Yu's teasing demeanor, she quipped, "Smooth talker. I wonder how many girls you've deceived. TCH, you've never experienced it. So how would you know if I'm smooth-tongued?" Xiao Yu muttered under his breath, though Yun did not catch it. "What did you say?" "Nothing. I'm going outside to take a look." Without further ado, Xiao Yu strode toward the cave's entrance. As Yun observed Xiao Yu's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced her lips, a captivating expression blooming on her face, though regrettably, Xiao Yu remained oblivious to it. Chapter 33. The Tree of Life. As the petite creature, Little White, lay at the entrance of the cave, it sprang up upon seeing Xiao Yu emerge. Leaping into his arms, Xiao Yu cradled the creature, gently stroking its soft fur, when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the system. "Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing Yun. Reward, the Tree of Life. The reward is being generated. Please check it shortly. The next checkpoint is the Desert Serpent Tribe. Reward, Azure Lotus Earth Fire." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was the second unique fire granted by the system. It appeared he could possess multiple types of extraordinary flames without the need to cultivate the burning decision. This realization brought a satisfied smile to his face. His cultivation technique had already significantly strengthened his physical form, making his body comparable to a resilient second-tier beast, and his spiritual power had transcended the mundane realm. Xiao Yu felt it was time to aspire towards becoming a third-tier alchemist. After a brief pause at the cave's entrance, Xiao Yu entered, carrying Little White. He sprinkled a dispersive powder around, ensuring no beasts would detect them, complemented by some repulsive herbs that further secured their safety. Upon returning to the cave, he found Yun deeply asleep. He sensed her wounds were healing slowly and would likely recover fully within a few days, though the seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King would require more time. As night fell, Xiao Yu roasted a mountain chicken, the enticing aroma rousing Yun from her slumber. However, unable to move, she could only gaze longingly at the feast. Observing her stubborn expression, wanting to eat yet hesitant to trouble him, Xiao Yu tore off a drumstick and offered it to her. After a brief internal struggle, Yun opened her rosy lips, and, upon biting into the drumstick, her eyes sparkled with delight. Before long, she had devoured the entire piece. When her gaze shifted to the remaining drumstick on the grill, Little White began to chirp anxiously beside her. Xiao Yu reassured her. You are gravely injured and cannot consume too much meat. I shall gather some fruits for you shortly. Yun nodded slightly, saying nothing further. After finishing off the mountain chicken, Xiao Yu stepped outside to collect some plump, red fruits for her. In the deep of the night, by the warmth of the campfire, Xiao Yu nestled down with Little White, while Yun continued to slumber, allowing her body to mend. Suddenly, a vibrant green light streaked swiftly from outside the cave, piercing into Xiao Yu's dantian, abruptly awakening him. Focusing his mind, he examined his dantian, where a lush, verdant tree stood majestically, its branches flourishing with leaves. The once turbulent aura surrounding it now subtly embraced the tree, and even the bone spirit cold fire within him flickered excitedly, as if welcoming this newfound presence. Could this be the tree of life, the reward bestowed by the system? Such a rich vitality emanated from it. As Xiao Yu marveled at the vibrant scene before him, he remained oblivious to the potent essence of life that stirred not only within him, but also roused the slumbering Xiao Bai, nestled contentedly on his abdomen. And the injured Yun, who was in deep repose. Yun gazed in astonishment at the formidable life force emanating from Xiao Yu, which seemed to hasten the healing of her wounds, while Xiao Bai greedily absorbed this vitality, its form subtly expanding and its pristine fur becoming increasingly lustrous. To Yun, Xiao Yu appeared as an enigmatic riddle shrouded in mist, compelling her to draw closer. She could not fathom which powerful faction might claim him as their prodigy. Yet she chose to relinquish her musings and quietly bask in the strength of the life energy surrounding them. The night passed in silence. After discerning that the majestic life tree was a reward from the system, Xiao Yu drifted into slumber. Upon awakening and stretching, he was astonished to see Yun standing upright, exclaiming in surprise, "You've recovered so quickly?" Yun lightly nodded, responding, "Yes, I owe it all to your assistance." "Thank me? No need for that. It was merely my duty." Xiao Yu assumed she referred to his prior aid in applying medicine. Yun cast him a peculiar glance that caused a flicker of unease within him. Could it be that she had uncovered his secret? It seemed implausible. The system was an enigma too profound to be perceived by Yun. At that moment, Yun spoke again. "I must remain here for a while longer. The seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King is rather troublesome." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, replying, "Of course." He then handed her a white jade vial, saying, "Do not stray too far. If you wish to bathe or gather fruits, disperse this essence around you to conceal your presence." Yun accepted the vial and inquired, "Did you concoct this? Is it so surprising?" Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is quite astonishing. With your remarkable talent, how do you find the time to refine medicine and become an alchemist?" Yun gazed at him in disbelief. While dispersing the essence around himself, Xiao Yu stated, "I am a master of time management. I can cultivate and refine medicine simultaneously. It is not a daunting task." With that, he seized a nearby harpoon and plunged into the lake beneath the waterfall, sending a cascade of water splashing around him. Only Yun remained, dazedly murmuring, "Isn't that difficult?" Moments later, Xiao Yu resurfaced, 2 fish speared on his harpoon. Since realizing Xiao Bai's prodigious appetite, he had taken to catching 2 fish, one for himself and Yun, and the other for Xiao Bai. With fish in hand, he spread his purple cloud wings and swiftly returned to the cave, observing Yun seated on the stone bed, attempting to break through the seal, and chose not to disturb her. After setting up a grill, he began to roast the fish, sprinkling seasonings generously as a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yun opened her beautiful eyes and approached Xiao Yu, saying, "I know an alchemist of considerable skill. I can introduce you to him." Xiao Yu handed her a piece of grilled fish, replying, "No need. I have a mentor." Xiao Yu was indeed referring to the Dandian, and he was aware that Yun spoke of the ancient river. However, a 6th-grade alchemist truly pales in significance before the Dandian. Upon hearing that he had a mentor, Yun felt a twinge of surprise, yet she refrained from further comment, silently picking up a roasted fish to eat. An air of silence enveloped them. In the subsequent days, Xiao Yu immersed himself in cultivation while Yun endeavored to break through her seal. After several tranquil days, Yun turned to Xiao Yu and said, "I wish to bathe in the lake below." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, replying, "Certainly. Remember to bring the vapor dispersant." She responded, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she stood still. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" "I would like you to keep an eye out for me," Yun replied, then added, "Not to watch me, but to watch others." Xiao Yu chuckled. There shouldn't be anyone else around here. However, upon seeing the irked look in Yun's eyes, he acquiesced to her request. Chapter 34. Unexpected Encounter. What exquisite legs. As Xiao Yu cast a fleeting glance, he quickly averted his gaze upon catching sight of Yun's silhouette. To indulge in such peeping is unbecoming of a gentleman. He mused to himself while discreetly wiping away an imaginary droplet of saliva from the corner of his mouth. Yet his mind involuntarily replayed the image of those enchanting long legs. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled those wicked thoughts. Beneath the waterfall, Yun, poised to immerse herself in the water, glanced towards the cave and surveyed her surroundings. Even with her powers sealed, her soul perception, a gift of her Do Huang rank, allowed her to sense the absence of danger. Assured, she stepped into the lake. After a considerable time, Yun finally emerged from the water, donned her attire, and prepared to return. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should gather some fruits to take back, and she ventured towards the nearby forest. What sort of fruit is this? Yun pondered as she spotted a verdant little tree bearing 2 apple-like fruits. Although unfamiliar, they bore a resemblance to the ones Xiao Yu had previously gathered, prompting her to reach out and pluck them. After foraging a few more fruits in the forest, she returned to the cave. Seated cross-legged on the stone bed, Xiao Yu was immersed in his cultivation of Do Qi. A faint energy began to coalesce from the air, permeating through every pore of his body. The Do Qi circulated through his meridians, eventually surging towards his dantian. At the dantian, the life spirit tree took root, its spiraling energy resembling fluffy white clouds enveloping the tree's roots. The Do Qi then underwent another cycle within the life spirit tree, and Xiao Yu could feel the energy returning to him, now more refined and imbued with a rich essence of life that nourished his meridians. Sensing Yun's return, Xiao Yu halted his cultivation and opened his eyes, a faint green light flickering from their depths. Observing Xiao Yu's cessation of practice, Yun offered him one of the fruits she had just gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu accepted it and took a bite, the sweet juice flooding his mouth. This fruit is delightful, Yun exclaimed after tasting it, to which Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is indeed splendid. How did I not notice this before?" However, shortly after consuming the fruit, Xiao Yu began to feel an unusual sensation within his body. He quickly channeled his Do Qi through his meridians, yet found nothing amiss, though it felt as if a flame were igniting within him. A soft, muffled sound emanated from beside him, albeit weak and languid. Glancing at Yun, Xiao Yu was taken aback to find her in a similar predicament, her delicate face flushed, a faint rosy hue gracing her fair skin, and her body twisting uncomfortably. Her once vibrant gaze began to grow hazy. "What is happening?" Yun managed to utter, her voice trembling with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Yu keenly discerned that the fruit they had just encountered must be the source of their troubles, and he hastily inquired, "What kind of fruit did you just find? And what does it look like?" Yun, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Do you truly believe that the previous fruit is at fault? What else could it be? We haven't consumed anything else." Xiao Yu suppressed a rising surge of unseemly emotions, his visage slightly flushed. Yun quickly described the fruit tree from which the fruit had come, and Xiao Yu soon identified a similar fruit in the dandian. His expression abruptly shifted. "Goodness, you truly are a genius. You have a knack for stumbling upon trouble. This is indeed the Hehuan fruit." Yun exclaimed in surprise, but soon, due to the sealing of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's power within her, a desire surged from the depths of her soul into her consciousness, causing her gaze to become unfocused. "Hot, so hot," she murmured softly, momentarily bewildering Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's thoughts were in turmoil. The Hehuan fruit was a peculiar fruit that came in male and female pairs. Consuming both would trigger a reaction, and the only antidote lay in their union. The most perilous aspect was that the fruit's potency could not be subdued even by the mightiest of fighters at the peak of their power, let alone the current state of Xiao Yu and Yun, one barely at the dosher level, the other a sealed Do Huang. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Yu was about to speak when, unexpectedly, Yun lunged forward, sealing his lips with hers. Her delicate arms encircled his neck. The suppressed potency within Xiao Yu erupted. Disregarding any restraint, he instinctively enveloped the still-watching Xiao Bai in a shield of Do Qi. In that moment, the cave was filled with the warmth of passion. The night passed in silence, and come morning, Xiao Yu felt a chilling sensation at his neck, prompting him to open his eyes. He beheld Yun, now clad in her original simple gown, her hair styled into an elegant phoenix headdress, with a green longsword poised against his throat. "Have you regained your strength?" Xiao Yu queried, astonished that she had restored her power overnight. Had she taken the initiative? "I will kill you," Yun replied coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Hey, is this reasonable? You brought back the fruit. I am the victim here, and you still wish to slay me?" Xiao Yu could not help but raise his voice. "Is this your justification for violating my purity?" Yun's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face a mixture of shame and fury. "Very well. If we cannot reason this out, then do as you will." Xiao Yu, realizing that there was no point in further discussion, closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. Yun, witnessing Xiao Yu's demeanor, felt her anger surge, yet the sword in her hand faltered, unable to descend. Gazing at the handsome youth before her, a tear slipped from her eye as she coldly declared, "Let today's events be as if they never occurred. Never let me see you again." Upon finishing her words, Yun grasped the purple spirit crystal and turned to exit the cave. With a swift flap of her azure wings, she ascended into the sky, exuding an undeniable aura of a Dou Emperor. In an instant, the high-level magical beasts, which had been relentlessly searching for their trail in the Beast Mountain range, were struck with terror, cowering on the ground, afraid to provoke the human radiating an icy atmosphere above. "Human, you have finally appeared." A furious roar echoed from the summit of the mountains, followed by the imposing figure of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, swiftly darting towards Yun. At that moment, Xiao Yu emerged from the cave and, witnessing the formidable presence of Yun in the sky, felt a surge of anxiety for her safety. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. Yun coldly commanded, "Wind of the extreme, fall and kill." The massive violet eyes of the purple crystal-winged Lion King widened in shock as an overwhelming aura of death surged towards it. With a sharp crack, the remaining half of the horn atop the Lion King's head was severed by Yun, inflicting excruciating pain that elicited a furious roar from the beast. "Human, you have broken through." The purple crystal-winged Lion King was struck with terror as it realized that Yun had ascended to the pinnacle of a 4-star Dou Emperor, mere steps away from a 5-star Dou Emperor. How little time had passed since then. Noticing that the Lion King refrained from further confrontation, Yun let out a cold snort, casting a final, discreet glance towards the cave before resolutely departing. Chapter 35. Heavenly Tribulation at Yunlong Mountain. A streak of azure light pierced the heavens, soaring directly into the heart of the Yunlong sect. Returning was Yun. Upon learning of her mentor's return, Nalan Yinran, who had been cultivating at the peak of Yunlong Mountain, hastened to Yun's chamber, located at the rear of the mountain. Arriving at the door, Nalan Yinran knocked gently, and after a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from within, followed by a soft creak as Yun opened the door. "Teacher." Nalan Yinran observed the slight swelling around Yun's eyes. Her curiosity piqued, yet she respectfully greeted her. "Teacher, come in." Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse, her chilly countenance betraying a hint of frost. Nalan Yinran nodded and entered the room behind her. Yun retrieved a purple spirit crystal from the table and handed it to Nalan Yinran, saying, "This is the purple spirit crystal I obtained for you. Present it to Elder Gu He, and he will concoct medicinal pills for you." Nalan Yinran hesitated momentarily before accepting the crystal, then inquired, "Teacher, are you all right?" Yun, aware that her current state was somewhat unsettling, managed a faint smile and replied, "I am fine. You should focus on your cultivation." Though intelligent, Nalan Yinran could not fathom the troubles that burdened her mentor, so she could only say, "Then please rest well, teacher. I shall seek Elder Gu He at once." "Yes, go," Yun said softly, nodding her head. Upon departing, Nalan Yinran made her way directly to the Pill Hall, a grand edifice established by the Yunlong sect for Elder Gu He, where he typically refined elixirs. As she approached the hall, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards her, prompting her to step inside. Upon entering, she beheld Elder Gu He engaged in the alchemical process. A pale white pill floated serenely within the cauldron. Noticing Nalan Yinran's arrival, Elder Gu He smiled gently and remarked, "Yinran, is there something you need?" Nalan Yinran obediently presented the purple spirit crystal, and Elder Gu He's eyes gleamed with interest. "Your teacher has returned?" he inquired. Nalan Yinran nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. This is the purple spirit crystal entrusted to me by my teacher." A surge of energy emanated from Elder Gu He as he placed his palm upon the cauldron, and in an instant, the pale white pill appeared in his hand, successfully forming the snow spirit pill. An exquisite fragrance emanated from the pill, prompting Nalan Yinran to exclaim, "Congratulations, Elder Gu He, on refining a 5th-grade medicinal pill." Elder Gu He chuckled, securing the pill before adding, "Your teacher and I are close friends. You may address me as Uncle Gu He from now on." As he examined the purple spirit crystal she had presented, he marveled, "Truly, as expected from Yun. The quality of this crystal is exceptional. I shall commence the preparation of the purple spirit liquid immediately." At that moment, Nalan Yinran gently interjected, "Uncle Gu He, I noticed that my teacher seemed somewhat troubled upon her return." The gaze of Gu He flickered slightly, and I understood. "I will promptly assist you in refining this purple jade liquid. After 10 days, you may return to the Pill Hall to find me." Nalan Yinran nodded and said, "Then I shall take my leave for now." After standing in the grand hall for a while, Gu He pondered for a moment before heading towards Yun's chambers. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, still at the Beast Mountain range, felt a sense of melancholy as he gazed at the empty cave after Yun's departure. However, He quickly composed himself and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, a striking crimson hue on the stone bed caught his eye, leaving him momentarily entranced. Suddenly, the fighting spirit within him surged through his meridians, causing his expression to change. It was a sign of impending advancement to a Dome Master. He desperately tried to suppress the raging energy within him, recalling that Yun had also recently broken through to the 4-star Do Emperor level. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a thought struck him. He remembered the chaotic cultivation technique he practiced. The chaotic cultivation technique comprises two aspects, the turbid and the pure. The turbid refines the body, while the pure refines the spirit. Moreover, the opening of this technique mentions a method of yin and yang union. Xiao Yu's heart raced. Could it be that the chaotic cultivation technique also possesses a dual cultivation effect? The surging fighting spirit within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. As he contemplated sitting on the stone bed to prepare for his breakthrough, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of death, as if a mysterious force in the ether had locked onto him. On the opposite side of the Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King, having lost its horn and significantly weakened, returned to its cave to recuperate after Yun's departure. However, it soon sensed an overwhelmingly powerful force enveloping the world around it, instilling a primal fear of resistance. What kind of power could this be? Rising slowly, it stepped out of its lair, observing the sky where dark clouds began to gather in ominous formations. A suffocating aura descended, causing even such a formidable sovereign to squint its beastly eyes. Beside it, the young amethyst-winged lion trembled slightly, gazing fearfully at the stormy clouds above. Xiao Yu, sensing something amiss, approached the cave entrance. Xiao Bai bared its teeth at the gathering clouds, seemingly attempting to assert dominance. Yet this did not alter the fact that the sky was thick with ominous clouds. Upon witnessing this scene, a term suddenly surfaced in Xiao Yu's mind: heavenly tribulation. His expression darkened. What was this? Such scenes of heavenly tribulation had not been depicted in Dopa. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your impending breakthrough to the Dome Master realm. Due to your exceptional talent and the cultivation method you practice, the heavens have descended with jealousy, thus imposing the punishment of the heavenly path. Henceforth, every major breakthrough will attract heavenly punishment. I hope you can gain insight and advancement amidst this tribulation. You have altered the cultivation landscape of the Do-Chi continent with your own strength. As such, a reward of a diamond protection shield and a celestial spirit pill has been bestowed upon you. Xiao Yu stood in stunned silence, listening to the voice of the system in his mind. What did it mean to incur the heavens' jealousy? And now, every major realm would be accompanied by heavenly tribulation? Crack! A sudden thunderclap resounded, prompting Xiao Yu to promptly examine the rewards bestowed by the system. The indomitable protective shield could withstand a single strike from the divine thunder of the tribulation, while the heavenly spirit pill would swiftly restore his internal fighting spirit to its zenith. It appeared that the system had thoughtfully prepared these provisions for his inaugural encounter with the tribulation. Above, ominous clouds billowed, dark and foreboding, as if on the verge of coalescing into a tangible form. Gazing at the tempestuous thunderclouds, Xiao Yu swallowed hard, and with a gentle flutter of his violet cloud wings, he ascended towards the swirling mass of darkness. Crack! Crack! Upon reaching the shadowy depths below the clouds, the lightning and thunder erupted with fervor, a palpable terror locking onto him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In the distance, the amethyst-winged Lion King, stationed at the entrance of the cave, recognized Xiao Yu as the intruder who had previously ventured into the sanctum to pilfer the amethyst spirit crystals and the accompanying amethyst source. Its massive violet eyes narrowed slightly. Was it truly him? The young amethyst-winged Lion King, brimming with excitement, emitted low growls, murmuring, I believed he had departed alongside that human emperor of battle. Yet, it seems this human has not left. The terrifying commotion is indeed his doing. Could it be that his talent is simply too monstrous? Heavens above, allow me to test just how formidable you truly are. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon the impending tribulation, seemingly inciting the wrath of the cosmos. The roiling dark sky began to manifest faint, purplish lightning, heralding the arrival of the first tribulation upon the continent of fighting spirits. Chapter 36. The promotion of the Dome Master. Knock, knock, knock. As Yun was lost in thought, gazing at the mountains outside, a sudden series of knocks at the door jolted her back to reality. Rising from her seat, she approached and opened the door, discovering Gu He standing there. Yun surmised that Nan Lan Ran must have had a discussion with Gu He, prompting his visit. Gu He smiled and said, I heard you were back, so I came to see you. Won't you invite me in for a moment? With her cool, piercing gaze, Yun glanced at Gu He before turning to enter. Gu He, his expression brightening, followed her inside. Once seated, Yun spoke, I have nothing to worry about. You need not be concerned. Gu He, Utilizing his keen spiritual awareness as a sixth-tier alchemist, since that Yun's aura appeared more robust than before. Surprised, he inquired, "Have you made a breakthrough in your strength?" Gui was astonished, knowing that Yun had been stagnating at the 3-star Do Huang level for quite some time. He had not expected that a mere trip to the Beast Mountain range would lead to her breakthrough. Upon hearing Gui's words, Yun's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. Her expression paled momentarily before a flush of crimson colored her cheeks, leaving Gui momentarily speechless. Sensing the peculiar intensity of Gui's gaze, Yun quickly adjusted her demeanor and replied, "Indeed, my journey to the Beast Mountain range was quite fruitful. However, I did engage in battle with the purple crystal-winged Lion King and sustained some injuries. From that confrontation, I gleaned valuable lessons and insights, which naturally facilitated my breakthrough." "You were injured? Where?" Gui queried anxiously. Yun shook her head, assuring him, "I am fine. It was merely a minor injury, and I have already recovered. My strength has now risen to the 4-star Do Huang level." Seeing that Yun appeared to be in good condition, Gui finally relaxed and said, "Perfect. I plan to journey to the desert in a while, and now that you are a 4-star Do Huang, I would like to invite you to accompany me." Yun's elegant brows knitted together slightly. What purpose does a trip to the desert serve? The desert is not part of the Yunlan sect's territory. It is home to the serpent people, and their leader, Queen Medusa, is said to possess peak Do Huang strength. Gui replied with a hint of nonchalance. "This time, I may confront Medusa in the desert." Yun, perplexed, asked, "What exactly are you planning?" "Strange fire," Gui whispered. "As a 6th-tier alchemist, I may be the strongest in the Jiama Empire, but on the continent as a whole, 6th-tier alchemists are hardly considered high-ranking. I have been stagnant at this level for many years, yet I believe I have finally identified the reason for my stagnation." Gazing at Gui, Yun inquired, "Are you suggesting that strange fire could assist you in elevating your rank as an alchemist?" Guhua nodded and remarked, "In the realm of Duqi, is a coveted treasure for alchemists. If I can seize this, my alchemical prowess will undoubtedly ascend to the 7th rank, if not higher. This will be beneficial for you, for me, and for the Yunlan sect, with nary a downside." Yun fell into contemplative silence, lowering her head in thought before looking at Guhua. "It seems that can indeed be found among the serpent clan in the desert. Let us decide when you are ready to venture into the desert, and we shall journey there together to procure thee." Guhua gave a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further, and rose to depart. After Guhua's exit, Yun gazed into the distant horizon, silently reflecting, the matters of the Beast Mountain must soon come to a close. Meanwhile, within the Beast Mountain, Xiao Yu was experiencing considerable distress. The sky above was shrouded in ominous, tangible clouds that morphed continuously, gradually taking the shape of a funnel, with thick layers of clouds swirling with electric serpents. Xiao Yu's mood was heavily burdened, as a terrifying aura persistently locked onto him. Yet the anticipated thunderstorm remained elusive, inciting a deep sense of irritation within him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, causing the beasts within the Beast Mountain to tremble in fear as they gazed up at the ominous clouds, living in constant trepidation. Their eyes, however, were filled with reverence as they looked at Xiao Yu. The purple electric serpents in the clouds coalesced rapidly, forming a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's waist. Suddenly, as swift as a flash, the lightning struck directly at Xiao Yu, leaving him no chance to evade. The thunderbolt surged into his body from above, its immense force slamming him to the ground and creating a charred, deep crater. In an instant, Xiao Yu's garments were incinerated by the lightning. He let out a muffled groan, the intense pain contorting his features. Yet he quickly summoned his inner Duqi to shield his internal organs from the ravaging effects of the lightning. Unbeknownst to him, the once pale purple lightning began to shift towards a deep violet, its diameter transforming from that of a man's waist to the girth of an arm, while its power became even more formidable, a true concentration of essence. Crack, crack, crack. 3 successive bolts of potent energy lightning struck down in rapid succession. Xiao Yu, still recovering from the impact in the crater, was caught off guard as the fierce forces surged into him once more. This time, Xiao Yu could no longer contain himself. He let out a roar as the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation forced him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. His skin turned blackened and cracked, with blood seeping from his wounds, rendering him a pitiful sight. The violent force was becoming too much for Xiao Yu to withstand. Seizing a moment of respite, he sat cross-legged within the crater, activating the chaotic cultivation method to absorb the rampant energy, utilizing it to refine his own physique. The clouds above have transformed into ominous black ones, with deep purple lightning tinged with a hint of crimson, seemingly brewing the final tribulation. As the chaotic cultivation technique operates, a vast amount of energy is refined and converted into fighting spirit, leading to a remarkable surge in Xiao Yu's power. He ascends from a 1-star Dome Master to 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and eventually reaches 9-star Dome Master, only to find himself confronted with the barrier of a great Dome Master. It is at this juncture that he halts his ascent, furrowing his brow, fully aware that a towering edifice must rest on a solid foundation. Hence, he begins to suppress his own strength. From 9-star Dome Master, he descends to 8-star, then 7-star, meticulously compressing the energy down to 1-star Dome Master before allowing it to rebound, repeating this process. Just then, the final terrifying lightning tribulation descends. Xiao Yu promptly activates the Diamond Guardian Shield. However, the lightning, no thicker than a chopstick, shatters the shield and strikes his spiritual body, leaving him pale and causing a trickle of fresh blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Quickly regaining his composure, Xiao Yu fervently channels the chaotic cultivation technique. The immense energy is rapidly refined, and his cultivation level begins to rise and stabilize. After approximately 10 breaths, he manages to stabilize his realm at 6-star Dome Master. Even under significant suppression, were he to harness this power to forcefully break through to Great Dome Master, it would not be impossible. Yet he knows all too well the consequence of such an act would lead only to his demise. Chapter 37. Entrustment. The chaotic cultivation method is immensely powerful and domineering. Under the continuous operation of Xiao Yu, the thunderous force of the heavenly tribulation was directly refined into pure energy, which surged through his meridians and flowed into his dantian. At this moment, the verdant branches of the life divine tree, residing in Xiao Yu's dantian, began to gently sway. A formidable aura of life enveloped Xiao Yu, sweeping through his entire being. The wounds that had been rent asunder by the lightning began to heal under this force, and the scars within his body gradually mended. After a while, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying gleams of glazed light burst forth from them. Sensing the immense power within him, he suddenly stood up. With a swift motion, he soared towards the sky like a phantom. Observing the churning dark clouds above, he noticed that the once pitch-black layers were beginning to lighten, and the lightning had long since vanished. This signified that the tribulation had passed. The purple cloud wings behind him fluttered slightly, and he shot upwards towards the clouds. With his fist clenched, enveloped in fighting spirit, he struck towards the cloud layer, exclaiming, "Heavenly old thief, taste my fist." Boom. The overwhelming fighting spirit transformed into a fiery red dragon, clawing and pouncing towards the dark clouds. After the strike, the gathering clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. In the distance, the amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at Xiao Yu's ethereal figure, reminiscent of an immortal, and then glanced at the small amethyst-winged lion beside him. For a moment, hesitation flickered in his eyes, but it quickly solidified into determination, as if he had made a decision. He grasped the small amethyst-winged lion and flapped his wings, soaring towards Xiao Yu. Seeing the clouds dissipate, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him, his mood lifting significantly. A gentle breeze brushed past, and he noticed a chill. It dawned on him that his clothes had long been reduced to ashes during the tribulation. Hastily, he retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial ring and donned it. Human. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind him. He turned around, nearly startled to death. It was the amethyst-winged Lion King standing right behind him. Instantly, Xiao Yu tensed, his fighting spirit surging within him, prepared for flight at any moment. The amethyst-winged Lion King seemed to sense Xiao Yu's anxiety and spoke, "There is no need to be tense. This is merely a matter between me and that human woman." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the amethyst-winged Lion King, unable to grasp his meaning. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the truth in the words, realizing that under the amethyst-winged Lion King's strength, escape was futile. "What do you wish to do?" Xiao Yu inquired after a moment of silence. The amethyst-winged Lion King had come for a reason, and as he noticed the small creature beside him glaring at him with anger, Xiao Yu merely offered a faint smile. The amethyst-winged Lion King cast a glance at the little one and remarked, "I can sense the changes here after you have endured that thunderstorm. The energy between heaven and earth seems to have intensified. More importantly, your innate talent astonishes me." Upon hearing the Lion King's assessment, Xiao Yu remained largely unperturbed, merely gazing at him quietly, awaiting further words. The amethyst-winged Lion King sighed and said, "I hope you can take my son out into the world. Being by your side is undoubtedly preferable to remaining in the Beast Mountain range." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, and even the little amethyst-winged Lion King looked at his father in confusion. The Lion King continued, "Our clan is renowned for its formidable combat prowess. Yet we have always been unable to transcend the confines of the 6th-tier magical beasts. Perhaps only by venturing across the continent will we achieve significant breakthroughs. Coincidentally, my son has recently ascended to the 3rd-tier magical beast level, possessing strength comparable to that of a great fighter among humans. Consider him your bodyguard. What do you think? Are you so certain that I can assist you? Are you not afraid that I might jeopardize your son? Xiao Yu inquired, his brows furrowing. The Lion King chuckled heartily. I have a keen eye for people and naturally trust you. However, should he ever face a life-threatening situation, I hope you will come to his aid. Xiao Yu gazed deeply at the amethyst-winged Lion King and ultimately nodded in agreement. Firstly, the Lion King was earnestly beseeching him, and secondly, he truly needed a bodyguard of the great fighter realm. As the Lion King had mentioned, the little amethyst-winged Lion King was nearly invincible within that realm, even capable of contending with lower-tier human spirit masters. Very well, I shall take him with me, and should he grow and wish to return, I shall not hinder him. Xiao Yu declared to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King nodded slightly and turned to the little amethyst-winged Lion King, saying, You must grow. With that, he unfurled his magnificent purple wings and soared towards the mountains. The little amethyst-winged Lion King's large beastly eyes were filled with reluctance and sorrow. Yet he did not follow, instead collapsing onto the ground with a whimper as he watched his father's figure recede into the distance. Xiao Yu approached and gently patted the little one's head, stating, From now on, you shall call me elder brother, and I shall call you little Z. Observing the little one's melancholy demeanor, he retrieved a piece of companion amethyst crystal essence and offered it to him. Upon seeing it, little Z licked his tongue and promptly consumed the entire offering, regaining some of his spirits. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and, with little Z in tow, made his way toward the cave, preparing to tidy up and take Little Bai across the Beast Mountain range to Black Rock City, and then visit his elder brothers. Moreover, he intended to pay a visit to the Serpent People clan. All things considered, there was much to be done. Upon returning to the cave, Little Bai immediately rushed toward Xiao Yu. During their time together, Little Bai had become as clingy as a kitten, almost resembling a cat in demeanor. What perplexed Xiao Yu was that upon seeing Xiao Bai, Xiao Zi suddenly appeared to be engulfed in fear. Xiao Zi sensed an overwhelmingly potent bloodline suppression, a phenomenon that typically manifests only between higher and more exalted magical beasts. He could not comprehend why an aura emanating from Xiao Bai compelled him to submit. Nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace, Xiao Bai cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Zi before closing his eyes. Xiao Zi, in turn, felt a release as the oppressive aura dissipated. Nevertheless, he still regarded Xiao Bai with trepidation. This scene did not escape Xiao Yu's notice, although he paid it little mind. After tidying up and placing everything into his spatial ring, Xiao Yu observed Xiao Zi in a predicament. Although this little creature was not as colossal as his father, he was comparable in size to an adult lion, complete with a pair of wings, which made him rather conspicuous. Thus, Xiao Yu resorted to perusing his alchemical compendium, seeking a transformation elixir or any other potion that could alter Xiao Zi's appearance. At last, he discovered it, the shape-shifting pill, capable of altering the appearance and size of magical beasts, classified as a second-tier elixir. Upon finding this potion, Xiao Yu promptly instructed Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi to remain within the cave, while he ventured out alone to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for its concoction. Upon returning to the cave, he swiftly brewed the shape-shifting pill. As Xiao Zi consumed the circular elixir, his majestic appearance and size diminished significantly. Xiao Yu could only remark, How should I put it? No matter how I look at him, he resembles a golden retriever. Chapter 38. Encountering the little medical sage again, Xiao Yu gazed contentedly at the form of the young amethyst-winged Lion King. Golden fur was merely golden fur. As long as it did not attract undue attention, it sufficed. Ignoring the dissatisfied glances from Xiao Zi, which were futile at this moment, Xiao Yu took charge. After tidying up, he departed the cave with Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi, setting off to leave the monster beast mountains for Emotai City. As they traversed a forested area, Xiao Yu was abruptly met with the sounds of a scuffle. Frowning slightly, he sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself atop a large tree. Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi followed closely behind, and Xiao Yu made a slight space for the two little creatures before glancing toward the slope ahead, his eyes narrowing in surprise. It was her. Xiao Yu had not anticipated encountering the little medical sage here once more. However, she appeared to be in a predicament. Confronted by a gaunt man who was flanked by a dozen burly men, a wound marred her form, and the white veil that once adorned her face had fallen away, revealing a visage of extraordinary beauty. Even in the face of this perilous situation, she remained unyielding, her expression calm as she regarded the thin man before her. The gaunt man leered after sizing her up and said, Little medical sage, isn't it rather lonely here all by yourself in search of medicinal herbs? We, your uncles, have plenty of time to keep you company. Just imagine the scene if this revered little medical sage were to indulge under our care. Ha. The surrounding men joined in raucous laughter, their lewd gazes fixated on the little medical sage, who stood resolute at the center. She replied coolly, Oh, did not the vice captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, Mu Li, say he would take me back intact? The gaunt man responded with a derisive laugh, Vice Captain? I am actually the second captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. As long as I deliver you alive. Does it truly matter to him, or me, whether you return whole? Xiao Yu, not far away, caught wind of the gaunt man's words and muttered softly. Second captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps? I believe he goes by Ganmu. A 9-star fighter accompanied by 10 5-star fighters. This should take me no more than 2 minutes to resolve. Little lady, with such a delicate face, allow me to enjoy it. Ganmu exclaimed as he reached out towards the little medical sage's beautiful face. In her injured state, she lacked the strength to resist, and could only watch in despair as his hand drew ever closer, her eyes closing in hopeless resignation. Hey, it's broad daylight. Is it really appropriate to harass a young lady like this? The little medical sage, who had felt as though her heart had turned to ash, suddenly heard a gentle laughter nearby. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, prompting her to open her eyes in haste. Before her stood Xiao Yu, his tall and graceful silhouette bringing back memories from 2 or 3 months prior. She remembered this boy. Before Ganmu could react, he found his hand seized by the young man before him, his face darkening as he cursed. Who the hell are you? Get lost and let go of my hand. Upon hearing Ganmu's words, Xiao Yu maintained a gentle smile. Yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he began to exert pressure on Ganmu's right hand. Ganmu initially sought to free himself from Xiao Yu's grip, but to his dismay, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. In exasperation, he cursed. Release me, you little bastard. No sooner had he spoken than he let out a piercing cry. Ah, it hurts. You lot, come at me. The surrounding brutes, sensing the shift in the situation, quickly closed in on Xiao Yu, ready to attack. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Why offer yourselves up to death? As he spoke, he drew the ink-scaled blade from his back and, with a casual sweep, unleashed a sword chi that pierced through the air toward the approaching men. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as the horrified cries of the men echoed around them. Their hands were severed cleanly at the wrists, blood gushing forth, painting a gruesome scene. The young healer, witnessing this horror, turned pale, yet upon recalling the misdeeds of those men, her flicker of sympathy swiftly vanished. The injured men, terrified, fled hastily towards the mountains, and Xiao Yu chose not to hinder their escape. If they sought death, so be it. After all, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps was a malignant presence in this area, and their eradication would be a boon. Seeing his subordinates dispatched with such ease, Ganmu, no fool himself, realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He quickly pleaded, Hero, I beseech you, spare my life. I acknowledge my mistakes. Enduring the pain in his hand, he glanced at the young healer and continued, Hero, do you fancy the young healer? I shall offer her to you. A girl as delightful as she will surely bring you joy. Kindly show mercy and let me go. The healer, incensed by Ganmu's words, flushed with anger and rebuked him. You shameless wretch. Xiao Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with a faint smile. Whether or not to spare you is moot. She is already mine, requiring no gift from you. Moreover, your lecherous demeanor reveals you have likely harmed many young women. A scoundrel like you is hard to forgive. Realizing his charm was futile, Ganmu resorted to monetary temptation. Wait. I still have money. If you let me go, I shall give you all my wealth amassed over the years. I may not have much, but it suffices. Xiao Yu chuckled. I, too, possess wealth. However, I find it insufficient. Seeing that soft persuasion failed, Ganmu's expression darkened, revealing a menacing glare as he declared, I am the second captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. If you kill me, our leader will not let you go. Unperturbed, Xiao Yu responded, Oh, and how will they pursue me? With that, he effortlessly revealed his 6-star dosher prowess, unleashing a fierce aura that left Ganmu's face ashen. He stammered, Why, you are a dosher? You should know that even the leader, Mu Shi, is a dosher, yet he has never encountered one so young. Moreover, he could sense that the ferocious aura of the Dome Master emanating from Xiao Yu was undoubtedly more formidable than that of his own leader. Otherwise, he would not have felt a surge of trepidation, a sentiment he had never experienced even in the presence of the leader, Mu Shi. The little medicine sage gazed at the young man before her in astonishment. In just a matter of months, he had ascended from a fighter to a Dome Master, a terrifying talent that left her utterly astounded. Enough of the jesting. It is your own fault for presenting yourself so willingly. I find you quite unpleasant. And coupled with your insults towards me, you shall meet your demise. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu's palm was enveloped in a white flame, which transformed into a serpentine blaze that ensnared Ganmu. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of white ashes upon the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, rendering him utterly non-existent. Ganmu did not even emit a cry of agony before being consumed by Xiao Yu's flames, while the little medicine sage's eyes widened in surprise. Yet, Xiao Yu appeared unfazed, as if the extinguishing of a life were a trivial matter. Having spent several months in the Beast Mountain range, he had already become accustomed to such sanguinary methods. turning to see the little medicine sage's stunned expression. He offered a gentle smile, asking, "Are you frightened?" She finally regained her composure and, with a slight shake of her head, replied, "He met a fate he richly deserved." Chapter 39. The small valley. Xiao Yu gazed at the wounds adorning the little medical fairy and retrieved several vials of healing elixirs from his spatial ring, presenting them to her. "These are self-crafted potions. Their healing properties are quite remarkable. Please, use them." The little medical fairy stared at Xiao Yu in astonishment. "You are an alchemist?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Is it so astonishing that I am an alchemist?" The little medical fairy found herself momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. She pondered the implications of Xiao Yu's formidable strength and his identity as an alchemist, questioning what kind of prodigy could achieve such feats. However, upon recalling Xiao Yu's extraordinary flames, his alchemical prowess began to seem less surprising. Unperturbed by her moment of bewilderment, Xiao Yu beckoned towards the great tree, and soon, Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi manifested beside him in a flash of light. The little medical fairy cast a glance at the two creatures, her eyes sparkling with affection. "These little ones are absolutely adorable. Are they your pets?" Xiao Yu surveyed Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi before nodding. "Indeed, one is named Xiao Bai, and the other Xiao Zi." To his surprise, the little medical fairy burst into laughter at his words. "Is that truly how you named these two?" Xiao Yu found himself momentarily entranced by her radiant smile, but quickly regained his composure, shrugging his shoulders. As the old saying goes, a humble name ensures a prosperous life. At that moment, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi regarded Xiao Yu with displeasure in their eyes. The little medical fairy scooped up Xiao Bai, who offered no resistance and instead displayed a contented expression, appearing rather spoiled. With a gleeful smile, the little medical fairy remarked, "It seems Xiao Bai is quite fond of me." Nestled in her arms, Xiao Bai settled into a comfortable position, closing his eyes and exuding an air of indolent satisfaction. Watching Xiao Bai snuggle against the little medical fairy, Xiao Yu silently mused, could this little fellow be male? Nonetheless, he chose to divert his attention and inquired, "How did you attract the attention of the wolf head mercenary group?" As she caressed Xiao Bai's soft fur, the little medical fairy recounted, "Previously, I obtained a treasure map indicating the location of a cave. Unfortunately, Mu Li, the vice captain of the wolf head mercenary group, learned of this from my assistant and followed me to the cave. Inside, there were initially 3 stone boxes. However, it seems someone had arrived before me, and I only managed to acquire a portion of the treasures. Mu Li assumed I had obtained everything and demanded I surrender the items. Although I narrowly escaped, he remains relentless in his pursuit." Upon hearing her tale, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Xiao Yu's eyes, for the treasures she spoke of were indeed those he had taken, which inadvertently became the reason for her being hunted by the mercenary group. A sense of remorse washed over him. The little medical fairy glanced at Xiao Yu. Her curiosity piqued. "What is troubling you?" Xiao Yu gradually regained his composure and remarked, "Oh, it's nothing. Just some thoughts crossed my mind." However, he mused that he had not truly wronged her, as he had at least left behind the 7-colored poison scripture. Yet, the mere thought of the scripture reminded him of the accursed poison body. The little medical fairy glanced at Xiao Yu but refrained from probing further, nodding as she said, "I have a secret stronghold in the Monster Beast mountain range. That group just now has surely gone to report back. Why don't we head there first?" Xiao Yu responded with a gentle smile, "Perfect timing. We can resolve everything at once. Since you've mentioned it, let us visit your secret stronghold." As for the matter of the accursed poison body, Xiao Yu decided to wait a while before inquiring further, as this was not something he could dictate. The little medical fairy smiled softly and then produced a bamboo flute, placing it to her lips. An enchanting melody resonated through the forest, and Xiao Yu understood that she was summoning her companion, seemingly a first-tier magical beast, a blue eagle. With that strange sound wave echoing out, a sharp cry soon followed. Xiao Yu looked up to see a massive blue eagle soaring from the horizon, rapidly approaching their location. Within moments, the giant eagle was circling above them. The little medical fairy waved her hand, and the eagle gradually descended, landing gracefully before her. She gently stroked the eagle's head and introduced, "This is my companion, Xiao Lan." Xiao Yu chuckled. What difference does that name make? Hearing his remark, the little medical fairy wrinkled her adorable nose and retorted, "Humph, it's certainly different. Xiao Lan refers to the mist of the mountains." "All right then," Xiao Yu said, offering no further comment. The little medical fairy, cradling Xiao Bai, leapt onto Xiao Lan's back, with Xiao Yu following closely behind with Xiao Zi. "Let us go home, Xiao Lan," the little medical fairy called out. The eagle let out a cry, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a gust of wind swept through as it soared into the sky, carrying the two of them aloft. Xiao Lan's broad back was soft and comfortable, and Xiao Yu reclined upon it, enjoying the sensation. The little medical fairy, feeling quite at ease, expressed her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance this time," Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, There's no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. The little medical fairy said nothing further, quietly stroking Xiao Bai's fur. Xiao Lan flew swiftly, and soon Xiao Yu spotted a basin below, adorned with medicinal herbs. Yet they did not linger there, but instead plunged deeper into the basin. They gradually descended into a small valley, suffused with rich energy and the fragrant aroma of herbs, a splendid place for cultivation. The abundance of medicinal materials here was perfect for concocting elixirs for their journey into the desert. How do you find this environment? Are you satisfied? This valley is completely isolated from the outside world, shrouded in thick mist above, making it exceedingly concealed. It was only by chance that Xiao Lan brought me here. Otherwise, I would never have discovered it. The little medical fairy exclaimed with a delightful laugh, clearly pleased with their secret haven. Xiao Yu marveled. This place is indeed remarkable. Are you not afraid that I might claim it as my own? The little medical sage, with a cheerful smile, replied, I possess a keen ability to read people. Besides, had you not saved me, I would have long perished at the hands of those villains. It is no exaggeration to call you my savior. Thus, what harm is there in gifting you this place? Xiao Yu, appreciating her words, gave her a thumbs up and said, Now, that is music to my ears. However, while I could stay here for a while, if it were truly gifted to me, I would not frequent it often. Yet, as your benefactor, is it too much to ask for a meal? The little medical sage shot him a playful glance and replied, Such audacity. Just wait. With that, she ventured into a small grove, and shortly thereafter, she reappeared with 2 plump wild rabbits in her hands. As night fell, the little medical sage and Xiao Yu sat before a crackling bonfire, roasting the succulent rabbits. Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi lay nearby, eagerly anticipating their share, almost drooling in anticipation, while Xiao Lan stood behind the little medical sage, clearly sharing a close bond with her. All right, it's time to feast. Let us see how it tastes. The little medical sage handed a roasted rabbit to Xiao Yu and divided the other among Xiao Bai, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Lan. Delicious! Xiao Yu exclaimed, and the little medical sage smiled without uttering a word, as the 2 humans and 3 beasts indulged in a hearty meal. Chapter 40. The enraged Mu Shi. What did you say? Gone Mu is dead? In the grand hall of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps stronghold in Qingshan Town, Mu Shi, in a fit of rage, shattered a wooden table beside him as he glared at the several hulking men kneeling before him, their hands missing. The trembling men lamented. We were so close to capturing the little medical sage, but unexpectedly, a young lad appeared from nowhere. Not only did he severely injure us, but he also seized the neck of the second commander and killed him outright. The senior members of the Wolf Head, upon hearing the words of these underlings, furrowed their brows. However, witnessing Mu Shi's fury, they refrained from further comment. They dared not provoke his wrath at such a moment. At this juncture, Mu Li, standing nearby, interjected, Are you saying that a mere boy managed to grievously wound you with a single sword strike and then kill the second commander? The men nodded hastily. Yet Mu Li scoffed, What a farce! The second commander possesses the strength of a 9-star fighter. If what you claim is true, then that boy must be at the rank of a battle master. Do you expect anyone to believe this? This is the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. We will not tolerate such nonsense. The gathered crowd began to register Mu Li's words. Indeed, it was a valid point. The second commander was a 9-star fighter. And within the Wolf Head, only the commander Mu Shi could confidently suppress Gon Mu. While it might have been plausible had another commander from a different mercenary group intervened, it now appeared these men were merely fabricating excuses to evade responsibility. No, that lad's strength was genuinely formidable. He wounded us with a single move. His prowess is undoubtedly at the battlemaster level. Commander, you must believe us. The men hastily defended themselves. Mu Li rebuked them. Surely, you encountered ambushes from the other 2 mercenary groups in the Monster Beast Mountains, did you not? You dared to abandon the second commander and flee. He then turned to the commander, stating, These traitors, driven by fear for their lives, failed to protect the second commander. In my opinion, it would be best to execute them to set an example. Upon hearing Mu Li's words, the faces of the underlings turned ashen. They comprehended that Mu Li was fabricating a pretext for their execution. After all, they had become handicapped, severely weakened, and were now a burden to the mercenary corps. Should they be cast aside, it would undoubtedly lead to public outcry. Yet now, the situation had changed. Mu Li had branded them with the label of traitors, effectively sealing their fates, although they had previously concealed the fact that they had abandoned the second commander. With his absence now suggesting his demise at the hands of that young lad, Mu Li's repeated assertions now threatened their lives, inciting panic within them. Commander, we truly did not act as you claim. Please spare us. They pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Mu Shi thundered, Enough. Mu Li is correct. The Wolf Head Mercenary Corps does not require traitors. Guards, take them away and execute them to serve as a warning. With a single sentence, Mu Shi sealed the fate of the individuals before him. A group of mercenaries entered and dragged the men away, and soon, the air outside was filled with curses. However, the sound was swiftly extinguished by the soft splatter of blood. The remaining high-ranking members of the Wolf Head organization were filled with trepidation. One of them inquired, "Captain, what shall we do now?" Mu Shi, his expression darkened, replied, "If this matter is indeed as they claim, a mere boy is responsible, then it is likely that Gan Mu is already dead. Yet, this boy cannot possibly possess the strength of a Do master. At most, he is a 9-star Do fighter. Nevertheless, such power warrants our vigilance." Gradually regaining his composure from his fury, Mu Shi understood the gravity of the situation. The other two leaders had no reason to provoke conflict at this time. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly ordered, "They will not linger long in the monster beast mountains. Send the word down. All mercenaries must withdraw from the mountains. Remain alert to Xiao Yishin's movements at the periphery. Upon discovering her whereabouts, do not act hastily. Return and report first." "Understood. By the way, what of Herman?" Mu Shi scanned the hall and frowned. "I heard that Captain Herman is preparing to enter the monster beast mountains with a few brothers to accompany Lady Lawn from the Blue Flower Tavern to hunt snow foxes." The subordinate hesitated, but dared not conceal the truth, responding candidly. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi cursed angrily, "That fool. Stop him. Inform him that second Captain Gan Mu has perished in the monster beast mountains, and let him know he can march to his doom if he wishes." "Yes." The subordinate hurried off to relay the message to Captain Herman. Meanwhile, Herman, having gathered his brothers and prepared to embark, noticed a mercenary rushing towards him in a panic, causing him to furrow his brow. The mercenary, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Captain, the leader has ordered you not to enter the mountains. The brothers have been pulled out from the monster beast mountains." Herman, displeased, frowned and retorted, "What is my brother up to?" Just then, a voluptuous and alluring noblewoman approached, sauntering with an enticing sway. Her soft, delicate form leaned against Herman, igniting a spark of desire in his gaze. "Wherever you wish to go, my lady, I shall follow." At this moment, the mercenary interjected, but the captain said, "Even second Captain Gan Mu." Before he could finish, Herman slapped the mercenary's face in anger, rebuking him. "Do not mention the second captain to me. Get out of my way. I am going into the mountains, and I dare anyone to stop me." The mercenary, holding his face in shock, fell silent, helplessly watching as Herman led a dozen of his wolf head brothers boldly into the monster beast mountains. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Sagan let out a cold sneer, remarking, "Good advice is wasted on the damned. Hyman has always been arrogant. Now he disregards even the captain's words. Let him be. It would be best if he remains in the beast mountains." He then sighed. If he truly encounters that young man, it is a pity for those 15 brothers. Sagan shook his head and made his way toward the captain's quarters. At this moment, Xiao Yu had begun his cultivation in the valley. The energy here was abundant, and if he could stay for 10 days or half a month, he might be able to elevate his strength further. The little medical sage did not disturb him. Instead, she watched Xiao Yu diligently practicing, a flicker of curiosity and admiration crossing her eyes. Taking advantage of Xiao Yu's training, she decided to venture into the valley to gather some herbs for concocting poisons, as she had recently acquired a colorful poison manual and was eager to delve into its study. Chapter 41. The decision to cultivate in the following 3 days. Xiao Yu and the little medical sage busied themselves with their respective pursuits. While the little medical sage delved into the study of toxicology, Xiao Yu engaged in both cultivation and the art of alchemy. He had begun to learn the intricacies of crafting third-grade elixirs. Although the outcomes were not entirely satisfactory, they were merely a hair's breadth away from success. The primary challenge lay in the superior quality of the medicinal herbs required for third-grade elixirs. Despite the myriad of herbs available in the valley, few could serve Xiao Yu's alchemical needs. It appeared that a visit to the Alchemist Guild was necessary, for acquiring the status of an alchemist would undoubtedly facilitate the procurement of certain herbs. After concluding his alchemical endeavors for the day, Xiao Yu muttered to himself. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, intensely aromatic yet tinged with an unsettling undertone. Startled, Xiao Yu quickly realized this was poison. To his astonishment, he discerned this only after careful consideration. While ordinary poisons posed little challenge for him, this one was evidently extraordinary. The aroma contained traces of toxins. However, the essence of his cultivation, the chaotic source technique, endowed him with the ability to neutralize poisons, a discovery he had made during his initial forays into alchemy. Thus, he channeled his energy to expel the toxins from his body, following up with the bone spirit cold fire to incinerate them completely. His gaze shifted towards the little medical sage's wooden cabin, the source of the alluring scent. He first administered an antidote he had concocted to Xiao Bai, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Lan before striding towards the little medical sage's abode. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped lightly on the door, eliciting a response from within. What is it? A slight furrow adorned Xiao Yu's brow as he queried, "Are you concocting poison?" Just then, with a creak, the little medical sage opened the door. Xiao Yu's eyes fell upon a small iron pot bubbling gently, the enticing aroma emanating from within. Noticing his gaze, the little medical sage's expression shifted dramatically as she feigned calmness, saying, I am preparing a defensive poison. What is the matter? Yet, Xiao Yu scrutinized her intently, declaring, the toxicity of the poison you are creating far exceeds what is necessary for self-defense. This could easily be lethal to a dome master. Do not attempt to deceive me. Do not forget that I am an alchemist. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the little medical sage's complexion paled significantly. She realized she could not hide the truth from him and was taken aback by his swift discovery. Xiao Yu's gaze swept across the room, and indeed, he spotted a colorful scroll on the desk. Channeling his energy towards the vibrant scroll, he retrieved it, seizing it in his hand. As the little medical sage made to snatch it back, Xiao Yu denied her the opportunity, holding it behind his back and asking, Have you uncovered something within this toxicology manual? The little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with bitterness as she remarked, In truth, I have longed to traverse the continent, yet my abilities do not permit such aspirations. Xiao Yu, equally surprised, promptly unfurled the scroll of the poison scripture, and indeed, at the conclusion of the seven-colored poison scripture, he discovered annotations regarding the eerie poison body and methods to discern it. You have already realized that your constitution differs from others, have you not? Xiao Yu inquired solemnly. The little medical fairy gazed up at him, remaining silent, but merely nodded in affirmation. After a brief silence, Xiao Yu continued, I understand your desire to grow stronger, and I am uncertain how to dissuade you. However, I hope that after I share a story with you, should you still choose to cultivate the eerie poison body, I will not stand in your way. The little medical fairy, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, was eager to learn what tale he intended to share. Xiao Yu, casting a deep glance at her, began, Indeed, there once existed a woman who cultivated the eerie poison body on this continent. It remains a secret of the realm. In a fit of fury, she transformed an entire empire into a desolate wasteland of poison, causing the demise of hundreds of thousands, if not more. At this revelation, the little medical fairy's pupils constricted, her expression rife with disbelief. Yet Xiao Yu continued, This woman possessed the strength of a 5-star battle emperor. Many formidable warriors, having narrowly escaped from that poisoned land, sought vengeance against her. One by one, these powerful individuals fell at her hands, the weakest among them being battle spirits. There was even a 9-star battle emperor on the verge of ascending to the battle sovereign level, yet tragically, he too perished at her hands. Ultimately, the incident attracted the attention of some reclusive immortals, leading to a battle shrouded in secrecy. The woman was gravely wounded and fled. Yet one battle sovereign from the opposing side took a full decade to recover from the toxins inflicted upon him. Upon observing the shock in the little medical fairy's eyes, Xiao Yu continued, Poison masters are already shunned by society. Should you decide to cultivate the eerie poison body, you may find yourself pursued by all practitioners in this world. Are you truly resolute in your decision? The little medical fairy hesitated, her curiosity piqued, and what became of that woman in the end? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu responded, I am not entirely certain. All I know is that 20 years after the battle, she had ascended to the rank of battle sovereign. The little medical fairy's lips felt parched as she murmured, Such strength is astonishing. Xiao Yu nodded, affirming, Indeed, for once the eerie poison body is mastered, one need only ingest poison to convert it into battle energy, thus enhancing one's power far more effortlessly than through arduous training, as I have endured. The little medical fairy, amused by his words, chuckled, From your tone, it seems you harbor some envy? Xiao Yu acknowledged, Indeed, I do feel a tinge of envy. However, the power gained through such cultivation carries immense risks. Nevertheless, I must ask, are you certain you wish to pursue the eerie poison body? With a slight shrug, he stated unequivocally. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the little healer refrained from addressing his inquiry directly. Instead, she posed a singular question. If I cultivate the Xun'er poison body, will you, like others in the world, become my adversary? Gazing into the little healer's eyes, brimming with anticipation, Xiao Yu gently shook his head and replied, Naturally, I shall not. Upon hearing his response, a flicker of unknown brilliance illuminated the little healer's gaze, and with unwavering resolve, she declared, I have resolved to cultivate the Xun'er poison body. Xiao Yu regarded her with a hint of surprise and asked, Are you certain? Indeed, I am certain. Observing her steadfast demeanor, Xiao Yu chose to say no more, simply returning the colorful scroll of the poison sutra to her. Upon receiving the scroll, the little healer, puzzled, inquired, How do you possess such profound knowledge of the Xun'er poison body? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. It is simply a consequence of my extensive reading since childhood, resulting in a wealth of knowledge. The little healer's lips curled into a sweet smile as she playfully chided, "You only know how to boast." Yet, with a grin, Xiao Yu retorted, "Even if I were boasting, you seem to believe it, do you not?" The little healer chose not to counter his statement, but Xiao Yu's subsequent words left her in a state of astonishment, perhaps even delight. Chapter 42. Journey to the Desert City. Now that you have resolved to cultivate the calamity poison body, I shall no longer hold back, Xiao Yu declared. The little medical fairy gazed at Xiao Yu in bewilderment and inquired, "What do you mean?" With a subtle smile, Xiao Yu replied, "In truth, I possess not only a comprehensive understanding of the calamity poison body, but I also know how to completely master it." Upon hearing his words, the little medical fairy momentarily fell into a daze. Are you truly serious?" she eventually managed to ask. Of course, is there any doubt? Xiao Yu was well aware of how the calamity poison body could ultimately be controlled. However, entirely mastering the little medical fairy's calamity poison body would indeed pose some challenges. Nevertheless, the Dan Canon contains methods for its treatment. There are actually two ways to alleviate the calamity poison body. The first method recorded in the Dan Canon involves cultivating the poison transformation Zen Sutra, an exceptionally unique technique, akin to the calamity poison body itself. This poison transformation Zen Sutra is merely a yellow-grade technique, yet its significance transcends its rank. Upon cultivating it, one could transform all poison-infused combat energy into normal combat energy. However, one crucial drawback is that after purging the poison-infused energy, one's strength would be reduced to nearly nothing. This is one of the points Xiao Yu sarcastically criticized. Essentially, one would first enhance their strength through the calamity poison body, and then, at the moment the body threatens to spiral out of control, begin practicing the poison transformation Zen Sutra. What a conundrum. Thus, Xiao Yu promptly dismissed this first method. Any sensible individual would not opt for it. The second method, however, is the poison pill technique. The Dan Canon provides a more detailed and effective account of the poison pill technique, which involves a progressive approach, cultivating different poison pills at each stage to control the toxins within. Xiao Yu shared the poison pill technique with the little medical fairy, who, somewhat astonished, remarked, "The calamity poison body can actually be cultivated in this manner?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "You are not the only one with a calamity poison body in this continent. Since there have been predecessors who possessed it, there must certainly be some methods of control left behind for reference. In my view, cultivating poison pills to manage the poison-infused combat energy is a far more secure approach." The little medical fairy nodded eagerly. "Indeed, but as you mentioned, even if I were to attempt to refine poison pills now, I would require at least two types of, one being the magic core of a third-tier magical beast, and the other, whatever that life essence is. I have never even heard of such or life essence. How am I to find them?" she said, her spirits visibly dampened. Xiao Yu responded, "As for, I happen to possess one." As he spoke, a frosty white flame suddenly swirled in his hand, emanating a faintly refreshing aura that appeared somewhat paradoxical. What is this?" The little medical fairy's slightly parted lips and astonished expression were undeniably charming. Xiao Yu laughed lightly. "This is known as bone spirit cold fire. As for the necessity of two types of, it is of no concern, for I am about to embark on a journey to the desert city, where it is said that another lies deep within the sands." "You are going to the desert?" Little medicine fairy asked, her expression one of astonishment. "Not only I, naturally. You will accompany me as well," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Little medicine fairy's face suddenly flushed a vibrant hue, and she murmured, "Am I really to go with you?" "Of course," Xiao Yu responded. "What? Are you unwilling?" Little medicine fairy hurriedly waved her small hand, exclaiming, No, I certainly wish to." Upon saying this, her complexion grew even rosier. Xiao Yu chose not to dwell on the matter any further and continued, "As for the life essence, I am well aware of its location, so you need not worry." The reason Xiao Yu could state this with such certainty was that the life essence was the very essence of the life divine tree within him. The only challenge being the acquisition of the magic core from a third-tier magical beast. Just as he pondered this, Little Purple approached, her demeanor somewhat foolish. Xiao Yu gazed at Little Purple, momentarily lost in thought, when Little Medicine Fairy suggested, "Why don't we hunt a third-tier magical beast in the Beast Mountain range?" Her words caused Little Purple to tremble with trepidation, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although not all third-tier magical beasts possess magic cores, the Crystal-Winged Lion King undoubtedly does. As Little Purple nervously contemplated which direction to flee, Xiao Yu gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. Why would I ever take your magic core?" Hearing this, Little Purple relaxed slightly, shaking her head in response. Only Little Medicine Fairy remained perplexed, asking, Xiao Yu, what do you mean by that?" "Little Purple is." Xiao Yu turned to her and explained, "Indeed, Little Purple is actually a third-tier magical beast, her strength equivalent to that of a great fighter, thus serving as my protector." Little Medicine Fairy was astounded by this revelation. She had thought that having a first-tier magical beast like Little Lon was impressive, but in comparison to Xiao Yu, it was as if she were a mere novice. Suddenly recalling Little White, she inquired, "What about Little White?" "Little White is not a magical beast. Rather, it is just a pet I keep due to its adorable appearance," Xiao Yu casually replied. Fortunately, Little White was currently napping in the herb garden, blissfully unaware of Xiao Yu's comments. Otherwise, it would surely have been upset and rolled its eyes in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Little Medicine Fairy felt relieved. If even one of them were a third-tier magical beast, she would have surely been terrified. Xiao Yu then suggested, "Since you have not yet begun cultivating the poisonous body, how about you wait until I have gathered the necessary herbs before commencing your training?" Little Medicine Fairy had no objections and nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, I will defer to your judgment." After all, Xiao Yu's familiarity with the poisonous body far exceeded her own, making it sensible to follow his lead. Noticing her agreement, Xiao Yu declared, "In that case, let us depart from here tomorrow and prepare for our journey to the desert city." "All right," Little Medicine Fairy replied enthusiastically. A quiet night passed away. The little healer had already tidied everything up in the meantime. She only needed to bring along the essentials. As for Xiao Yu, his belongings were even fewer, thus requiring little in the way of packing. The little healer called for Xiao Lan early on, and then, cradling the little white creature, she leaped up. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zi followed closely behind. With a cry from Xiao Lan, they soared into the sky, wings outstretched. As the basin and the small wooden cottage grew smaller in her view, the little healer couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, reflecting, "This time of departure leaves me uncertain when I shall return." Xiao Yu reassured her, "We will return. A world of splendid vistas awaits you beyond." "Indeed," the little healer replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Xiao Lan carried them until they reached the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range before coming to a halt. The little healer addressed Xiao Lan. "This is where we part ways, my friend. The world outside is fraught with danger. You will find more freedom here in the monster beast mountain range. Go now." Xiao Lan's immense form leaned towards the little healer, its head gently rubbing against her shoulder, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Chapter 43. The unfortunate Herman standing beside the little medical fairy, Xiao Yu could naturally perceive her reluctance to part with Xiao Lan. He suggested, "Why not bring Xiao Lan along? It would provide her with some companionship." The little medical fairy turned to Xiao Yu, offering a wry smile as she replied, "Xiao Lan's size is rather too conspicuous. Moreover, her limited strength makes her susceptible to danger." Yet, Xiao Yu chuckled reassuringly, "You needn't worry about that. I possess a transformation pill that can assist Xiao Lan in reducing her size." The little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. "Really?" Xiao Yu produced a transformation pill from his spatial ring, saying, "Indeed, this is it. Just have her consume it." Trusting Xiao Yu implicitly, the little medical fairy accepted the pill and administered it to Xiao Lan, who obediently opened her beak and swallowed the transformation pill. After consuming it, Xiao Lan's massive form quivered slightly as she began to shrink gradually, soon assuming a size typical of ordinary birds of prey. With a gentle flutter of her wings, Xiao Lan alighted on the shoulder of the little medical fairy, who joyfully caressed her feathers, exclaiming, "Wonderful, Xiao Lan. At last, we won't have to leave you behind." Witnessing the little medical fairy's elation, Xiao Yu smiled softly. Just then, he was abruptly alerted by the sound of commotion nearby, causing him to furrow his brow. Today is indeed a stroke of luck for Team Leader 3, encountering this snow fox as soon as we entered the mountains. Indeed, it is thanks to Team Leader 3's formidable prowess that we were able to capture this snow fox. Amidst the flattery, Herman reveled in the presence of beauty in his embrace, feeling a surge of triumph. Gazing at his enchanting wife, he was overwhelmed with a fervor, yearning for a suitable place to set up camp and indulge his desires. While lost in thought, a loud shout from one of his subordinates broke through. "Who goes there?" Herman looked up to see the strikingly lovely little medical fairy standing not far away. Naturally, he recognized her, for her reputation was formidable, and his men had also identified her, remaining silent yet fixated upon her. They were well aware of the bounty on her head within the mercenary group. Herman's gaze turned lecherous as he grinned widely. "Oh, isn't this the little medical fairy? I must admit, her beauty is indeed unparalleled. I've heard our young team leader has long held a fondness for you." The little medical fairy's expression darkened slightly as she retorted coldly, "Your wolf head mercenary group has committed numerous atrocities and will inevitably face retribution." To her astonishment, Herman erupted into laughter, taking a considerable time to compose himself before responding. "You needn't concern yourself with that, little medical fairy. Whether or not the wolf head mercenary group is dealt with is beyond your purview. However, I am well aware that among the 3 major mercenary groups, we boast the strongest prowess. I believe capturing you and presenting you to our young team leader would be quite the treat." I am quite curious to experience the flavor of the esteemed little medical fairy whom everyone in Qingshan Town reveres. Ha! Upon finishing his words, Herman burst into hearty laughter. The Lady Blue nestled in his arms expressed her discontent, remarking, "You scoundrel, is it not enough for me to serve you alone? Must you seek a golden-haired girl? Am I to teach her the art of pleasure in bed?" The ambiguity of her statement was palpable, yet it flowed smoothly into Herman's ears. "Indeed, my lady speaks true. This little girl will surely require your guidance in the art of intimacy." He chuckled lewdly, his expression betraying a lascivious delight, as if he had already claimed the young healer as his own. The young healer, upon overhearing their exchange, felt her face flush with indignation, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Xiao Yu, who gazed at her with a questioning look. "Let me deal with this scoundrel. As for the woman, I shall leave her to you," he explained. The young healer cast a contemptuous glance at Herman and the Lady Blue before reluctantly acquiescing to Xiao Yu's plan. It was then that Herman noticed a youth standing beside the young healer, mistaking him for her apprentice. He barked, "Kid, this matter concerns the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. If you wish to live, keep your distance, or else what then?" Xiao Yu retorted nonchalantly. Herman's eyes turned cold as he glared at him, stating, "Then you shall remain here forever." "Oh, to keep me here? That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. Perhaps I am not someone you can afford to provoke," Xiao Yu replied with a faint smile. His words incited laughter among the mercenaries, including Herman, while even the Lady Blue mocked. "Do you know who he is? He is Lord Herman, the captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, a powerful 8-star fighter, not someone of your ilk can compare to." Unfazed, Xiao Yu simply grinned and said, "Is that so? Then I shall see just how formidable you truly are, or if you are merely a fade." Herman's countenance darkened as he commanded, "Seize him. Kill that brat. But do not harm the young healer. I still wish to enjoy her tonight." With a sinister grin, he concluded his order. "Yes." The 15 mercenaries surged toward Xiao Yu. He scoffed, "You dare tread the path of heaven when it is not yours to walk, and intrude upon hell without invitation? Then you shall meet your demise." As his words fell, Xiao Yu's figure vanished before the mercenaries, his uncanny agility leaving them without a target. Even Herman, seated in the carriage, narrowed his eyes, for he too could not perceive Xiao Yu's form. "I am right behind you," a calm voice echoed. The mercenaries turned swiftly, only to see Xiao Yu suspended in midair, his ink-scaled sword emitting a resonant hum. The scorching sword energy raised the temperature around them, as Xiao Yu exhaled softly, heavenly sword of flame. Xiao Yu, showcasing the formidable prowess of a 6-star dome master, unleashed a ferocious aura that engulfed the realm, rendering those present breathless. The sharp and searing sword energy surged towards the crowd with lightning speed, leaving the mercenaries utterly unprepared. Meanwhile, Hemong, positioned behind Xiao Yu, was so overwhelmed that he collapsed to his knees, trembling in fear as the potent aura of the Dome Master bore down upon him. With a chilling sound of blood splattering, Xiao Yu showed no mercy. These individuals were deserving of their fate, and their demise was but a mere consequence. In an instant, all that remained before him were mangled corpses, a sight that even the little medicinal sage, accustomed to the brutalities of the Beast Mountain range, found unnerving. Witnessing Xiao Yu slay his subordinates with a single stroke, coupled with the overwhelming Dome Master aura that he had never sensed even from the Captain Mu Shi, Hemong was paralyzed with terror. As Xiao Yu turned to face him, fear gripped him like a vice, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, I beg you, spare my life." In Xiao Yu's grasp pointed menacingly at Hemong, whose eyes were filled with dread, terrified that a single strike might seal his fate. Beside him, Madame Lan was equally unsettled by the unfolding scene. Chapter 44. Return to Qingshan Town. Madame Lan, with an alluring smile, gracefully approached Xiao Yu, wrapping her arms around his slender leg and flattering him. "This young hero is the true champion. That Herman is but a petty man, akin to the refuse found in a foul gutter. How could he ever be compared to a gentleman like you?" Herman, overhearing the woman who had just been cooing in his embrace now insult him so brazenly, was instantly overtaken by rage, his face twisting into a grimace as he could not restrain himself from unleashing a venomous curse. "Wretched woman, as long as I survive today, I shall flay you alive, making your existence a living hell." Before he could finish, Xiao Yu delivered a swift kick to Herman's chest, propelling his body into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto a nearby carriage with a resounding bang, shattering it into splinters. With a spurt of blood, Herman lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Xiao Yu merely remarked, "Did I permit you to speak?" Madame Lan quickly echoed, "Precisely. Did the young master grant you permission to utter a word?" Herman, hearing her words, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and as Xiao Yu cast a glance at Madame Lan, a fierce glint in his eyes made her tremble. In that moment, Xiao Yu delivered a resounding slap to her face. With a loud crack, Madame Lan was sent sprawling, her teeth mingling with the blood she spat out. crashing to the ground. Her strength was no match for Herman S., and she quickly rolled her eyes back and fainted. At that moment, the little medical fairy approached. Observing the unconscious Madame Lan and pouting her lips, you wouldn't actually find her appealing, would you? Xiao Yu snapped back. If I found her appealing, would I have reduced her to this state? I have no fondness for fickle women. The little medical fairy huffed softly, muttering, well, she pales in comparison to me. What? Xiao Yu was about to stride toward Herman and momentarily missed the little medical fairy's words. Startled by his inquiry, she blushed crimson and hurriedly clarified, and no, it's nothing. Disregarding her fluster, Xiao Yu approached Herman, whose eyes were now wide with terror. He could scarcely fathom that this young man before him was a formidable warrior of the Dome Master realm. To him, the strength of an 8-star fighter seemed nothing more than a jest. From his elevated position, Xiao Yu gazed down at the prostrate Herman and inquired, did your Wolfhead Mercenary Corps not receive any news from your second leader, Ganmu? Even if you were unaware, it cannot be that every single member of your organization is a fool. Surely, you did not imagine that Ganmu had already perished in the Monster Mountain range? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Herman's face flushed crimson, as recollections of his subordinates' warning against entering the Monster Mountain range before their expedition came flooding back. It seemed they had indeed caught wind of something, and at this moment, regret gnawed at Herman's heart. Upon observing Herman's countenance, Xiao Yu discerned that he had likely received some forewarning. However, he paid it no mind and continued, since your Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has caught wind of matters, you must be prepared. Perhaps you are merely waiting for me to return so you can ensnare me all at once. If that is the case, there is little left for us to discuss. Safe travels. Herman, taken aback by Xiao Yu's devilish grin, felt a surge of terror and instinctively wanted to scream. Yet, Xiao Yu offered him no such opportunity. With a mere snap of his fingers, a chilling white flame ignited upon the bodies of those surrounding them. The cold, ethereal fire swiftly enveloped Herman, and in the blink of an eye, the space around them was transformed, leaving only a fine white powder that was soon whisked away by the breeze. The little medical fairy, having witnessed Xiao Yu's prowess before, was not particularly astonished. She merely found this extraordinary flame rather fascinating. Xiao Yu, indifferent to her musings, turned to her and declared, let us first proceed to Qingshan town. After all, we have incurred the wrath of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. It is prudent to resolve this predicament before we seek a horned horse carriage to Haiyan City. The little medical fairy had no objections and nodded gently. Are you not afraid? Xiao Yu teased. With a playful smile, she placed her hands behind her back and replied, with a battle master such as yourself by my side, and Xiao Zi to protect me, what have I to fear? Xiao Yu chuckled and shook his head, and the duo continued on their way to Qingshan town without lingering. Upon their swift return to the bustling town, surrounded by the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, Xiao Yu remarked, this way of life suits me far better. In the Monster Beast Mountain range, the silence is so profound that one nearly forgets how to speak. The little medical fairy giggled and said, you shan't stay in the mountains for too long. We must return here from time to time. As they appeared in the town, they immediately drew the attention of the subordinates dispatched by Mu Shi. After all, Xiao Yu and the little medical fairy were accompanied by a small dog, which had a white cap perched upon its back, and an eagle standing proudly on the little medical fairy's shoulder. This peculiar ensemble was bound to attract curious gazes. Xiao Yu was well aware of this fact. However, given his formidable strength, he harbored no fears of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps confronting him. While the little medical fairy's own prowess was modest, her spiritual strength as a healer was certainly superior to that of ordinary individuals. And she too noticed the underlings keeping a watchful eye on them. Are they the ones the leader is seeking? One mercenary inquired. Another mercenary scrutinized them and replied, it seems so. The little medical fairy is right there. They truly dare to return. I shall keep watch here. You must hurry back and inform the leader. Understood. The mercenary affirmed before hastening back to the headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. After wandering in the town for a while, Xiao Yu asked the little medical fairy, do you need to make a trip back to Wanyao Pharmacy? Indeed, she replied. I still have some materials for refining pills and daily garments there. It is the perfect opportunity to retrieve them. Xiao Yu nodded and said, very well, I shall accompany you. The little medical fairy slightly inclined her head and led Xiao Yu toward the direction of the Wanyao Zhai. The business at Wanyao Zhai remained the most prosperous in the town. It appeared unaffected by the little medical fairy's departure. Today, Manager Yao happened to be at the shop, counting the herbs. From a distance, he spotted the little medical fairy approaching and a glimmer of delight crossed his face. He had long heard tales of the treasures she acquired from the cave, and now she was coming right to him. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. With a cunning smile, Manager Yao summoned a few guards and whispered instructions before making his way toward the little medical fairy with an affable expression. Oh, I did not anticipate the little medical fairy's visit to my Wanyao Zhai today. I must ensure she is well entertained, and it would be splendid if she decided to linger a while longer. The smile on Manager Yao's face bore a hint of insincerity that was palpable. The little medical fairy's demeanor remained unchanged. She merely stated, "I have come solely to retrieve some belongings of mine, and I shall depart once I have them." Chapter 45. Why bother in the first place? Upon hearing the words of the young healer, Manager Yao's eyes twitched slightly. In the past, although the young healer maintained only a cooperative relationship with the Wan Medicine House, her words had not been so distant. Now, her remarks clearly indicated her desire to sever ties with the establishment. However, Manager Yao was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. He quickly regained his composure and, with a smile, replied, of course. The Wan Medicine House has always warmly welcomed the young healer." Though Manager Yao concealed his feelings well, Xiao Yu, standing aside, could still discern a flicker of anger and darkness in his eyes. He was curious to see what tricks Manager Yao would resort to next. The young healer nodded slightly and led Xiao Yu into the depths of the Wan Medicine House. The courtyard at the back was quite expansive, filled with numerous medicinal herbs that Manager Yao had come to inventory but had yet to transfer to the storeroom. As they traversed the courtyard, the young healer soon arrived at the room she had previously occupied. Xiao Yu stood by, observing her tidy up, while Manager Yao glanced at him and remarked, "This young brother seems unfamiliar. A friend of the young healer must be someone extraordinary." Xiao Yu responded with a cheerful smile. "I merely saved the young healer once in the Monster Beast mountain range. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it." Just as Manager Yao was about to speak, the young healer interjected, "I am ready." Xiao Yu nodded, saying, "Very well, then let us depart." However, upon seeing the two preparing to leave, Manager Yao abruptly grew anxious and decided to drop the pretense. With a forced smile, he declared, "Leave? I fear you cannot do so this time. I have heard that you acquired quite a few treasures in the cave of the Monster Beast mountain range. Surely, you must stay with your former employer for a while. I suggest you hand over those treasures." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 6 or 7 guards filed in from behind, blocking the door firmly. Seeing Manager Yao's demeanor, the young healer's expression darkened slightly, but she still said, "Mr. Yao, considering our past cooperation, I advise you not to act recklessly." Manager Yao burst into laughter at her words. "Are you referring to your poison? Huh, young healer, you overestimate yourself. Do you think I would be unprepared for you?" With that, he produced a bottle of antidote pills, consumed one, and distributed the rest to his guards. Yet the young healer remained unperturbed, shrugging toward Xiao Yu and saying, "It seems you must take action after all." Her words drew the attention of Manager Yao and the guards to Xiao Yu, who then mocked, "Do you really expect him to help you escape?" The young healer smiled at Manager Yao and replied, "Why not?" As soon as she finished speaking, Manager Yao and the surrounding guards erupted into laughter, with Manager Yao doubling over in amusement. "With a brat like him, I could easily handle a single guard with ease." "Ha!" Xiao Yu, remarkably composed, responded to Manager Yao's words with a smile, saying, "Is that so?" With that, he executed a fierce whip kick toward one of the guards. Though the guard reacted swiftly, he could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. Underestimating the force behind Xiao Yu's kick, he found himself overwhelmed. Despite not employing any fighting spirit, Xiao Yu's physique surpassed that of an ordinary man. With a resounding thud, the guard's chest caved in under the onslaught. The sound of breaking bones echoing ominously. His body was propelled through the wooden door and into the courtyard outside, crashing to the ground with a thud, his life hanging by a thread, appearing to draw in more air than he could exhale. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Manager Yao and the others comprehended the situation, Xiao Yu had calmly retracted his right leg, as if nothing had occurred. Witnessing this scene, Manager Yao erupted in fury, barking orders for the remaining guards to attack without hesitation. "Moonshadow," Xiao Yu whispered inwardly, transforming into a phantom that darted between the assailants. As the guards lost sight of him, they suddenly felt excruciating pain in their abdomens, and moments later, their bodies were lifted off the ground, crashing through windows and landing forcefully in the courtyard outside. Manager Yao stood in stunned silence, observing the suddenly vacant room, and quickly realized that this young man possessed a strength far beyond his capacity to provoke. In the span of a single breath, Xiao Yu effortlessly dispatched several guards from the Wan Yao Zhai, each at the 5-star fighter level. He then turned slowly to face the grim-faced Manager Yao, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "It seems your guards at Wan Yao Zhai are unable to hinder me." With a cold snort, Manager Yao cast a contemptuous glance at the fallen guards, berating them for their incompetence. After venting his frustration, he turned his attention back to Xiao Yu. His body enveloped in a faint green fighting spirit as the aura of a 2-star fighter began to emanate from him. Fixing his icy gaze on Xiao Yu, Manager Yao declared, "Since you refuse to recognize your own limitations, you shall remain here." Xiao Yixin glanced at Xiao Yu, gradually stepping back. aware that a confrontation between the two would escalate into a battle of fighter-level prowess, which she wished to avoid. However, she was not concerned for Xiao Yu, knowing well his capabilities. Xiao Yu, disinterested in wasting any more time, unleashed a torrent of violent fighting spirit. After rigorous training in the valley, he had achieved a breakthrough. Now standing at the 7-star fighter level, an overwhelming advantage against the 2-star fighter. As Xiao Yu's power surged, Manager Yao's complexion gradually paled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how this youth possessed such formidable strength. Without granting him a moment to react, Xiao Yu, harnessing his unparalleled speed, enveloped his right fist in a layer of fiery fighting spirit before delivering a devastating blow to Manager Yao's chest. The ferocity of the energy caused Manager Yao to spurt a mouthful of blood, his figure retreating violently. Xiao Yu leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike. The force imbued with a fierce intensity aimed ruthlessly at the grounded Manager Yao. The piercing energy rendered Manager Yao's already pale complexion even more ghastly, prompting him to hastily retrieve an iron whip from his storage ring and confront Xiao Yu. A resounding clang echoed as steel met steel. Manager Yao felt an immense force emanating from the whip, which brutally tore through his arm, leaving his right hand a gruesome mess. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Xiao Yu refrained from further attack, instead approaching him and calmly uttering, "The insatiable heart is akin to a serpent that swallows an elephant. What necessity is there for such folly?" Chapter 46. Confrontation. Yao, the steward, gazed at Xiao Yu with a pallid face, rendered speechless by the overwhelming might of the 7-star Dome Master, which instilled within him a profound sense of despair, leading him to faint with a roll of his eyes. Xiao Yu, indifferent to his fate, turned to the little medicinal immortal and said, "Let us depart." She nodded slightly, replying, "All right." As the two prepared to leave with the 3 beasts, a burst of raucous laughter echoed from outside the door. "Planning to leave? Have you consulted me, Mushi?" Xiao Yu looked up to see a burly middle-aged man accompanied by a throng of mercenaries advancing towards the Wan Yao Zhai. The little medicinal immortal, taken aback, glanced at Xiao Yu, who gently shook his head, assuring her, "No need for concern. Since they have come to us, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out." Mu Shi, having entered, wore a sinister grin. Xiao Yu, maintaining his composure, addressed him, "Why must you make such a grand show of it, Captain Mu?" Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Mu Shi's cold gaze sharpened, demanding, "Is it true that our second captain, Gan Mu, met his demise at your hands?" Feigning contemplation, Xiao Yu feigned realization. "Ah, you mean that slender fellow? He was merely a lecher, and I took it upon myself to cleanse your ranks, Captain Mu." The moment those words left Xiao Yu's lips, Mu Shi's expression darkened ominously. "Cleanse my ranks? You have slaughtered a number of my brothers from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. We shall settle this debt, or you shall pay with your life." Hearing this, Xiao Yu simply smiled lightly and stepped forward, inquiring, "I have heard that your Wolf Head Mercenary Corps has a 3rd captain named Himeng?" Upon hearing this, Mu Shi felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him as Xiao Yu continued, "Unfortunately, he crossed paths with me, and I inadvertently lent you a hand, Captain Mu. No need for thanks." At this moment, Mu Shi's fury was beyond mere words, his gaze icy as it bore into the youth before him. Pointing a finger at Xiao Yu, he coldly ordered, "Kill him. Avenge our 2nd and 3rd captains." In response to Mu Shi's command, the mercenaries surrounding them drew their weapons, shouting in unison, "Vengeance! Vengeance!" They charged ferociously toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Zi, instructing, "Protect them well." He then unsheathed his Mo Lin and plunged into the fray. A glint of violet light flashed in Xiao Zi's eyes as she emitted violet flames, vigilantly observing her surroundings. A wisp of ethereal light appeared at Xiao Yu's fingertips, a heavy aura of death emanating from him as he unleashed the wind demon 9 fingers. Whoosh! A tiny blood hole pierced the forehead of an oncoming mercenary, his eyes gradually losing their luster. One strike, one kill. The mercenaries behind him halted momentarily, and Mu Shi, with a sharp voice, bellowed, "What are you afraid of? With so many of you, can't you handle him?" Reinvigorated, the mercenaries tightened their grips on their weapons and once more surged toward Xiao Yu. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yu's lips. Since they sought their own demise, there was no longer any need for restraint. Having issued a warning that went unheeded, they would meet their end. With a resounding roar, the aura of the 7-star Dome Master erupted violently, causing the breath of those present to momentarily falter. Xiao Yu wasted no time in granting them any further opportunity for reaction. He forcefully stomped his foot onto the ground, leaving a half-inch deep footprint in the floor. In an instant, Xiao Yu's figure vanished from sight, the ink-scaled sword in his hand emanating a chilling dark glow, exuding the essence of death as it relentlessly approached. With the acceleration granted by the moon's blessing, Every single one of the 20 mercenaries present was met with the swift fatality of Xiao Yu's blade. Navigating through the throng, Xiao Yu, wielding the ink-scaled sword, stood before Mu Shi. The gruesome scent of freshly spilled blood surged towards Mu Shi, compounded by the oppressive aura of the seven-star Dome Master, causing his calves to tremble. The sound of heavy objects thudding to the ground echoed behind him, reverberating like a relentless drumbeat against Mu Shi's heart. When he turned to behold the mercenaries sprawled lifelessly behind him, a wave of shock washed over him, and with a gaze filled with venomous hatred, he rasped, "You dare to kill my son? No matter what, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you suffer." Mu Shi's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gathered his do chi, snatching up a finely crafted steel spear from the ground. Locking onto the calm, smiling figure of Xiao Yu, his inner fury became increasingly uncontainable. He raised the spear slowly, as a faint azure do chi surged forth from within, enveloping his form in a thin veil of energy. The frenzied circulation of do chi instilled Mu Shi with a profound sense of security, gradually dissipating the flicker of fear in his eyes. With a fierce cry, he unleashed the swift wind thrust. He propelled himself forward, thrusting the spear like a streak of white light towards Xiao Yu's neck. The spear tip was instantly enveloped by a gust of azure wind, distorting the air around it as if it were being torn apart. Even the little healer, who held great confidence in Xiao Yu, could not suppress a gasp of alarm. Be careful. Although Mu Shi was merely a 2-star Dome Master, the technique he wielded was of high Xian grade, boasting considerable power. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, casting a reassuring glance towards the little healer. He then transformed his long sword into a blur, casually lunging towards Mu Shi, who suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis despite the seemingly innocuous attack. As the tips of the sword and spear collided midair, a piercing clang echoed, and a powerful shockwave erupted between them. The little healer felt the immense pressure even from her position at the side. Fortunately, Xiao Zi shielded her from much of the force, yet she could not help but sense the vast chasm that lay between a Dome Master and a Do fighter. Mu Shi could sense the immense power emanating from the spear, causing his arms to tingle with a numbing sensation. However, immediately following a faint cracking sound, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation as he beheld the steel shaft of the spear in his grasp begin to fissure. With a resounding crash, the spear could no longer withstand the forces from both sides, shattering into a heap of scrap metal. Yet, Mu Shi quickly regained his composure. Lightly pressing his foot against the ground, Phoenix soar, his figure mysteriously vanished from before Xiao Yu. Being inherently attuned to the wind element, and coupled with his profound agility, Mu Shi became exceedingly elusive, making it a challenge for Xiao Yu to catch sight of him. Xiao Yu sighed softly, remarking, "Why must you compete with me in speed?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a faint crimson aura of fighting spirit enveloped him, swiftly transitioning into a gentle azure glow. Moon Pursuit. Xiao Yu's form transformed from mere afterimages to a slight blur before vanishing completely from the realm of existence. Though he seemed to have disappeared, it was merely a consequence of his astonishing speed, rendering him undetectable. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's fighting spirit shift from its original fire element to that of the wind, Mu Shi's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment, his heart racing in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Chapter 47. Departure. Mu Shi looked in disbelief as Xiao Yu's fighting spirit transformed from fire to wind attribute. Such an occurrence was utterly unprecedented. A cultivator's attribute was determined at birth. How could it possibly be altered midway? However, Xiao Yu seemed oblivious to Mu Shi's astonished gaze. In a burst of extraordinary speed, he closed the distance to Mu Shi, his calm voice resonating in Mu Shi's ear. "Captain Mu, it is over." Mu Shi felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The chilling sword energy swiftly grazed his throat, and warm, crimson blood erupted from his body. The once vibrant world began to fade into shades of gray. In that moment, fleeting images of his past flickered in Mu Shi's mind. His final thought was, had it not been for the treasure within that cave, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Yet reality leaves no room for what-ifs. Even if there were such alternatives, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps would not endure for long, as they had long since incurred the ire of Qingshan Town. Their demise was not only inevitable, but also a consequence of the prevailing circumstances. Xiao Yu, wielding the ink-scaled blade, swiftly departed from Mu Shi's side. He had grown accustomed to the gruesome scene before him, though the acrid scent of blood still caused him to frown. Stowing away the ink-scaled blade, he snapped his fingers lightly, and within moments, all the bodies in the courtyard were enveloped in strange flames, reduced to ashes in mere breaths. "Let us depart." Xiao Yu addressed the little medical fairy. She nodded in agreement, and as she did, the small figure of Xiao Lan trembled slightly before expanding in size. Together, the little medical fairy and Xiao Yu, accompanied by Xiao Bai and Xiao Zi, leapt onto Xiao Lan's back. The little medical fairy softly commanded, Xiao Lan, let us go. Onward to Mo City. With a sharp cry of an eagle, Xiao Lan flapped her wings and soared into the sky with the group. Look, atop that blue eagle is the little medical fairy. It is indeed the little medical fairy. It appears that Wan Yao Zhai and the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps have conspired to harm her. Just moments ago, the townspeople of Qingshan felt a violent surge of fighting spirit emanating from Wan Yao Zhai, yet they dared only to observe from a distance. For they had witnessed Mu Shi leading the upper echelons inside, and they were too intimidated to approach a battle of Dosher level. After seeing the little medical fairy and her companions disappear into the distance, some bravely ventured toward Wan Yao Zhai. Upon entering, they were met only with a ground covered in white powder, with no sign of life to be found. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other two mercenary corps soon arrived with their subordinates. Upon seeing the white powder, a sudden realization dawned upon them, their faces paling as they hastily retreated. Having long since departed, Xiao Yu paid no heed to the ensuing panic in Qingshan town, as they were now soaring toward Mo City. Mo City, a settlement standing amidst a sea of golden sands, is the closest city to the Tagore Desert, located on the eastern frontier of the Jama Empire, and serves as a hub for humanity within the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert. Although Xiao Lan is a flying magical beast, it is merely a first-tier creature and not specifically designed for flight. Thus, Xiao Yixian accompanied Xiao Yu on a leisurely journey, taking half a month to finally reach Mo City. Above in the sky, a streak of blue light darted through, resembling a celestial traveler hastening toward Mo City. As they approached the city, waves of heat surged toward them. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of golden sands. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was his first genuine encounter with the desert, and the arid atmosphere took him aback momentarily. Xiao Yixian directed Xiao Lan to descend a few hundred meters from Mo City, as entering directly might attract undue attention. Xiao Yu was the first to leap from Xiao Lan's back, his feet settling slightly on the soft sand, a wave of searing heat emanating from below, causing him to furrow his brow. Xiao Yixian followed suit, exclaiming, "It's so hot." As the scorching sand burned her feet, her fair face flushed with the warmth. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, clung to Xiao Yixian, unwilling to budge, while Xiao Zi appeared relatively unaffected, even showing a glimmer of satisfaction. Were it not for Xiao Yu's awareness of the predominant earth and fire energy in the air, and Xiao Zi's internal possession of purple fire, he might have thought Xiao Zi had a penchant for discomfort. As Xiao Yu took out a shape-shifting pill to feed Xiao Lan, he spoke to Xiao Yixian. "It's quite normal. This journey is not without its challenges. Once we enter the city, remember to purchase some skin protection herbs." Xiao Yixian replied with a slight huff. "I know, don't worry." Xiao Yu nodded gently, stating, "Let us proceed into the city. My elder brother and second brother are nearby. Once we've settled, I will take you to see them." Xiao Yixian gasped upon hearing this. "Your elder brother and second brother?" "Indeed. My elder brother and second brother established a mercenary group called the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps within this desert. This trip allows us to visit them," Xiao Yu explained. Xiao Yixian's cheeks flushed slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Is it too soon to meet his elder and second brothers? She shook her head, dismissing the notion. Xiao Yu surely did not mean it that way. Blushing, she inquired, "Can I accompany you?" Xiao Yu, oblivious to her unease, looked at her in surprise. "Of course. How else would I assist you in concocting poison pills?" Xiao Yixian momentarily paused, a hint of disappointment flickering within her, and softly replied, "Oh." Xiao Yu proposed, "Let us enter the city to gather some supplies, and then find an inn for a night's rest." With that, he stepped forward toward Mo City. Xiao Yixian silently followed behind him, arriving at the city gate, where the throng of passers-by had grown. Many men walked about shirtless, showcasing their robust, sun-kissed physiques, exuding an air of boldness. The women here are not as delicately beautiful as those from the cities within the Garma Empire. Rather, they exude a robust vitality, especially with their audacious attire, short skirts and shorts that truly delight Xiao Yu's eyes. As they drew closer, 2 faintly crimson characters were carved prominently above a city gate, Desolate City. Flanking the gate were a dozen soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears and vociferously demanding that passers-by pay the entrance tax. Xiao Yu and the little medicinal fairy joined the queue, progressing slowly into the city. Just as Xiao Yu was about to step forward, an arrogant voice boomed from behind. "Make way for me." Turning around, Xiao Yu beheld a portly man draped in the robes of an alchemist, swaggering towards the entrance. The soldiers, who had previously exhibited impatience towards the pedestrians, now approached the man with eager smiles. "My lord, are you entering the city?" they inquired obsequiously. The rotund alchemist glanced dismissively at the soldiers and retorted, "What else could it be? Quickly, let these commoners clear the way. What are they blocking for?" "Yes, yes," the soldier replied hastily, then turned back to Xiao Yu and the others, barking, "You lot, can't you see? The Lord wishes to enter. Step aside at once. Chapter 48. Dismay. Though the soldier's words were rather coarse, Xiao Yu observed that the people behind him bore no grievances. Instead, their gazes toward the rotund alchemist were imbued with a sense of reverence. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yu. It seemed that their respect for the alchemist was deeply rooted. Moreover, with the alchemist's status within the guild, he enjoyed certain conveniences in various aspects. Xiao Yu contemplated whether he should also visit the alchemist guild to participate in the alchemist assessment. Given his alchemical prowess, obtaining the badge of a third-tier alchemist might not pose a significant challenge. However, Xiao Yu was currently eager to venture into the city for supplies, deciding it would be prudent to postpone this visit until his return from the desert. Meanwhile, the little medical sage cast a discerning glance at the second-tier alchemist before turning her attention back to Xiao Yu, as if realizing that he too shared the title of alchemist. In her mind, she mused, although Xiao Yu is an alchemist, he is far more amiable than this portly individual, whose tone is truly irksome. This sentiment was not entirely the little medical sage's fault. After all, alchemists were esteemed professionals in this realm, and in such an environment, it was inevitable that they would exhibit a degree of arrogance. Xiao Yu, however, chose not to engage with such matters, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary conflict. He gently grasped the little medical sage's hand, intending to lead her aside. At that moment, the corpulent alchemist scrutinized the little medical sage, and a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. Before entering the city, the little medical sage had donned a white veil. Nonetheless, upon seeing her distinctly alluring figure, the rotund alchemist found himself harboring unwelcome thoughts. Approaching her, he gazed appreciatively at her curvaceous form and exclaimed, "What a remarkable specimen! It appears fortune favors me today." He then feigned gentlemanly manners, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am Cole, a second-tier alchemist of the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. Might I have the honor of inviting this esteemed lady for a stroll? Rest assured, in Mo City, I can fulfill any desire you may have." As he spoke, he proudly displayed his second-tier alchemist badge, his chubby features exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were certain the lady would acquiesce. Regrettably, the little medical sage felt a profound disdain for his gaze. Taking a step back, she coldly replied, "No, thank you." Her rejection caused Cole's expression to darken, and he retorted icily, "Do you comprehend the consequences of defying me? Do not provoke trouble." The implication of his words was unmistakably threatening. The alchemist's gaze had already unsettled Xiao Yu, and his menacing remarks only intensified his discomfort. To him, a mere second-tier alchemist was inconsequential. Slightly shifting his stance, Xiao Yu positioned himself protectively in front of the little medical sage. Feeling a surge of security in the presence of his tall figure, she discreetly tucked her poison back into her sleeve. Seeing Xiao Yu obstructing his view, Cole's expression twisted into something grotesque as he glared at him and demanded, "Who are you to stand in my way?" With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu remarked, "I am merely an obscure individual. However, as you mentioned, it is unwise to court trouble. Since I have made way for you, you may proceed first, lest you invite disaster upon yourself." The cold indifference in Xiao Yu's gaze and his serene smile sent a shiver through Qiliai, who dared not meet his eyes. Yet, once he regained his composure, a flicker of irritation surged within him. How could he be intimidated by the mere glance of an unknown? If others were to discover this, he would become the subject of ridicule. Fueled by rage, Qiliai threw a punch at Xiao Yu, a thin layer of fighting spirit enveloping his fist, radiating a faint, searing heat. Unfazed, Xiao Yu grasped Qiliai's incoming fist with ease, channeling his own fighting spirit. A powerful recoil erupted from his palm, causing Qiliai's expression to shift dramatically as he was propelled backward, landing several meters away before finally halting his fall. Enraged, Qiliai recognized that this young man was also a fighter, possessing strength that undoubtedly surpassed his own. Therefore, he refrained from advancing further and instead bellowed at the soldiers around him, "A bunch of useless fools. Did you not see him daring to attack an alchemist? Engage him at once." The soldiers, initially standing on the sidelines, immediately reacted to Qiliai's furious command, converging toward Xiao Yu. With a venomous glare directed at Xiao Yu, Qiliai spat, "Aren't you bold? To oppose me? Let me show you what it means to face my wrath. I shall see if you dare to stand against the entire Jaimar Empire." Should Xiao Yu strike at the soldiers, it would signify an affront to the entire empire, which would never tolerate anyone daring to challenge its authority. Even the Yunlan sect would avoid provoking the empire at large. Numerous passersby observed Xiao Yu and discreetly shook their heads, lamenting why he would choose to confront an alchemist. Such a decision was evidently unwise, especially considering this alchemist was a second-tier practitioner. Standing behind Xiao Yu, the young medicinal sage remained unfazed. Should they dare to approach, her poisons would show no mercy. If necessary, she would simply retreat to the Cloud Empire. With such a vast continent, surely there would be a place for them. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu exhibited no signs of panic, instead smiling at the encircling soldiers and inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to come to his aid?" His calm demeanor caused a moment of hesitation among the soldiers, the leader furrowing his brow and asking, "What do you mean?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, Qilai, standing behind the soldiers, arrogantly shouted, "Stop wasting time. Subdue that man. I want to make him wish he were never born. As for the pretty little thing, I intend to keep her for my own enjoyment." A lewd grin spread across Qilai's face as he spoke. Upon hearing Qilai's words, the soldiers dared not linger further. They were fully aware of the distinction between a fighter and a second-tier alchemist. Xiao Yu, no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter, summoned his fighting spirit, and a torrent of vibrant green flames erupted from his palm. Strangely enough, this fire brought with it a refreshing coolness. Upon witnessing the flames in Xiao Yu's hand, the leading soldier's expression shifted dramatically. "Is this the manifestation of real fire? Are you a fourth-rank alchemist?" The soldiers surrounding Xiao Yu gazed at him in astonishment, as they too were stationed at the Alchemist Guild and were familiar with the distinctions of alchemical ranks. The ability to conjure real fire could only be achieved by a fourth-rank alchemist at the very least, and this young man appeared to be so remarkably youthful that it was utterly unprecedented. Cole, standing behind the soldiers, could not see the flames in Xiao Yu's hand. Frustrated by the soldiers' hesitance to advance, he remarked, "Your execution of orders is appallingly poor. I shall report this to your superiors." Upon hearing Cole's threat, the leading soldier stepped aside, a hint of derision on his face as he addressed Cole. "I regret to inform you that this esteemed alchemist's rank surpasses yours. Thus I am unable to apprehend him." It was then that Cole finally beheld the eerie white flames in Xiao Yu's grasp, and his complexion turned ashen. As an alchemist, he possessed a broader understanding than these soldiers and comprehended the implications of such a sight. A fourth-rank alchemist? Cole stammered in disbelief. Chapter 49. Journey to the Guild. "This is impossible," Kayle exclaimed in fury, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the flames dancing in Xiao Yu's palm, repeatedly assuring himself that it was merely an illusion. Xiao Yu, maintaining his composure, replied coolly, "Indeed, this is impossible. I am not a fourth-tier alchemist." Upon hearing this, Kayle erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I knew it. This is undoubtedly a trick to deceive me. You're still quite naive." The surrounding soldiers were equally uncertain, for aside from the fire in Xiao Yu's hand, there was nothing to substantiate his claim as an alchemist. Yet, did other professions also require the use of flames? The crowd was engulfed in confusion. "However, I truly do not regard second-tier alchemists with much esteem," Xiao Yu remarked with a light chuckle. "You speak nonsense. You think so little of second-tier alchemists? If you possess any skills as an alchemist, prove it. Otherwise, our alchemist guild is not to be trifled with." Kayle retorted with a cold smirk. Xiao Yu understood Kayleigh's intention to provoke him into uttering disparaging remarks about the Alchemist Guild, but he had no intention of conceding to Kayleigh's wishes. "I certainly respect other second-tier alchemists, but one such as you, devoid of integrity, I cannot hold in high regard. Coincidentally, I am preparing to take the examination for second-tier alchemist at the guild. If you doubt me, then let us go together," Xiao Yu stated nonchalantly. To Kayleigh's surprise, he scoffed, "Very well, if you wish to take the examination at the Alchemist Guild, then go ahead. I am eager to see if you are truly as formidable as you claim, looking down upon second-tier alchemists." Xiao Yu interjected, "No, I do not look down upon second-tier alchemists. I merely disdain you. After all, I shall soon become a second-tier alchemist myself. How could I possibly look down upon my own self?" "You." Kayleigh's face reddened with anger. Yet unable to overpower Xiao Yu, he could only furiously flick his sleeve. Nearby, a soldier approached Xiao Yu, saying, "My lord, would you like me to escort you to the Alchemist Guild?" Xiao glanced at the soldier, who, though uncertain of his identity, clearly recognized him as an alchemist. The soldier's expression was one of obsequiousness, prompting Xiao Yu to inwardly reflect on the respect accorded to alchemists. It was indeed an intoxicating sensation. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Xiao Yu replied with a slight nod. The soldier, flustered, waved his hands, saying, "Not a bother, not a bother." Though accustomed to the arrogant demeanor of alchemists, Xiao Yu's gentleness warmed his heart. Kayle, observing the exchange, snorted disdainfully, "Kid, you might manage to pass as a first-tier alchemist, but you will never reach the heights of a second-tier alchemist." Xiao Yu shrugged casually and remarked, "Is that so? We shall see." Without further ado, they set forth toward the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. As they progressed, the Alchemist Guild was simultaneously welcoming 3 new guests. An elderly man stood at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild in the city of Mo, accompanied by 2 young maidens. Adorning his chest was a badge, and intricately etched upon the ancient cauldron were 4 silver ripples, signifying that he was a distinguished 4th-tier alchemist. "Master, may I ask why Lord Bryn summoned you?" inquired one of the petite maidens beside him. The old man shook his head lightly and replied, "I am uncertain. That old fellow is rather enigmatic." If it weren't for Frank having affairs to attend to in the capital, he would have wanted us to come together. This venerable figure was none other than Master Otto from the Alchemist Guild of Blackrock City. Frank, mentioned by Otto, was the president of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild, while Bryn presided over the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. The three men were all esteemed fourth-tier alchemists and close friends. At that moment, a hearty, aged laughter resonated from within the gates. Old Otto, it's been too long. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. It was Master Bryn who had arrived. Otto, slightly exasperated, retorted, I simply wished to know why you were so eager to summon me. A smile creased Bryn's weathered face as he responded, naturally. I have matters at hand that require your assistance. Otherwise, why would I have called you? He then cast a glance at the two maidens standing beside Otto and cheerfully said, these must be your disciples. May I presume this one is Lin Fei? Lin Fei, with a bright smile, replied sweetly, indeed, Master Bryn. Ah, splendid. Such a good child. And this young lady by your side is? Bryn inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the silvery-robed maiden, whose presence resembled that of a pristine mountain spring. Otto interjected, this is Frank's disciple, Xun'er. Bryn's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, so it is you. That old rascal Frank often speaks of you. Xun'er offered a gentle smile and bowed respectfully. Master Bryn. Excellent. All good children. Please, do come inside. Bryn beckoned them warmly. The group proceeded into the Alchemist Guild, where Bryn led them directly to a guest room on the second floor. Once they were seated, Bryn's demeanor grew serious as he regarded Otto. The reason I summoned you is due to recent disturbances in the Tagore Desert. Upon hearing Bryn's words, Otto furrowed his brow. Disturbances in the desert? Could it be? Bryn nodded slightly, his expression grave. Just as you suspect, it concerns the Serpent People. Bryn continued. Reports from the Serpent People indicate that there have been issues concerning their Queen's inheritance. However, the specifics remain unclear. What we do know is that the Serpent People are increasingly active in the desert, and there have been rumors of the appearance of the Azure Lotus Heartfire, which has drawn considerable attention. Otto, astonished, exclaimed, Azure Lotus Heartfire? It seems that Frank is also aware of this matter in the capital. Even the Pill King Gu is seeking a rare flame. A flicker of excitement crossed Bryn's face. Is that truly the case? That is truly splendid. It is said that individuals from the Cloud Empire are eager to seize the heart of the Blue Lotus, and they have summoned numerous formidable warriors to their aid. With the arrival of Pill King Gu, the strength of those he has invited will undoubtedly surpass theirs. Otto nodded slightly, remarking, indeed, given Gu-he's prowess alone, the Yunlan sect will surely intervene. It is rumored that the sect leader, Yun, shares a close friendship with Gu-he, thus, it is certain that she will also be present. Blin responded affirmatively, with sect leader Yun, a Do Huang, supporting us. I feel reassured. Even if we cannot obtain the heart of the Blue Lotus, the Cloud Empire must not be allowed to claim it. However, the Serpent Clan poses a significant dilemma as well. It is said that their heir, the Serpent Queen, is also a Do Huang. Thus, even with Pill King Gu-he and his entourage, a fierce battle is inevitable, Otto stated with a furrowed brow. Blin shook his head in silence, and a heavy stillness enveloped the room. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, and upon the door opening, a servant entered, addressing Blin, President. A young man has arrived at the guild seeking to be assessed as a second-tier alchemist. Mr. Cole is also present and wishes to request your endorsement. Blin raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. Endorsement? How interesting. Master Otto chimed in with a smile. Shall we descend together to witness this? That is precisely my intention. Blin replied with a chuckle. The group then rose and made their way downstairs. Chapter 50. The distressed Yun within the sacred hall of the Yunlan Mountain. Yun sat cross-legged on her bed, her hands forming intricate seals as she immersed herself in her meditative practice. Suddenly, a tumultuous sensation surged within her abdomen, causing her internal energy to become erratic. A slight furrow formed on her delicate brow as she focused her mind to perceive the inner workings of her body. What is this? In an instant, her eyes widened in alarm, filled with a sense of panic. She murmured in disbelief, this cannot be. How could I possibly be with child? Could it be him? Moments ago, she had thought her cultivation was amiss, yet unexpectedly, she sensed a faint flicker of life within her, a presence that undeniably did not belong to her. The only explanation was that she was indeed pregnant. Gradually, the color drained from her face, turning an ashen hue. After years of solitary cultivation, she never anticipated that she would find herself ensnared by the hands of a youth. A boy she scarcely knew, save for his name, Xiao Shi. Her slender fingers gently caressed her abdomen, and memories of their encounter in the cave flooded her mind, causing her previously pale cheeks to flush with warmth. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door, jolting Yun from her reverie. Startled, she composed herself and called out, Enter. With a soft creak, a tall figure stepped through the doorway. It was the esteemed Pill King, Gu He. Upon seeing him, Yun recalled Gu He's earlier mention of a journey to the Tagore Desert, and it seemed he had come for that very purpose. With a smile illuminating his face, Gu He addressed her, Sect Master. The elixir for Yin Ran has been successfully concocted. She is now in seclusion for her cultivation, and there are no pressing matters within the sect. Thus, I have decided to set out for the Tagore Desert tomorrow. Yun nodded slightly in agreement. Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations for our departure tomorrow. Gu He, pleased with her response, smiled and said, Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Sect Master. As an honorary elder of the Yunlan sect, it was indeed his duty to support her. Yun's expression grew cold as she replied, It is but my obligation. Noting her pallid complexion, Gu He furrowed his brow, concerned. You appear unwell. Have you sustained an injury during your cultivation? With a slight frown, Yun replied, It is nothing of concern, merely a touch of discomfort. Since we are departing for the Tagore Desert tomorrow, I suggest you return to prepare at once. Upon hearing this, Gu He recognized her subtle dismissal but chose not to press further. Very well, should you require my assistance, I shall give my utmost. Yun nodded gently, and Gu He turned to leave. Placing her small hand on her abdomen, she murmured, Your arrival has truly caught me off guard. Gazing at the fiery clouds above, an unsettling apprehension surged within her heart regarding the impending journey to the desert. Upon returning to the Dan Hall, Gu He beheld an elderly gentleman standing within the grand hall. The moment the elder laid eyes upon Gu He, a profound sense of respect illuminated his aged countenance as he bowed, addressing him, Master Gu He. Gu He reciprocated with a gentle smile, responding, Master Frank. The warmth of Gu He's demeanor brought a wave of comfort to Frank, who, despite his status as a sixth-tier alchemist, remained humble and respectful towards him. Gu He spoke softly, I have summoned you here to the imperial capital to seek your assistance. Frank nodded slightly, intrigued. Master Gu He, you flatter me. What matter has compelled you to make such an earnest request? Gu He explained, I intend to venture into the Tagore Desert, having received word of unusual flames within its depths. I wish to investigate further. What are your thoughts? After a brief contemplation, Frank replied, The most formidable faction in the desert is undoubtedly the Serpent Clan. Should the flames you speak of indeed reside there, it is likely they are entwined with the Serpent Clan. This journey will not be simple. Gu He felt a surge of joy at Frank's insight. Recognizing that his knowledge of the desert paled in comparison, he inquired, In your opinion, what is the strength of the Serpent Clan? Frank sighed. The Serpent Clan boasts 3 or 4 Do Huang experts among their ranks. Aside from the elders, their heirs seem to possess the strength of Do Huang. With such power, the Serpent Clan undoubtedly reigns supreme in the desert. Frank's words cast a slight shadow over Gu He's heart. He had not anticipated the presence of Do Huang experts within the Serpent Clan. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He stated, I would like to invite both you and Master Otto to join me on this expedition. I have also extended invitations to Lion King Yanshi and Windwalker Fengli. I hope you will not decline. Frank, having anticipated this invitation, replied, Since Master Gu He has extended the invitation, how could I refuse? However, with the Do Huang experts of the Serpent Clan in place, I wonder. Gu He, aware that Frank referred to Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, smiled, Yun will indeed accompany us. Frank chuckled, Master Gu He, you are truly generous. The two ceased further discussion and returned to their preparations. Despite having Yun, a Do Huang, as an ally, they understood that caution was still warranted. The following day, Gu He, accompanied by his entourage, set forth towards the Tagore Desert. With a formidable assembly comprising 1 Do Huang, 3 Do Huang, and 6 Do Ling warriors, their presence was enough to instill trepidation in the Serpent Clan. Clad in a black robe, Yun stood before a colossal flying magical beast, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and the little medicine sage had arrived at the Alchemist Guild in Mo City. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals quietly attending to their affairs. A maid approached Kale, bowing respectfully. Lord Kale, do you require any medicinal herbs? Cole cast a haughty glance at the maid before pointing at Xiao Yu and proclaiming, That is not the case. I am here to accompany this young man for his alchemist assessment. The maid, immediately understanding, approached the counter and retrieved an aged, rustic piece of parchment, holding a quill in her hand. She then came to Xiao Yu's side and softly said, Sir, this is the registration form. Please provide me with your name, age, and mentor, as I need to register you. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and replied, Xiao Yu, 18 years old, mentor Dan Lao. After all, since his mentor could be considered a figure of renown in alchemy, he decided to imitate this esteemed title for his own mentor. Upon hearing the name of Xiao Yu's mentor, Cole erupted into laughter, exclaiming, What nonsense is this Dan Lao? I have never heard of such an alchemist. The maid, feeling somewhat awkward, added, Sir, It seems that your mentor's name is not listed in our Alchemist Guild records. Her words only fueled Cole's arrogance as he mockingly remarked at Xiao Yu. Could it be that you have chosen the wrong master? Or perhaps you have emerged from some obscure corner of the world? Ha! Standing beside Xiao Yu, the little medical fairy, incensed by Cole's words, retorted. Your words are truly distasteful. However, Xiao Yu remained composed as he countered. I fear that this alchemist, who hails from some obscure corner, may surpass you. Chapter 51. The assessment begins. Cole's face flushed with a mix of anger and pallor at Xiao Yu's remarks, but he quickly composed himself and sneered. I hope your alchemical skills are as formidable as your tongue. I have summoned Master Bryn, the president of the Alchemist Guild, to personally assess you for the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Do not think you can pull any tricks here. As he spoke, laughter echoed from the second floor, and a group descended the staircase, led by two elderly gentlemen, one of whom was undoubtedly Master Bryn, the guild president. Upon their arrival, Bryn and his companions noticed the individuals standing in the hall. Lin Fei and Xue Mei immediately spotted Xiao Yu, whose tall and elegant stature, along with his handsome features and ethereal demeanor, easily drew attention, especially when contrasted with someone as unimpressive as Cole. There is a saying, it is not my brilliance that shines, but rather the company I keep. Cole rushed forward to greet Bryn, bowing respectfully. President Bryn, I am Cole, a second-tier alchemist of the guild. A faint smile appeared on Bryn's aged face as he responded. Ah, I have heard of you. Your talent is commendable. Strive to contribute more to the guild. At Bryn's praise, Cole's eyes gleamed with delight, nearly disappearing in his smugness. He cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Yu, while the little medical fairy let out a huff, saying, Wait until we give him a taste of his own medicine. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What do you have to quarrel with him for? The little medical fairy retorted indignantly. He has been nothing but a nuisance to you. We must teach him a lesson. Rest assured, Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Cole, feeling increasingly irked by their whispered exchanges, interjected loudly. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be assessed? I have brought Master Bryn here for you. Why are we delaying the assessment? Otto, observing Xiao Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, noted the youthfulness of the lad, sighing. He appears to be quite young, perhaps just on the cusp of adulthood. If he successfully passes the assessment for a first-tier alchemist today, it would be an unprecedented achievement in the history of our guild. Regarding Cole's assertion that Xiao Yu would be tested for the rank of a second-tier alchemist, Otto paid it no heed. While it was indeed rare for someone of 18 or 19 to qualify as a first-tier alchemist, it was not impossible. However, to pass as a second-tier alchemist at such a young age would be extraordinary. Even the esteemed Dan Wanggu, he had only recently qualified as a first-tier alchemist at that age. As Otto admired the situation, he glanced at his two disciples, Lin Fei and Xue Mei, who were both 21 or 22 years old and had just attained their first-tier alchemist status. Their talent had already met his expectations, yet, in comparison to Xiao Yu, they seemed to fall short. As if sensing Otto's gaze, Lin Fei pouted at him, fully aware of her apprentice's temperament. Otto merely smiled and refrained from saying more. Bryn stepped forward and remarked, Young man, since you wish to undertake the assessment for a first-tier alchemist, let us proceed. He then led Xiao Yu toward the inner hall. This was the venue for the first-tier alchemist examination, where 6 stone platforms stood in the center, each adorned with a cauldron. Bryn casually pointed to one of the platforms and said, As no one has come to assess for a first-tier alchemist today, I shall select this one for your evaluation. Xiao Yu had no objections. He cast a glance in the direction indicated by Bryn, nodded slightly, and calmly approached the stone platform. For Xiao Yu, the evaluation for a first-tier alchemist posed little challenge. He merely needed to refine a tangible elixir. He picked up the parchment on the platform and examined it. It contained the recipe for an elixir known as the explosive potion, which could temporarily elevate a fighter to the strength of a 1-star great fighter. Among first-tier elixirs, the explosive potion was considered advanced and presented considerable difficulty for newcomers taking the exam for the first time. Xiao Yu expressionlessly set down the parchment and inspected the 3 ingredients required to refine the explosive potion, preparing to commence his alchemical work. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, the assessment officially began. After casting a brief glance at Xiao Yu at the stone platform, Bryn announced the start and waved his hand, sending a surge of energy toward the ancient iron bell overhead. The bell chimed crisply, marking the commencement of the examination. A translucent barrier gradually rose around the platform, isolating the sounds from the outside. Looking at Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, Cole scoffed. What are you pretending for? He must have received a particularly difficult recipe. Perhaps he won't even pass as a first-tier alchemist. Silence. The little medical sage retorted sharply. With your second-tier alchemist abilities, to possess such a narrow-minded disposition is truly laughable. Lin Fei, standing nearby, also chimed in. Although Xue Mei remained silent, her disdain was unmistakably evident in her eyes. You all. Cole's face flushed with indignation, Yet he dared not retort, for the masters of these two individuals were none other than Master Otto and Master Frank, the latter being the president of the Alchemist Guild in Black Rock City. Grateful for Lin Fei's defense, the little medical sage felt a growing fondness for the two new female students. Likewise, Lin Fei and Xuan Mei were intrigued by the little medical sage, especially enamored by the pet nestled in her arms. Lin Fei, with a brighter disposition than Xuan Mei, eagerly approached the little medical sage and asked with a smile, "May I pet it?" pointing at the small white creature. The little medical sage chuckled softly, "Of course." Lin Fei scooped up the small white creature, enchanted by its fluffy appearance. Even Xuan Mei, usually reserved, extended her hand to gently stroke the small white creature. Xiao Bai, in his nature, is quite welcoming towards beautiful women, even deriving enjoyment from it, leaving Xiao Zi to watch enviously from the sidelines. Standing before the alchemical cauldron, Xiao Yu found himself utilizing this apparatus for the first time. Previously, he had relied on the use of foreign flames to refine potions, which required a portion of his mental energy to control the cauldron. This time, however, he harbored the confidence to concoct a third-tier pill, yet after some contemplation, he deemed it prudent to remain modest and aimed for a second-tier alchemist title instead. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Yu propelled a small cluster of icy white bone spirit flame into the cauldron. Upon contact, a soft explosion resonated, and the flames erupted, surging vigorously within the confines of the cauldron. Meanwhile, Otto and Bryn, who stood off to the side, were preparing to resume their discussion about the serpent race when they both caught sight of the white flames ascending from Xiao Yu's cauldron. Their pupils dilated in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Is that foreign flame?" Their astonished voices immediately attracted Lin Fei and the others, who, upon witnessing the flames in Xiao Yu's possession, were equally taken aback. As alchemists, they were certainly familiar with the concept of foreign flames, but to see such a phenomenon in the hands of an alchemist yet to undergo assessment was truly beyond belief. Chapter 52. Second-rank alchemist Blin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this white flame truly a form of extraordinary fire?" As he gradually regained his composure, a sense of doubt lingered. Otto, equally astonished, exchanged a glance with Blin before gently shaking his head, stating, "This cannot possibly be extraordinary fire. Given the prowess of this young lad, how could he possibly wield such a terrifying flame?" Blin nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it should not be so. Moreover, to master such a rich and potent extraordinary fire with such finesse, even the esteemed Dan Wang Guha would struggle to achieve that." Due to the protective barrier of the light screen, they hesitated to confirm their suspicions, choosing instead to suppress their curiosity until Xiao Yu emerged, at which point they could inquire further. However, they were certain that this white flame was undeniably not a fire conjured from battle chi. Otto sighed softly. This young fellow harbors quite a few secrets. It appears he has come well prepared. While they conversed, Xiao Yu had already commenced the alchemical process. The explosive power pill was known for its rather ferocious properties, unlike the gentler nature of other pills. During the refinement, the characteristics of the bone spirit cold fire provided Xiao Yu with significant assistance. Skillfully, he tossed various herbs into the cauldron, where the bone spirit cold fire swiftly enveloped them, refining them into essence. For Xiao Yu, concocting a first-rank pill was a mere trifle, and in the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Blin and Otto marveled. This young lad exhibits such ease in refining first-rank pills. I wonder who his mentor might be. Indeed, I too am curious to see what kind of mentor could produce such a disciple. Blin gestured to a maid standing nearby and took the sheepskin scroll from her hands. Their gazes fell upon the mentor's name, and their brows furrowed in unison. Blin, perplexed, inquired of Otto, "When has our alchemist guild ever had a figure known as Dan Lao?" Otto could only speculate. Perhaps he is one of those reclusive hermits. After all, some ancient beings prefer not to reveal themselves to the world. Blin sighed. That would indeed clarify the origins of the flame in this young lad's possession. It is likely that this Dan Lao sought it out for him. With that, both turned their attention back to the light screen, where Xiao Yu was meticulously controlling the bone spirit cold fire to refine the essence of the herbs, gradually shaping them. Lin Fei and Xuan Mei observed the calm and composed demeanor of Xiao Yu on the light screen, and an indescribable sense of defeat surged within their proud hearts. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. Throughout this time, Xiao Yu had been diligently studying alchemy and cultivating his skills, even practicing combat techniques within his dream training system at night, thereby enhancing his abilities in every conceivable way. Before long, a round, pale red pill began to take shape within the cauldron before Xiao Yu. The next step was to continually elevate the quality of the pill. The initially uneven surface of the explosive power pill began to smooth out, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the light screen, causing everyone present to tremble in astonishment. Blin, taken aback, remarked, Is this fragrance emanating from the explosive power pill? The aged visage of Otto was filled with astonishment, not merely the explosive elixir, but the essence of energy embedded within this medicinal fragrance seemed to have been refined to its utmost by this young lad. Clearly, we had underestimated him. As he gazed into the cauldron, a faint yet discernible pattern began to emerge on the surface of the explosive elixir. Xiao Yu smiled gently, beckoning with his hand, causing the bone spirit cold fire to surge forth, causing the explosive elixir to roll amidst the ethereal flames, rendering the previously elusive pattern vividly clear. With a flick of his finger, the lid of the cauldron was propelled open by a surge of energy, and with a swift inhalation, the pale red pill soared towards him. Xiao Yu deftly lifted a white jade vial from the stone platform, elegantly capturing the explosive elixir within it. Dong! Another chime resonated, signifying the official conclusion of the alchemist examination. Noticing the gazes of the onlookers upon him, Xiao Yu raised the jade vial towards the little medical sage with a playful smile, exclaiming, "I did not disappoint." The little medical sage was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson as she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Otto, witnessing Xiao Yu's completion of the examination, approached with Bruin, both wearing broad smiles. "My boy, your alchemical skills have truly astonished both Otto and me. I am eager to learn about your mentor, the esteemed Dan Lao, who has nurtured such a talented disciple." Bruin exclaimed with a grin, while Otto looked on with admiration. Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "What can I say? It's simply my innate talent for alchemy." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's audacious words, Bruin erupted into hearty laughter. "Well said. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. I believe there are hardly a handful in the entire Jamma Empire who possess such alchemical prowess at your age." Otto smiled as he accepted the jade vial from Xiao Yu, pouring the explosive elixir into his palm, where deep crimson ripples shimmered brilliantly on its surface. Otto was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this a pill pattern?" Bruin, clicking his tongue in admiration, remarked, "To have manifested a pill pattern within merely half the allotted time for the examination while refining such a challenging elixir is a feat that even genuine first-tier alchemists would find arduous." Meanwhile, standing aside, Cole's complexion paled at the mention of the pill pattern. Not only would a first-tier alchemist struggle to produce a pill with such patterns, but even he, a second-tier alchemist, could not accomplish it. By this alone, he had already lost. The little medical sage cast a sidelong glance at Cole, quipping, "One wonders if certain individuals could even concoct such a pill." Cole dared not respond, falling silent, while the little medical sage, seeing his reticence, refrained from pressing further. "Congratulations, Xiao Yu, you have successfully passed the first-tier alchemist examination." Otto gently smiled at the young man, slowly returning the elixir to the jade vial, exhaling a breath of relief. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Keelii and said, "Initially, my wager with him was to complete the examination for a second-tier alchemist. A gentleman's word is his bond, and thus I wish to proceed directly with the assessment for the second-tier alchemist." Blinn and Otto were momentarily taken aback. "You wish to continue with the examination for a second-tier alchemist?" Blinn inquired. Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, Otto remarked, "Given that you can already inscribe patterns on first-tier pills, your desire to undertake the second-tier alchemist assessment is hardly surprising. What do you think, old fellow?" Blinn nodded slightly in agreement. "That is indeed the case. Since you wish to take the examination, let it be so. Should you succeed, it would bring immense glory to the Alchemist Guild of Mo City." Standing nearby, Otto chuckled while chiding, "You truly have it easy. If that old coot Frank gets wind of this, he might just be furious." Blinn, unfazed, cheerfully addressed Xiao Yu. "The examination poses no issue. However, there is one prerequisite for becoming a second-tier alchemist. You must possess the strength of a battle master. Are you, perchance, a battle master?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "A battle master? Close enough." Blinn and Otto exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. "What a peculiar little monster." Blinn then called out with a sense of anticipation, "Bring forth the preparations for the second-tier alchemist examination at once." His words carried a hint of excitement, for the Alchemist Guild of Mo City was about to witness the rise of a master alchemist. Chapter 53, Breakthrough, 8-Star Alchemist. The assessment for the second-tier alchemist is notably more intricate than that of the first tier, and it does not take place in the hall, but rather in a secluded chamber. Lin Fei and Shui Mei were eager to witness the scene of Xiao Yu undergoing the second-tier alchemist assessment. However, Otto gently shook his head, denying Lin Fei's request, and entered the room with Master Brin, firmly closing the door behind them with a resounding thud. Annoyed, Lin Fei huffed and muttered, "If we can't watch, then so be it. We'll find out the results soon enough." Shui Mei, however, remained unfazed and approached the little medical sage, softly inquiring, "Sister medical sage, how did you come to know Xiao Yu?" The little medical sage had not anticipated such a question from Shui Mei. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "He saved me once, and that is how we became acquainted." Though her words were brief, a sense of peril lingered within them. Lin Fei, intrigued, asked, "Is that true? Sister Medical Sage, could you share the story with us?" I adore tales. Unsure of how to decline, and with nothing else to occupy her, the little medical sage recounted her encounter with Xiao Yu, including the dangers faced in the Monster Mountain Range and the treachery of the mercenary group from Qingshan Town. Lin Fei and Xue Mei, having lived their lives within the Alchemist Guild, had never encountered such peril and found the story utterly fascinating. The three girls engaged in animated conversation while Kaylay stood awkwardly to the side. Fortunately, the doors soon creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. The astonishment on Bryn and Otto's faces had yet to fade as they emerged. Lin Fei and Xue Mei rushed forward, with Lin Fei grasping Otto's sleeve, asking, "Teacher, is the assessment over? What was the outcome?" Bryn raised his hands with a smile, saying, "My young friend is indeed remarkable. I have never encountered a second-tier alchemist with such refined skills, nor have I seen second-tier pills crafted with patterns. I am truly impressed." Xue Mei's delicate hand discreetly clenched in excitement, and Lin Fei turned to Xiao Yu in astonishment. "Did you truly pass the second-tier alchemist assessment?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Was it that difficult?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's nonchalant words, Lin Fei felt a sudden tightness in her chest, inwardly exclaiming, "Is it not difficult? Is it really not?" She thought to herself, "It's time for you to understand that there are always greater heights and people beyond your reach." Young friend Xiao Yu's alchemical skills are truly awe-inspiring. I have never seen an 18-year-old second-tier alchemist. Such a feat is unprecedented in the century-long history of the Alchemist Guild in the Gemma Empire. You must devote yourself to your studies. I am counting on you to participate in the Alchemist Conference in 6 months. Otto admonished Lin Fei and Xue Mei. As if recalling something, Otto looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Will you be attending the Alchemist Conference in the capital of the Gemma Empire in 6 months?" Lin also chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, this Alchemist Conference gathers numerous alchemists from the Gamma Empire, and even some from other empires across the continent will join to partake in the excitement. It is truly a grand occasion for the Gamma Empire. Missing it would indeed be a pity." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing that in half a year, the 3-year appointment would arrive. Coincidentally, the Yunlan sect was located just outside the capital of the Gamma Empire. He had intended to witness the reunion between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran. How could he possibly miss it? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu nodded and replied, "If I have the time, I shall certainly attend." Blin and Otto laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If our young friend promises to come, we shall eagerly await your dazzling performance at this alchemist conference." At that moment, a servant entered, holding a delicate black robe upon a jade platter. Blin picked up the robe and said, "This is the custom attire for a second-tier alchemist, imbued with some special properties. I shall leave it for you to discover on your own." Ha ha ha. Xiao Yu accepted the robe with a smile. A refreshing aura enveloped him, and its comfortable texture made him reluctant to part with it. On the chest area, there was an alchemist's badge, shimmering with 2 silver waves, symbolizing his status as a second-tier alchemist. Scanning the surroundings, Xiao Yu noted that Cole's figure had already vanished, so he did not dwell on it further. He donned the black robe, immediately feeling a cooling comfort. His tall stature and ethereal demeanor were enhanced in that moment, and combined with his handsome features, he resembled an otherworldly being. The 3 young ladies present, upon seeing the transformed Xiao Yu, momentarily gazed with subtle intrigue at his warm smile, and a peculiar feeling stirred within them. However, Blin soon spoke again. "Since the assessments have concluded, let us disperse. What are your plans next, young friend?" Xiao Yu replied with a light laugh. "I have 2 relatives in the desert. I came here with the intention of visiting them, so I plan to purchase some medicinal materials before heading into the desert." Blin nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, there's no need to trouble yourself. Just inform me of the materials you require, and I shall deliver them directly to you. This is within the capabilities of our Alchemist Guild." Xiao Yu felt no need to be polite. Recognizing that the second-tier alchemist exam had afforded the Mo City Alchemist Guild a chance to shine before the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild, and thus he listed the materials and items he needed. Blin waved his hand confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, everything will be delivered by tomorrow. You may stay here tonight, and leave whenever you wish." With that, Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully. Blin smiled and said, "It is nothing, rather. I must thank you for allowing me to showcase myself before my fellow colleagues." Xiao Yu offered a faint smile and refrained from saying more. Subsequently, Blin arranged accommodations for Xiao Yu and the others, and Otto and the rest also took residence within the guild. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yu promptly entered a state of cultivation, while Xiao Bai and the others remained in the small medical fairies room, providing him with an undisturbed environment. After sipping a small amount of the accompanying primordial purple crystal essence, a powerful force surged from his abdomen. Xiao Yu formed hand seals, guiding this energy to be refined throughout his body, while a portion was absorbed by the life-divine tree residing in his dantian. The tree, seemingly undergoing continuous evolution, deepened in its verdant hue, exuding a more profound aura of life, as if it were undergoing a metamorphosis. Xiao Yu sensed the energy stored within his internal sea, while the fighting spirit coursing through his meridians grew increasingly turbulent, a clear indication of an impending breakthrough. As night fell, a layer of fighting spirit began to envelop his body in a gossamer garment, a soft crimson radiance enveloping him entirely, soon accompanied by azure fighting spirit. The two energies began to merge, twisting the ethereal fighting spirit garment into a surreal form, as the energies of the universe were ceaselessly drawn into Xiao Yu. Break! With a sudden exclamation, Xiao Yu's eyes snapped open, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted outward. A soft pop resonated within him, and he felt the shackles within his body shatter, signifying his successful ascension to the realm of an 8-star dome master. Chapter 54. The Desert Serpent Man. Xiao Yu could sense the surge of fighting spirit within him, which had increased several-fold. As he gazed at the faintly red and pale blue energies swirling in his palm, he fell into contemplation, suddenly grasping something of great significance. A glimmer of enlightenment shone in his eyes. He realized that the essence of the chaotic cultivation method lay in the ability to fuse all attributes of fighting spirit simultaneously, thereby enabling comprehensive development across all attributes. This revelation unveiled terrifying potential for growth. Xiao Yu also discerned why his original cyclones had transformed entirely into an energy sea. The energy provided by the cyclones was insufficient to harness his true strength. Only the energy stored within the sea of fighting spirit could fully manifest his capabilities. Regarding his previous perception of sluggish cultivation speed, Xiao Yu now understood the reason. It was akin to a container capable of holding 10,000 units of water. If he solely cultivated fire attribute fighting spirit, it could only occupy a mere 100 units of volume. This disparity had hindered his cultivation pace. Now, with the ability to cultivate both wind and fire attributes simultaneously, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Yet, Xiao Yu found himself perplexed. What would be the method to acquire a new cultivation attribute? He pondered, realizing that his wind attribute must have originated from Yun, though the specifics of how it came to be were better left unspoken. Was it possible that acquiring new attributes would always follow this peculiar method? He shook his head vigorously, deeming such a notion wicked. What if it involved men? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Absolutely not. There must be something he had yet to uncover. Deciding against overthinking, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. For tomorrow they would venture into the desert. With that, Xiao Yu closed his eyes and resumed reinforcing his training. The following day, the blazing sun once again enveloped the desert, waves of heat washing over him. As Xiao Yu opened his door, he discovered Xiao Yixian and the others already gathered in the hall below, while Brin and Otto sat to one side, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Xiao Yu descend, everyone greeted him warmly. Approaching Xiao Yixian, he inquired, "Have you all become this familiar already?" Xiao Yixian smiled. Friendships among girls can blossom at any moment. In response, Xiao Yu shrugged and, after giving Lin Fei and Shui Mei a slight nod, walked towards the two masters, Brin and Otto. Brin greeted him with a smile. "Young friend, everything you requested has been prepared. Shall we deliver it now?" Xiao Yu replied, "Please do. I wish to enter the desert as soon as possible." Without further ado, Brin instructed his subordinates to bring forth the items Xiao Yu needed. There was quite a substantial amount. With a gentle wave of his hand, Xiao Yu activated the spatial ring on his finger, and the items were promptly absorbed within. Additionally, Xiao Yu had requested a third-tier magic core from Brin, which was also among the gathered items. One could not help but admire the Apothecary Guild's vast and plentiful resources. A third-tier magic core could indeed be procured overnight. The combined value of these items, along with the third-grade magic core, is approximately 300,000 gold coins. However, this sum was declined by Master Brin. Xiao Yu, unable to refuse Brin's goodwill, engaged in further conversation with him and Otto before taking his leave, preparing to venture into the desert with the little medical sage. Brin and Otto did not attempt to retain them, instead smiling as they escorted Xiao Yu and the little medical sage out of the Alchemist Guild. The four stood on the steps, watching their figures gradually fade into the distance. Otto sighed, remarking, "Young friend, Xiao Yu's future is boundless. Perhaps in the near future, we shall witness a powerful alchemist even greater than Gu He shining in the glory of the Jamar Empire." Brin nodded slightly, adding, "Indeed, once we reach the capital, we must introduce young friend Xiao Yu to the guild president." The president Brin referred to is, of course, the esteemed Fa Ma, a pinnacle 5th-grade alchemist and a formidable Do Huang warrior. Having distanced themselves, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the conversation between Brin and Otto. He turned to the little medical sage and said, Let us first visit my elder brother and second brother. It has been many years since we last met. Father mentioned they have established a mercenary group named Mo Tai in the desert. The little medical sage nodded in agreement. All right, I shall follow your lead. But do you know where to find them? Xiao Yu lifted the map in his hand, stating, the Mo Tai mercenary group is located in Stone Desert City. We simply need to follow the map. In the vast desert, golden sands filled the air, and the howling winds created an incessant roar. Xiao Yu and the little medical sage paused atop a hill. With his strength as an 8-star dosher, Xiao Yu could withstand the harsh desert environment, while the little medical sage's face reddened, clearly affected by the oppressive heat. Fortunately, she had her own concocted cooling pills to endure for a while longer. There is little water left in the canteen. Stay here for a moment, Xiao Yu instructed the little medical sage. She glanced at him and asked, where will you go to find water? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Looking ahead, I will scout a bit further. Perhaps we might be fortunate enough to encounter a mercenary group and obtain some water. The little medical sage did not protest further. Knowing Xiao Yu's strength and realizing that accompanying him would only be a burden, she softly advised, be careful. Xiao Yu nodded, assuring her, do not worry, Xiaozi. Protect them well. Xiaozi blinked her large beastly eyes and nodded slightly. Xiao Yu was confident in her combat abilities, so he unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared forth like a streak of violet light. After flying for some time, Xiao Yu's keen senses detected fluctuations of Do Qi energy ahead, prompting him to accelerate once more. He landed on a small hill to the north, concealing himself. His gaze fell upon two groups standing in the desert below. One was a mercenary group, while the other comprised 6 peculiar beings, with human upper bodies and massive serpent tails. The sound of their tails striking the ground sent chills down one's spine. They appeared to be the serpent people of the desert. What is the purpose of these serpent folk? Xiao Yu pondered, feeling a sense of confusion. He attentively listened to the coarse voice of the leading serpent man below. Hand over the serpent woman on the carriage to us, and I shall allow you to leave. How can we trust the words of your kind? Retorted a human man. Moreover, this serpent woman is a significant figure to our employer. We cannot allow the reputation of the Sand Mercenary Corps to be tarnished on my watch. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the eyes of the leading human as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly assessing the situation. Upon hearing the mention of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that this mercenary group was the most formidable in Stone Desert City, surpassing even the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps established by his elder brother. It appeared that the conflict between the two parties revolved around the serpent woman in the carriage. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted toward the vehicle encircled by the Sand Mercenary Corps, shrouded in a layer of black cloth, obscuring its contents. However, it was evident that whatever lay within was of great importance to the serpent folk. Since you remain obstinate, then perish, commanded the leading serpent man. Instantly, a surge of bloodthirst emerged on the faces of the surrounding serpent folk, their mouths partially agape as crimson tongues flicked out. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 55. The rescue of the serpent woman. Xiao Yu had no intention of intervening. The Sand Mercenary Corps was far from benevolent. Being the sworn enemy of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, he certainly had no inclination to assist these serpent beings. The leader among them had already reached the formidable rank of a 4-star Dome Master, while among the remaining 5 serpents, 2 were 1-star Dome Masters and 3 were 9-star Dome Warriors. In stark contrast, the Sand Mercenary Corps was woefully inadequate, with the only notable member being a man with a somewhat sinister gaze, who was merely a 1-star Dome Master, while the rest of the mercenaries were of about 8-star Dome Warrior strength. The leading serpent wielded a sharp serpent spear, charging towards the encircled humans with a hiss. As the serpent's tongue flicked, the surrounding serpent warriors lunged ferociously at the humans. In a matter of moments, over 10 mercenaries were utterly routed by this group of serpents, leaving only their human leader remaining, whose strength was slightly superior as a 1-star Dome Master, yet he was covered in wounds, his battle prowess rapidly waning. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, the leader succumbed to despair, kneeling before the serpents. The situation was overwhelmingly dire, 6 against 1, a certain death awaited him. Please, spare my life. You may take the serpent woman from the carriage, he implored. The serpent leader, with piercing green triangular eyes, fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, what is your name? Who sent you to escort her? To where? He was referring to the serpent woman in the carriage. Seizing this opportunity for survival, the man hastily replied, I am Luo Kuan, the vice captain of the Sand Mercenary Corps. This transport mission was assigned to us by our captain, Rob. I am not entirely certain of the details. The captain only instructed us to deliver her to Mo City to complete the task. The serpent leader appeared to accept Luo Kuan's words. Just as Luo Kuan began to relax, a sudden ferocity flickered across the serpent leader's face. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear, imbued with a fierce energy, towards Luo Kuan. With a sickening thud, Luo Kun looked in disbelief at the serpent's spear lodged in his chest. The sound of flesh tearing and the overwhelming agony silenced his cries. Blood gushed from his mouth as his body crumpled to the sandy ground, his life force gradually extinguished. The leader coldly scoffed. To undertake such a task, one must be prepared for death. From his vantage point on the hill, Xiao Yu observed the scene with clarity. He had intended to wait until the serpents had taken the serpent woman from the carriage before seeking a water source. However, he noticed that the 6 serpents did not approach to release the serpent woman. Instead, they surrounded the carriage. This sight caused Xiao Yu to furrow his brow. He saw the serpent leader step forward, tearing away the black cloth that covered the carriage. Upon glimpsing the face of the serpent woman within, even though Xiao Yu had encountered many beautiful women, he was struck by her astonishing beauty. With phoenix-like brows and bright eyes, skin as smooth as cream, a delicate nose, and lips like a red plum in the snow, she exuded an alluring, ethereal quality. Her gaze, filled with a captivating allure, seemed to ensnare the very soul. The soft, snow lotus-like arms embraced her, while a flowing red silk garment adorned her upper body, accentuating her proud bosom. Below, a serpent-like body shimmered with an enchanting crimson hue, and her small face was filled with panic. Her autumn-like eyes were fixated on the serpent leader outside the carriage, evoking a sense of pity. However, the serpent leader showed no sign of mercy, his spear glistening ominously with murderous intent. He gazed at the serpent maiden and softly declared, "I am sorry, but our serpent clan can only have one queen." With that, he thrust the spear towards the carriage, the fierce energy causing the serpent maiden to close her eyes in resignation. Just as the spear was about to pierce her body, a sharp sound of wind suddenly echoed through the sky, and a purple silhouette descended like lightning, crashing down before the serpent leader, separating him from the maiden. A long sword perfectly intercepted the spear, halting its advance. As the swirling sands gradually settled, the serpent leader could finally discern the figure standing before him, a youth. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Yu, who had been observing from the dunes for quite some time. The serpent maiden in the carriage slightly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Xiao Yu's back, she felt a wave of warmth, as if she had found solace. The serpent leader, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of the maiden. His cold, triangular serpent eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu, their murderous glint instilling fear. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, grinning as he remarked, "Such a beautiful serpent maiden. Isn't it a pity to kill your own kind? Why not listen to me and let her go?" The serpent leader dismissed his words with a wave of his hand, summoning 5 surrounding serpents to close in. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed, and with a slight tremor of his sword, a backlash of force sent the serpent leader staggering back. As the serpents approached, the stench of blood wafted toward Xiao Yu, causing him to frown. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he stepped firmly on the sandy ground, activating his moonstep technique. Like a flash of lightning, his figure darted through the 5 serpents. In an instant, Xiao Yu appeared behind them. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy falls echoed behind him as deep gashes appeared on the necks of the 5 serpents. Blood gushed forth, and soon, they lay lifeless. The serpent leader, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes in shock. In mere moments, Xiao Yu had dispatched his subordinates with ease. Such strength was undoubtedly formidable. With a flick of his crimson tongue, the serpent leader hissed, "Human, you have slain our kind in the Tagore Desert. You have invoked my wrath. We, the serpent clan, will ensure your demise." Xiao Yu smiled lightly, retorting, "Now that I have already struck, what purpose do your words serve? Prepare to meet your end." The serpentine leader cast a cold glance at Xiao Yu, tightly gripping his serpent spear as he charged towards him. A faint green luminescence emanated from the spear, clearly indicative of its potent venom. An icy aura, tinged with a metallic scent, enveloped the air as Xiao Yu summoned the bone spirit's cold fire to envelop the blade of his ink-scaled sword. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a swift arc of white sword energy towards the serpentine leader. The 2 forces collided midair, producing a hissing sound akin to hot iron plunged into water. As a cloud of smoke billowed forth, the extraordinary flames completely evaporating the venom from the serpent spear. Noticing the flicker of trepidation in the leader's gaze as he beheld the white flames engulfing Xiao Yu, it became evident that he wished to retreat. Xiao Yu, keenly aware of this intent to flee, resolved that since enmity had been established, it was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely, or else face greater troubles ahead. With a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, Xiao Yu propelled himself towards the serpentine leader with astonishing speed, leaving the leader no time to react. In that fleeting moment, the aura of an 8-star dome master erupted from Xiao Yu, igniting a spark of fear in the leader's eyes. "You are an 8-star dome master?" Xiao Yu merely smiled. "Farewell." With a swift thrust, the sword light slashed through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon the leader's neck. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Turning away, Xiao Yu caught sight of the serpent woman, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, seemingly mourning the demise of her kin. Chapter 56. Explanation with a casual flick of the ink-scaled sword in Xiao Yu's hand. A surge of sword energy swiftly darted towards the carriage, resulting in a deafening crash as the cage imprisoning the serpent woman shattered into fragments. Although the serpent woman possessed remarkable beauty, Xiao Yu was not the type to be entranced by mere appearances. He chose not to linger on her, and instead approached the lifeless bodies of the mercenaries. Upon noticing the water flasks affixed to their waists, a faint smile graced his lips as he collected them, preparing to depart from the scene. "Are you just going to leave?" A timid voice called from behind him. It was the serpent woman. Xiao Yu turned to behold her pitiable visage, his brow furrowing as he replied, "I am human, and you are a serpent person. It is not appropriate for me to take you with me. You may choose to return to your tribe." However, the serpent woman shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, "I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything at all. Do you not even recall who you are? Where your home is?" Xiao Yu inquired, his head beginning to throb with confusion. The serpent woman continued to shake her head, murmuring, "I truly cannot remember anything." Observing her earnestness, though seemingly devoid of deceit, only added to Xiao Yu's frustration. What a predicament! He had inadvertently saved a ticking time bomb. How could he explain her presence to his brothers upon meeting the Mo-Tai mercenary corps? Would she be deemed a slave? To capture a serpent woman as a slave in the Tegel Desert would be tantamount to courting death. Even if she were a target for the serpent people, she deserved not to be belittled by humans. Moreover, considering that even her own kind sought her demise, who could fathom the grave transgressions she may have committed against them? Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yu concluded that this serpent woman could not accompany him. He produced a few water flasks and offered them to her, stating, "Keep this water. Do not let yourself be captured again. You may not encounter another kind soul like me." The serpent woman did not reach for the water, but instead lifted her gaze. Her large, watery eyes fixated on Xiao Yu, as she softly asked, "May I accompany you?" Seeing the glimmer of hope and anticipation in her eyes, Xiao Yu hesitated momentarily before firmly responding, "No." The light in her eyes quickly extinguished, and her fragile demeanor was heart-wrenching, but there was little he could do. He was not yet powerful enough to confront the entirety of the serpent people on his own. Even if he were, there was no necessity to provoke an entire race over an unfamiliar serpent woman. After placing the water beside her, Xiao Yu felt a sudden tremor in his back as the purple cloud wings unfurled. Just as he was about to take flight, a soft sob reached his ears. Cursing inwardly, he found himself unable to abandon her in the desert. Turning back to face her, the serpent woman looked up, her face streaked with tears. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Yu retracted the water flasks into his storage ring and, seizing her wrist, pulled her into his embrace. Before she could react, he spread his wings wide, lifting both of them into the sky and soaring towards their destination. The serpent maiden gazed in surprise at Xiao Yu's profile, her expression somewhat dazed and adorably innocent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pondered how to explain this situation to the little healer. On the other side of the desert, in the grand hall of the charming serpent clan, the enchanting Yu Mei sat upon her throne, awaiting reports from her subordinates, while two serpent maidens stood by her side in attendance. Suddenly, a serpent man rushed in, flustered, and bowed deeply before Yu Mei, exclaiming, "It's bad, leader. The serpent maiden you wish to rescue has been taken by someone else." Yu Mei's expression shifted abruptly, her gaze turning icy as she interrogated the serpent man. "Are you saying that when you arrived, both parties had perished in the desert? Has a third party intervened?" The trembling subordinate replied, "From the scene, it appears to be the case." "Useless. You cannot even handle this simple matter. Go find her immediately. If you fail, you shall accompany her to the grave." Yu Mei scolded with a voice cold enough to chill the air, laced with murderous intent. "Yes, yes." The serpent subordinate nodded hastily, leaving the hall in a hurry to search. Yu Mei pressed her hand against her smooth forehead, feeling a wave of frustration. The rescue of the serpent maiden was a direct command from the queen, and as a devoted supporter, she was obligated to fulfill every order. However, she also understood that the target of the rescue was none other than the queen's younger sister. The serpent tribe would never allow two heirs to the queen's position. One must perish. Though she was uncertain how the queen's sister managed to escape, she recognized the necessity of compliance with the queen's directive, even if it meant opposing the council of elders. Of course, Yu Mei was not foolish enough to confront the council openly. Her rescue efforts would be conducted in secrecy, with only her most trusted subordinates dispatched. After contemplating, Yu Mei rose gracefully, her serpent tail swaying lightly as she made her way outside. "I shall pay a visit to the Moshi clan. Any developments will be discussed upon my return." "Yes," replied her two attendants in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had returned with the serpent maiden to the location of the little healer. At that moment, the little healer was gazing directly at the serpent maiden, and then shifted her gaze to Xiao Yu, who stood awkwardly nearby. With a hint of amusement, she remarked, "Didn't you go to fetch water? How did you end up with a serpent maiden?" Xiao Yu blinked, then quickly produced all the water from his spatial ring, grinning as he said, "The water is right here." The little healer did not reach for the water. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and smiled at the serpent maiden, asking playfully, "Are you not going to explain yourself?" Well, this serpent maiden is someone I just saved. I found her pitiful, so I brought her back." Xiao Yu recounted the scene of her rescue. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, the little healer's expression softened considerably. She was unaware of the serpent maiden's dire plight, and, upon observing the delicate look in her eyes, felt a surge of compassion. She stepped forward, taking the serpent maiden's hand, and said, "You may stay with us. He will protect you." The serpent maiden looked at the little healer's gentle face and smiled softly, nodding slightly in agreement. The little medical fairy turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Isn't it rather inconvenient for her to accompany us in her current state?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu replied, "I intend to concoct some transformation pills for her, which will allow her to live in a human form for a while." He had just consulted the alchemical texts and discovered that the transformation pill could enable a serpent person to shed their tail and assume a human body. However, each pill would only sustain the transformation for a month. The materials he possessed were sufficient to produce only 2 pills, but that would suffice. They could address the remainder upon reaching Shimo City. Xiao Yu promptly seated himself cross-legged and began to form hand seals. The bone spirit's cold fire swiftly materialized into a cauldron, and he meticulously refined the herbs. The transformation pill was classified as a second-tier elixir, yet its crafting difficulty was only moderately challenging within that category. Before long, 2 transformation pills were successfully created, their warmth palpable as Xiao Yu placed them into a jade vial and handed it to the serpent maiden, instructing, "Take 1 pill each month." The serpent maiden accepted the vial and immediately swallowed one of the transformation pills. Her serpent tail began to sway gently, and a dazzling green light flashed, revealing 2 delicate, bare legs before Xiao Yu. "Oh my!" he exclaimed, hastily covering his eyes. Chapter 57. Snowstorm. The little medical fairy was equally taken aback, as she did not anticipate such a scenario. Casting a disapproving glance at the now closed eyes of Xiao Yu, she retrieved another piece of clothing and, observing the serpent woman's bewildered expression, let out a soft sigh before assisting her in donning the garment. Once the serpent woman was properly dressed, Xiao Yu finally opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Is this something I can behold without spending a dime?" However, upon noticing the peculiar gaze from the little medical fairy, he could only manage an awkward smile. After tidying himself up, Xiao Yu declared, "Since we are all rested, let us continue our journey. We should be nearing Stone Desert City." The little medical fairy nodded slightly, and as for the serpent woman, she needed no further encouragement. Following Xiao Yu was all that mattered. The trio hastened towards Stone Desert City, and soon, the grand outline of a vast city located on the eastern outskirts of the Tagore Desert gradually appeared before them. Xiao Yu gazed at the distant Stone Desert City and exhaled, "At last, we have arrived. Indeed, let us hasten our pace. Night is approaching," the little medical fairy reminded. They had traversed the desert for nearly 7 or 8 days, and the relentless sandstorms had left them utterly fatigued, in dire need of a place to rest and rejuvenate. Before long, they reached the city gates. Xiao Yu's attire as a second-tier alchemist commanded utmost respect from the soldiers stationed at the entrance, and passers-by cast reverent glances in his direction. Yet, disliking the attention, Xiao Yu promptly removed his alchemist robes. Feeling much better without the spotlight, at least he would not be regarded as a spectacle. The guards and defenses of Stone Desert City were notably stronger than those in the inland cities of the Gamadi Empire, perhaps due to the frequent sightings of serpent folk in the area. Soldiers patrolled the city, a common sight throughout. Though Stone Desert City was not particularly large, it was substantial enough. Xiao Yu approached a passerby and inquired, "Hello, could you please direct me to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps?" He proffered a bag of gold coins as he spoke. The passerby, upon glimpsing the coins, beamed with delight and hastily replied, "Very well. I shall lead you to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "That would be splendid." Under the guidance of this individual, the 3 companions and their beasts made their way southward through the city. After navigating several winding streets, they arrived before a vast courtyard, where a flag fluttered in the breeze, emblazoned with 5 bold characters. Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. "This is the place. I shall not accompany you further." The passerby waved goodbye and departed. Xiao Yu observed a few robust men standing guard outside the courtyard, weapons in hand, stationed on either side of the entrance. Their piercing gazes and the faint aura of iron and blood emanating from them compelled him to command, "It appears that the elder brother and second brother are faring quite well here." The little medical fairy nodded in agreement. Establishing such a formidable presence in this locale is no small feat. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, My father has often mentioned that my elder brother is exceptionally clever, while my second brother is characterized by his cautious yet fierce demeanor, adept at navigating situations with both finesse and decisiveness. Naturally, the two of them make for a perfect partnership. Allow me to inquire if my elder brother is present. As he spoke, Xiao Yu stepped forward, instantly drawing the attention of several burly men, one of whom inquired in a deep voice, "What business do you have?" With a smile, Xiao Yu replied, "I am here to seek an audience with your leader and his second-in-command. I have a business proposition to discuss." The men scrutinized Xiao Yu, then glanced at the veiled figure of the petite healer and the serpent woman behind him. After a moment's hesitation, they said, "Very well. Wait here while I inform them." At that moment, a graceful silhouette emerged from the courtyard. The young woman, appearing to be around 20, possessed a strikingly delicate face. Her brows arched like a desert leopard, exuding a fierce spirit. Her audacious attire accentuated her sun-kissed waist and elongated legs. "What is happening?" she inquired coolly. One of the men slightly bowed and responded, "3 individuals have arrived, claiming to seek the leaders for a business discussion." The woman leaned forward to scrutinize Xiao Yu and his companions before stating, "Hold on, I will inquire further." Certainly, she approached Xiao Yu and asked, "Are you the ones seeking our leaders for a business matter?" Xiao Yu replied with a light chuckle, "Indeed, does it not seem so?" The woman assessed Xiao Yu and the petite healer, along with the serpent woman, then shook her head. "It certainly does not." Xiao Yu glanced at her and suddenly inquired, "Are you called Xuelan?" Xuelan's brows furrowed slightly, a glint of caution flickering in her eyes as she questioned, "I believe we have not met. How do you know my name?" She gestured to the burly men beside her. The nearby mercenaries quickly gathered around, yet Xiao Yu remained unperturbed, smiling calmly. "We indeed have not crossed paths, but I have heard my elder brother mention you." This revelation only deepened Xuelan's confusion and reinforced her suspicion that Xiao Yu was not there for a business discussion, but rather to stir trouble. Xiao Yu continued, "Do not be hasty in your actions. Perhaps it would be wise to first inquire whether your leaders recognize someone by the name of Xiao Yu. Moreover, you may find that you are not my match, so it would be futile to exert yourselves." "Arrogant," one of the burly men retorted sharply. Anyone who heard Xiao Yu's words would perceive him as audacious. The surrounding mercenaries, all of whom possessed at least 5-star combat prowess, bristled at the affront, brandishing their weapons and preparing to teach Xiao Yu a lesson. Just as the petite healer and the serpent woman grew tense, Xuelan interjected, "Wait." Upon hearing her voice, the burly men halted, bewildered, and turned to look at her. Xuelan scrutinized Xiao Yu once more, and suddenly noticed the striking resemblance he bore to both the leader and his second-in-command. "You say your name is Xiao Yu?" After a moment of quiet contemplation, Xuelan finally spoke up. Xiao Yu smiled and gave a slight nod. Xuelan continued, "I recall that the captain mentioned having 2 younger brothers, both exceptionally gifted, one of whom is named Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu added with a smile, "Is the other one named Xiao Yan?" Yes. It appears you not only know the captain, but are also his brother." Xuelan exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Xiao Yu replied, "Now that you believe in my identity, shall we go meet my elder brothers?" Xuelan nodded repeatedly, Of course. I will take you there right away." Just as she was about to turn, Xuelan suddenly seemed to remember something, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she softly inquired, "Did your elder brother truly mention me?" "What?" Xiao Yu paused, then recalled what he had just said, nodding with a smile. "Of course, would I deceive you?" Appreciating Xuelan's character, Xiao Yu decided to encourage her relationship with shouting, thinking that perhaps one day Xuelan would become the elder sister-in-law. Chapter 58. A reunion of brothers. A sudden blush crept across Xuelan's face, yet she said little. Leading Xiao Yu and the others toward the courtyard, the 3 followed closely behind her, and after traversing several narrow paths, Xiao Yu beheld a spacious hall before him. Within, he recognized 2 familiar voices, prompting a smile to blossom on his face. It had been several years since he had seen his elder and second brothers since they left home. Xuelan approached and pushed open the hall's door. Inside sat several gentlemen, and with a playful tone, she addressed the 2 men seated at the head. "Gentlemen, do take a look at who has arrived." As Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who were engrossed in conversation, heard Xuelan's words, a flicker of exasperation crossed Xiao Li's otherwise stern visage. "You haven't been brawling with that group, led by Rob again, have you?" Xiao Li's remark elicited laughter from those present, for they were all aware of Xuelan's penchant for engaging in skirmishes with the Sand mercenary group, who had often found themselves at a disadvantage against her. With a flustered expression, Xuelan retorted, "What nonsense. Why is it always me instigating fights? Besides, that bunch from Rob deserves a good thrashing." All right, Xuelan. Who is it that has come?" Xiao Ding interjected, attempting to quell the brewing argument. Xuelan huffed and replied to Xiao Ding, "Why not step outside and see for yourself?" Curiosity piqued. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were about to rise to investigate when Xiao Yu's voice resonated from outside. Elder brother, second brother, it is I? Xiao Yu's voice sent a jolt through Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, their eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Li, being the most impulsive, bolted toward the door. Upon seeing Xiao Yu standing in the courtyard, a radiant smile of warmth blossomed on his face. Xiao Li stepped forward and enveloped Xiao Yu in a hearty embrace, his hands resounding against Xiao Yu's back. You rascal! I never expected you to come here. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. You have been away for so long, and Haven T thought to return home. This time, I took the opportunity to visit on behalf of father and third brother. Releasing Xiao Yu, Xiao Li patted him on the shoulder and inquired, how is father's health? Has Xiao Yan's peculiar condition been resolved? With a wry smile, Xiao Yu responded, second brother, let us reminisce inside. I have yet to see elder brother. Xiao Li eagerly nodded and pulled Xiao Yu toward the hall. Elder brother. It truly is you. This lad is impressive, but wait, what about those two young ladies behind you? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the two girls standing behind Xiao Yu, Little Medical Fairy and Snake Woman. Observing the genuine affection between Xiao Li and Xiao Yu warmed Xuelan's heart, and she beckoned Little Medical Fairy and Snake Woman to follow her into the hall. The mercenary leaders, who had previously been engaged in discussion, bid farewell to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, casting curious glances at Xiao Yu as they departed. Xiao Yu was led into the grand hall by Xiao Li, where he beheld the young man in white seated at the head of the room. A gentle smile adorned his face, and a flicker of wisdom sparkled in his bright eyes as he scrutinized the newcomer. Little brother, how you've grown over the years. Xiao Ding slowly rose, regarding the youth before him, who was now nearly of the same height. A glimmer of fondness and softness passed through his gaze as he spoke with a light chuckle. Elder brother, Xiao Yu replied, you are becoming increasingly handsome and charming as well. Hey, you little rascal, I didn't hear you complimenting me just a moment ago. Xiao Li interjected, clearly annoyed. Xuelan seized the opportunity to mock him. Why would he praise you? Aren't you aware of your own shortcomings? Xiao Li's expression darkened. But for Xiao Yu's sake, he refrained from retaliating against Xuelan. Instead, he leaned closer to Xiao Yu and asked, Little Yu, you haven't yet answered my question. How are father and our third brother? Xiao Ding also turned his attention to Xiao Yu, eager to inquire about family matters, especially with a relative present. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Father is doing quite well, and third brother's peculiar condition has improved. His talent has returned, and he has been attending the Canaan Academy for further studies since a year ago. He is likely already a dome master by now. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces lit up with surprise. Really? That is wonderful news. But I recall your talent was not much different from that of our third brother. Surely you haven't also become a dome master? Xiao Yu evaded Xiao Li's direct question, responding instead, guess. Hey, you little rascal, always the same mischievous spirit. No matter. I shall have to teach you a lesson soon. You'll have to fight me. I am now a 4-star dome master, so don't beg for mercy later. Xiao Li laughed maniacally. Standing beside Xuelan, the little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with amusement, for she knew that Xiao Yu's strength was at 7-star dome master. More than sufficient to handle a 4-star dome master. If a real fight ensued, it might be Xiao Li who would end up pleading for mercy. Xiao Yu merely smiled faintly at Xiao Li's words, and Xiao Ding, observing Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, nodded in approval. His gaze then shifted to the little medical fairy and the serpent maiden. Little Yu, who are these two? Xiao Ding inquired. In response to Xiao Ding's question, Xiao Yu explained, these two are my friends. This one is the little medical fairy, and this one is, Xiao Yu awkwardly glanced at the serpent maiden and asked, what is your name again? The serpent maiden timidly replied, Dai. Her name is Kai Dai? Xiao Yu added, embellishing her name with a surname, as he found the single word name rather unappealing. Xiao Ding did not dwell on the matter, nodding slightly and greeting the two with a friendly gesture. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, ever the observer, whispered conspiratorially to Xiao Yu, these two wouldn't happen to be your sisters-in-law, would they? Xiao Yu sighed in exasperation. No, they are truly just friends. At that moment, the little medical fairy and Kai Dai unveiled their veils, revealing their exquisite faces, one radiating a cool elegance while the other exuded a captivating allure. The beauty of the two struck Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xuelan, causing them to momentarily pause in astonishment. Xiao Li, in a daze, remarked, isn't this simply too beautiful? Xiao Ding, regaining his composure, gently patted Xiao Li's head and, with a smile directed at the little physician and Kai Dai, said, you two have traveled great distances to be here. We must certainly extend our warm hospitality. Xuelan, please escort them to find a room to settle in. My brothers and I have much to discuss. Xuelan nodded softly and led the little physician, Kai Dai, and the three little ones away. Meanwhile, Xiao Li brought forth several jars of wine, exclaiming his desire to drink to excess with Xiao Yu. That night, Xiao Yu, along with his elder and second brothers, shared numerous conversations, predominantly concerning the Xiao family. Naturally, they also discussed the 3-year agreement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. Xiao Li vehemently berated Yunlan's sect and the Nailan family, while Xiao Ding's expression was equally somber. Xiao Yu promised that he would accompany Xiao Yan to Yunlan's sect to seek justice for the Xiao family. In a state of intoxication, Xiao Yu was assisted to the room arranged by his elder brother. Having abstained from alcohol for quite some time, he succumbed completely to inebriation. Although he could have expelled the alcohol using his fighting spirit, he chose not to do so, nor did he engage in cultivation or enter a dream realm. Instead, he simply surrendered to a blissful night's sleep. Chapter 59. A test of skill. The following day, the sun outside gradually bathed Xiao Yu's face in its warm glow, awakening him from his slumber. The throbbing headache from the previous night's revelry caused him to frown involuntarily. He sat cross-legged, performing hand seals as the internal energy surged within him, expelling the remnants of alcohol from his system. This process lasted for several breaths, and soon Xiao Yu concluded his cultivation, his mind no longer clouded. At that moment, a soft creak echoed from the door. Xiao Yu turned his gaze toward it and beheld a dainty figure gently entering the room. Upon noticing that Xiao Yu had awakened, she appeared momentarily startled and timidly bowed. Addressing him, "Young Master Xiao Yu, I have been sent by Captain Xiao Ding to attend to you." Xiao Yu observed the young girl clad in a delicate green attire, her adorable, refined face resembling a porcelain doll, and recognized her as Qing Lin. "Very well, I understand. Please fetch me some water," Xiao Yu replied with a warm smile. Initially resembling a frightened little rabbit, Qing Lin relaxed slightly upon seeing Xiao Yu's gentle expression, though she remained cautious in her demeanor, anxious not to err. Xiao Yu descended from the bed and approached the wooden rack, taking the towel Qing Lin offered to wash up in the basin. While cleansing himself, he inquired, "What is your name?" Qing Lin paused, slightly taken aback, and stammered, I am called Qing Lin." Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. "Qing Lin? A lovely name. Coincidentally, my sword is named Mo Lin." Following Xiao Yu's gaze, Qing Lin noticed the dark sword leaning against the bedside. At a mere glance, she found it exquisite. However, she patiently awaited Xiao Yu to finish washing before promptly taking the basin away. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, such a naive child. Soon, Qing Lin returned after emptying the water, and Xiao Yu asked, "Have you seen the two elder sisters who came with me yesterday?" With a hint of alarm in her eyes, Qing Lin cautiously replied, "I believe they followed Sister Xuelan to the market." Noting their excursion to the market, Xiao Yu refrained from further inquiries, surmising they had gone to procure medicinal herbs. He then inquired, "What about my elder brothers?" Qing Lin gradually acclimated to Xiao Yu's amiable nature and softly responded, "Captain Xiao Ding and Captain Xiao Li have gone to organize matters within the group. Tomorrow, the guild will hold its tri-monthly assessment, so the captains will be quite busy. For the time being, I shall be your personal maid, and you may instruct me with any tasks you require." Xiao Yu was not at all surprised that Qing Lin would be attending to him for the foreseeable future. He reached out to gently ruffle her small head, smiling as he said, "Then I shall trouble you, little Qing Lin." Qing Lin hurriedly waved her hands. "No trouble at all, it is my duty." Xiao Yu's gentle laughter and kind words undeniably kindled a warmth within Qing Lin's heart. Xiao Yu lifted the ink-scaled sword from beside his bed and remarked, "Since they are all so occupied, why not lead me on a tour of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? It would be beneficial for me to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Qing Lin responded softly, carefully trailing behind Xiao Yu. As they traversed the interior of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, they encountered numerous mercenaries who greeted Xiao Yu amiably. However, upon catching sight of Qing Lin beside him, their faces betrayed unmistakable disdain, causing Xiao Yu's brow to furrow slightly. Each scornful glance directed at Qing Lin made her petite frame tremble, her cherubic face marred by despondency, and her eyes dimmed with melancholy. When yet another mercenary shot a look of contempt at Qing Lin, Xiao Yu gradually came to a halt, positioning the sword sheath firmly before the mercenaries. Coldly, he stated, "What purpose does it serve to humiliate a young girl?" The surrounding members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps paused, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yu's words. Before realizing he referred to Qing Lin, they scoffed, "Young Master Xiao Yu, we hold you in esteem because you are the leader's brother. Perhaps you are unaware, but this Qing Lin is not entirely human. She is at best a half-beast. Her origins were not of her choosing. Why should the serpent people wreak havoc on human territory? Shouldn't you reflect upon your own actions? Imposing your humiliation upon a weaker individual only serves to reveal your own incompetence." Xiao Yu's words plunged the crowd into contemplation. As a being of both serpent and human lineage, Qing Lin bore the brunt of discrimination and disdain from both sides, an utterly unjust burden for her to bear. The gazes directed at Qing Lin seemed to shift slightly, yet the long-standing prejudice proved difficult to dismantle in an instant. Glancing around at the assemblage, Xiao Yu declared, "Qing Lin is under my protection. Anyone who looks down upon her looks down upon me." With a swift motion of his wrist, he unleashed a formidable force from the sword sheath, sending it hurtling towards a nearby boulder with a thunderous crash, shattering it into countless fragments. In the wake of the onlookers, Xiao Yu took Qing Lin's small hand and departed the scene. Upon reaching a corner, Xiao Yu halted and turned to Qing Lin, speaking gently, "Do not be overly concerned with the opinions of others. In life, you do not exist for the sake of others, but for yourself. Timidity will only reveal your vulnerabilities. It is strength that commands respect." After saying this, he affectionately ruffled Qing Lin's hair and continued on his way. Xiao Yu's words left Qing Lin momentarily speechless, and after a while, a radiant smile illuminated her delicate features, a glimmer of brilliance passing through her countenance, as 3 emerald points of light quietly appeared in her eyes. "Thank you, young Master Xiao Yu," she murmured softly, her face adorned with a beguiling smile, before she hastily pursued him. Just as they exited the courtyard, Xiao Yu encountered the 3 young ladies of the Little Healing Immortal who were approaching. "What have you gone out to purchase?" Xiao Yu inquired. The little healer chuckled softly. "I have purchased some snow grass to prepare fragrant sachets. It will provide a touch of coolness in this sweltering heat." Standing nearby, Xiao Yan praised, "Sister Little Healer, you truly are remarkable. Your knowledge of medicinal herbs surpasses even that of the physicians in our mercenary group." Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed, the skills of the Little Healer are exceptional." The Little Healer playfully admonished, "You only know how to tease me. All right, enough jesting. I heard that your Mo-Tai mercenary group is conducting a test tomorrow?" Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Yan, inquiring. Xiao Yan glanced at the azure-scaled figure beside Xiao Yu and nodded. "Yes, tomorrow's examination promises to be quite lively. Will you be participating?" Before Xiao Yu could respond, a voice interjected, "Of course he will. I am eager to witness how much our Xiao Yu has progressed over the years." It was none other than his older brother, Xiao Li. Xiao Yan shot a glare at Xiao Li, retorting, "Humph, perhaps you are not even as strong as Xiao Yu." Xiao Li laughed heartily. "I am simply curious to see how formidable our Xiao family's little genius has become." Xiao Yu regarded Xiao Li with a peculiar look. "Are you so eager to witness my prowess, second brother?" Xiao Li shook his head. "I have long awaited this. We must have a duel tomorrow." Xiao Yu shrugged, responding with calm nonchalance, "Very well." However, Xiao Li sensed a hint of danger in Xiao Yu's composed demeanor. Yet, he dismissed the thought, for he was no novice himself, and vigorously shook his head to cast it aside. Chapter 60. Agreement. The petite healer, gazing at the azure-scaled maiden standing beside Xiao Yu, chuckled softly and inquired, "Little sister, would you assist me in organizing the medicinal herbs shortly? There will be a sachet for you as well." Upon hearing that there was a sachet in her name, Qing Lin's face momentarily registered surprise, and she timidly responded, "Is that really appropriate?" The healer, however, gently pulled Qing Lin closer and reassured her, "What is inappropriate about it? Once you finish arranging the herbs, you can attend to your young master Xiao Yu. Rest assured, it will not delay you." She turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Don't you agree?" Xiao Yu could only smile wryly and replied, "If you say so, Qing Lin, you should accompany the healer. She is kind-hearted and will not mistreat you." Blushing, Qing Lin nodded. "Understood, young master Xiao Yu." Earlier, when the healer had encountered Qing Lin, she had noticed the peculiar glances directed towards her. Curious, she had inquired of Xiao Yan regarding the situation. Xiao Yan revealed Qing Lin's background, which filled both the healer and Kai Dai with compassion, particularly Kai Dai, who understood the disdain humans harbored towards serpent folk, evident in the fact that serpent women were often relegated to servitude. Kai Dai stepped forward and grasped Qing Lin's hand, and Qing Lin sensed a familiar essence emanating from this enchanting woman. Yet, she found it curious that Kai Dai possessed neither a serpent's tail nor the unique scales akin to her own. "I am Kai Dai. You shall call me Sister Kai Dai from now on," she said with a soft voice, instantly endearing herself to Qing Lin, whose porcelain-like face lit up with joy. As they were about to depart, Qing Lin turned back to glance at Xiao Yu, who gently ruffled her hair. He was increasingly fond of this gesture, and Qing Lin welcomed it, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction. "Go on," Xiao Yu encouraged, prompting Qing Lin to follow the healer and Kai Dai. Once they had left, Xiao Li let out a sigh and remarked, "Qing Lin is indeed a child of misfortune. Her mother abandoned her after giving birth, and her serpent father was long since slain by humans. Typically, offspring of serpent folk and humans struggle to survive past the age of 2, yet she is an exception, having lived to the age of 13 or 14. People regard individuals like her as a curse, both humans and serpent folk alike. Fortunately, she encountered me and my brother. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. However, throughout these years, she has endured far too much scorn and ridicule. While we cannot alter others' prejudices, I know you, Xiao Yu, will not shun someone like her, which is why I made her your maid." Xiao Li's words carried a weight of gravity. Xiao Yu, somewhat perplexed, looked at Xiao Li and asked, "How do you know I would not disdain her?" Xiao Li chuckled softly, "In your youth, I observed that you treated everyone in the household with the utmost respect, never allowing your talents to foster arrogance. Even Xiao Yan could not claim such virtue. Xiao Li let out a deep sigh, gazing at the distant horizon. You see, what you do not know is that back in the day, my elder brother and I once spoke of this. I believe that Xiao Yan's talent, which others praised so highly, was merely the result of his own arrogance leading to divine retribution. However, now that Xiao Yan's abilities have returned, my brother and I rejoice for him. Perhaps it was truly heaven's design that Xiao Yan endured these years of hardship to temper his spirit. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu refrained from mentioning the reason attributed to the elder Yao. Fortunately, the ring ended up with Xiao Yan. Otherwise, the one suffering would have been him. And he might not have awakened the system at all. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. It seems your second brother's judgment of character is quite commendable, is it not? Xiao Yu chose to remain silent. To agree would be self-praise, while to disagree would be a slight against his brother. Thus, he opted for silence. After the second brother guided Xiao Yu around the mercenary group, Xiao Yu returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and began his cultivation. As the chaotic cultivation method activated, the air around him brimmed with fire and wind energy, which Xiao Yu continuously absorbed. The minuscule wood attribute within him was insufficient to support the cultivation of the chaotic method. It appeared that this trivial amount of wood energy was beneath its notice. As night fell, the desert was dominated by fire and earth energies, which comprised a staggering 80%. Xiao Yu felt the fire energy within him growing ever more abundant, gradually forming a layer of fighting spirit around him, a unique garment woven from vibrant red and soft azure hues. Diving deep into his dantian, Xiao Yu was astonished to discover that the life divine tree-rooted there could absorb not only his fire attribute fighting spirit, but also wind attribute energy. The gentle sway of its branches scattered pale green wood energy throughout Xiao Yu's energy sea. Is this not a ready supply of wood energy? Xiao Yu thought, as he fervently swept through the energy sea, gathering the wood attribute energy. As this power within him grew, he seemed to uncover the secret to cultivating wood attribute fighting spirit. After a night of diligent practice, Xiao Yu finally managed to stabilize the fire, wood, and wind energies within his energy sea. At dawn, Qinglin arrived punctually at Xiao Yu's room, as she assisted him in donning his garments. Her delicate hands brought him immense comfort, prompting him to exclaim, "Having someone considerate by my side is truly delightful. This is the life befitting a young master." Upon hearing this, Qinglin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. During these days spent with Xiao Yu and the little healer, she gradually regained the innocence and vivacity typical of a young girl. Her relationships with everyone grew increasingly close, particularly with Xiao Yu, whose gentle demeanor made her wish to remain by his side and serve him as a maid. Softly, Qinglin declared, "If the young master is willing, I shall serve you always." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so? Do you truly wish to stay by my side?" Qinglin nodded hastily, her expression resolute as she declared, "As long as young master does not dismiss me, I shall faithfully serve by your side." "Silly girl, why would I send you away?" Xiao Yu reassured her with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. You shall remain by my side from now on." Qinglin's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy palpable. However, as Xiao Yu gazed into her eyes, he was momentarily entranced, quickly averting his gaze in astonishment. Contemplating inwardly, the three-colored pupils of this green serpent are truly formidable. When he looked back at Qinglin's eyes, they had returned to their normal state. "Let us go? The examination is likely to commence soon," he stated. At this, Qinglin remembered Xiao Yu was to participate in the test, and hurriedly rose to open the door, exclaiming, "Young master, we must leave swiftly. No need to rush." Xiao Yu replied with a smile, preparing to lift the at the bedside. Yet, Qinglin swiftly took it into her embrace first. Xiao Yu cautioned, "Be careful. It's heavy." To his surprise, Qinglin effortlessly lifted the and inquired, "Isn't this sword heavy?" She shook her head slightly. "Not at all." Xiao Yu felt puzzled. Did the sword not recognize its master? If it were to acknowledge anyone, it should be him. Unable to fathom the situation, Xiao Yu could only conclude that this sword was rather fond of beautiful appearances. With a light laugh, Qinglin said, "From now on, I shall take care of young Master S' sword." Observing the hopeful glint in her eyes, Xiao Yu chose not to say much further and proceeded towards the door, with Qinglin closely following behind. Chapter 61. The contest commences. The trials of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps were held in the training grounds of the backyard. By the time Xiao Yu arrived with Qinglin, the area was already brimming with spectators. In the center stood a colossal circular platform, where numerous mercenaries engaged in fervent battles. The crowd gathered below roared with excitement, cheering for their favored combatants, and even indulging in games of chance. Xiao Yu spotted Xiao Ding and Xiao Li seated on a high platform, flanked by senior members of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. Xuelan stood beside the commander, accompanied by Xiao Yixian and Kai Dai. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's arrival, Xiao Li waved him over. Xiao Yu turned to Qing Lin and said, "Eldest brother and second brother are over there. Let us go see." Qing Lin nodded in agreement as they made their way toward the high platform. "Eldest brother, second brother," Xiao Yu called out. Xiao Li glanced at Xiao Yu and chuckled. "You came rather quickly. I was just about to send someone to fetch you." Xiao Ding chimed in. "I heard that you and second brother agreed to spar?" Xiao Yu forced a smile and nodded. "Indeed, second brother insisted on a match. I couldn't refuse him." Xiao Ding laughed heartily. "I, too, wish to witness the prowess of our family's young genius. Please do not hold back. It would be splendid if you could best your second brother. Yes, indeed. Show him that there are greater heights beyond." Xuelon added, supporting the jest. "Hey, do you too delight in the thought of my defeat? Why do you take pleasure in my struggles?" Xiao Li playfully scolded, pointing at Xiao Ding and Xuelon. "Humph, who told you to be so arrogant in the core?" Xuelon retorted with a light huff. Xiao Ding shook his head in exasperation. The two had always been at odds within the core, engaging in playful banter as a matter of course. At this moment, Xiao Yu interjected, "Sister Xuelon, that is what one might call a harmonious partnership." Xiao Li paused, glancing between Xuelon and Xiao Ding, then burst into hearty laughter. "Well said, Xiao Yu. A harmonious partnership indeed. Ha ha ha." Xuelan's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a sharp glare at Xiao Yu, then furtively glanced at Xiao Ding, who, despite his previously composed demeanor, exhibited a fleeting hint of fluster but remained silent. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu exchanged knowing smiles before Xiao Li gestured toward the training ground and leapt down from the high platform, landing gracefully within the arena. The mercenaries, who had been testing their skills, instinctively retreated, leaving the arena for the second commander. In the center of the training ground, Xiao Li beckoned Xiao Yu to approach. Xiao Ding chuckled softly. "Go on. Indulge your eldest and second brother's curiosity and give your second brother a taste of the action." Xiao Yu shrugged in resignation. "Very well. What more can I say?" With that, he stomped firmly on the edge of the platform, executing an agile flip in midair before landing directly opposite Xiao Li. As Xiao Yu entered the arena, Xuelon could not help but inquire of the little medical fairy. "You have spent the most time with Xiao Yu. Do you have any idea of his strength?" Beside them, Xiao Ding cast a curious glance as well. The little medical fairy chuckled softly and replied, "If he hasn't disclosed it to you, I cannot divulge it either. However, I can only remind you that he is already a dome master." Xuelan's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. "Is he not only 18 years old? He has already attained the rank of dome master?" Xiao Ding, however, showed no surprise and gently remarked, "Xiao Yu is a prodigy in our family, along with my third brother Xiao Yan, the two great talents of our clan in a century. Moreover, it seems that Xiao Yan's talent surpasses even that of Xiao Yu, though he had a 3-year hiatus. I have heard that he too has reached the rank of Dome Master now. So Xiao Yu being a Dome Master is hardly surprising." Gazing at the exuberant youth in the arena, Xuelon could not help but exclaim, "His temperament is truly unmatched by his peers, with such remarkable talent and cultivation. He remains so approachable." Standing nearby, Qing Lin, clutching the Mo Lin's sword, could not hide her amusement, seemingly pleased to hear praises for Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, let your second brother see how far you've come in these past few years." Xiao Li laughed heartily, his voice imbued with dou qi, echoing around and slightly suppressing the surrounding clamor. As Xiao Li's voice faded, the crowd erupted in calls for the second team leader. In a corner to the north, a betting frenzy began regarding who would triumph between Xiao Yu and Xiao Li, with voices urging, "Hurry, hurry, place your bets quickly." Many mercenaries joined the excitement, wagering their scant fortunes. Hey, Halang, did you place your betting correctly? Aren't you a devoted fan of the second team leader? Why bet on brother Xiao Yu?" Quan Shan queried the burly man beside him. The man known as Halang chuckled. "Oh, brother Xiao Yu has just arrived. I'm merely showing my support." "Goodness, your support has led you to wager your entire savings, betting 10,000 gold coins on brother Xiao Yu to win? Don't be left with nothing but your undergarments in the end. Ha ha ha." Another mercenary jested at Halang. With an impatient expression, Halang retorted, "Get lost. Bet if you wish, don't question my choices." What puzzled Quan Shan and the others was that several mercenaries following Halang were also placing their bets on Xiao Yu. At this moment, the battle was on the verge of commencing, drawing their full attention. Xiao Li let out a hearty laugh, flipping his hand to reveal a tungsten steel spear that materialized in his grasp. With a firm grip on the spear, dou qi surged within him, and a silver lightning attribute, dou qi, suddenly erupted, enveloping his body in a shimmering layer of silver dou qi armor. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile curving his lips as he thought, "A 4-star Dome Master. Dear brother, you are in for a rough time." Though this lightning attribute combat aura possesses formidable offensive power and a paralyzing effect, it is regrettable that Xiao Yu currently wields the wood attribute combat aura. Thus, the enhancement the lightning attribute afforded Xiao Li holds little advantage over him. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Qin Lin and Mo Lin, who immediately understood his intent and tossed the Mo Lin into the air. Xiao Yu skillfully caught it, positioning his sword at a slight angle, exuding an air reminiscent of a celestial swordsman. Within him, a vibrant crimson combat aura surged, forming a layer of fiery crimson energy attire around his body. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's aura garb, Xiao Li let out a soft breath and exclaimed, "What an impressive display! Truly a combat master." He then trembled slightly at the tip of his spear and bellowed, "Let the battle commence." No sooner had the words left his mouth than both combatants sprang into action. Xiao Li forcefully stomped the ground, stirring a whirlwind of dust, his figure transforming into a silver streak as he rushed towards Xiao Yu with great speed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu relied solely on the moon-chasing body technique, leaving behind only an afterimage as he surged towards Xiao Li's direction. On the high platform, Xiao Ding's gaze narrowed as he caught sight of Xiao Yu's figure. Such speed. No, this aura. Xiao Yu's strength seems rather peculiar, he murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, the silver and crimson figures met at the center of the arena. With a resounding clash, the sharp sound of steel on steel resonated, and a fierce wave of energy erupted from the center, sending powerful gusts of air surging outward. As the dust settled, the onlookers outside were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 62. Breakthrough. Xiao Li's spear lunged forward like a venomous serpent, the arcs of electricity dancing menacingly at its tip, sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. In a swift motion, Xiao Yu twirled his sword, the glint of cold light momentarily blinding Xiao Li, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. A sudden surge of danger gripped his heart, prompting his body to instinctively lean backward. With the spear grounded, he positioned himself at an angle, suspended in midair. The Mo Lin's sword, having anticipated the moment, swept past Xiao Li, narrowly missing him. Fortunately, he managed to evade in time, but a few strands of hair, cascading beside his ear, fell victim to the blade's edge. Xiao Li executed a graceful arc with his spear, and with a vigorous twist of his wrist, it snapped taut, the recoil propelling him forward as he charged at Xiao Yu once more. As he dashed, the lightning-infused energy surged through his spear. Should anyone dare to collide with this weapon, they would surely be incapacitated by the electric shock. And Xiao Li was confident that even a fleeting moment of paralysis would grant him the upper hand against Xiao Yu. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, who charged ahead with the Mo Lin's sword in hand, Xiao Ding, positioned atop the platform, murmured, "What is Xiao Yu doing? Can't he see such an obvious maneuver?" Xiao Li chuckled darkly, the spear emitting a thunderous roar as it met the blade of Xiao Yu's sword. The electricity coursed through the sword and into Xiao Yu's body. Yet, to Xiao Li's astonishment, it appeared as though Xiao Yu felt nothing. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu sparked a shower of sparks from the collision, and with a sudden burst, his form vanished before Xiao Li's eyes, propelled by the power of the moon's descent. Xiao Li's heart raced in alarm. This boy was peculiar. Sensing a force approaching from behind, he swiftly turned, sweeping his spear fiercely to collide once more with Xiao Yu's sword. A gust of wind surged as Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Brother, I'm getting serious now." Xiao Li's expression hardened as he beheld the Mo Lin sword gradually turning crimson, the searing heat radiating through the spear, nearly prompting him to relinquish it. With a deft flick, he used the recoil to propel himself backward. "What formidable fire energy!" Xiao Li exclaimed in awe. "Flame of the world!" Xiao Yu shouted, unleashing a pale red sword wave that surged violently toward Xiao Li, infused with a ferocious energy that made the impact unmistakable. "Thunder Arc Dance!" Xiao Li called out. As the spear stirred, 3 serpentine arcs of electricity emerged, crackling with power as they hurtled toward the incoming sword wave. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, forcing Xiao Li to stagger back a few steps, the spear trembling in his grip. Without granting him a moment's respite, Xiao Yu pressed the attack once more, and Xiao Li, fueled by a surge of fiery temperament, retaliated fiercely. The two combatants collided within the arena, their movements becoming increasingly rapid, as the mercenaries present could only witness the relentless interplay of silver and red, clashing, separating, and colliding again. Each collision resounded with a deafening noise and waves of energy, rendering the figures of the two combatants indistinguishable to all present. Only Xiao Ding managed to catch a glimpse of the scene, but gradually, he noticed that Xiao Yu maintained an air of calmness, showing no signs of panic. In contrast, Xiao Li's complexion grew increasingly flushed, and his speed in wielding his spear began to wane, particularly after unleashing the Thunder Arc's 3-part dance. Xiao Li found himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow as he observed the relentless clash between the two, a shocking thought dawning upon him. It seemed that Xiao Yu was deliberately feeding techniques to Xiao Li, assisting him in breaking through to the rank of a 5-star Dome Master. Xiao Li was already a 4-star Dome Master, on the cusp of ascending to the next level. Merely a step away, now it appeared that Xiao Yu was providing that very impetus. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, and Xiao Li's face flushed with the strain of expending his dou qi. With a fierce roar, he used his spear to force Xiao Yu back 2 steps and bellowed. Thunder Arc's 3-part dance. Violent energy erupted from the tip of the spear, and at that moment, Xiao Li felt a barrier within him shatter. The previously depleted dou qi surged back, seemingly more abundant than during his 4-star Dou Master days. I have broken through. The thought echoed in Xiao Li's mind. The energy coursing through his spear swelled dramatically, and the potent aura of danger caused even Xiao Ding to change his expression. Observing the faint smile on Xiao Yu's face, Xiao Ding confirmed his suspicions. Xiao Yu was indeed assisting Xiao Li, facilitating his breakthrough. With a sudden sigh, Xiao Ding remarked, "This time, we have all underestimated Xiao Yu. His strength is truly astonishing." The previously tense Qing Lin and Xuelon were momentarily taken aback, with Xuelon questioning, "Captain, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Ding simply smiled and replied, "Just watch. Xiao Li will not be able to best Xiao Yu." Xuelon hesitated, but the second captain has already broken through to the 5-star Dou Master level. Just then, Xiao Yu's fingers glimmered with light as he called out, "Wind Demon S9 fingers." A flicker of ethereal radiance shot toward Xiao Li's spear, and a sense of impending doom surged within him. Causing his heart to race with terror, there was no time to retreat. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, causing the surrounding mercenaries to cover their ears, reeling from dizziness. Xiao Li's face turned pale as he was forced to retreat rapidly, leaving deep impressions of his feet on the ground, only managing to stabilize himself after being pushed back over 10 meters. "Second brother, shall we continue?" Xiao Yu asked with a gentle smile. Xiao Li, realizing that Xiao Yu's prowess far surpassed his own, waved his hand dismissively. "No more fighting. You're an enigma. I can't fathom how you've trained over the years." Xiao Yu sheathed his ink-scaled spear with a smile. "Perhaps second brother has grown too complacent over the years, which is why you cannot keep up with me." Xiao Li, his face flushed, jestingly scolded, "You brat, your words are nothing but nonsense. After beating me to this state, you still dare to mock me." Xiao Yu shrugged his shoulders in resignation and replied, "Isn't it enough that I helped you break through? You truly are impressive. Your second brother, concede," Xiao Li said with a grin, playfully poking Xiao Yu. The two ascended back to the high platform, while the mercenaries outside stood in a daze. However, a few among them gradually displayed glimmers of joy, for they were those who had just placed their bets on Xiao Yu. Ku Shan seized Ha Lang's arm and inquired, "Did you already know that brother Xiao Yu's strength surpasses that of the second captain?" Ha Lang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't speak recklessly. How could we possibly know that brother Xiao Yu's prowess would exceed that of the second captain?" Ku Shan cast a skeptical glance at Ha Lang. Yet he could find no evidence of deceit, thus he chose to let the matter rest. Ha Lang and the few others who had emerged victorious naturally kept their insights to themselves. During the last incident, when Xiao Yu came to Qing Lin's aid, he had effortlessly shattered a massive boulder with a single strike, emanating a presence they had only felt from their captain. Hence, they were convinced that Xiao Yu's strength was formidable, at the very least on par with that of the second captain. Chapter 63. Encountered deep within the heart of the desert stands a pitch-black palace, surrounded by numerous serpent folk, predominantly male. This is the territory of the Mo Shi tribe, one of the 8 clans of the serpent people. A figure cloaked in azure streaks across the sky, swiftly approaching the Mo Shi tribe. On the towering city walls, dozens of fully armed serpent warriors, wielding venomous spears, skin the surroundings with piercing gazes. Suddenly, sensing a formidable presence nearing, they become alert. The leader among them, a robust serpent warrior, Belos, who dares enter the domain of the Mo Shi tribe. His thunderous voice, imbued with fighting spirit, carries towards the distant azure figure. Soon, the figure arrives at the foot of the walls. It is Yu Mei, who has come to discuss matters concerning the queen's sister with Mo Bass. Yu Mei, with a cold and indifferent countenance, gazes at the captain of the Mo Shi guards and states, "I am Yu Mei, leader of the Mei Shi tribe, seeking an audience with Mo Bass." Upon recognizing her, the captain bows respectfully and replies, "Greetings, Lady Yu Mei. Chief Mo Ba awaits you in the main hall ahead." Without further ado, Yu Mei unfurls her wings and transforms into a streak of azure light, darting towards the central hall. Inside the spacious and opulent chamber, a corpulent man sits upon a high platform, draped haphazardly in a thin garment. His arms are adorned with peculiar black tattoos that extend to his palms, revealing 2 menacing black serpent heads, exuding an aura of fierce chill. This man is Mo Bass, the chief of the Mo Shi tribe. Yu Mei's figure suddenly materializes within the hall, taking a seat beside him, her expression grave as she addresses Mo Bass. "The queen's sister has gone missing." Mo Bass's expression shifts slightly as he replies in a low voice, "Is this matter entrusted to you by Her Majesty the Queen?" Yu Mei nods slowly. Mo Bass, his tone turning icy, Continues. Recently, the third elder, representing the Elder Council, visited the Mo tribe and conveyed certain matters to me. Yume's countenance changes, and she inquires anxiously, was it also regarding the Queen's sister? Mobas nods in affirmation. Indeed, the Elder Council's stance is that I should take action to eliminate Dai. Did you agree to this? Yume's expression darkens. Moba shakes his head slowly. Naturally, I did not comply. The Mo tribe shall forever remain loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, and the Elder Council must submit to her authority. Unless commanded directly by the Queen, I will never acquiesce. Hearing Moba's words, Yume finally feels a sense of relief, but he continues. The 8 tribes are discordant among the remaining 6. Some maintain neutrality, while others align with the Elder Council. I have refused the third elder, yet they will still seek out other tribes to accomplish this task. Yume nods thoughtfully. Indeed, however, the identity of the serpent sent to assassinate Dai remains unknown, and Dai's whereabouts are also a mystery. Moba furrows his brow slightly. Perhaps no news is the best news. It is not surprising that you cannot ascertain their identity. No one dares to strike against Dai under the Queen's watchful eye. Yume pondered for a moment before inquiring, should we inform Her Majesty the Queen about this matter? Moba slowly shook his head, responding, it would be best not to disturb Her Majesty at this time. She is currently undergoing a significant inheritance and appears to have already discovered the trace of that. Upon hearing this, Yume's gaze slightly contracted. Moba's affirmed, indeed, the Blue Lotus Heartfire could greatly benefit Her Majesty. It may even allow her to make a breakthrough into the Dozong realm. At that point, it will be our opportunity to launch a counteroffensive against the human empire and redeem our past humiliations. His chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. Yume sighed and said, the Elder Council has been relentlessly pursuing Dai. I am now concerned that she may have been captured by humans and sent to the Gamma Empire, which would be disastrous. Nevertheless, I urge you to dispatch more personnel to search for Dai. There are numerous matters concerning the tribe that require my attention. I must take my leave. Her delicate figure twisted slightly as she spoke. Moba's nodded slightly, saying, very well. I shall inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Yume nodded in agreement, her body quivering gently as she unfurled her azure wings and soared towards the entrance of the hall. Moba's murmured, Your Majesty, you truly have presented us with a formidable challenge. As Yume traversed the desert, she suddenly sensed the presence of a powerful human. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she swiftly ascended into the sky. Hovering in midair, she noticed a dark spot on the horizon gradually enlarging before her. Whoosh! A sudden rush of wind approached, and Yume observed a massive shadow rapidly drawing closer from the northern sky. With a powerful flap of her wings, a fierce wind pressure carved out a 100-meter-long trench in the desert. The swirling yellow sand rose dramatically, and with a flick of her delicate hand, she unleashed a surge of energy to disperse the sand. Once the dust settled, she discerned that it was a colossal flying beast. An ethereal blue energy enveloped Yume, and her expression shifted as her gaze turned icy, fixated on the 2 figures leaping down from the beast. Ha! We've just entered the desert and already spotted the serpent woman, just in time to capture her as my slave. Boomed a hearty laughter, echoing even before the person arrived. However, Yume's eyes were now filled with a chilling resolve as she watched the figures grow larger. Her heart sank as she realized they were 2 Do Wang. Then, 6 more figures leaped down from the beast, and besides astonishment, Yume's expression was tinged with a hint of dread. 3 Do Wang and 5 Do Ling. What could their purpose in the desert possibly be? Her mind raced with speculation. Old He, come take a look. This serpent woman seems to have quite the background. A Do Wang. Could she possibly be the leader of some tribe? The burly leader chuckled as he addressed the middle-aged man at the forefront. This group comprised Gu He and the 2 Do Wang he had brought along. Lion King Yan Shi and Windwalker Feng Li. Your Excellency, you must be the leader of the Meishi tribe. Yume, am I correct? With a gentle smile, Gu He stepped forward, clearly informed by Frank about the general circumstances surrounding the serpent tribe prior to their arrival. Who are you? And what brings you to the depths of our clan? Are you not aware that this place is forbidden to humans? A hint of frost appeared on Yume's face, as the presence of this force filled her with an overwhelming sense of danger. I have heard that Her Majesty the Queen is aware of the whereabouts of the, and thus I wish to propose a transaction with Her Majesty, Gu He replied with a smile. Yume furrowed her brow upon hearing this. For the Mo Ba had indeed mentioned that Her Majesty seemed to be in search of it. With this thought, Yume's beautiful eyes curved into a lovely arc as she smiled alluringly. So, you have come for the. Indeed, Her Majesty is knowledgeable about it. However, I must first inform Her Majesty to see if she is willing to meet with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Yume suddenly darted away into the distance, attempting to escape. Standing beside Gu He, Feng Li's form shifted, transforming into a streak of black as he accelerated, creating a sonic boom in the air. and instantly appeared in the path of Yu Mei's flight. Behind them, Xun'er laughed heartily. Competing in speed with old Feng is truly amusing. Chapter 64. The Great Transformation of the East Moon. Mei ceased her idle chatter, her delicate hands swiftly forming a peculiar hand seal. Simultaneously, her serpentine tail gently struck the sandy ground, producing a muffled thud. The sand suddenly surged, a tempest of yellow grains coalescing into a formidable sand wave that charged toward Feng Li. A glimmer of pale blue light flickered in Feng Li's eyes as he shouted, "Wind Spike!" With that command, his azure energy surged forth, manifesting into sharp, tangible wind spikes that hovered in the air. With a subtle push of his slender hand, the wind spikes darted directly toward the advancing wall of sand. Bang! The seemingly impenetrable sand barrier was effortlessly shattered by the force of the wind spikes, dissipating into nothingness while the wind spikes continued their relentless assault toward Moon Mei. Her expression shifted as she swiftly extended her palm, unleashing 5 streams of ethereal blue energy that intertwined in the air and ultimately coalesced into 5 enormous energy serpents. The serpents let out a fearsome roar, their tails sweeping through the air and knocking the rapidly approaching wind spikes aside. However, the serpents began to fade into nothingness as their energy waned. Having neutralized the wind spikes, Feng Li maintained an impassive expression, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Behind him, Xun'er let out a thunderous roar. The piercing sound waves caused Moon Mei to frown slightly, as Xun'er charged into the fray with a ferocious demeanor. Feng Li's silhouette reappeared behind, and he launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Moon Mei. Had this strike landed, it would surely have inflicted severe injuries upon her. Yet, Moon Mei remained unperturbed. Her countenance icy, she summoned 2 ethereal blue energy serpents, far more substantial than the previous ones. The serpents, adorned with lifelike, hardened scales, revealed their razor-sharp fangs as they lunged forward, one toward Feng Li and the other toward the approaching Xun'er. In a bizarre twist, they managed to thwart both Feng Li's and Xun'er's attacks. Nevertheless, Moon Mei's pallor began to pale. After all, she faced 2 formidable opponents of equal standing, leaving her at a disadvantage. Her only viable course of action was to retreat. Shameless humans. Today, I am indeed no match for you alone. But should I wish to leave, you cannot hinder me. Once I notify the other tribal leaders, your doom shall arrive. The instability in her aura was evident as her ample chest rose and fell gently. With a derisive sneer, she performed another hand seal, her energy surging violently around her. Stop her! Xun'er bellowed, his brow furrowed. Feng Li had already transformed into a gust of wind, hurtling toward Moon Mei, yet it was too late. Serpent technique, division. Without even glancing at the approaching Feng Li, Moon Mei completed her hand seal, and in an instant, her form erupted into countless ethereal blue energy serpents that flooded outwards in all directions. Simultaneously, both Xun'er and Feng Li unleashed their energy, their strikes cleaving through countless energy serpents. The 5 combatants beside Gu He also joined the fray, yet the sheer number of energy serpents proved overwhelming, as many continued to dart toward the sandy ground. Ancient River furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze towards a figure clad in black robes standing atop the colossal beast. It was none other than Yun. Beneath the dark cloak, her exquisite visage was revealed, with her beautifully arched brows knitting together. With a delicate push of her toes, azure wings of fighting spirit unfurled from her back, and she swiftly darted towards a specific direction. In the sandy expanse below, a serpentine energy manifestation surged forth with great velocity, heading towards the Serpent Clan's tribe. Observing the fleeing energy serpent, Yun formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Wind push technique." A tempestuous gale of azure wind suddenly erupted before her, and with a gentle nudge from her jade-like hand, it howled forth towards the monstrous serpent. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, and the sands were sent flying as a painful groan echoed through the air. The ethereal blue energy serpent was instantly transformed into a human figure, blown out from the sands by Yun's fierce wind. With a spurt of blood, Yu Mei fell to the ground, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with a look of horror. She was, after all, a powerful Do Huang. Without uttering a word, Yun reached out and swiftly tapped several points on Yu Mei's body, rendering her incapable of resistance, and then returned with her to face Ancient River. Xun'er could not help but exclaim, "Master Yun, you truly are a Do Huang. It appears your strength has advanced even further." However, Yun's expression remained impassive, and she merely responded with a slight utterance. Ancient River, undeterred, turned to Yu Mei and inquired, "Leader Yu Mei, I bear no ill intentions. I simply wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Her Majesty the Queen. I assure you, I will not cause you any harm." Yet, Yu Mei merely glared at him with an icy countenance, her silence unmistakably chilling. Xun'er, unable to contain himself, interjected loudly, Old River. Do you care whether she speaks or not? We can take her to other tribes and inquire further. If she remains silent, we shall execute her. I refuse to believe that one piece of information is worth less than a Do Wang from their serpent clan. Ancient River shook his head slowly. No? That would undoubtedly provoke a second war between humans and the serpent clan. We should first take her to other tribes for questioning. Humph, a bunch of hypocritical humans. You can kill or torture me as you please, but do not expect to learn anything about Her Majesty the Queen. You may retorted coldly. Ancient River, disregarding her words, waved slightly, and the group boarded the flying beast. Just as the colossal creature was about to take flight, a violent aura surged from directly to the north. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Even the normally composed Yun showed a flicker of emotion, murmuring, "Two Do Huang auras. What transpires there?" Yu Mei's countenance also altered. That was the aura of the queen. Ancient River hastily inquired, "What did you say? The queen? Is it Queen Medusa?" Yet, Yu Mei sealed her lips, falling silent. Meanwhile, several intense energy fluctuations emanated once more from the north, indicating a fierce confrontation involving Queen Medusa. But which side possessed the Do Huang strength? Could it be that a formidable Do emperor from the Izumo Empire has made their move? Guhi recalled Frank's words, and his expression darkened. Without hesitation, he directed the flying magical beast beneath him to soar towards the north. Simultaneously, Shimo City sensed the intense fluctuations of this powerful aura, which cast a suffocating atmosphere over the city, leaving its inhabitants in a state of panic, for it was an overwhelming Do Emperor's presence that they could not withstand. Having just concluded their competition, Xiao Yu and Xiao Li leaped onto the high platform and gazed towards the eastern direction. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. That was the east of Shimo City. Could it be the celestial lotus earth fire? As the thought crossed his mind, he felt compelled to investigate. The system had designated the Serpent People's territory as a sign-in location, which should theoretically lead him to the temple. Sneaking in unnoticed was certainly not an option. Thus, he needed to blend into the chaos. This seemed like an opportune moment. Turning to his elder brother and second brother, Xiao Yu confessed, "I shan't conceal from you. This journey to the desert is indeed for the purpose of the extraordinary fire. I sense its presence in the east and must take a look." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously inquiring, "Extraordinary fire? What do you need it for? That is something only alchemists require." "Are you?" Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I am an alchemist." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were rendered speechless in shock. You're an alchemist?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. While the little medicine sage chimed in, "I can attest to this. Xiao Yu is indeed an alchemist, and a second-tier one at that." Chapter 65. Azure Lotus Heartfire. Upon hearing the words of the little healer, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt a sudden dryness in their throats. When did their younger brother become so formidable? Not only had he surpassed them in cultivation, but he was also a second-tier alchemist. The profession of an alchemist was held in the highest esteem across the Duki continent. Xiao Ding gazed at Xiao Yu with a sense of pride, saying, "Little Yu, you have truly excelled. Indeed, we both take great pride in you." Xiao Li added with a smile, patting Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Eldest brother, second brother, you flatter me. We shall discuss these matters in detail upon my return, but for now, I must head over there." He pointed towards the eastern direction. A flicker of concern crossed the faces of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. "Little Yu, it is not that we wish to stop you, but the aura emanating from that direction may belong to a Do Huang expert. Your current strength renders it too perilous to venture there. Would it not be wiser to wait until they depart before we proceed?" The little healer, standing aside, was at a loss for how to persuade Xiao Yu. However, she noticed the anxious expression on Kai Dai's face and felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from speaking. Xiao Yu slowly shook his head. If both eldest brother and second brother feel this way, surely the others in Shimo City share the same sentiment? The Storm Mercenary Corps and the Sands Mercenary Corps will undoubtedly rush over to investigate as well. Besides, I am merely going to ascertain whether it is indeed an extraordinary fire. If it is not, I shall retreat immediately. He endeavored to reassure his brothers. Yet, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li remained unconvinced. Xiao Yu had no choice but to say, "Rest assured, I have come here precisely for the extraordinary fire, and I possess the means to ensure my safety. Even if I do not acquire it, I can still withdraw unscathed." Xiao Ding, understanding his brother somewhat, sighed. "I know you have your trump cards. If you are confident, then go ahead, but do take care." Seeing that his elder brother had relented, Xiao Li also fell silent. Finally feeling a sense of relief as the two no longer pressed him, Xiao Yu prepared to depart when Kai Dai suddenly spoke. "May I accompany you?" Her words drew the attention of everyone present, causing her typically gentle demeanor to falter slightly. "What purpose would you serve by coming along?" Xiao Yu asked, his brow furrowing. "Ideally, it would be best to undertake this journey alone. Otherwise, the risk of exposure would significantly increase." Yet, he was perplexed as to why Kai Dai chose this moment to request to join him. Kai Dai replied softly, I sense my sister's aura. Xiao Yu, puzzled, inquired, your sister? Meanwhile, Qing Lin, standing nearby, cast a glance at Kai Dai and whispered to Xiao Yu, young master, I too felt a resonance in that aura. One strikingly similar to the bloodline within my own body. Upon hearing Qing Lin's words, Xiao Yu's heart raced with surprise. He whispered, an aura akin to your bloodline. Could it be the Queen Medusa? After all, the aura that had just emerged could only be unleashed by a Do Huang level expert, and among the serpent people, only Queen Medusa possessed such power. Upon hearing that it was Queen Medusa, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, for she was a figure notorious in this desert. Simultaneously, they cast curious glances at Kai Dai, as she had just mentioned sensing her sister's presence. Could it be that she was the sister of Queen Medusa? Yet, standing before them was a mere human. If she were indeed the queen's sibling, wouldn't she possess a serpent's tail? Moreover, with Queen Medusa being a Do Huang, her sister would at least be a Do Huang. Surely, she could not lack any cultivation whatsoever. However, only Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yu knew that Kai Dai was indeed a serpent maiden, her tail concealed by Xiao Yu's medicinal pill. As for whether she was Queen Medusa's sister, that remained to be verified. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu declared, very well, I shall take you along, but you must heed my commands. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu intended to bring Kai Dai with him, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were about to interject when Xiao Yu added, since she has sensed her sister's aura, we must bring her along to investigate. They recognized the validity in his reasoning. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yu took the ink-scaled sword from Qing Lin's grasp, wrapped his arm around Kai Dai's slender waist, and unfurled a pair of violet cloud wings behind him. With a gentle flap, he soared into the sky with Kai Dai in tow, leaving the onlookers on the platform in a state of shock. Xiao Li rubbed his eyes vigorously and turned to Xiao Ding, asking, brother, am I mistaken? Does Xiao Yu have a pair of wings on his back? Xiao Ding licked his lips, trembling as he replied, I cannot say for certain. Do Qi transformation into wings? When did Xiao Yu become a Do Wang? The once astute Xiao Ding lost his composure, for it was no jest. An 18-year-old Do Shi could be deemed a genius. An 18-year-old great Do Shi could be described as a prodigy. But what title could be bestowed upon an 18-year-old Do Wang? Was it merely a joke? Simultaneously, the Sand Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps, also present in Shimo City, were equally astonished by Xiao Yu's appearance. The leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Rob, wore a look of incredulity in his cold eyes. A Do Wang? Had one emerged from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? When had the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps managed to recruit a Do Wang level expert? Likewise, the Storm Mercenary Corps was equally shaken by Xiao Yu's figure, contemplating a visit to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, hoping to meet this Do Wang. Unbeknownst to them, the violet cloud wings behind Xiao Yu were merely a flight technique, which was exceedingly rare. Lacking sufficient experience, they naturally misidentified Xiao Yu as a Do Wang expert. Among the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, only Xiao Yixian was aware of the truth. She merely chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Having already departed, Xiao Yu was oblivious to the significant stir his actions had caused in Shimo City. His only pressing concern was to head towards the area where the battle had recently unfolded. In the midst of their flight, Xiao Yu turned to the butterfly nestled in his embrace and inquired, did you not claim to have lost your memory? How is it that you can still recall your sister's essence? Are you certain it is indeed your sister? The butterfly gently furrowed her delicate brows, her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of distress as she replied, I cannot say for certain. This aura feels remarkably familiar in my mind, and in an instant, I instinctively declared it to be my sister. Observing the butterfly's expression, Xiao Yu surmised that perhaps it was an innate attraction between their bloodlines and chose to remain silent, directing their course towards the vast desert ahead. Above a flat expanse of desert to the east of Stone Desert City, a deep, obsidian pit emerged, beneath which lay an immense cavern pulsating with molten lava. The fiery magma continuously released large bubbles that, after a soft, muffled sound, would burst forth, propelling scorching lava into the air. Remarkably, despite the extreme heat of this locale, a delicate layer of ice crystals clung to the surface of the pit. Contrasting starkly with the searing temperatures below, a chilling aura enveloped the entire realm. Suspended in midair above the pit were three figures clad in black robes. The foremost figure extended a slender wrist from within the folds of their cloak, revealing a diminutive azure lotus pedestal cradled in their delicate hand, upon which danced vibrant azure flames, the heart fire of the azure lotus. Chapter 66, Sealing the Sea Wave East in the Ethereal Expanse. A middle-aged man with a mane of white hair stood tall and robust, exuding an aura of strength. Though he appeared to be in the prime of his life, his true age was undoubtedly far greater. He was enveloped in a chilling mist, a manifestation of his icy fighting spirit that caused the surrounding desert temperature to plummet. In his hand, he held an ancient map, faintly depicting a flame reminiscent of a lotus flower. strikingly similar to the map of the pure lotus demon fire that Xiao Yu possessed, albeit with some variations in the black lines representing routes. The voice of the woman in the black robe was sultry as she gazed at the man before her. An icy fighting spirit. I have only heard of one from the Gamma Empire who wielded such power. Might I inquire about your connection to him? Or perhaps, are you one and the same? The middle-aged man replied with a gentle smile. Queen Medusa, I am indeed the Ice Emperor, Hai Ba Dong. Before Hai Ba Dong stood Queen Medusa of the Serpent People. Ah, so it is you. I am curious about your purpose in the Taggart Desert, Medusa inquired, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation of her identity. Hai Ba Dong responded with a light chuckle. I initially sought the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire in your possession. However, since you have already acquired it, I shall extend a courtesy and forego that fire. Yet, I must insist on taking the map with me. With a flutter of her long eyelashes, Queen Medusa retorted with a soft laugh. The Blue Lotus Earth Core fire was mine to begin with, and the map was retrieved alongside it. To claim it now as yours after attempting to seize it seems rather inappropriate. Hai Ba Dong, undeterred, replied, the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire was discovered by us together. You merely reached it first. Therefore, how about we split the treasure equally? At that moment, two figures in black robes behind Queen Medusa interjected with indignation. Despicable human. This rightfully belongs to the Serpent People. Why should we share it with you? Hai Ba Dong furrowed his brow and asked, and who might you be? I am the Grand Elder of the Serpent People. I am the Second Elder of the Serpent People, they proclaimed in unison. Hai Ba Dong immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. My apologies. I was unaware that I stood before two esteemed elders of the Serpent People. There is no need for such anger. Since clarity eludes us, let the treasure belong to its rightful possessor. This shall remain with you, and the map shall be mine. At this juncture, Hai Ba Dong felt a sense of retreat. Before him stood Queen Medusa, an 8-star Do Emperor, accompanied by two formidable elders, each at least Hai Do Wang rank. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for Hai Ba Dong, who was merely an intermediate 5-star Do Emperor. Although his icy fighting spirit could rival that of a 6-star Do Emperor at full strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the formidable Queen Medusa. Are you, then, unwilling to return the map to me? The Queen of Medusa inquired, her exquisite face slightly raised, with a glimmer of coldness flickering in her violet eyes. Hai Buodong regarded the woman before him, acutely aware that the Queen of Medusa was on the verge of losing her temper. With a subtle clenching of his hands, the moisture in the surrounding air rapidly condensed, and under the influence of the icy fighting energy within him, a pristine white ice spear materialized in his palm. The Queen of Medusa smiled gently, her delicate hand turning over as the azure flame from the depths of the earth vanished from her palm. A faint violet energy ripple emanated from her alabaster fingers, clearly imbued with lethal poison. Hai Buodong's expression grew serious. After all, he was facing the illustrious Queen of Medusa. Ice spirit armor, he uttered softly, and the chilling mist enveloping the area swiftly coalesced before him, forming a robust ice armor radiating a cold sheen to protect his body. The Queen of Medusa's hands summoned ribbons of pale violet energy that suddenly flashed, transforming with a wave of her palm into two serpentine purple pythons lunging toward Hai Buodong. With a sweep of his spear, countless ice spikes emerged, piercing toward the two serpents. A terrifying wave of cold surged once more as Hai Buodong prepared to strike preemptively. The icy wings behind him fluttered slightly, accelerating his speed, while a pair of crimson wings also unfurled behind Medusa, her hands revealing twin scarlet blades as she charged at Hai Buodong. Boom! Bang! Bang! The figures of Hai Buodong and Medusa morphed into streaks of light clashing in the sky, emitting a piercing cacophony as their violent energies spread outward. The resulting cyclones forced the two elder serpent folk to wield their staffs, unleashing their fighting energy to withstand the onslaught of the turbulent air. The battle between two high-ranking Do Emperors was beyond the participation of mere Do Kings. As the energy sword in Medusa's hand collided with the ice spear in Hai Buodong's grasp once more, a crackling sound echoed. Hai Buodong's gaze narrowed. A fissure had already formed in his spear. Boom! The icy fighting energy surged within him, and harnessing the rebound force, he swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. With a fierce sweep of his spear, several drops of deep purple liquid were forced out, landing upon the yellow sands with a hissing sound, transforming the sands into a deep purple hue. What a fearsome poison! Hai Buodong was filled with astonishment. He had to fend off the Queen of Medusa's attacks, while constantly resisting her venom. Just then, several auras suddenly emerged from the distance. The Queen's brows furrowed slightly as she sensed the presence of a Do Emperor among them, all of whom were human. If this dragged on, it would not bode well for her. Produce the remnants of the map. The Queen's voice had turned utterly frigid, laced with murderous intent. Hai Buodong chuckled. The map had long since been stowed away in his spatial ring. He too sensed the rapidly approaching auras, and once they arrived, He planned to create chaos in the scene before making his escape. Should you desire a map, come and claim it, smiled Haibodong. Medusa, the queen, suddenly fell silent. A flicker of unease crossed Haibodong's mind as he furrowed his brow at Medusa. He observed as the energy soared in her palm vanished, and her delicate hands formed a peculiar seal before her chest. In an instant, a crimson sphere materialized. The radiance surrounding Queen Medusa surged, and she directed her energy toward the sphere, uttering a soft incantation, Serpent's Seal spell. At that moment, Haibodong sensed something amiss, his eyes widening as he watched the sphere in Medusa's grasp transform into a slender serpent pattern, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. With a fierce flutter of his battle energy wings, he attempted to escape the area, but the serpent pattern pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. Buzz! A subtle sound resonated as Haibodong failed to evade the impending threat, and the serpent pattern swiftly enveloped his forehead. A flicker of light flashed before it vanished into his mind, where countless strands of energy extended forth, sealing his inner battle energy tightly. Haibodong felt the rapid depletion of his energy, as his power plummeted from a 5-star Do Emperor to that of a Do King. Yet, to his dismay, his strength did not stabilize at the Do King level. Instead, it remained above the realm of Do Spirit. Chapter 67. Discovery in an instant. Haibodong plummeted from the heights, yet Queen Medusa refrained from pursuing her advantage. Instead, she coldly declared, "Other formidable human warriors are approaching. We must retreat." The two Do Wang elders standing behind her slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, why not press the attack? That individual is already ensnared by your sealing spell and has significantly diminished in strength. Allow me to retrieve the map." Queen Medusa cast a frosty glance at the colossal beast soaring towards them and replied, "There is no time. I sustained injuries while acquiring thee, and the approaching human possesses the strength of a Do Huang. We must depart." "Yes, your Majesty." The two elders ceased their protests upon hearing her command. As Queen Medusa departed, she stealthily glanced towards a sand dune in the west before unfurling her wings and taking flight with the two elders in tow. Behind that very dune, Xiao Yu and Kai Dai had just arrived. Xiao Yu noticed that Queen Medusa had cast a fleeting glance in their direction as she left. Once she was gone, he turned to Kai Dai and inquired, "Was that your sister?" However, upon looking back, he saw Kai Dai trembling slightly, her expression tinged with pain, hands clutching her head as if recollecting something profound. "What's wrong? Are you recalling something?" Xiao Yu asked, his brow furrowed. The glance from Queen Medusa had sent a shiver down his spine. Her enchanting yet murderous gaze was truly befitting of the legendary queen of the desert. At this moment, Xiao Yu harbored suspicions. Earlier, he and Kai Dai had consumed a Huanqi Dan, whose sole purpose was to conceal their presence. As long as they refrained from employing Do Qi, they should remain undetected, even by a Do Huang. Yet, despite not using Do Qi, Queen Medusa had evidently sensed their presence, leaving Xiao Yu perplexed. He knew that at this juncture, she had not ascended to Do Zone. Thus, the only conceivable explanation was a bloodline connection that allowed her to detect them, or perhaps just Kai Dai. "She is my sister. I seem to have escaped from the Serpent People's temple." Kai Dai's headache appeared to ease as she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Despite forming a conjecture, Xiao Yu was still taken aback. Had he inadvertently rescued the sister of Queen Medusa? When had the queen acquired a sister? "Do not speak." Xiao Yu quickly covered Kai Dai's mouth. She stared at him with wide, innocent eyes, confused by his abrupt action. Meanwhile, Haibodong, who had fallen onto the sandy ground, cursed vehemently. "This woman is truly ruthless. What kind of strange sealing is this? Damn!" No sooner had he uttered these words than a wave of dizziness washed over him. "Oh no, her sealing has a poison." Observing the approaching beast from afar, Haibodong could not discern if it was friend or foe. He resolved to vacate the area and head to Stone Desert City to nullify the poison first. Now possessing the strength of Do Ling, he could no longer rely on Do Qi to fly, but he still possessed speed, employing his agility to flee into the distance. Xiao Yu stroked his chin, gazing at the gradually receding figure of Haibodong, and couldn't help but sigh. This Ice Emperor is truly resilient. To still be so sprightly despite everything. His constitution is remarkably robust. Just as he spoke, a colossal flying beast appeared above, its massive wings stirring the air and whipping up a tempest of sand, burying both Xiao Yu and Kai Dai beneath the yellow dunes. The beast descended slowly near Xiao Yu's hiding spot, as Gu He, accompanied by Yan Shi and Feng Li, leaped down from the creature, arriving at the immense pit. After surveying the surroundings, Gu He remarked, "There remains a hint of chill in the air. It is likely that one of the Do Emperor powerhouses is none other than Queen Medusa. But who could have engaged her in battle, and what brings them here?" At that moment, several of Do Ling's subordinates discovered some colorful serpent scales within the magma cave and presented them to Gu He. Upon examining the scales, Gu He's expression suddenly shifted. Could it be that Medusa has come here for the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire? On the beast, Yu Mei, who had not dismounted, sneered. Do you truly believe you can seize thee in the desert? Our queen will soon rid this world of you hypocritical humans. Despite her words, a twinge of worry gnawed at her heart, for she understood that the queen sought the for a singular purpose, the serpent tribe's secret art of consuming to advance. Gu He cast a glance at the magma pit and sighed softly. It seems we must pay a visit to the serpent tribe. Fortunately, I was prepared. Let this be a negotiation with Queen Medusa. Saying this, they returned to the beast, preparing to depart when Kai Dai, beside Xiao Yu, spotted Yu Mei atop the creature. A sharp pain struck her head, and her dou qi surged unexpectedly. Xiao Yu inwardly lamented, this is bad. As expected, with Kai Dai's aura exposed, Xun'er and Feng Li sensed a serpent's presence, their sharp gazes piercing towards the nearby sand dune as they coldly exclaimed, who dares to lurk here? A tangible wave of sound rushed towards Xiao Yu's location, leaving him no choice but to reveal himself. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the ink scales, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that clashed with the sound wave in midair. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yu pulled Kai Dai back, feeling his insides churn. The casual strike of a Do Wang was indeed beyond the realm of his capabilities as a mere Do Shi. His strength was still too feeble. Xun'er furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the two figures before him, stating in a deep voice, there was clearly a serpent's presence moments ago. Why are there now two humans? Meanwhile, upon catching sight of Kai Dai, Yu Mei's countenance paled, realizing, that is, the queen's sister, beneath her black robe. Yun also spotted Xiao Yu, her heart racing in shock. She had not anticipated encountering him here. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Yu holding Kai Dai's hand, a surge of anger and grievance welled up within her. Gu He, puzzled, glanced at Yun, noting her unstable aura. This was not characteristic of her usually indifferent demeanor. Thus, Gu He gently inquired, do you know those two individuals? Yun remained silent for a moment, gradually regaining her composure before coldly responding, I do not know them. You do not know them? Gu He pondered, perplexed. How could she seem so agitated if she was unfamiliar with them? Xun'er, however, paid no heed to these nuances. His gaze fixed intently on the colorful butterfly beside Xiao Yu, coldly asserting, no, this young man is accompanied by a serpent person. I nearly fell for their ruse myself. Xun'er's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. A serpent person? But that woman clearly possesses legs. Feng Li interjected skeptically. Upon hearing Xun'er's remarks, Gu He also focused his attention on the colorful butterfly, and indeed, he discerned something peculiar. This woman had consumed a medicinal pill, nearly deceiving him as well. Young man, I am the Lion King, Xun'er. In consideration of your humanity, surrender that serpent person, and I shall allow you to depart. Xun'er proclaimed loudly. At that moment, the colorful butterfly, frightened, hid behind Xiao Yu, timidly whispering in his ear, I am sorry. Let us find a way to leave this place first. Xiao Yu gradually shook his head, steadying his mind. His attention, however, was drawn to the figure cloaked in black behind the middle-aged leader. He recognized that the person in the black robe must be Yun, standing at the back. Yun sensed Xiao Yu's gaze and suddenly clenched her delicate hands within the robe. Chapter 68. Journey to the temple. Xiao Yu declared aloud, this is my friend. I implore you all not to make things difficult for her. Xun'er's expression darkened as he retorted, to befriend a serpent person truly brings shame upon our humanity. Even Gu He and Feng Li wore disapproving expressions. Ever since the last conflict between humans and the serpent race, they had become sworn enemies, with the serpent people relegated to a status akin to slaves within human territory. Yet Xiao Yu merely smiled faintly and replied, who I choose as a friend seems to be of no concern to you. However, I must inform you that if you too seek thee, it would be prudent to seek out Queen Medusa at once. I am aware that the serpent race possesses a secret technique to devour, aiding their ascent. Delay, and you may find the beyond your grasp. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Gu He's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired solemnly, did you just witness Queen Medusa taking the? Who engaged her in battle? A peculiar old man with white hair wielding ice fighting spirit. He appears to be from the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yu responded. Xun'er and Gu He exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Gu He slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. An individual with such traits in the Gamma Empire can only be one, Ice Emperor, Hai Ba Dong. Xun'er hastily questioned, what became of Hai Ba Dong in the end? Observing the anxious expressions of Xun'er and the others, Xiao Yu remained unfazed as he replied. The Hai Ba Dong you speak of was ultimately ensnared by Queen Medusa's sealing curse, reducing his strength to that of a doe spirit, allowing him to escape from this place. The countenances of Gu He and the others darkened. After all, the Ice Emperor Hai Ba Dong was a 5-star Do Huang. and to flee in such a weakened state before Queen Medusa was indeed a grim omen for their hopes in the heart of the desert. Yun trembled at the mention of the sealing curse, seemingly recalling days spent in the Monster Mountain range. Meanwhile, Yu Mei let out a charming yet cold laugh upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. Now you understand the might of Her Majesty the Queen, do you not? It would be wise for you to abandon such futile hopes. Should you truly provoke Her Majesty, your demise will surely follow. Gu He cast a glance at Yun, who stood behind him, prompting her to rasp softly. Regardless, we must first visit the serpent race and see if Queen Medusa might yield. Surprised by Yun's voice, Gu He momentarily paused. Your voice? Yun swiftly interrupted. Let us hasten. We must not linger here. Very well, if you insist, then let us depart at once. Gu He acquiesced. Yin Shi and Feng Li had no further objections, unwilling to openly bully a mere dome master in front of these individuals. They mounted the colossal beast and prepared to leave. As they departed, Yun, her voice raspy, advised Xiao Yu, you should take your friend and leave the desert soon. This is not a place for you, especially as unrest may soon envelop the sands. Xiao Yu naturally refrained from refuting her, instead smiling at Yun and expressing gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. I will be cautious. Yun chose not to elaborate further. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's laughter, her delicate face beneath the black robe tightened with vexation, and she lightly stomped her foot before retreating, fearing that she might be unable to restrain herself from teaching Xiao Yu a lesson. Meanwhile, Gu He and Yin Shi were utterly dumbfounded, well aware of this young lady's sentiments. Among those present, none could rival her indifferent demeanor, yet now she exhibited concern for the safety of a stranger, and a mere youth at that, possessing only the strength of a dome master. However, they did not dwell on it too long. Perhaps it was merely a case of fateful affinity, and they certainly did not contemplate any deeper connection between the two. As Gu He and the others departed, Xiao Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. Standing beside him, Kai Dai gazed at Xiao Yu and said, I wish to ask you for a favor. Surprised by her request, Xiao Yu turned to her and inquired, what is it? I want to visit the Serpent Clan. I fear my sister may be in danger. Kai Dai stammered. Xiao Yu had not anticipated this request, and replied, do you realize how perilous it is to venture into the Serpent Clan? You are still being pursued by them. If I were to take you along, and things unfolded as they did earlier, I cannot guarantee your safety. Kai Dai assured him. I promise I won't find myself in a similar situation again, and even if my presence is revealed within the Serpent Clan, it won't provoke a significant reaction, after all. I am one of them. After contemplating her words, Xiao Yu conceded, I will take you, but you must obey my commands throughout the journey. A spark of joy lit up Kai Dai's face as she eagerly nodded. I promise to heed your every word. Xiao Yu sighed. This was indeed the opportune moment to infiltrate the Serpent Clan amidst the chaos. He had no choice but to proceed, hoping to slip in and out swiftly once he obtained the extraordinary flame, which would undoubtedly elevate his strength to the level of a great dome master. With no time to waste, he grasped Kai Dai's slender waist, unfurled his purple cloud wings, and soared into the depths of the desert. As they ventured together, he became increasingly adept at carrying her, and Kai Dai, initially bashful, gradually grew accustomed to the familiarity of the situation. Leaning against Xiao Yu's broad chest, Kai Dai could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, a sound that gradually instilled a sense of calm within her. They traversed the desert as night fell, and while studying the map, Xiao Yu finally guided Kai Dai to a sand dune not far from the center of the desert. Just beyond lay the temple of the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan, and the number of serpent guards had noticeably increased. Fortunately, numerous colossal stones surrounded the city in this desert, providing ample cover for their concealment. Xiao Yu skillfully maneuvered with Kai Dai, narrowly evading several patrols, until they reached the heart of the temple. The defense there is under the control of the Medusa serpent guards. At this moment, Xiao Yu lacks the strength to confront them directly. Although they traversed the distance at high speed and faced a state of emergency, their targets remained relatively small, allowing for a swift arrival. As for Gu He and his companions, they entered with utmost propriety, inevitably requiring more time. Xiao Yu, holding onto Kai Dai, simply needed to remain at this location to await their arrival. He harbored no concerns about potential conflict, for the haughty Queen Medusa would never bow to mere mortals. Just as Xiao Yu prepared to wait for Gu He and his group, a formidable aura approached from the distance. He raised his gaze to behold a dark figure soaring through the sky, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, hurtling towards the central temple of the city. The patrolling guards and the serpent guards atop the walls immediately heightened their vigilance, raising their poisoned spears, ready to strike down the intruder at a moment's notice. The dark figure abruptly halted midair, a chilling voice resonating through the heavens. Moksha tribe leader, Mokbis, seeks an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Within the temple, a soft and alluring voice echoed. Though it was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present. Enter. Upon hearing this, Mach Bas unfurled his wings and swiftly darted towards the temple. Chapter 69. Seizing the chaos to storm the temple within the temple. The figure of Queen Medusa graced the throne high above, gazing down at the unperturbed Mobas as she inquired, "What brings you to the temple?" Mobas, captivated by the imposing presence of Queen Medusa, felt a flicker of enchantment and concealed affection in his cold serpentine gaze. He replied, "Your Majesty, the charmed serpent tribe has been assaulted by a faction of human warriors, among whom Yu Mei has been captured. She has come to discuss matters concerning your Majesty's sister." A fleeting glimmer of alluring crimson flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes as she regarded Mobas. "Yu Mei has been taken captive? It seems she has encountered that human battle emperor." "Battle emperor?" Mobas furrowed his brow, uncertain of the true might of this group of human warriors. Yet he had not anticipated the presence of a human battle emperor among them. Queen Medusa continued, "Did Yu Mei consult you regarding the whereabouts of Dai? Has she uncovered any leads?" At this moment, she recalled sensing a trace of Dai's essence in the desert where the anomalous fire had manifested, though she had refrained from investigating due to the presence of the two elders. Reflecting now, she surmised that Dai had likely not encountered any unforeseen peril. After a moment of silence, Mobas spoke. "Yu Mei indicated that all those dispatched by the elders have been slain. Fearing exposure, only battle masters were sent. Yet upon Yu Mei's arrival, both the serpent and human forces lay dead, leaving her with no trace of Dai." Having braced himself for the wrath of the queen, Mobas was met with her composed response, "I understand. Our immediate priority is to address this group of humans. I have just acquired the anomalous fire and sustained some injuries. Promptly inform the leaders of the remaining 6 tribes to convene at the temple. The elders will also join me in this endeavor." "Yes, your Majesty. I shall defend the temple with my life." Mobas bowed deeply. Suddenly, formidable energies surged from outside the city. Mobas's demeanor darkened as he glanced at the queen, only to witness Queen Medusa's form shimmer, vanishing from the temple in an instant. Mobas swiftly dispatched messengers to notify the leaders of the other 6 tribes before his own form flickered, ascending rapidly to the heavily fortified city walls, closely following Queen Medusa. As Queen Medusa materialized, the serpents below bowed their heads in reverence, their voices resonating through the skies, "Your Majesty." Beyond the walls, a colossal magical beast hovered in the air, with several figures standing nearby, their formidable auras unmistakable. Mobas, positioned beside Queen Medusa, surveyed these individuals with trepidation. 3 battle kings, 5 battle spirits, and the cloaked figure beside them, whose power remained obscured, was presumably the human battle emperor the queen had mentioned. His gaze fell upon Yu Mei, who stood atop the beast, an expression of resignation etched upon her features. Mobas leaned closer to Queen Medusa and whispered, "Your Majesty, Yu Mei is upon that magical beast." Indeed, Queen Medusa softly uttered a single word. On the other side, Guhi could no longer contain his emotions and chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty, Queen Medusa, it is an honor to meet you. I am Guhi from the Gamma Empire." Upon hearing this title, Queen Medusa was not particularly surprised. Only alchemists would fervently pursue such rare flames, while ordinary cultivators would avoid them, for they were not something just anyone could master. "The Alchemy King Guhi, I have indeed heard of you. A 6th-tier alchemist is truly remarkable to have summoned a Do Huang expert to assist," Queen Medusa remarked with a smile, her gaze sweeping over Yun Yun beside her. Before Guhi could respond, she continued, "Master Guhi, have you rushed into my serpent people territory so eagerly for that rare flame?" Queen Medusa's directness caused Guhi to momentarily falter, but he would not conceal the purpose of his visit. He lifted his head to meet her gaze and solemnly stated, "Indeed, I have come for the rare flame in your Majesty's possession." Guhi's voice echoed softly around them as he quietly awaited her response. Queen Medusa delicately licked her luscious lips, her peculiar eyes fixated on Guhi as she playfully inquired, "What if I refuse to give it to you?" Guhi chuckled lightly, "Your Majesty, you must have sustained injuries when you acquired the rare flame, correct? I am willing to offer what you require in exchange. But if that is not acceptable, we may have to resort to conflict. I hope for your understanding." Queen Medusa regarded Guhi, a hint of mockery curling her lips. "Exchange? I need not elaborate on the rarity of the flame. Do you truly possess something of equal value?" Guhi responded, "I am willing to offer 2 6th-tier Doling pills and 1 7th-tier transformation pill in exchange. What say you?" At this declaration, the surrounding powerful figures fell into a state of astonishment. Such generous terms had all eyes turning towards Queen Medusa. She appeared to ponder for a moment before. With a trace of regret, she replied, "Though your offer is tempting, I cannot part with the rare flame. Therefore, I must ask you to leave." The crowd was perplexed by Queen Medusa's rejection of such an offer, but Guhi quickly regained his composure and solemnly asked, "Are you truly unwilling to exchange?" The previously amicable atmosphere between them suddenly turned tense. Queen Medusa, with a charming smile on her beautiful face, asked, "Are we preparing for a confrontation?" As her words fell, 3 figures swiftly emerged from behind the temple, the 3 principal members of the Serpent People's Elders Council, all Do Wong experts. Xun'er and Feng Li's expressions darkened. "Old he, we miscalculated. How can the Serpent People possess so many Do Wong?" Xun'er murmured. Gui shook his head. "There are likely leaders from other tribes on their way. We must resolve this swiftly." At that moment, Yun stepped forward. "I will hold Queen Medusa, while Xun'er and Feng Li will block the 4 Do Wong. Gui, you must hurry in search of the rare flame." After exchanging glances, several individuals nodded in agreement and transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the elder of the Serpent People. A cold snort escaped from Mebas as he declared, "Perfect timing." With a flick of his wrist, 2 massive swords gleamed in his hands, aimed at Xun'er, while the other 3 elders simultaneously sprang into action. Yun turned her gaze towards Queen Medusa and said, "I shall engage you." A flash of azure light coursed through the air, and Queen Medusa's eyes hardened to icy coldness. Yet her voice remained alluring as she replied, "Very well, let us begin." An intense battle erupted among the powerful beings in the sky, waves of potent energy clashing and illuminating the pitch-black night with a ghastly brightness. At the same moment, Gui also made his move, heading towards the temple, as Mebas, embroiled in combat with Xun'er, shouted, "Stop him." Below, the Serpent People raised their poisonous spears, launching an assault on Gui, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had been lurking nearby, observed the tumultuous spectacle with a sly grin before seizing Kai Dai and darting towards the temple. The eyes of numerous guards were fixated on Gui in the sky. Just as he was about to breach the temple, a sharp voice rang out from within, "Impudent." Simultaneously, a fierce energy surged towards Gui. He swiftly flapped his wings, retreating just in time to evade the oncoming serpent spear. Above, a graceful figure soared through the air. It was none other than the captain of Queen Medusa's Serpent Guard. Xiao. Chapter 70. The Great Serpent with a rhythmic opening and closing of his palm. Gui summoned a pale blue flame that spread from his hands to envelop his entire being. His wings fluttered gently behind him as his hands swiftly formed a seal, and he intoned, "Blue flames surge." As his voice echoed, the pale blue flames materialized abruptly before him. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the azure fire surged toward the encroaching serpentine beings. Simultaneously, the flames coalesced into a long spear, aimed at the skybound creature, Xiao. Xiao, undeterred, brandished a sharp serpent spear in one hand, her tail thrashing violently in the air as she charged ferociously towards Gui. The two clashed directly before the temple, while Yun and Queen Medusa swiftly retreated to a distance, cognizant that the battleground was the territory of the serpent folk, and the queen was determined to spare the innocent from the devastation of their conflict. Amidst the chaos enveloping the serpent city, Xiao Yu stealthily infiltrated the area with Kai Dai, seeking the dominion of the serpent tribe. Kai's body shuddered slightly, and a delicate crimson serpent tail materialized as she sighed contentedly. "This feels just right." Xiao Yu gazed at her and remarked, "Your sister has rushed off to fight. Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate the temple." "You intend to enter the temple?" Kai Dai inquired, her surprise evident. Xiao Yu, unreserved, nodded, "Indeed. I have matters to attend to within." Kai Dai proposed, "Why not accompany me? I am quite familiar with this place." Taken aback, Xiao Yu asked, "Your memory has returned?" Kai Dai shook her head. "No, I merely possess a familiarity with everything here, though specific memories remain elusive." Understanding dawned on Xiao Yu, as Queen Medusa's sister. It was only natural for her to be well acquainted with this domain. "How do you plan to gain entry?" he queried. Kai Dai pondered for a moment, her slender, pale fingers resting thoughtfully on her rosy lips, before she responded, "I shall leverage my identity as a serpent to enter openly. You can follow discreetly and act when the opportunity arises." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu found no fault in her plan and cautioned, "Be careful." Kai Dai acknowledged his concern, her serpent tail swaying gently as she advanced toward the temple. Xiao Yu trailed behind her, observant of their surroundings while remaining hidden. Upon entering the grand hall, Xiao Yu noted the serpent tribe's insignia adorning the space. As they ventured deeper, he found himself perplexed. Why has the system not confirmed my presence here? Is it malfunctioning? Ding. The system, seemingly responding to Xiao Yu's discontent, clarified, "The system is not malfunctioning. The host must encounter that to complete the check-in. How could you possibly expect me to find anything in such a vast place?" Xiao Yu's expression darkened. Suddenly, he recalled that in the original tale, Queen Medusa was said to have evolved by devouring on a small island, which he believed was located to the east of the city. Just as he was about to grasp Kai Dai's hand, a pair of serpent guards appeared around the corner. Xiao Yu quickly concealed himself, but it was too late to pull Kai Dai back. To his astonishment, the serpent guards, upon sighting Kai Dai, immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We salute your majesty, the queen." Kai Dai, startled by the sudden display, quickly regained her composure and coldly commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty," they responded, before patrolling away, oblivious to the fact that this queen was an impostor. Once the guards had distanced themselves, Xiao Yu approached Kai Dai and inquired, "Why do they address you as your majesty?" Kai Dai, visibly puzzled, shook her head and replied, "I have no idea. But enough of that. Do you know if there is a small island to the east?" Xiao Yu asked directly. Furrowing her brow in thought, Kai Dai eventually said, "There seems to be a temple over there, with an island in the middle of a lake." "You truly know? Can you guide me there?" Xiao Yu pressed. Kai Dai nodded eagerly, and the two made their way towards the temple in the east. Before long, the temple loomed before them, heavily guarded by serpent sentinels. Realizing that a direct approach would be too conspicuous, Xiao Yu assessed Kai Dai and said, "I have a plan to infiltrate, but I require your assistance." Kai Dai, ever obedient, agreed without hesitation, prompting Xiao Yu to unveil his strategy. Since the guards had previously mistaken Kai Dai for Queen Medusa, they would continue to exploit this identity to deceive the serpent folk and gain entry. Fortunately, he had procured a snake transformation pill from the Alchemist Guild earlier. This pill, contrary to the body transformation pill, would temporarily transform him into a serpent person. Upon consuming the snake transformation pill, Xiao Yu's legs morphed into a delicate blue serpent tail. The sudden transformation left him somewhat disoriented as he writhed on the spot. Kai Dai, witnessing his peculiar appearance, could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Feigning ferocity, Xiao Yu shot her a menacing glare and growled, "Hurry and lead the way. You'll be taught a lesson later for laughing." Unfazed by his fierce demeanor, Kai Dai merely huffed and proceeded towards the temple, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Xiao Yu, scratching his nose, followed closely behind. Indeed, as soon as Kai Dai revealed herself, the serpent guards knelt in homage, exclaiming, "We greet you, your majesty, the queen." In that fleeting moment, a regal aura enveloped Kai Dai, her previously gentle countenance transforming into one of aloofness. With a soft yet commanding tone, she uttered, "Rise, and you may retreat to the temple's exterior to await further instructions." Yes, the squad of serpent guards exhibited no hesitation as they promptly made their way outside, ignoring Xiao Yu, who trailed closely behind Kai Dai. This indifference underscored the elevated status of Queen Medusa within the Serpentine clan. Once they departed, Kai Dai reverted to her earlier somewhat dazed demeanor and beckoned to Xiao Yu, who hastily followed her. After traversing a lengthy corridor, a stirring within Xiao Yu's body manifested as the bone spirit's cold fire reacted, seemingly drawn towards the depths of the temple. After approximately 10 minutes of progress, their surroundings opened up to reveal a small, pristine lake. At the center of the lake lay a diminutive island, its waters shimmering, with no visible bridges leading to it. Xiao Yu recalled that an energy barrier enveloped the air above the lake, and concealed within its depths lurked a colossal serpent serving as its guardian. As Xiao Yu prepared to boldly approach the island at the lake's heart, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. With one hand grasping the ink scale and the other wielding the, his expression turned grave. Just as Kai Dai reached the edge of the lake, ripples began to dance across its surface, and a massive serpent, adorned in emerald scales and possessing a triangular head, slowly emerged from the water, lowering its head in a gesture of submission before Kai Dai, appearing remarkably docile. Chapter 71. The Fire of Alienation. Kai Dai gazed at the docile serpent before her, slowly extending her hand to caress its head. To her astonishment, a hint of human-like satisfaction flickered in the serpent's vast emerald eyes. She inquired of the serpent, "Can you guide us there?" The serpent, seemingly comprehending her words, turned and revealed its immense body from the depths of the lake. Kai Dai then addressed Xiao Yu, "Let us proceed." In a daze, Xiao Yu followed Kai Dai as they climbed onto the serpent's back, which then glided gracefully toward the heart of the lake. In mere moments, they arrived at the small island at the lake's center. The serpent raised its body, casting a watchful gaze upon Kai Dai, and gently inclined itself towards her. Flicking its crimson tongue, Kai Dai reached out once more to stroke its head, and satisfied, the serpent sank back into the lake's depths. Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim, "It seems your bloodline possesses remarkable power." Kai Dai offered a soft smile, remaining silent, her eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yu had already turned to survey the island, oblivious to Kai Dai's unusual demeanor. The island was modest in size, adorned with trees and a variety of flowers, presenting a lush and picturesque scene. Within Xiao Yu's being, the bone spirit's cold fire transmitted an urgent message. He understood that the Qing Lian Di Xianhua lay upon this very isle. He and Kai Dai began their venture inward, traversing the tranquil paths of the bamboo grove, where silence enveloped them. After navigating several winding trails, they emerged into a spacious clearing, devoid of the dense bamboo and foliage, which had been meticulously cleared away, revealing smooth, small pebbles scattered throughout. At the center lay a small pool formed of these pebbles, filled to the brim with crystalline water, shrouded in a delicate mist. Xiao Yu could sense the frigid essence contained within. He recognized this as the ice spirit's cold spring, an essential element for absorbing alien fire, and an exceedingly rare medicinal resource. Though he felt no surprise, for he was well aware of its significance. His gaze shifted to the lotus platform at the pool's center, where a swirl of azure flames began to rise gently. This azure flame, imbued with spirit, alternated between taking the shape of a lotus and coalescing into a slender azure serpent, gracefully spiraling above the lotus seat in an endearing display. Despite having read about such phenomena before, the reality was far more breathtaking than any text could convey. Just then, a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. Ding. Serpent Man clan registration successful. Reward. Qing Lian Di Xian Hua. The reward has been dispensed. The host may refine this alien fire at their discretion, with no risk involved. With the system's announcement, Xiao Yu felt a profound connection with the azure flame on the lotus platform, beholding it as one would their own child. The only challenge for Xiao Yu was that the lotus platform was imbued with a protective barrier. Whenever the Qinglian earth fire threatened to drift beyond the confines of the lotus seat, a faint white light shield would materialize, effectively obstructing its escape. This barrier was presumably established by Queen Medusa to prevent the Qinglian earth fire from fleeing. While Xiao Yu pondered how to remove it, he was oblivious to the subtle unease emanating from the colorful butterfly beside him. Her beautiful face bore an expression of confusion and hesitation, emotions alternating across her features. Simultaneously, her delicate hands began to form several seals before her. As the seals shifted, the lotus platform trembled violently. Xiao Yu stared in astonishment as the white light screen gradually faded away, and the previously docile Qinglian earth fire began to stir with agitation. A surge of joy washed over Xiao Yu, and with a mere thought, the anomalous flame settled back into stillness. Meanwhile, far outside the city, Queen Medusa felt the moment the white barrier dissipated. A chilling coldness swept across her visage as she declared, "Humans, you must perish." Yin Yun, standing before Queen Medusa, sensed an impending threat of death. She watched as the queen's hands surged with a violet glow, a beam of purple light hurtling towards her. Caught off guard by the queen's sudden ferocity, Yin Yun realized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, her wings fluttered behind her, propelling her backward as her long sword emanated a surge of azure light. With a decisive shout, she unleashed Wind's Pinnacle, Falling Strike. A streak of azure light surged towards Queen Medusa, but as the two beams met in midair, the azure was swiftly consumed by the violet, diminishing its power. Nevertheless, the weakened purple light continued its relentless advance toward Yun Yun. With a piercing sound, the purple light pierced through Yun Yun's left shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth and her complexion to pale. Fortunately, Queen Medusa chose not to pursue her further, instead transforming into a streak of violet light that sped towards the temple. At this moment, the colorful butterfly beside Xiao Yu appeared entranced, murmuring, "Anomalous fire, advancement. Protect the serpent people, mission." Only then did Xiao Yu realize that something was amiss with the butterfly. "What is wrong with you?" he inquired. But as he watched her approach the Qinglian earth fire, he seized her arm. Yet, the butterfly ignored his pleas, unleashing a ripple of red energy that broke free from his grasp. As Xiao Yu attempted to pull her back, the butterfly turned to him, and he was astonished to see her eyes transformed into an enchanting shade of red, a wave of alluring energy cascading towards him. This power? Do Emperor? Xiao Yu suddenly lost control over his body. Although his awareness of the external world remained intact, he could not command his own movements. Helplessly witnessing the butterfly draw closer to the Qinglian earth fire. As she neared it, her garments slipped away, and with a swift formation of hand seals, the butterfly transformed into a colossal red serpent, a frenzied aura radiating outward in all directions. In the midst of the city, numerous formidable warriors halted their fierce combat, all drawn toward the temple. However, the Queen Medusa appeared pale, and upon witnessing a massive crimson serpent emerging from the direction of the temple aisle, she let out a furious roar. No. Above in the sky, the enormous red serpent circled a few times before suddenly emitting a crisp, resonant sound, then, without hesitation, dove toward the azure flames. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the blue lotus earth fire abruptly expanded, engulfing the red serpent entirely. Xiao Yu, who was immobilized by the colorful butterfly, found himself unable to control the blue lotus earth fire, especially since he had yet to refine it. He could only helplessly watch as the flames enveloped the butterfly. At that moment, Queen Medusa arrived, casting a shimmering energy barrier that enveloped the entire aisle. With a chilling gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu, she coldly declared, "Since you have caused her to suffer under this exotic fire, you shall accompany her." As she spoke, a wave of violet energy surged forth, thrusting Xiao Yu directly into the flames. The blue lotus earth fire swiftly coiled around him, consuming him entirely. Yun, who had followed closely behind Queen Medusa, turned pale upon witnessing Xiao Yu's figure being thrust into the exotic fire by the queen's hand. Chapter 72. Uncontrollable, how did you come to be here? Did I not instruct you to leave this place sooner? A flicker of disbelief washed over Yun's exquisite face, concealed beneath her black robe. Unbeknownst to her, warm tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and her heart ached intensely. She delicately wiped away her tears, grappling with the tumultuous emotions that engulfed her. At that moment, powerful auras erupted simultaneously from various directions surrounding the city. The ancient figure of Gu He, suspended in midair, shifted his expression. Upon noticing his reaction, Xiao coldly remarked, "The 8 leaders of the Serpent Clan have arrived. Your time is up, despicable humans." Seizing the opportunity while the Serpent Clan's formidable warriors were momentarily stunned, Xun'er broke free from the encirclement of the 2 elder Serpent Clan members and approached Gu He with a grave tone. "The situation has become precarious. Clearly, there is another Do Huang-level warrior from the Serpent Clan within that protective barrier, devouring the." Once Queen Medusa intervenes, coupled with these Do Huang-level fighters, even with the addition of Sect Master Yun, we may not be able to withstand them again. Gu He nodded slightly, fully aware of the dire circumstances. It seemed that Yun had also sustained injuries. He had underestimated the situation, unaware of the strength the Serpent Clan possessed. No wonder they could contend with the surrounding empires in the desert. Beyond the intimidation of Queen Medusa, the Serpent Clan's foundation was evidently formidable. Thus, Gu He decisively instructed Xun'er and Feng Li, retreat. He then turned to Yun, who stood frozen on the other side. "We must leave." Xun'er and Feng Li heaved sighs of relief and prepared to withdraw from the area. However, they furrowed their brows as they noticed Yun seemingly in a daze, rooted to the spot. Just as Gu He was about to inquire about her state, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted downward. Gu He's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to catch Yun, soaring towards the beast in the sky. Seeing Gu He and the others in such disarray, Yume's mocking voice rang out. "Oh, so now you realize that our Serpent Clan is not to be trifled with?" Gu He had no time to entertain her. Yun had succumbed to unconsciousness, and he could only helplessly support her towards a chamber. He then blew a whistle, prompting the beast beneath him to let out a cry and prepare for flight. With a face clouded in malice, Mo Ba-Si bellowed, "You think you can leave now that you've come into our Serpent Clan's territory? It won't be that easy." Xun'er laughed maniacally. "Just a bunch of little snakes. I come and go as I please." Ignoring Mo Ba-Si's grim countenance, he turned to Gu He and inquired, "What about her?" Xun'er was referring to Yume. Gu He frowned and replied, "Let her be. Casting her down will prevent the Serpent Clan leader from pursuing us further." Xun'er nodded slightly and approached Yume, whose face had turned pale. She was suspended in the air, her powers sealed. If she were to be cast off without anyone to catch her, her death would be inevitable. Xun'er coldly laughed. "Since Lao He has spoken of your release, I shall let you go. However, if your companions fail to catch your words, it shall indeed signify that you are no longer meant to survive." As his words fell, Xun'er provided no opportunity for Yume to respond. Instead, he seized her and hurled her toward the approaching Mo Ba-Si. As Mo Ba-Si caught sight of a figure being thrown from the beast, he squinted and realized it was Yume, cursing under his breath, "Damn it." After a moment's hesitation, he decided against pursuing the beast and instead rushed toward Yume, clasping her in his arms and soaring back to the Serpent Clan. The other leaders, who had intended to pursue the invaders breaching the Serpent Clan, were halted by the elder's voice. "Enough. Do not chase any further. I never anticipated that Dai would choose to consume the Forevolution. We are at a critical juncture in this process. We must remain vigilant to prevent any further mishaps." Indeed, the Serpent Clan chieftains echoed in unison. Within the violet barrier, Queen Medusa watched anxiously as they engulfed the butterfly, transforming it into a colossal serpent that devoured Xiao Yu. Her heart raced with concern for her sister's safety. After all, there was a perilous force. Mere mortals meeting its touch would meet with certain demise. As they enveloped the red serpent, a chilling scream reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The azure flames seared the serpent's flesh, the terrifying heat having already vaporized the icy spirit spring into nothingness. At that moment, massive scales began to twist and contort upon the red serpent's body, ultimately charred by the before helplessly cascading to the ground. The shedding of scales created gaping wounds upon the red serpent's surface, crimson blood gushing forth. Yet this lifeblood was instantaneously evaporated by this fearsome temperature. "Xiao Yu, caught in the maelstrom, remained unperturbed. His garments had been incinerated, but as the blue lotus earth fire had forged a connection with him, it posed no threat. However, Kai Dai was faring poorly, and Xiao Yu found himself powerless to intervene. He was utterly immobilized. Squeak, squeak, standing at the edge of the island. Queen Medusa could hear the unsettling sounds of her sister being scorched by and the guilt within her heart became unbearable. This was a burden not meant for her to bear. Suddenly, a radiant violet light emanated from Queen Medusa, illuminating the realm. The barrier surrounding the island deepened in hue, and a purple serpent, equal in size to the red serpent, manifested within the confines of the island. She intended to share in her sister's suffering. Outside the barrier, the three elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The elder bellowed, "What is she planning?" The second elder's face darkened. "This is madness. If both of them perish in what will become of our serpent clan without a queen?" The surrounding serpent warriors exchanged worried glances, yet the violet barrier, a formidable seal created by Queen Medusa, could not be breached by mere martial kings. Thus, they were left powerless, watching as Queen Medusa transformed into her true form and plunged into the alongside her sister. Upon entering Queen Medusa finally comprehended the magnitude of her sister's suffering. The anguish that penetrated her very soul drove her to madness, resulting in a haunting wail akin to that of a crazed butterfly. The scorched not only the flesh, but also inflicted torment upon the spirit, a pain that was undeniably terrifying. The commotion reverberated throughout the entire serpent city, causing a state of chaos among the myriad serpent warriors, who swiftly ascended to rooftops. Gazing towards the violet light, there, they beheld two colossal serpents, one purple and the other red, thrashing violently amidst the azure flames. At this moment, Xiao Yu found himself in an awkward predicament. Unable to intervene, he could only accompany them through their evolution. However, he remained unconcerned about this transformation, for he was aware that Queen Medusa ultimately succeeded in her evolution with the aid of all he needed to do was wait patiently. Just as he prepared to recline, a flicker of unrest surged within his body, as the bone spirit cold fire erupted forth. A chilling white flame bursting from his being and joining the azure flames. The bone spirit cold fire possessed a superior rank compared to the azure lotus earth fire. Consequently, when the bone spirit cold fire manifested within Xiao Yu, a clear distinction emerged. The azure flames enveloped the butterfly, while the bone spirit cold fire devoured Queen Medusa. The situation began to spiral towards an uncontrollable trajectory. Chapter 73. Struck by lightning within the luminous barrier, two distinct ethereal flames began to rage, leaving the onlookers outside in a state of bewilderment, as they were unaware of the origin of the second hue of fire within the shield. With the emergence of the bone spirit cold fire, an icy aura enveloped the surroundings, contrasting with an intense heat, creating a most peculiar ambience of cold and warmth. Both the colorful butterfly and Queen Medusa were simultaneously engulfed by the two extraordinary flames, evolving in the process. Although Xiao Yu bore witness to this miraculous transformation, he remained uncertain whether the queen and the butterfly would successfully evolve. After all, the fire that the queen had previously evolved was the azure lotus earth fire, and now she was subjected to the bone spirit cold fire. All he could do was hope that both would endure. He even contemplated raising a serpent as his guardian spirit beast. Within the flames, after half an hour of intense refinement, the piercing screams of the colorful butterfly and Queen Medusa gradually faded, possibly due to exhaustion of energy or perhaps completion of their evolution. Their massive serpentine forms had ceased their writhing, charred black by the extraordinary flames. Once measuring several tens of feet, they had now shrunk to just a few, making it unfathomable the extent of bones and blood consumed in this trial by fire. Their bodies remained suspended in the flames, subjected to the relentless onslaught, as a faint acrid odor began to permeate the air. The final lamentations from the colorful butterfly and Queen Medusa sent a tremor through all the serpent folk outside the barrier, and upon witnessing their stillness, a wave of desolation arose in their hearts. The expressions of the serpent tribe's leader and elders darkened considerably. They could hardly believe their queen had perished in the extraordinary flames. Mobas let out a furious roar, his internal energy surging violently, and he struck the barrier with a punch, yet it did not budge in the slightest. Just when everyone believed that Queen Medusa had indeed fallen to the flames, a surge of energy erupted throughout the realm. Countless serpent folk appeared anxious, yet the three elders and several leaders exchanged glances, sensing that the queen had not met her demise. In the heavens, the previously serene sky transformed into an inky darkness, enveloped by ominous clouds. Boom! A thunderous crack resonated from within the clouds, and an array of silver lightning darted about like electric serpents. Xiao Yu within the barrier felt an overwhelming force descending from above, reminiscent of his first tribulation, Yet he was merely an 8-star dome master at present. Far from the time of his own tribulation, it appeared that both Medusa and the butterfly had achieved successful evolution. Aside from being a prodigy envied by the heavens, the birth of ancient ethereal beasts could also provoke celestial phenomena. However, Xiao Yu remained unconcerned. After all, the lightning was not aimed at him. So what was there to fear? The turbulent power concealed within the dark clouds instilled a profound sense of dread among all the serpent men present. Even the 3 elders and the leaders, formidable as they were, felt a twinge of fear, compelled to retreat several hundred meters, distancing themselves from the ominous shroud of clouds. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the sky, illuminating it with a brilliant flash. A colossal silver lightning bolt struck fiercely into the azure flames. The violent energy contained within the lightning not only descended upon the colorful butterfly, but also lashed out at Xiao Yu. His complexion darkened slightly. How could such a force strike him? Yet, to his surprise, the power that had been sealed within him by the butterfly's gaze seemed to have been released. Moreover, he endeavored to refine the chaotic energy embedded within the lightning, which was of the purest quality and far superior to the attribute energy obtained through cultivation methods. No longer cursing the heavens, Xiao Yu activated his chaos cultivation method, continuously absorbing energy, leading to a direct breakthrough to the 9-star Dome Master. As the ominous clouds above began to dissipate, a sense of regret washed over Xiao Yu. Had another bolt of lightning appeared, he was confident he could have leaped directly into the realm of the great Dome Master, subsequently refining the blue lotus heart fire, undoubtedly elevating his cultivation to 7 or 8 stars as a great Dome Master. Such is the art of resourceful utilization. Meanwhile, the serpent men outside felt a wave of relief as the clouds began to clear. The previous tempestuous aura had left them utterly discomfort. Yet just then, the clouds that had begun to disperse suddenly coalesced once more, this time forming an even larger mass of darkness. The silver lightning transformed into a pale purple hue, emanating a chilling aura that caused the countenances of all to shift dramatically. This was undoubtedly a force far more potent than the previous lightning. Xiao Yu too sensed the resurgence of the tribulation in the sky, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Was this an invitation for another strike? The clouds offered no idle chatter. As the dark layers roiled and purple lightning snakes danced within, Xiao Yu steeled himself to confront this trial, poised to transcend into a Dome Master. Without warning, a lightning bolt, as thick as bamboo, surged towards Medusa, seemingly drawn by the successful evolution of the two. The lightning struck Medusa, yet the violent energy surged chaotically around them, with Xiao Yu naturally becoming the consumer of this pure energy, his reward for accompanying her through the tribulation. This surge of lightning contained far more energy than the last. Previously, as he neared the threshold of 9-star Dome Master, the lightning had given him a nudge. But this time, the energy propelled him directly from a newly ascended 9-star Dome Master to the great Dome Master realm. Xiao Yu, however, would not risk a breakthrough in such a location, aware of the impending heavenly tribulation. Once he passed through it, there would be a period of vulnerability. If he attempted to transcend here, he would inevitably fall prey to the serpent men post-tribulation. Xiao Yu exerted every ounce of his strength to suppress the impending breakthrough of his cultivation. At last, he managed to contain his power at the critical juncture, knowing that once he departed from this location, he could transcend the tribulation at any moment. The ancient beast had summoned a solitary bolt of tribulation lightning, swift in its arrival and departure. The dark clouds above began to disperse, and the onlookers gazed into the azure light curtain. Following the strike of lightning, a gentle interplay of azure and white mist began to seep from the small island, obscuring their vision. At this moment, Xiao Yu had regained his mobility and hastily donned a garment, only to be met with the sight of 2 severed, jet-black serpent corpses before him. A faint crackling sound echoed as Xiao Yu observed the blackened skin of the corpses gradually flaking away, as if something was striving to break free from within. Retreating cautiously, he sensed 2 powerful auras emanating from the decaying remains as the shedding accelerated. Suddenly, 2 explosive roars erupted, shattering the ebony corpses into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. The 2 formidable and terrifying energies surged forth with alarming speed, enveloping the entire city in an overwhelming presence. Had they succeeded? Countless serpent beings exchanged glances, and upon sensing that familiar aura, they erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers that reverberated through the air. Chapter 74, Why Aren't You Running? Regrettably, this vast and terrifying aura did not endure for long. It receded into the light barrier with the swiftness of a receding tide. As this presence dissipated once more, the ecstatic expressions on the faces of the serpent people abruptly ceased, replaced by a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Within the protective barrier, the heart fire of the azure lotus had reverted to its normal size, and the bone spirit's cold fire returned to Xiao Yu's body. The clouds of black dust gradually settled, and Xiao Yu perceived two streaks of colorful light darting towards him. Their rapid approach producing a sharp sound akin to slicing through the air, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. As these two colorful figures approached with astonishing speed, Xiao Yu, though aware of their benign intentions, summoned forth the bone spirit's cold fire. With a resounding thud, a blaze of pristine white flame erupted from within him, its searing heat distorting the air around. The manifestation of the bone spirit's cold fire caused the two colorful figures to halt before Xiao Yu, allowing him to discern their forms. To his surprise, he discovered that these slender serpents, measuring merely 2 centimeters in length, were identical in appearance, adorned with diminutive, iridescent scales that exuded an unusual, refreshing fragrance, emanating an air of elegance and nobility. The sole distinction between them lay in their serpentine eyes, one a delicate shade of violet, the other a soft hue of crimson, both hinting at an enchanting allure. Xiao Yu gazed in astonishment at the two tiny serpents suspended before him. Was it not said that the rainbow-devouring python bore scales of many colors, with slightly purple eyes, a fragrant body, and strength that reached the heavens? How could one of them display a mutation? However, he did not dwell on this for long. The purity and innocence reflected in their gazes resembled that of newborn infants, contrasting sharply with the fearsome demeanor of other serpents. Instead, they appeared exceedingly endearing. Xiao Yu surmised that the serpent with the faintly purple eyes must be Queen Medusa, while the one with the soft red eyes was likely the colorful butterfly. The colorful butterfly and Medusa flicked their tiny tails, peering curiously at this unfamiliar human, tentatively inching closer to Xiao Yu, yet seemingly apprehensive of the bone spirit's cold fire surrounding him. With a gentle smile, he extinguished the flames enveloping him. The colorful butterfly and Medusa straightened their bodies and gradually approached him. Noticing the cracks forming in the violet barrier, Xiao Yu understood that it was unwise to linger. This was not the time for playful encounters with these two little creatures. He promptly retrieved a vial of companion-born purple crystal essence from his storage ring. As anticipated, the colorful butterfly and Medusa darted towards the opening of the vial, and Xiao Yu generously poured out a portion. The two serpents eagerly tasted the essence with their flickering tongues, soon displaying expressions of satisfaction. Xiao Yu spoke softly, "Little ones, the situation is perilous. Allow me to escort you both to safety." The two little creatures raised their heads. The colorful butterfly seemed to possess an innate affinity for Xiao Yu, swiftly darting into the ample sleeve of his robe. Medusa, however, fixated her gaze upon this human, exhibiting a perplexed expression that bore a hint of humanity. Yet, Xiao Yu merely shook the vial of the accompanying purple crystal source, assuring her, "Do not worry, there shall be enough for you." A glimmer of light flickered in Medusa's serpentine eyes, and the look of confusion vanished almost instantaneously. Xiao Yu murmured softly, "Am I unable to handle you?" After dispensing 2 drops of the accompanying purple crystal source to Medusa, she obediently nestled into the other sleeve of Xiao Yu's robe, coiling up and drifting into slumber. Xiao Yu lifted his gaze towards the precariously trembling light barrier and murmured, "Well then, it is time for us to depart." He seized the lotus seat atop the stone platform and hurled it towards the floating blue lotus heart fire. With a mere thought, the blue lotus heart fire dutifully entered the lotus seat. Grasping the lotus seat firmly, he timed his move perfectly, with a resounding crack. The purple light barrier shattered into countless fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu activated the moon shadow body technique, transforming into a fleeting apparition as he dashed towards the barrier's edge. As the mist within the barrier dissipated with its shattering, it created a veil that obscured the perception of soul energy, thus granting Xiao Yu a chance to escape. At that moment, the serpent people could no longer sense the presence of their queen Medusa. They frantically surged towards the barrier, but what met their gaze was a vast, pitch-black abyss where the island once stood. The 3 elders of the serpent people were the first to breach the barrier, and upon sensing their surroundings, their expressions darkened. The 3rd elder, with a grim countenance, remarked, "There is no trace of the queen here. How could even the essence of the vanish?" The 2nd elder solemnly replied, "Indeed, the essence of the should not have simply disappeared. Perhaps the queen's aura has merely been temporarily obscured." Once the 4th elder emerges from seclusion, "We shall employ secret methods to discern the queen's presence." Just as they spoke, Mobos pointed towards a distant black figure, exclaiming, "Who is that?" The others looked up, and the elder bellowed, "It is the lad whom the queen cast into the... He remains alive. Pursue him. He must have seized the..." Among them, the most volatile, Yan Ci, erupted in a blaze of fighting spirit, roaring furiously, "Human, how dare you humiliate my serpent clan? I shall send you to the depths of hell." Saying this, Yan Ci swiftly darted towards the direction Xiao Yu had fled, followed closely by the other 6 serpent clan leaders. "Only you may remain behind," her strength not yet fully restored. Upon noticing the serpent clan leaders pursuing him, Xiao Yu abandoned any pretense of stealth. He unfurled his purple cloud wings with a vigorous flap, soaring into the air. Countless serpent people erupted into chaos at the sight of Xiao Yu, and the quicker among them hurled their poisoned spears in his direction. Regrettably, Xiao Yu's speed was astonishingly swift, and he deftly evaded the poisoned spears that were hurled at him. However, trailing closely behind were 7 formidable Do Kings, whose pace was equally impressive. Yet they remained merely shadowing Xiao Yu's every move. Mobas cursed vehemently. What kind of movement technique does this brat possess? It's so bizarre that even we cannot catch up. Xun'er coldly chuckled. This lad is at best a Do master. Once we exhaust his Do Chi, he will be at our mercy. Yan Ci seethed with anger. Once I capture this brat, I shall flay him alive and strip his bones. As Xiao Yu felt the rush of wind against him from his rapid flight, he noticed the Do Kings pursuing him with a leisurely pace. He instantly discerned their intentions and pondered, they shouldn't be able to sense the presence of these 2 little fellows. Why do they persist in their pursuit? Xiao Yu had long concealed the aura of the 2 small creatures with the bone spirit cold fire, yet they still remained relentless in their chase. He surmised that they were likely after the. Continuing to run was not a viable solution. Frustrated, he cast a glance back at the 7 Do Kings who were relentlessly tailing him, and abruptly halted in the desert, leaving a deep trench carved into the sand beneath his feet. Observing that Xiao Yu had ceased his flight, they too came to a stop not far from him. Mobs grinned ominously. Why have you stopped? Why not run? Ha ha ha. Are you feeling despair? He relished the sight of his prey displaying desperation under his relentless pursuit. Eager to witness the expression of hopelessness on Xiao Yu's face after such a lengthy chase, for it alleviated the gloom that lingered within him. Chapter 75. Do not run. Such an act is not in my nature. At this moment, I have no intention of fleeing. It is your turn to escape. Xiao Yu turned around, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes as he regarded the 7 formidable Do Kings of the Serpent Clan closing in on him. The Flower Serpent King let out a raucous laugh. Us, run? You, a mere Do master, dare to utter such bold words? Ha ha, what a joke. Your laughter will soon turn to tears, you rotund fool, Xiao Yu retorted derisively, his scorn evident. The mockery instantly darkened the expression of the Flower Serpent King, who coldly replied, to curse me at the brink of death. When the time comes, I shall make you wish you were never born. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Your words terrify me. Xiao Yu feigned a frightened demeanor, provoking further ire. Yan Ci bellowed, I can no longer endure this. Step aside, I shall slay him. Let us all join in. Mo Ba Si sneered, and a surge of formidable Do Chi erupted from the 7 of them, their collective presence truly daunting. Yet, not a hint of fear crossed Xiao Yu's visage. He discreetly stored the 2 little companions into his spatial ring, retracting the shadowy scales behind him. Slowly, he turned his head, declaring, now, the real performance begins. The assembled warriors paused momentarily, startled by Xiao Yu's words, only to soon notice the Do Chi within him surging with fervor. The aged and sinister face of Xun'er flickered with surprise as he hesitantly remarked, it seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough? The onlookers were perplexed. How could one, facing imminent death, still contemplate a breakthrough? Truly, one must commend such a resolute determination to grow stronger. Boom. At that moment, Xiao Yu ceased to suppress his cultivation. The Do Chi within him surged violently through his meridians. Breakthrough. With a soft exclamation, a ripple of energy enveloped him, and 3 distinct hues of light, pale green, pale red, and pale azure, manifested within him, symbolizing the attributes of wood, fire, and wind. These 3 lights began to coalesce into a delicate, translucent hue. As their energies harmonized, Xiao Yu's aura surged dramatically, and a brilliant glass-like radiance shot from his eyes. Feeling the overflowing vigor of Do Chi within him, Xiao Yu successfully ascended to the realm of Great Do Master. Yet, at the very instant of his breakthrough, he sensed a menacing intent descending upon him from above. Instantly, he felt the ominous grip of heavenly tribulation locking onto him, as the previously starry night sky began to coalesce into ominous clouds. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area, causing the 7 serpent warriors, who had intended to eliminate Xiao Yu, to gaze in terror at the darkening sky. What is happening? The Flower Serpent King stammered, his flesh trembling at the foreboding aura. They had recently experienced a similar sensation, yet the prior lightning tribulation had not evoked such intense dread. Even Xun'er, typically composed, found his calm demeanor disrupted, for the previous lightning tribulation had left a profound impression on them. Xiao Yu, however, remained unfazed, lifting his gaze to the tangible, inky clouds above. Amidst the swirling darkness, a cacophony of crackling sounds began to resonate. The clouds roiled with flashes of lightning, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. As a terrifying aura locked onto Xiao Yu, So, how do you find the gift I have bestowed upon you? A seemingly innocuous smile adorned Xiao Yu's face. The crowd was taken aback. Did you conjure this? Yan Ci queried, disbelief evident in his tone. Of course. Are you frightened? There's no need to be. Allow me to introduce you to the power of the heavenly tribulation. I assure you, it will provide a most delightful massage. Xiao Yu chuckled. The members of the Serpent clan felt an overwhelming force locking onto them, and Xun'er, with a somber expression, urged, retreat quickly. This tribulation is directed at him. As long as we vacate this area, we should be safe. His words resonated with the group, prompting them to withdraw, planning to eliminate Xiao Yu after he endured the tribulation. Should he perish beneath its might, they would deem it mere fortune that he escaped their pursuit. However, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner they had never anticipated. Amidst the pitch-black clouds, deep purple lightning serpents slithered ominously. This tribulation manifested as a deep purple thunderbolt, a clear indication that the elevation of his cultivation had amplified the tribulation's potency. It was unfathomable to consider the magnitude of the trials yet to come. Heh. This time it is I who shall hunt you down. Are you prepared? Xiao Yu grinned malevolently. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. At that moment, the first bolt of his tribulation descended silently upon him. Crackle! A colossal, deep purple lightning bolt struck toward Xiao Yu. He activated his purple cloud wings and charged toward the thunder. With a thunderous boom, his garments were rendered tattered, and purple lightning danced across his form as he fervently circulated the chaos restoration method, absorbing the purest essence of the thunder. The onlookers gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Xiao Yu racing toward the lightning. Even the typically ferocious Yan Ci and Mo Ba Si exclaimed in disbelief, "What a madman!" In the next instant, they beheld Xiao Yu soaring toward their direction. Their eyes widened in terror. What on earth? In stark contrast to their previous pursuit of him, Xiao Yu was now hurtling toward them, laughing maniacally. Come on. Weren't you eager to hunt me down? Why are you running? He is insane. He must be out of his mind. How did he summon this tribulation? The crowd fled in panic, terrified of Xiao Yu's relentless approach, desperate to prevent him from returning to the Serpent clan. Crackle! Another bolt of lightning struck, tearing through Xiao Yu's flesh. Yet these were merely superficial wounds. With a burst of speed, he surged forward another 100 meters, the storm clouds trailing him closely. Wherever he went, the ominous clouds followed. At this juncture, Xiao Yu was less than 200 meters away from the 7 leaders of the Serpent clan, who, in their growing terror, realized they were ensnared by an unseen force. Indeed, the ominous clouds once again unleashed their wrath, but this time, the target was not merely Xiao Yu alone. It included the unfortunate group of 7. With a crack, these 7 were struck directly by the thunder, the might of the heavenly tribulation calibrated to the strength of the cultivators it targeted. Similarly, should one intrude upon another's tribulation zone, the heavenly punishment would still seek them out, its intensity magnified by their own cultivation level. The 7 battle kings found themselves wounded beneath a single bolt of lightning, spitting blood and feeling their internal energies in disarray. Observing their plight, Xiao Yu was filled with delight, laughing heartily from behind. Weren't you all so arrogant? Why do you seek to flee now? The 7 battle kings, agitated by his taunts, shifted in color from green to white, yet dared not halt their retreat. The power of that lightning was overwhelming. A few more strikes, and they would surely be reduced to mere ashes. It was hardly a worthwhile trade to accompany a mere battle master to the grave. They could only strive desperately to escape the range of Xiao Yu's tribulation, yet he offered them no respite. Having sought their lives moments ago, he now found himself unwilling to let them perish easily. Crack! 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 This time, 3 bolts of purple lightning descended simultaneously, illuminating the sky with 24 brilliant arcs of thunder. With a gasp, it was not just the 7 unfortunate souls who bled. Even Xiao Yu, caught off guard, suffered injury from the lightning, spewing forth blood as his internal organs were shaken. Chapter 76. Successful advancement. However, Xiao Yu remained indifferent. With his body forged by the enhancement of his formidable physique allowed him to linger for a while longer. If you have the ability, don't run away. A bunch of cowards who fear the strong. Weren't you all here to hunt me down? Xiao Yu taunted from behind. But Mobas and the others chose silence, relentlessly charging forward. Who wouldn't he flee upon witnessing such a spectacle? If they lingered under this heavenly tribulation any longer, they would be reduced to mere ashes. Yet, Xiao Yu's provocations caused the powerful serpentine warriors to flush with rage, particularly Yan Ci, who nearly turned back, disregarding all caution to slay Xiao Yu. Fortunately, Xun'er managed to restrain him at the last moment. The clouds above thickened ominously, a tremendous celestial might descending upon the land. Though this location was far removed from the central city of the Serpent clan, countless serpents sensed an oppressive aura. The three elders of the Serpent clan wore grim expressions. The Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. What is happening? Is there trouble in Xun'er? The second elder gazed into the distance, where flashes of lightning could still be perceived on the horizon, pondering. This aura bears a striking resemblance to the phenomenon that occurred during Her Majesty's evolution. Should we investigate? The third elder hesitated. So much has transpired within our clan tonight. With Her Majesty currently unaccounted for, we do not know whether she is alive or dead. Our priority must be to calm all members of the Serpent clan. As for the heavenly tribulation, we can inquire once Xun'er returns. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the Grand Elder nodded slowly. Xun'er, being a venerable elder and an 8-star Do Wang, understands what must be done. Even against 7 Do Wang, a Do Huang would have to tread cautiously. Let us first manage the affairs within our clan. Seeing the Grand Elder and the third elder in agreement, the second elder refrained from further comment. As Xiao Yu pursued them, he glanced skyward at the clouds. He could see the deep purple lightning within transforming into a pale red hue. 1/3 of the heavenly tribulation had already passed. He could no longer toy with these Do Wang. He needed to find a place to endure the tribulation. With this thought, Xiao Yu looked ahead at the fleeing Do Wang, feeling a surge of exhilaration. His body was shrouded in darkness, wounds oozing blood, as he malevolently smiled. I can't play with you any longer, but before I leave, here is a parting gift. Whether you can evade it depends entirely on you. With that, he suddenly accelerated, his elusive form closing the distance once more, as the pale red lightning in the storm above dominated, its power exponentially amplified. In that fleeting moment, another bolt of lightning struck down with precision, striking towards the crowd. Xiao Yu was directly thrust into the sandy ground, while the 7 members of the Serpent clan suffered greatly, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, they managed to escape the range of Xiao Yu's heavenly tribulation at the last moment. Nevertheless, they lost all ability to move and fainted instantly. At that moment, even a mere fighter could easily slay them. Xiao Yu, submerged beneath the sands, fortunately did not lose consciousness. He absorbed the pure energy contained within the lightning while healing his internal wounds. The tribulation in the sky showed no signs of dissipating, indicating that he had not yet successfully transcended. At this point, the lightning had transformed entirely into a pale red hue, resembling a tangible cloud layer that churned restlessly, seemingly brewing a lethal strike. Xiao Yu summoned the life essence produced by the Tree of Life to alleviate his injuries significantly. Just as he prepared to rise, the final bolt of lightning descended. Crack! A bolt as thick as a chopstick struck directly into the sand. The pale red lightning surged violently through Xiao Yu's body. An excruciating pain coursed through him as he felt as if his internal organs had been pierced. The scent of scorched flesh wafted from his skin. At last, the heavenly tribulation subsided, and Xiao Yu successfully transcended the tribulation of a great fighter. He remained motionless beneath the sand, reaping the benefits of the tribulation, as the pure energy contained in the lightning was available for his absorption. Having just broken through, Xiao Yu fervently refined this energy, step by step enhancing his strength. 1-star great fighter, 2 stars. Eventually, he gradually settled at the level of a 3-star great fighter. However, Xiao Yu was exceedingly pleased. As the attributes of his fighting spirit increased, so did his need for further enhancement. Now, mastering 3 types of elemental powers meant he would have to exert 3 times the effort compared to others to elevate his strength by 1 star. Crack! Crack! The dark skin on Xiao Yu's body began to shed gradually, revealing numerous fissures through which a shimmering white light flickered. With a soft sound, the charred outer layer covering him fell away, exposing his well-proportioned physique. His skin turned remarkably delicate, and the lifeless, yellowed hair revitalized, transforming into a deep black. With a slight tremor, Xiao Yu soared from the sand, retrieving a set of clothing from his spatial ring to don, then releasing 2 small creatures. The spatial ring was not suited for living beings, but a brief duration posed no issue. The 2 little creatures circled around Xiao Yu, flicking their tongues, their serpent eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, seemingly displeased that Xiao Yu had left them within the spatial ring. All right, my fault. Circumstances dictated the choice. I'll be more mindful next time, he exclaimed, promptly producing 2 drops of the companion crystal source to feed them. Only then did the 2 little creatures brighten, affectionately nudging their small heads against Xiao Yu before flicking their tails and retreating into his sleeves. After soothing the 2 little ones, Xiao Yu grasped the ink-scaled sword and approached the 7 members of the Serpent clan, who were still in a daze, evidently struck by the heavenly tribulation. Since you have chosen not to flee, you shall not return unscathed, he declared, his words laced with lethal intent. However, just as Xiao Yu was about to strike, the 2 little creatures that had been peacefully slumbering in his sleeve suddenly sprang forth, hovering before him. Do you not wish for me to eliminate them? The little butterfly inclined its head slightly, while Medusa stood upright, her human-like serpentine gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yu. Observing their reactions, he sighed and said, "Very well. I shall spare them this time. Surely, the tribulation has taught them a lesson." Xiao Yu chose not to dwell on the matter further and sheathed the ink-scaled sword. Upon seeing him retract the weapon, the two little ones swiftly returned to the confines of his sleeve. He needed to find a suitable location to refine they, as he had been away for several days, and it was time to return after the refinement. Xiao Yu had already selected the site for the refining process, which was beneath the magma where the heart of the green lotus fire once resided, a perfect locale for such an undertaking, free from disturbances. With a gentle flap of his purple cloud wings, he soared into the sky, racing towards the cave with remarkable speed. Now a great fighter, Xiao Yu's internal energy surged, allowing him to fly even faster than he did in his previous state. Chapter 77. Refining the mysterious flame, Xiao Yu swiftly arrived at the cavern hidden within the desert. Traversing a lengthy passage, he was soon greeted by a breathtaking realm of flowing lava. The crimson magma meandered at the cavern's base, emanating an intense heat. Observing the immense bubbles that continuously swelled and burst, Xiao Yu found himself inexplicably awestruck. The searing temperatures caused beads of sweat to form upon his brow. The fire energy here was exceedingly ferocious. However, for Xiao Yu, a master of the mysterious flame, this level of heat was still bearable. The sole complication lay in the fact that beneath the molten surface lurked a formidable fourth-tier magical beast, the two-headed fire spirit snake, akin to a human dueling expert. Moreover, this was its domain, thriving amidst the lava. Although Xiao Yu had attained the rank of a third-tier dome master, he remained invincible among his peers, a feat attributed to his ability to cultivate multiple elemental energies simultaneously. If he could refine even more attributes, he believed he could contend with this creature. "If I cannot defeat you, I shall at least hone my skills. Once subdued, I will summon Qing Lin to collect you." Xiao Yu chuckled to himself as he gazed at the bubbling magma. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared to a height of less than 10 meters above the molten sea. Observing the churning magma below, he unsheathed his ink-scaled sword and unleashed a formidable sword aura downward. With a thunderous roar, the flowing lava was cleaved apart, creating a chasm akin to a precipice, from which countless streams of magma erupted, scattering in all directions. Xiao Yu was enveloped in the chilling flame of his bone spirit. As the magma made contact with his body, it was instantly vaporized into nothingness. The vast fissure began to gradually close, restoring calmness to the scene, which caused Xiao Yu to furrow his brow in confusion. This shouldn't be. Why is there no response? Just as he prepared to unleash another sword aura, a resounding thud reverberated from the tranquil lava lake below. Countless streams of magma exploded forth in an instant, creating a commotion far greater than the one Xiao Yu had caused. Amidst the cascading magma, a colossal two-headed serpent of fiery red erupted from the depths, emitting a shrill shriek as it lunged towards Xiao Yu with lightning speed. The agitated fire spirit snake disturbed the once calm lava lake, sending molten rock flying in all directions. Surrounded by the chilling flame of his bone spirit, Xiao Yu remained suspended in midair, completely unmoved, as if momentarily paralyzed by the sight. Just as the serpent was about to strike, it abruptly halted, standing upright in apparent fear, gazing at Xiao Yu, overwhelmed by the intimidation emanating from the mysterious flame enveloping him. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and remarked, "You little creature, you are quite aware of the power of this extraordinary flame. The bone spirit cold fire even instills fear in a seventh-tier magical beast like the seven-colored sky-devouring python. How could it possibly fail to subdue you, a mere fourth-tier beast? However, I did not intend to bully you, since I have just broken through. You shall serve as my practice target." With that, Xiao Yu directly extinguished the bone spirit cold fire surrounding him. Although the two-headed fire spirit serpent could not comprehend Xiao Yu's words, it let out an exhilarated hiss upon witnessing the flames that instilled fear in it dissipate. In an instant, the serpent opened its fearsome jaws, and its crimson forked tongue darted towards Xiao Yu like a sharpened blade. "Come at me." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the fire spirit serpent. Bang! The clash between the serpent's tongue and Xiao Yu's Mo Lin sword resounded through the air, sending a jolt through Xiao Yu's arm, causing him to curse. "This fellow is indeed comparable to a Do Ling expert. I cannot vanquish you." Xiao Yu, momentarily staggered by the recoil, felt his internal Do Qi surge wildly. A thin layer of pale red Do Qi enveloped the blade of his Mo Lin sword as he darted forward once more, intent on striking the fire spirit serpent again. The serpent, incensed by the previous attack, shook its massive head in fury, its diamond-shaped pupils brimming with rage as both of its bifurcated heads lunged at Xiao Yu. Boom! Boom! The two figures collided repeatedly above the lava, with Xiao Yu's sword leaving white marks upon the serpent's jade-like scales. The creature's defense was formidable. Even Xiao Yu's full-powered strikes could only etch faint traces upon its body. Nonetheless, each blow caused significant pain to the fire spirit serpent. With a powerful swing, the serpent's enormous tail lashed out at Xiao Yu, accompanied by the scorching lava. Utilizing his agility, Xiao Yu deftly evaded the attack. Realizing it could not reach him, the serpent's massive eyes were filled with unrestrained fury and a bloodthirsty killing intent. The fire spirit serpent, which had been pursuing Xiao Yu, abruptly halted. Xiao Yu observed its neck undulating before witnessing two gaping jaws unleash colossal pillars of molten lava and flame, akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards him. The two crimson flames exuded a sense of annihilation. Xiao Yu knew he could not withstand this assault and summoned the bone spirit cold fire for protection. With a sudden surge, he struck one of the fire pillars with a powerful punch, causing him to vanish from the attack's trajectory. The fire pillar lost its target, one plunging into the lava while the other, deflected by Xiao Yu's blow, veered off course and crashed into the surrounding walls, resulting in a deafening explosion as a dark hole was seared into the solid wall. The fire spirit serpent's enormous eyes fixated on Xiao Yu, its murderous intent glaringly apparent. Yet it also harbored fear of the extraordinary flames surrounding him, hesitating to advance. Xiao Yu, panting heavily, gazed at the formidable creature before him. Were it not for the presence of he would truly be no match for this fire spirit serpent. Once he absorbed his strength would ascend significantly, allowing him to decisively vanquish the serpent. I shall refrain from our play for now. It is time to refine Xiao Yu declared as he swiftly located a prominent stone pillar amidst the magma lake and seated himself upon it. With a casual wave of his hand, a luminous barrier enveloped him. The fire spirit serpent, witnessing Xiao Yu's disregard for their confrontation, seethed with rage, yet found itself powerless. Its colossal form began to coil slowly around the stone pillar, biding its time for Xiao Yu's emergence. Xiao Yu retrieved the azure lotus heart fire from his spatial ring, placing it before him, and then formed a peculiar hand seal to commence the refinement of the azure lotus heart fire. This was a protracted endeavor. Xiao Yu dedicated an entire 7 days to fully assimilate the azure lotus heart fire into his command. With his eyes closed, he sensed the distinct yet harmonious confrontation within him between the azure lotus heart fire and the bone spirit cold fire, finding it rather intriguing. With a flick of his fingers, a small burst of azure flame erupted from his palm, its ethereal hue appearing strikingly gentle. Throughout these 7 days, Xiao Yu did not solely focus on refining the azure lotus heart fire. Each day, he would allocate time to engage in contests with the fire spirit serpent, honing his combat techniques. When he found himself outmatched, he would brandish as a means of intimidation, which only served to incite the serpent's fury further. Chapter 78. The search. Xiao Yu withdrew the icy flames of bone spirit enveloping his body. As a 5-star battle master, he possessed sufficient strength to contend with the Doling. As for the ferocious 2-headed fire spirit snake, he remained undaunted. Grasping the ink-scaled weapon, he flapped his wings and surged towards the colossal fire spirit snake submerged in the magma. In recent days, Xiao Yu had inflicted considerable damage upon the creature. While he had not yet struck at its core, he had certainly wearied it greatly. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu advance with the ink-scaled weapon, the fire spirit snake's initial instinct was not to confront him head-on, but rather to dive beneath the magma surface. It had no desire to engage in combat, especially against an opponent who had recently grown even stronger. Being a 4th-tier beast, it possessed a modicum of intelligence, and it preferred to evade rather than confront. However, Xiao Yu had a different perspective. To him, the fire spirit snake was virtually invincible in this realm, its power rivaling that of a battle king. He had no concerns about his techniques inadvertently slaying the creature. Instead, it presented an opportunity for him to hone his skills. As the fire spirit snake retreated into the magma, Xiao Yu summoned the azure lotus earth fire to surround him, using the moment to familiarize himself with its essence. Without hesitation, he plunged into the magma, shielded by the strange fire. Once submerged, Xiao Yu felt no discomfort. Rather, he moved with the grace of a fish, swiftly pursuing the fire spirit snake. A fierce battle erupted beneath the magma, causing the once tranquil lake to bubble vigorously. While Xiao Yu reveled in the chaos below, a group of burly men clad in the uniforms of the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps appeared in the desert. Leading them were Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, Xuelan, Little Doctor, and Qing Lin. Following Qing Lin's guidance, they cautiously approached the cavernous area. Observing the surrounding yellow sands, Xiao Li wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Qing Lin, are you sure we're not off course? Why have we not arrived yet?" Qing Lin pointed ahead, softly assuring, "I am certain. The aura, closely related to my bloodline, is just ahead. I can feel it growing clearer." "Really?" Xiao Li's spirits lifted at Qing Lin's words. Xiao Ding interjected, "All right. Since Qing Lin believes we are nearing our destination, let us persevere a bit longer." Upon our return, I shall ensure everyone receives extra wages for the month. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the mercenaries trailing behind stirred with renewed vigor. Yet, a glimmer of concern shone in Little Doctor's eyes. Xiao Yu had ventured out with Kai Dai for nearly half a month, and they had received no word. The recent unrest in the desert, compounded by the recent heavenly tribulation, heightened their anxiety. Consequently, Xiao Ding and Little Doctor conferred and decided to lead some of the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps into the desert in search of Xiao Yu. The group trudged through the harsh sands, and finally, Qing Lin announced, "Captain Xiao Ding, the aura I sensed is right here." Xiao Ding surveyed his surroundings with a touch of astonishment. The landscape was a seemingly mundane expanse of flat desert, devoid of any distinguishing features. "Qing Lin, are you certain this is the place?" The large pit that once marked this spot had long been buried beneath the relentless sands. As the group examined their surroundings, they found it hard to believe that such a tumultuous event had occurred here. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with the little medical sage and others, turned their gazes toward Qing Lin. Under the scrutiny of so many, Qing Lin felt a flicker of trepidation. However, with her concern for young Master Xiao Yu's safety weighing heavily on her heart, she summoned her courage and stated, "The disturbance we witnessed earlier originated right here, and I can sense that familiar aura more clearly in this spot. This is undoubtedly the place we seek." Xiao Ding took a couple of steps forward, standing atop a sand dune, and scanned the horizon before pondering aloud. "Since Qing Lin insists this is the location, I shall place my trust in you this once." He then addressed the mercenaries behind him, saying, "Brothers, since there is nothing on the surface or in the sky, the answer must lie beneath. It is not unusual for something to be buried deep under the ground in this desert, plagued by storms. Surround this area and prevent anyone from approaching. If they could access the underground, there must be a hidden passage." Turning to Xuelan, Xiao Ding instructed, "Xuelan, return promptly to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps and gather those adept at navigating terrain. We must uncover the passage as soon as possible." "Understood. I shall take care of this." Xuelan quickly turned and, with a graceful leap onto her camel, set forth towards Stone Desert City. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's orders, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Li approached Xiao Ding and whispered, "Brother, will our conspicuous efforts to survey the terrain attract the attention of the Sand Mercenary Corps? I fear they may come to disrupt us." Xiao Ding smiled serenely and replied, "That is unlikely. Why do you say that?" Xiao Li inquired, puzzled. Xiao Ding chuckled softly. "Not long ago, Rob came to seek me out personally. Do you know why he came? What was it for?" Xiao Li asked, unaware of the prior encounter. "Do you recall the display of power and the manifestation of fighting spirit that Xiao Yu exhibited when he departed that day? Rob assumed we had enlisted a powerful Do Wang to oversee our affairs, which prompted him to come and curry favor with us." Xiao Ding explained with a smile. "What? How did you respond to him?" Xiao Li asked, astonished. Xiao Ding chuckled. "I merely told him that the formidable Do Wang he encountered was not one of our hired experts, but rather my younger brother Xiao Yu. It left him utterly flabbergasted, and I believe he returned to investigate the matter further. It should be easy for him to discover that Xiao Yu is indeed our brother, which is why you received those gifts from the Sand Mercenary Corps." Upon realizing that the gifts were sent due to this misunderstanding, Xiao Li lamented, "Good grief, brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? I was worried Rob might play tricks and return everything intact." Xiao Ding nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not. One is at a disadvantage when accepting assistance and feels compelled to repay kindness. Returning it is quite fitting." Xiao Li offered no further commentary, merely nodding as he began to survey the terrain around them. The little medical sage, alongside Qing Lin, remained nearby, awaiting the arrival of Xuelan and her team to investigate the landscape. Xuelan, swift in her movements, was hastening towards Xiao Ding's location, accompanied by a considerable contingent of Mo-Tai mercenaries. However, their every action was under the watchful eyes of many in Stone Desert City, given that it was the second most powerful faction in the area. Within the hall of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Mo Xing turned to the leader, Rob, and said, "Captain, the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps seems to be making significant moves. They must have discovered something valuable. Should we not investigate?" The man addressed as Captain, Rob, wore a grim expression as he retorted, "If you wish to court death, do so alone. Do not drag the Sand Mercenary Corps into your folly. The Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps is under the command of a Do Wang powerhouse. Do you seek your demise?" Mo Xing's countenance shifted, and he inquired, "Captain, is this information truly reliable? That day, I only glimpsed a silhouette, and I have heard that the Do Wang powerhouse has not returned in quite some time." "Nonsense. Do you think they cannot return? It is merely a matter of Xiao Ding's word for them to come back. Now be gone." Rob, clearly agitated, ordered Mo Xing to leave. With a sullen expression, Mo Xing exited the hall, muttering under his breath, "What a bunch of useless fools. I am determined to discover what treasure the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps has unearthed." Subsequently, Mo Xing, under the pretense of a command from the captain, led a contingent of the Sand Mercenary Corps in pursuit of Xiao Yan and her team. Chapter 79. Discovery of the cave entrance before long. Xiao Yan arrived with the members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Shouting instructed them to commence their search in this area. Under the blazing sun, the mercenaries meticulously scoured the terrain inch by inch. Though Shouting and Xiaoli felt a sense of urgency, they understood that haste was unwise and remained in the tent awaiting news. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the tent. Exchanging glances, Shouting and Xiaoli turned to exit. Xiaoli spotted Moxing approaching with a group, and upon recognizing the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Shouting's brow furrowed slightly. Xiaoli's expression hardened as he addressed the advancing mercenary team, stating coolly, "Halt. The Mo Tai Mercenary Corps is conducting official business here." Moxing surveyed the group before him, and upon catching sight of the petite healer and Kinglin, a glimmer of lust and greed flickered in his eyes. He then turned to Shouting and Xiaoli, smirking, "Captain Xiaoli, your assertion is unfounded. This is a public area. Why should our Sand Mercenary Corps be barred from entering?" Shouting, with an expression as still as a deep well, cast a glance at Moxing, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. However, Moxing dismissed the feeling, holding Shouting's gaze. Suddenly, Shouting smiled and remarked, "Moxing, this venture of yours must not have been sanctioned by your captain, was it?" Moxing's demeanor shifted to one of panic as he retorted loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting? It was our captain's direct order that sent me here." "Oh, then why hasn't your captain, Rob, come himself?" Shouting replied with a slow smile. At that moment, Xiaoli sensed something amiss and quietly suggested to Shouting, "Brother, are you implying this fellow is acting on his own accord? Does Rob not know of this?" "Indeed. Otherwise Rob would not be so foolish." Shouting nodded slightly. Xiaoli chuckled. "In that case, I shall take the opportunity to teach him a lesson." Shouting made no objections, merely advising, "Just don't make it too humiliating. After all, Rob has refrained from crossing us lately, and it would be undignified for him. Rest assured, I know where to draw the line." Xiaoli replied confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoli approached Moxing with a grin. The moment Moxing saw the smile on Xiaoli's face, a shiver ran down his spine. Just as he was about to inquire about Xiaoli's intentions, Xiaoli lunged forward, the tungsten steel spear in his hand slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, pressing against Moxing's throat. Xiaoli's sudden aggression transformed Moxing's expression, and the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps who had accompanied him stepped forward, ready to retaliate. Tension escalated as members of both mercenary groups faced off against each other. Just then, a voice bellowed from behind the Sand Mercenary Corps, "Who permitted you to cause a ruckus here?" Upon hearing that voice, Mo Xing's face turned pale with fright. The newcomer was none other than Rob, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps. It turned out that Rob, aware of Mo Xing's temperament and concerned about potential trouble, had inquired with others in the Corps. Upon learning that Mo Xing had taken a small team out, Rob deduced that he must be seeking trouble with the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps. Without hesitation, he rushed over, relieved that no significant incident had occurred. With a cold glare, Rob scanned Mo Xing and realized that the only course of action was to take him back for reprimand. He then turned to Xiao Ding and smiled, saying, "Captain Xiao Ding, Captain Xiao Li, it is entirely my fault for not properly managing my subordinates. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. I shall take them back at once." Xiao Ding, ever amiable, replied, "No harm done. After all, ignorance is no crime, Rob. Please do not be too hard on yourself." Xiao Li, however, mockingly retorted, "Rob, my dear captain, I must say your ability to manage your subordinates leaves much to be desired. They seem to follow orders only in name." Hearing their remarks, Rob did not dispute, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall return and teach them a proper lesson." He then kicked Mo Xing and scolded, "Hurry up and apologize to the two captains." With a fearful expression, Mo Xing stammered, "I'm sorry for causing trouble to both captains." Xiaoli let out a cold laugh, retracting his tungsten steel spear. "Lucky for you that your captain arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have pierced your throat with a single thrust." Mo Xing, well aware of Xiao Li's formidable prowess, could only concede defeat. Finding it dull to bully someone so weak, Xiao Li chose not to engage further. Rob glanced at the members of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps, who were scanning behind Xiao Ding, unsure of what they sought but refraining from inquiry. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Ding, he led his team away. Xiao Ding had no intention of concerning himself with how Rob would ultimately deal with Mo Xing. Surely, there would be no severe punishment. For Mo Xing had become a pillar of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Ever since Rob's brother, Luo Kuan, perished in the desert, Mo Xing had stood as the last combat master of the Sand Mercenary Corps. "Captain, the third team seems to have discovered traces of a passage." Just as Xiao Ding was bidding farewell to Rob and his team, a figure suddenly dashed over from a distance, exclaiming excitedly, "Found something?" Upon hearing this voice, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were swept over with elation, and Xiao Yao and Qing Lin quickly gathered around. The approaching mercenary grinned broadly, saying it appears we've stumbled upon some clues. Based on our experience, there is a high likelihood of success, especially since it was recently buried under the yellow sands, making it easier to locate. Excellent. When we return, there will be rewards for you, Xiao Ding exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Thank you, Captain. The mercenary replied with a smile, for nothing could bring greater joy than a pay raise. Xiao Li, ever the impatient one, urged, quickly, swiftly, lead us to see it. Right away. The mercenary nodded with a smile and turned to lead them to the spot where they had discovered the traces. After running for a few minutes in a northward direction, Xiao Ding and his companions beheld a patch of sand that gently dipped downwards not far ahead. Make way! Make way! The leading mercenary shouted, clearing a path among the onlookers. Upon approaching, Xiao Ding and his group indeed found an opening approximately half a meter wide, from which a wave of searing heat surged forth. One of the mercenaries remarked, Captain, there are at least a dozen passages inside, resembling the trails of a great serpent. We have no idea what lies within. Xiao Ding pondered briefly and suggested, how about this? I shall descend with a few agile individuals to scout the route. If all goes well, you can follow. However, Xiao Li objected fervently, exclaiming, No, I must go first. Should anything occur, you are stronger than I. After a brief dispute between Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, it was ultimately decided that Xiao Li would descend first with a few companions. At that moment, Qing Lin timidly interjected, I would like to accompany Captain Xiao Li down as well. You? Xiao Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 80. The appearance of the azure serpent's triple-flowered eyes. Qing Lin spoke hastily. I can sense the presence of that aura and guide you, which will make things easier. Xiao Li had not anticipated this, and he glanced at Qing Lin with a hint of apology. Upon noticing his gaze, Qing Lin offered a gentle smile. Finally, Xiao Ding remarked, Very well, let it be so. Xiao Li, take a few brothers and Qing Lin down first. If nothing significant occurs, send someone back to inform us. Xiao Li nodded, then selected several volunteers from his team to accompany him down, leading Qing Lin into the dark passageway. The group continuously slid down the tunnel, illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight stones, which allowed them to discern the obstacles ahead. Meanwhile, in the cavern, Xiao Yu was blissfully unaware that his elder brother had come searching for him. At that moment, he was enjoying playful antics with the fire spirit serpent, though it was uncertain whether the serpent shared his enthusiasm. Xiao Yu had sheathed the Mo Lin sword, and with his fists, he playfully struck the fire spirit serpent, who let out a series of howls, unable to endure the onslaught any longer, and swam towards the edge of the magma. At this time, Xiao Li had already led Qing Lin and the others through the lengthy cave and reached the bottom. He bent his body gracefully, landing softly on the ground. Upon landing, Xiao Li observed the numerous dark passages before him with a slight furrow of his brow. After scrutinizing the surroundings for a moment and finding no issues, he dispatched someone to notify Xiao Ding. Xiao Li surveyed the multitude of passages. There were at least a dozen. If he were to search each one individually, it would be quite troublesome. Turning to Qing Lin, he inquired, Qing Lin, can you sense that aura? Qing Lin timidly replied, Let me try. In the dim environment, none noticed the subtle changes in her eyes, particularly the 3 minuscule dots that had quietly appeared near her emerald green pupils. She then closed her eyes, attuning herself to the aura within the cave. The surroundings gradually fell silent, and after a moment, faint muffled sounds emerged from behind, indicating that Xiao Ding and the little healer had arrived. Seeing Qing Lin with her eyes closed, Xiao Ding and the others refrained from disturbing her, instead surveying their surroundings with caution, anxious about potential problems. After several minutes of silence, Qing Lin finally opened her verdant eyes and pointed to a passage on the left, whispering, Captain Xiao Ding, all these passages retain some aura, but this one has the most concentrated presence. It must be this passage. Xiao Ding harbored no doubt. He called upon a burly man from the team named Han Mu, instructing, Han Mu, please investigate this passage for any unusual elements. Understood. Han Mu nodded and approached the passage, crouching down to press his face against the sandy ground, his hands delving into the sand to sense the aura within. After a considerable time, Han finally stood up and addressed Xiao Ding, saying, I have only detected nearly 500 meters, beyond which there is no trace of the earth attribute. It is all infused with the energy of fire. Has it vanished? Perhaps there truly lies something peculiar further ahead. Let us venture in. Even if we do not find Xiao Yu, we can at least scout the way for him, and there may be unexpected treasures to uncover. Xiao Ding replied with a smile. At that moment, the little medical fairy interjected, since the energy behind is predominantly of the fire attribute, could it be that the extraordinary flame Xiao Yu needs is beneath us? Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback, realizing, indeed, how did I overlook that? However, Such entities are perilous. If anything feels amiss, we must retreat immediately. The others nodded in agreement, without any dissent. As they entered the cave, a chill enveloped them, which was rather odd, for the energy behind them was entirely fire attribute, yet they felt a hint of coldness. However, as they ventured deeper, a faint warmth began to envelop them, causing sweat to bead upon their brows, and the temperature steadily rose, despite having traversed less than 100 meters. While Ham had previously detected 500. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiao Ding cautioned, "Everyone, remain vigilant. It is becoming increasingly hot. If it becomes unbearable, retreat at once." The fire attribute energy intensified, prompting several weaker members of the group to withdraw, leaving only Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, the little medical fairy, and Qing Lin deep within. Xuelon had remained above to guard. The little medical fairy, possessing the cooling pills she had crafted, shared some with Qing Lin, while Xiao Ding and Xiao Li pressed on with their strength. The fire energy grew increasingly turbulent, even with the support of the pills. The little medical fairy and Qing Lin were perspiring profusely. After traversing the passage, they finally reached the end and were instantly awed by the fiery realm that lay before them. They had not anticipated such a terrifying place to be so close to Stone Desert City. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li cautiously moved along the pathways, while the little medical fairy pulled Qing Lin to the edge of a lava lake to observe. Suddenly, Qing Lin exclaimed, pointing at the lava, "Something is about to emerge from within." The little medical fairy reacted swiftly, grabbing Qing Lin and retreating. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were startled and quickly turned to see the once tranquil lava lake erupt violently, revealing a colossal and enigmatic creature soaring into the air. Xiao Li tightened his grip on the tungsten steel spear as they discerned the creature's form, a two-headed serpent, precisely the fire spirit serpent that Xiao Yu had been pursuing. As the fire spirit serpent burst forth from the lava, it immediately spotted Qing Lin standing before it. Having been provoked by Xiao Yu, the serpent, with a menacing snarl, opened its jaws wide and lunged toward Qing Lin. "Be careful." In a moment of urgency, the little medical fairy leaped toward Qing Lin, while Xiao Ding and Xiao Li immediately sprang into action, charging at the fire spirit serpent. However, the speed of the fire spirit serpent was exceedingly swift, and with Qing Lin being the closest to it, she was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear upon its approach. As she beheld the serpent's forked tongue darting towards her like a blade, a piercing scream escaped her lips, driven by sheer terror. In the wake of her high-pitched cry, 3 emerald green dots abruptly emerged beside her striking green pupils. These newly manifested dots were more vivid than ever before, resembling tiny flower buds. Amidst the crescendo of her scream, the 3 green dots suddenly radiated a brilliant ethereal glow, transforming instantaneously into 3 minuscule green blossoms. As these peculiar blossoms materialized, a surge of intense luminescence erupted from them, enveloping the fire spirit serpent. Under the influence of this otherworldly light, the serpent's massive form became rigid, its enormous eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear as they gazed upon the small girl before it. Just as the onlookers were still in a state of astonishment, a thunderous explosion suddenly resonated from the molten lava, startling Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who instantly turned their attention towards the source. There, they witnessed a figure leaping forth from the magma. Chapter 81. Control. As Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were about to rush forward to intercept the figure in the molten lava, they felt an inexplicable familiarity with this silhouette. At the same moment, when Xiao Yu broke through the molten lava, he was startled, thinking that the fire spirit serpent had returned for a counterattack. Just as he was about to strike, he realized that it was none other than his elder brother and second brother. Thus, Xiao Yu promptly retracted the azure lotus inferno surrounding his body and called out to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, "Elder brother, second brother, what brings you here?" Before they could respond, a piercing scream from Qing Lin caused Xiao Yu's expression to shift dramatically. He saw the fire spirit serpent charging towards Qing Lin, bellowing, "Wretched beast, seeking death." With a fierce flap of his purple cloud wings, Xiao Yu vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing behind the fire spirit serpent. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful blow, he noticed 3 small green dots illuminating in Qing Lin's eyes, revealing the paralyzed fire spirit serpent. Realizing what had transpired, he redirected his punch towards the adjacent wall. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as Xiao Yu's fist shattered a large hole in the rocky wall nearby. This spectacle left Xiao Ding and Xiao Li wide-eyed in astonishment, both having caught a glimpse of the horror reflected in each other's eyes. This punch was Xiao Yu's full-force strike, one that even lower-tier spirit fighters would likely struggle to endure. The petite healer beside them turned pale. Yet upon witnessing the fire spirit serpent halt in front of Qing Lin, she breathed a sigh of relief. All 4 of them turned their gazes towards Qing Lin, who revealed a pair of intense, ethereal lights that suddenly burst forth from his eyes. This strange glow began to move slowly across the body of the fire spirit serpent, ultimately resting at the center of the foreheads of its two heads. Being the closest, Xiao Yu could clearly see that once the ethereal light ceased its movement, it began to shrink gradually. As the range of the glow diminished, its brilliance intensified. When the ethereal light shrank to the size of a palm, it halted, followed by another burst of ethereal light, imprinting two delicate green flowers onto the foreheads of the fire spirit serpent. Xiao Ding and the others were left speechless by this extraordinary scene. As the flowers appeared, the ethereal light gradually faded. Moments later, the tiny flowers within Qing Lin's eyes swiftly dissipated, restoring their previous vibrant green. Once his eyes returned to normal, Qing Lin, having endured significant mental strain, swayed slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Yu embraced Qing Lin tenderly. Meanwhile, the fire spirit serpent remained bewildered in place. However, as its gaze swept over the Qing Lin cradled in Xiao Yu's arms, it no longer bore a fierce and menacing demeanor, but instead exhibited a gentle disposition. Xiao Yu was aware that this situation arose because Qing Lin had inadvertently forged a master-servant contract with a formidable fourth-tier magical beast. He could only sigh inwardly, pondering the profound twist of fate. He had originally intended to subdue the fire spirit snake before allowing Qing Lin to establish a contract with it. Little did he know that through sheer happenstance, they had arrived at this juncture. However, Xiao Yu felt a pang of concern for the young girl, whose delicate face bore the pallor of fright. The fire spirit snake did not retreat. Instead, it cast a fierce glare at Xiao Yu before plunging back into the molten lake. The little medical fairy promptly approached Xiao Yu and inquired, "What happened to Qing Lin?" Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also gathered around, with Xiao Li visibly alarmed, exclaiming, "This colossal creature must possess the strength akin to a Douling. Yet it did not harm Qing Lin." Xiao Yu responded, "This is the two-headed fire spirit snake, a fourth-tier magical beast. In this locale, its power is nearly comparable to that of a Do Wang. Would you not agree it is formidable?" Xiao Ding regarded Xiao Yu with an expression of perplexity and asked, "Little Yu, I just witnessed you emerging from the magma. Are you truly a Do Wang?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu, who slowly shook his head, saying, "How could that be? My strength is at the 5-star dosher level, not that of a Do Wang. Then how were you able to force this creature, which rivals a Do Wang, out of the magma? And what was the nature of your Do Qi transformation into wings that day?" Xiao Li pressed with two inquiries. Xiao Yu, with a wry smile, explained, "The transformation into wings is not that of a Do Wang. Rather, it is a flight technique, an essential skill for escape. Such a technique is easily discernible to anyone above the Do Wang level, and it merely serves to intimidate those beneath it. As for compelling the fire spirit snake from the magma, it is due to this." As he spoke, a blue flame materialized in his palm. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions shifted dramatically, and Xiao Ding, brimming with excitement, asked, "Is this the extraordinary fire you sought?" Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, it is the blue lotus earth core fire." He then turned his attention to the little medical fairy, stating, "I can assist you in refining the medicinal pill shortly." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated the little medical fairy's face, her smile reminiscent of a blue lotus, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily entranced. "Thank you," she exclaimed. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "No need for thanks. It is my duty." However, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li remained puzzled by Xiao Yu's words. Noticing his lack of explanation, they refrained from further inquiries and instead gazed at Qing Lin nestled in Xiao Yu's arms, asking, "What has happened to Qing Lin?" Xiao Yu replied, "Qing Lin possesses a particularly rare type of eye known as the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, a truly extraordinary ocular trait. Fortunately, she is not gravely harmed. Merely her mental energy has been somewhat depleted." As he spoke, he retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring and administered it to Qing Lin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding and the others nodded in understanding. At that moment, Qing Lin, nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace, gradually regained consciousness. She gazed up at Xiao Yu, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and exclaimed with surprise, "Young Master Xiao Yu, how did you end up here?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Silly girl. I am here cultivating, and you brought them in just as I happened to be here." Qing Lin's face paled slightly, and she quickly replied, "I am sorry, young master. I shouldn't have brought Captain Xiao Ding and the others here." Xiao Yu gently ruffled Qing Lin's little head and said, "I do not harbor any blame towards you. Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Upon hearing that Xiao Yu was not angry with her, Qing Lin sighed in relief and shook her head, "I feel fine, but—" She hesitated, her words trailing off. Xiao Yu understood what Qing Lin was about to say and inquired, "Did you manage to control that large serpent?" Qing Lin looked somewhat astonished. "How did you know, young master?" Her response caught the attention of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, prompting Xiao Ding to ask urgently, "What do you mean, Qing Lin? You controlled that serpent, the one from the magma, just now?" Feeling a bit shy, Qing Lin nodded slightly. "Yes, Captain. She then rose from Xiao Yu's embrace and made her way to the edge of the magma, cupping her hands around her mouth as she shouted, "Come out!" As her voice echoed, with a splash, the fiery spirit serpent emerged from the magma, its massive form slowly rising before the five of them. Xiao Li swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This creature truly listens to Qinglin?" Even the typically composed Xiao Ding licked his dry lips, affirming, "It seems to be true." Chapter 82. Startled young master, "Look, I can communicate with this great serpent. I can inquire about the location of the..." Qinglin exclaimed, pointing at the fire spirit serpent with a proud smile directed at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stepped forward and gently ruffled Qinglin's hair, saying, "I have already obtained the sea." As he spoke, a cluster of ethereal azure flames swirled forth from his palm. Upon witnessing the in Xiao Yu's hand, Qinglin's eyes dimmed slightly, seemingly disheartened for not being able to assist him. However, Xiao Yu quickly reassured her with a cheerful grin, "But I do need your help with something else." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qinglin's face lit up with determination as she replied, "Young master, if there is anything I can do, I shall give it my all." Seeing the resolute expression on Qinglin's charming face, a warm current surged through Xiao Yu's heart. He turned to the fire spirit serpent and said, "It's quite simple. Tell it to lead me to the birthplace of the beneath the earth." Qinglin nodded earnestly, "All right, young master." She then closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment before slowly opening them again, stating, "Young master, it is done. You can follow it now." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, though Xiao Ding appeared puzzled and asked, "Xiao Yu, you already possess the... What purpose do you have in going there?" With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu replied, "The birthplace of the often harbors other treasures. I cannot afford to leave empty-handed." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the fire spirit serpent. Although it appeared docile, it only exhibited such behavior towards Qinglin. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, a flicker of disdain crossed its immense serpentine eyes. Xiao Yu chuckled, unconcerned, and followed closely behind the serpent, plunging into the lava with a splash. Following the fire spirit serpent, they arrived at the depths of the cavern, finally laying eyes on the azure lotus platform and the, reputed to be the essence of the fire spirit. These were indeed valuable treasures. Xiao Yu summoned the azure heartfire in his palm, transforming it into a fiery blade that swiftly severed the lotus platform from its base. He then collected them from the platform and stored them in a jade vial. Having completed his tasks, Xiao Yu retraced his steps along the path they had come. Splash! A sound of water breaking echoed as the others on the shore finally saw Xiao Yu return. With a smile, Xiao Yu declared, "All right, everything is taken care of. Let us depart." The others nodded in agreement, relieved to leave the oppressive heat of this eerie place. However, they cast curious glances at the fire spirit serpent that emerged from the lava. Unexpectedly, Qinglin whistled towards the lava lake, causing the azure light on the serpent's forehead to surge dramatically. In an instant, its massive form rapidly diminished, transforming into a wisp of azure light that darted into Qinglin's sleeve. Xiao Li, bewildered, remarked, "Is that even possible?" Qinglin gently patted her sleeve, a playful smile gracing her face as she softly warned, "No mischief, or else young master will be angry, and I shall cast you away." Hiss! The fire spirit serpent emitted a faint hiss, laced with a hint of discontent. Hee. Qinglin covered her small mouth and chuckled softly, then playfully glanced at Xiao Yu with her hands behind her back. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a light laugh, saying, "You, my dear, are truly fortunate to have a magical beast comparable to a spirit fighter by your side." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yixian and the others nodded in agreement, while Qinglin internally mused, to encounter the young master is what truly makes Qinglin fortunate. The group did not linger and proceeded to exit, as their footsteps gradually faded. The depths of the cavern descended into eternal tranquility. Once back on the surface, the group wasted no time. With the person found and the secured, there was no need to squander further time in that place. Upon returning to Shimo City, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, accompanied by a host of members from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, joined Xiao Yu in revelry. The group indulged in copious amounts of drink, becoming thoroughly inebriated by the day's end, with Qinglin assisting Xiao Yu back to his room to rest. After ensuring Xiao Yu was comfortable, Qinglin sat quietly at the bedside, gazing at his peaceful sleeping visage, her cheeks flushing slightly. Summoning her courage, she placed a gentle kiss upon his face, leaving a damp imprint of her lips, before shyly darting out of the room. The night passed in silence. At dawn, it was once again Qinglin who attended to Xiao Yu's awakening. Having grown accustomed to her presence, Xiao Yu relished the comfort of being pampered by her delicate hands. However, noticing the rosy hue on Qinglin's cheeks, he inquired with curiosity, "My dear, what troubles you? Your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell?" Her bashfulness intensified upon his inquiry, and she stammered, "No, it's nothing, young master. Please don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Xiao Yu replied warmly, "As long as you're not ill, that's good. If you do feel unwell, do let me know. I have elixirs at the ready. Qinglin murmured softly, lowering her head. Xiao Yu dismissed his concerns, attributing her shyness to her nature, believing she would soon return to normal. As they conversed, two small serpents suddenly slithered out from beside Xiao Yu's bed, startling Qinglin. Why, young master? There are snakes on your bed, she exclaimed. Xiao Yu glanced over and recognized them as Tsaidi and Medusa. He reassured her, it's all right. This is your sister Tsaidi. Do you not remember? Qinglin's face was a picture of astonishment, appearing adorably naive. In a somewhat convoluted explanation, Xiao Yu continued, one is your sister Tsaidi, and the other is her sister. Qinglin nodded, half understanding, and Xiao Yu ceased further clarification. After dressing, he made his way to the hall where Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were gathered. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Li approached and draped an arm over his shoulder, saying, didn't you take Miss Tsaidi with you when you left? Why haven't we seen her? With a resigned smile, Xiao Yu revealed the two little creatures from his sleeve. Tsaidi and Medusa curiously poked their heads out, entwining themselves around his wrist. Xiao Ding questioned, are these two little snakes your pets? Xiao Yu chuckled wryly, these are not pets. This is Tsaidi, and this is Tsaidi's sister. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were utterly bewildered. Xiao Yu remarked, Kai Dai is, in fact, a serpent woman. Upon returning, she has undergone evolution, transforming into this small serpent. The other is her sister, named Medusa. Oh, Xiao Ding nodded slightly. Then his body trembled as he gazed blankly at Xiao Yu, inquiring, what did you just say the name of Miss Kai Dai's sister is? Medusa. Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Xiao Li, somewhat horrified, looked at the little serpent entwined around Xiao Yu's wrist and asked, isn't the queen of the serpent clan also named that? Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Xiao Li pointed at Medusa and exclaimed, so you have named her after Medusa as well? Xiao Yu responded matter-of-factly, she was already named Medusa. Could I possibly bestow upon her another name? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Li nearly fainted, while Xiao Ding, parched and dry, forced a laugh and said, Xiao Yu, you truly delight in surprising us. Xiao Yu slowly nodded, saying, she is indeed the Medusa queen you speak of, but due to her consumption of both sisters have evolved. By my word. Xiao Li and Xiao Ding immediately distanced themselves from Xiao Yu. Xiao Ding looked at Xiao Yu with a wry smile and said, Xiao Yu, you certainly have a penchant for surprises. Chapter 83. The commencement of elixir crafting. Xiao Yu smiled as he elucidated. Medusa has lost her original memories due to her evolution. Rest assured, she is not the Medusa of legend and will pose no threat to you. Emboldened, Xiao Ding approached Medusa, gazing into the creature's pure serpentine eyes. He immediately sensed that this little one was indeed unlike the brutal serpent queen rumored to inhabit the desert. As they conversed, Xuelan and the little healer entered the hall. Xiao Yu noticed the little white, purple, and blue creatures trailing behind the healer, realizing they could almost establish a miniature zoo. Nonetheless, he recalled the pressing matters at hand and addressed the little healer. The materials are ready. We shall commence the crafting of the elixir tomorrow. The little healer nodded lightly. All right. Xiao Yu then turned to Xiao Ding. Brother, please prepare a larger room for me tomorrow, ensuring there is no one within a 50-meter radius. Important tasks await us. Xiao Ding readily agreed, stating, the eastern chamber is sufficiently spacious, and it is adjacent to the training ground, devoid of any distractions. It will be perfect for your endeavors tomorrow. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yu suddenly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Ding. The sign-in location has been updated. The next sign-in location is in Mo City, east of Ice Emperor Haiba. Reward, Ice Attribute. Elated by the system's announcement, Xiao Yu did not expect the sign-in location to be at Haiba's domain. With the Ice Attribute, he could further enhance his cultivation. After conversing for a while in the hall, Xiao Yu retreated to his room, retrieving the lotus platform acquired from the cavern. He levitated it above him and settled upon it. A warm aura emanated from the lotus seat, and the fiery essence permeating the air flowed towards the platform. The originally pale yellow fire energy underwent refinement, becoming even more pure, infused with a tinge of azure power. The pace of his cultivation accelerated significantly, as Xiao Yu steadily fortified his position at the 5-star Great Fighter level, while simultaneously advancing towards the 6-star Great Fighter rank. As night enveloped the sky, adorned with twinkling stars, Xiao Yu opened his eyes after a day of rigorous training. A stream of glass-like energy surged forth from his eyes, extending a considerable length before dissipating swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Sensing it was the little healer, Xiao Yu presumed she needed something. He stored the lotus platform and opened the door. The little healer regarded Xiao Yu with a gentle smile. Have I disturbed you? Shaking his head, Xiao Yu replied, not at all. I just finished my training. Would you accompany me for a stroll? She inquired with a smile. Nodding slightly, he responded, let us go. Together, they ventured beyond the courtyard, their silhouettes elongated beneath the moonlight. After walking for a while, the little healer asked, "Do you feel confident about crafting the elixir tomorrow?" Hearing her concern, Xiao Yu reassured her, "Do not worry. My alchemical skills are guaranteed to ensure your success." The gentle smile of the little physician graced her lips as she spoke. "In truth, it matters not if I succeed or fail. Since I resolved to cultivate the Xun'er poison body, I have cast aside all concerns of life and death. My only fear is losing control, for I would not wish for my missteps to lead to the demise of countless ordinary souls. The Xun'er poison body is not a terminal affliction, so rest assured. However, there is one matter I must discuss with you," Xiao Yu interjected. The little physician gazed at Xiao Yu with a hint of confusion. "What is it?" When concocting the poison pill, due to the need for to suppress the toxins within your body, you may need to remove all your clothing," Xiao Yu confessed, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Upon hearing his words, the little physician froze momentarily, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair face. Yet, upon seeing the sincerity in Xiao Yu's expression, she bit her silver teeth and replied, "I understand." Xiao Yu hastily reassured her, "Do not misunderstand. If you do not remove them, they will ultimately incinerate everything entirely, so I truly am not deceiving you." The little physician nodded softly, "I know." For a brief moment, silence enveloped them. After a while, the little physician suggested they return, to which Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. The following day, Xiao Yu guided the little physician towards the East Hall, a place deemed secure enough for him to assist her in refining the poison pill. Meanwhile, outside Shimo City, a group of robust men clad in identical attire arrived, each bearing a distinctive ink character emblazoned upon their chests. They hailed from the Mo clan, one of the 4 prominent families from the northeastern province of the Jaimar Empire. Leading them was an elegantly dressed elder, who stood as the focal point among his kin. One of the Mo clan members stepped forward before the elder, stating, "Elder, we are now in Shimo City, the closest city to the desert. Surely there must be snake women available for purchase. Should we venture into the city to take a look?" The elder, known as Mo Chang, the current grand elder of the Mo clan, had come to Shimo City based on reports that this location, being nearest to the desert, would abound with beautiful snake women. He sought to select a few to bring back as slaves. Mo Chang grunted, "Then let it be as you say. We shall enter the city." Upon hearing Mo Chang's words, the clan members behind him immediately showered him with flattery, exclaiming, "The grand elder graces such a remote city with his presence. It is indeed an honor for them." Their fawning praise brought a swell of joy to Mo Chang's heart, and just as he prepared to enter the city, he caught sight of Qing Lin emerging from Shimo City. Qing Lin, with a beaming smile, was leaving the city in search of medicinal herbs. Determined not to lag behind Master Xiao Yu in her cultivation, she sought to gather some herbs to enhance her own strength. Upon first laying eyes on Qing Lin, Mo Chang sensed an unsettling peculiarity. The little girl's gait resembled that of a beautiful serpent, her waist extraordinarily supple. Mo Chang immediately discerned something amiss about Qing Lin. Those emerald green irises, could they be the fabled mystical eyes chronicled in the ancestral medical texts? If she truly possessed the legendary 3-colored serpent eyes, I would indeed be exceedingly fortunate. A surge of elation coursed through Mo Chang's heart. The individuals nearby, noticing Mo Chang's gaze fixated upon the young girl, chuckled. Could it be that the Grand Elder has taken a fancy to that little one? Such girls are typically mere slaves of the Stone Desert City's mercenary guild. If the Grand Elder is fond of her, he could simply take her home. After all, she is but a slave, and no one would bat an eye. Mo Chang's cold gaze followed the retreating figure of Qing Lin, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he commanded, "Follow her. I wish to see if my fortune is truly this favorable." The members of the Mo family, momentarily taken aback, soon followed suit as they witnessed Mo Chang advance. Though the desert harbored few medicinal herbs, there were still some to be found. Qing Lin, having spent the past few days in the company of Xiao Yu, was in high spirits as she merrily searched for herbs in the desert. Unbeknownst to her, a group of ill-intentioned members from the Mo family lurked behind, and danger had silently begun to encroach upon her. Chapter 84. Retreat at Yunlan Sect. When Yun awoke, she found herself back at the Yunlan Sect, lying within her chamber. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Nailin Yunran, who was resting beside her. Instead of rousing her, Yun stared vacantly at the ceiling, haunted by the memory of Xiao Yu being consumed by the. Even a Do Huang expert could perish entirely from mere contact with that flame. What fate could await someone like him, a novice dosher? Tears began to well up in the corners of Yun's eyes, yet a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered within her gaze, directed towards Queen Medusa. This sudden shift in her demeanor startled Nailin Yunran. Seeing that Yun had awakened, Nailin Yunran's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Teacher, you are finally awake." However, her smile faltered upon noticing the tears in Yun's eyes. With an icy tone, Yun inquired, "Where's Gu He?" Nailin Yunran promptly replied, Elder Gu, he should be in the pill hall. Does teacher seek him for something? You are injured and need to rest. Help me sit up, Yin Yin commanded. She observed the wound on her shoulder, feeling the turmoil of energy within her body. Nalan Yinran continued, Teacher, Elder Gu, he mentioned that you were injured during your battle with Medusa and lost consciousness after spitting blood. Is Medusa truly that formidable? Yin Yun's expression hardened at the mention of Medusa, her voice laced with chilling resolve. Indeed, she is exceptionally strong. Nalan Yinran, puzzled by her teacher's intense fury, had never witnessed such emotion before. As Yin Yun decided to head to the pill hall, Nalan Yinran felt concerned and insisted on accompanying her. As they traversed the path, many disciples of the Yunlan sect bowed slightly upon seeing Yun Yun and Nalan Yinran, recognizing them as the sect master and the young sect master. Within the pill hall, Gui sat in a meditative stance, his expression somber. Soon, a disciple entered, announcing, Elder, the sect master and young sect master await your presence in the pill hall. Upon hearing this, Gui abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, the sect master has awakened? He swiftly rose and made his way out of the alchemy chamber. While Yun Yun and Nalan Yinran awaited in the pill hall, a young man entered from outside. He was tall and handsome, his features chiseled to perfection, exuding a slightly effeminate charm. He appeared to be in his early 20s, and the gentle smile on his face easily captivated the hearts of many women. However, what drew the most attention was the alchemist's robe he wore and the 3 silver ripples adorning the alchemist's badge on his chest. Sectmaster, Yinran, what brings you to the pill hall? The young man asked with a cheerful demeanor. Yin Yun nodded slightly, while Nalan Yinran explained. Teacher came to consult Elder Guhi about a few matters. Were you not out searching for medicinal herbs? Ah, I came to find teacher after successfully locating the herbs. The young man was none other than Lu Ling, Guhi's disciple. In the inner sanctum, the sound of footsteps echoed as several individuals turned to see the hurried approach of Guhi. Upon noticing Yun Yun, Guhi observed the pallor of her cheeks and inquired, How is your injury? Yun Yun gently shook her head and replied, My injury is of no concern. I have come to ask if you have been monitoring any movements from the serpent people. Has Medusa successfully evolved? Guhi assumed she was expressing concern for his acquisition of thee and responded, I have sent spies into the desert, but the reports indicate that Queen Medusa may have failed in her ascension. However, the serpent people are skeptical of this conclusion, and the has vanished. Upon hearing Guhi's words, Yun Yun murmured, I too do not believe she could have failed in her ascension. Guhi, momentarily unclear about her words, asked, What did you say? Yun Yun regained her composure and looked at him, stating, The disappearance of thee is undoubtedly linked to Medusa. I cannot believe she would perish so easily. Guhi reassured her, Do not worry. Although we did not obtain the this time, we have at least discerned its whereabouts. Even if Queen Medusa is not dead, as long as she reappears, we will know the location of the. Without elaborating further, Yun Yun turned and departed from the sanctum. Nalan Yinran cast an apologetic glance at Gu He and Lu Ling before hastily following her. Gu He glanced at Lu Ling, who had been fixated on Nalan Yinran, and remarked, That child Yinran is destined to ascend to the position of the Cloud Flame sect's leader. If you wish to have a future with her, merely being a third-tier alchemist will not suffice. Gu He's words abruptly pulled Lu Ling from his reverie. He looked at Gu He with determination and declared, Master, I will strive to improve. Gu He smiled and comforted him, Rest assured, as you have become my disciple, I shall not treat you poorly. But it will require your own diligent effort. Your talent is commendable, and with just a few months until the Alchemist Conference, many alchemists from the Gamma Empire and neighboring kingdoms will participate. Securing first place will greatly benefit your future as an alchemist. Gu He, recognizing his disciple's exceptional talent, felt compelled to elaborate further. Lu Ling, upon hearing Gu He's words, bowed deeply and said, I shall heed your teachings. Gu He reminded him, I have heard that Princess Xun'er will also be participating. Her talent needs no embellishment. As a fellow third-tier alchemist, you should exercise caution. Lu Ling's expression shifted upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, Master, you need not worry. I will surely secure first place in this alchemist conference. Let us hope so, Gu He said, turning once more toward the alchemy chamber. Lu Ling's eyes shone with fervent determination, for Yinran, for his master. He would undoubtedly claim victory. Upon returning to her chamber, Yun Yun instructed Nalan Yinran, You may leave for now. During this period, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate. Matters concerning the sect will be entrusted to you and Elder Yunling for discussion and resolution. A flicker of hesitation crossed Nalan Yinran's face as she responded, Master, is it not a bit premature to assign the affairs of the sect to me at this time? Yun Yun replied with serene assurance. As the young master of the sect, it is your duty to shoulder such responsibilities. Moreover, I shall be in seclusion for an extended duration. Should any issues arise, you may confer with Yunling to find a solution. I trust that no significant troubles will beset the sect." As she spoke, Yun retrieved a jade token from her robe and handed it to Nalan Yinran, saying, "This is a spiritual jade talisman. Should you and Yunling encounter an insurmountable problem, shatter it, and I shall emerge from my retreat." Observing the resolute expression of her master, Nalan Yinran reluctantly accepted the soul jade talisman. Subsequently, with a graceful flutter of her wings, Yun soared towards the forbidden area of the back mountain. Nalan Yinran watched the retreating figure of Yun, clutching the jade talisman in her hand, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Unable to fathom the cause of her worry, she resolved to cast her thoughts aside. With merely half a year left until the 3-year agreement, she ought to devote herself to rigorous training. Nalan Yinran had also heard the news of Xiao Yan's prodigious return. Yet she found it hard to believe that someone who had not cultivated for 3 years could, after such a span, catch up to and surpass her. Conversely, Xiao Yu's ethereal demeanor and composed countenance consistently irked Nalan Yinran. Chapter 85. The creation of the poison pill in the chamber. The petite healer observed Xiao Yu with a hint of trepidation, for this was her inaugural encounter with such a situation. Xiao Yu gestured towards the ground, where he had meticulously inscribed the Racier formation overnight, and spoke. "This is the array I have drawn to concoct the poison pill for you. In a moment, you shall sit within this formation. The Racier array will assist in suppressing the toxic energies that have accumulated within you." The healer nodded slightly, inhaling deeply to quell her rising anxiety, and then gracefully settled herself cross-legged within the formation, her posture upright, revealing an alluring curve along her delicate neck and slender waist. Xiao Yu positioned himself directly behind her, his palms shimmering with energy as a deep purple flame surged forth. This was the violet fire of the amethyst-winged Lion King, borrowed from Little Purple. This violet fire, imbued with the essence of pure yang, emitted a warm sensation, ideally countering the chilling toxins within the healer's body, thus serving as a means of suppression. Indeed, no other essence of such purity could be found to serve as a substitute. Xiao Yu's hand trembled slightly as the violet flame cascaded outward like a torrent, illuminating every intricate line of the formation. This was a crucial part of his strategy, as it would significantly restrain the potential outburst of the healer's cursed toxic body. Once all preparations were complete, Xiao Yu retrieved the 3rd-tier magic core he had purchased from the Desolate City and Master Bulan. This magic core, known as the Crimson Flame Serpent, contained an essence of pure yang fire energy, as well as the dual properties of both extreme yang and gentle toxicity, making it the optimal choice for crafting the poison pill for the healer at this stage. The core was also laden with volatile energy, which would undoubtedly accelerate the impending eruption of her cursed toxicity. Thus, the life essence was essential for maintaining balance. He produced a jade box, resplendently green, from which emanated a rich vitality. This gentle power rendered it the finest material for the creation of the poison pill. After setting aside the 3rd-tier Crimson Flame Serpent core and the life essence, Xiao Yu's expression turned solemn as he addressed the healer seated before him. "I will employ thee to concentrate the toxins within your body into one area. This process will be exceedingly painful, yet you must endure, for this is the fundamental step. If you cannot persevere through this, the subsequent procedures will be rendered impossible." The healer bit her silver teeth and replied, "I will endure." Observing her resolute demeanor, Xiao Yu felt assured of her strength and declared, "Very well, let us commence." As his words echoed, the healer's fair face flushed crimson, for she understood that the initiation of the poison pills process necessitated the removal of her garments. After a moment of contemplation, she steeled herself and gently loosened her dress. As her attire slipped away, cascading down her porcelain skin, Xiao Yu's mind remained remarkably clear, for he knew that this undertaking demanded utmost vigilance. Any lapse in focus could lead to dire consequences. Upon gazing into Xiao Yu's crystalline, water-like eyes, the fiery flush on Xiao Yixian's face gradually subsided. With a deft movement, Xiao Yu formed a flicker of emerald flames between his fingers and decisively pressed it against Xiao Yixian's abdomen. Under Xiao Yu's command, the azure lotus heart fire surged into her body, traveling through her meridians to the locus where the toxins had accumulated in her dantian. During this time, Xiao Yixian had been suppressing her desire to absorb the poison to enhance her strength, thus the toxins within her were not overly abundant. At the very moment the azure lotus heart fire entered her dantian, Xiao Yu's mind stirred, and a surge of bone-chilling white flames erupted from his other hand. This was the bone spirit, cold fire. The icy flames enveloped Xiao Yixian's body entirely. Unlike the sensation of the azure lotus heart fire, the bone spirit cold fire, although under Xiao Yu's control, emanated a piercing cold that made her shiver involuntarily. "I shall commence now," Xiao Yu declared solemnly, prompting Xiao Yixian to brace herself. The azure lotus heart fire and bone spirit cold fire swiftly combined forces to encase the toxic mist within her dantian, while the purple flames of the formation shielded her body, preventing even the slightest trace of the toxins from escaping. As the two extraordinary flames converged at her abdomen, they enveloped the toxic mist, creating a cacophony reminiscent of molten iron meeting cold water, producing a series of hissing sounds as the toxins began to coalesce towards the center. Consolidate. With a commanding utterance, Xiao Yu harnessed his immense mental power to merge the strange flames. A wave of gray, deathly aura began to gather within the flames. Ultimately, under Xiao Yu's formidable mental control, the toxic mist was successfully ensnared within Xiao Yixian's body. Seeing the toxic mist converging into one place, Xiao Yu seized the magic core and pressed it against her dantian. The magic core mysteriously vanished from the surface of her body, directly assimilating into the locus of the gathered toxins within her dantian. The amalgamated toxins gradually coalesced into a toxic pill around the magic core. Only the final step remained, to utilize the life essence to dissolve the encasing toxic mist, thereby merging it with the life essence and the magic core. Thus, the toxic pill would be truly completed. In Xiao Yu's hand, the life essence was enveloped by the strange flames, and under the gentle refinement of the flames, the pale green liquid deepened in hue. With a wave of his hand, the life essence, radiating a potent life force, adhered to the surface of Xiao Yixian's body, subtly permeating through her skin's pores and quietly entering her interior. Harnessing its vigorous life energy, the life essence swiftly revitalized every corner of Xiao Yixian's body. The meridians, previously ravaged by the toxins, rapidly regained vitality, and the intensity of that vitality surpassed even its prior state. Enveloped by the essence of life and the noxious mist began to intertwine, clashing fiercely between the potent vitality and the ominous aura of death. This was merely the initial phase. Should the later stages of the calamity-infused toxic body manifest, an even more intense and perilous essence of death, the current miasma's deathly aura would be gradually dismantled and annihilated by the life essence. At this critical juncture, Xiao Yu intoned solemnly, "Now is the moment to concentrate our and forge thee." His command rejuvenated a semblance of clarity in the soul of the little medicine fairy, prompting her to swiftly channel her in accordance with Xiao Yu's guidance, steadily repressing the swirling toxic fog. The ferocious energy housed within the collided with the toxic miasma. However, with the assistance of and the life essence, the rapidly succumbed, ultimately being wholly consumed by the poison, transforming into a perfect sphere akin to a. Sensing the previously dispersed toxins within the little medicine fairy coalescing towards her, Xiao Yu realized that the first phase of the technique had indeed succeeded. With this newfound experience, the subsequent stages would prove significantly less arduous. A smile graced Xiao Yu's face as he softly remarked, "Mission accomplished." At this moment, the little medicine fairy radiated a gentle luminescence, resembling a celestial being, exuding an aura of purity that was equally irresistible. As he gazed upon her, Xiao Yu felt a warm liquid trickle from his nose, coinciding perfectly with the instant the little medicine fairy opened her eyes. Chapter 86. The fire spirit serpent severely wounded. As Xiao Yu was concocting poison pills for the little medical fairy, outside the city, a group from the Mo family, led by Mo Cheng, finally intercepted the departing Qing Lin in a desolate desert area. Qing Lin glanced at the group of men blocking her path, her demeanor tinged with anxiety and caution, as she timidly inquired, "What do you want?" Seeing her apprehensive expression, the Mo family men erupted into laughter, with Mo Cheng's aged face revealing a hint of a cunning smile as he remarked, "My dear girl, what brings you out here alone to gather herbs?" Though fear gripped her heart, Qing Lin mustered the courage to respond, I wish to grow stronger. I cannot be a burden to the young master." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of scheming danced in Mo Cheng's eyes, and he replied with feigned amiability, "Oh, so that's it. If you wish to grow stronger, I can assist you." Qing Lin's face brightened momentarily, but then dimmed as she added, "But I have no money. I am merely a maid." Observing her dismay, Mo Cheng, akin to a wolf enticing a naive girl, coaxed, "I do not require your money. I seek only one thing from you. If you agree, I can help you grow stronger." "What do you say?" Skeptical, Qing Lin regarded Mo Cheng with doubt. As a mere maid, what could she possess of value that would attract the attention of this elderly man? Thus, she replied, "No, thank you. If I wish to grow stronger, I can ask the young master for help. I must return now." Seeing her attempt to leave, Mo Cheng's facade crumbled, revealing his true nature as he sneered. "If you refuse today, you may find it difficult to leave this place." Qing Lin furrowed her delicate brows, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do, little girl? I have taken a liking to your enchanting eyes, those striking azure serpent-like orbs. It would be a waste for them to remain and used on you. They would serve me far better. Mo Chung grinned wickedly, summoning his subordinates to seize Qing Lin. Yet, though still somewhat timid, Qing Lin had grown considerably stronger than before, especially with the formidable two-headed fire spirit serpent at her side as a guardian, instilling her with a newfound confidence. As the men closed in, Qing Lin called out softly, "Go!" The Mo family members, initially casting sinister glances at her, prepared to capture her, but suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flash of crimson light erupted from Qing Lin's sleeve, and before anyone could react, the massive tail of the fire spirit serpent swept fiercely around her. A chorus of screams erupted as the Mo family members were sent sprawling by the serpent's powerful strike, many suffering broken ribs from the impact. Witnessing his men being thrown aside, Mo Cheng's expression darkened ominously. As he gazed at the fire spirit serpent coiled beside Qing Lin, Mo Chung remarked fiercely, "So, you possess a fire spirit serpent as a pet, truly worthy of the three-flowered eyes of the green serpent. The ancient medical texts passed down through my lineage must indeed hold truth. Even a little girl like you, who is not yet a fighter, can command a magical beast comparable to a human spirit master. How then, might I, harness the power of fifth or even sixth-tier magical beasts for my own purposes? At that time, I, Mo Chung, shall be the sole head of the Mo family. I shall be the very embodiment of the Mo clan, the Northeast, and indeed the entire Jamma Empire shall bow beneath my feet. What of the Jamma royal family? Even the Yunlan sect shall fall under my gaze." Ha ha! At this thought, Mo Chung could not help but burst into raucous laughter, as if he could already envision himself standing atop the pinnacle of the Jamma Empire. Qing Lin, tilting her head at the sight of this eccentric old man in fits of laughter, prepared to leave, wishing to avoid trouble. However, Mo Chung interjected, "Want to leave? Leave your eyes behind first." With that, he charged menacingly towards Qing Lin. The fire spirit serpent let out a fierce hiss, its eyes gleaming with a bloody intent to kill. Any who dared harm Qing Lin must perish. The two opponents clashed, generating powerful gusts of air that swept outward, while Qing Lin remained unharmed under the serpent's protection. "Beast, take this punch." Mo Chung swung his fist directly at the serpent's head, landing a hit that caught the creature off guard. The pain sent the fire spirit serpent into a frenzy, and it opened its maw to bite at Mo Chung. Unyielding, he rushed at the serpent, and they engaged in close combat. Having emerged from the magma, the serpent's strength had diminished, and under the relentless barrage of Mo Cheng's fists, blood marks began to appear upon its body, causing Qing Lin to worry for her companion. Bang! Another punch struck the fire spirit serpent, and Mo Chung stumbled back slightly from the recoil. Observing the serpent swaying its head, he grinned menacingly. "This beast possesses some strength, but I tire of this game. It is time to end this." With that, Mo Chung curled his body, and with a sudden forceful shake of his left arm, a fierce dark energy shattered his sleeve. The veins on his exposed arm bulged like small serpents, pulsating as if something were about to burst forth. His hand had grotesquely widened, and his once normal nails had elongated by half an inch, turning an ominous black. This arm had completely transcended the realm of human limbs, resembling that of a magical beast instead. Witnessing this transformation, Qing Lin's face turned pale with fear, while the fire spirit serpent hissed, its neck beginning to swell as it prepared its own lethal strike. With a wicked smile, Mo Chung channeled his fighting spirit into his arm, gradually manifesting a faint red glow, resembling a fiery arm. "Let us test the might of a fifth-tier magical beast." As the words fell, Mo Cheng's figure became remarkably swift. At that moment, the fire spirit serpent had completed its charge, and two columns of lava erupted suddenly from its mouth. However, such speed could not match Mo Cheng's, who had no intention of evading. Instead, he surged towards the two columns of lava. Bang! Bang bang! The front limbs of the fiery mountain rhinoceros possessed a natural resistance to fire, and being a fifth-tier magical beast, its strength far surpassed that of the fire spirit serpent. Thus, the two columns of lava were utterly incapable of breaking through Mo Cheng's arms. With a resounding roar, Mo Chung barreled through the columns of lava and arrived directly in front of the fire spirit serpent. He raised his left arm and struck down fiercely at the serpent. A cruel smile etched upon his face. The fire spirit serpent was sent soaring by Mo Cheng's blow, crimson blood mixed with several scales falling from its mouth, and its massive body landed heavily on the sand nearby. No, Qing Lin could do nothing to prevent this. She could only watch as the fire spirit serpent was grievously injured. Ignoring the peril, she rushed to the serpent's side, tears streaming down her face. Landing upon the serpent's body, its once bright eyes now dulled, appearing utterly despondent. Suddenly, a faint green mark on the serpent's forehead emitted a radiant glow, causing its body to rapidly shrink and dart towards Qing Lin's sleeve. Wiping away her tears, Qing Lin gazed at Mo Chung with a fierce and resolute expression, declaring, "The young master will avenge me." Ha ha. Mo Chung laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Oh really? Then let him come to the Mo family. Chapter 87. The breaking of the poison pill within the confines of the East Hall. The little healer had just regained her clarity. As she opened her eyes, she immediately noticed the 2 streaks of blood trickling from Xiao Yu's nose. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, her current physical limitations rendered her unable to act, leaving her to cast a vexed glance at him. Xiao Yu, momentarily coming to his senses, lowered his gaze. Although such an irresistible temptation could only be endured by someone of his exceptional temperament, he could not suppress the turmoil within. Aware of the little healer's predicament, he retrieved a large black robe from his spatial ring and gently draped it over her delicate form. Believing it prudent to minimize such temptation, Xiao Yu rubbed his nose and cautioned her, "The poison pill has now formed within you. This level of poison pill is sufficient for you to cultivate to the Emperor Do realm. However, once you break through to the Do zone level, this 3rd-tier magic core will no longer suffice. At that time, you will require a 5th-tier magic core poison pill to sustain your formidable powers as a Do zone, and perhaps even a 7th-tier poison pill once you ascend to Do zone." With a smile, Xiao Yu spoke. The little healer regarded him with a radiant smile, asking, "Will you assist me?" "Of course," he replied softly. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, a charming smile illuminated the little healer's face. "With your help, I feel reassured." Xiao Yu refrained from elaborating further, observing as the surrounding purple flames were consumed by the toxic gas emanating from the little healer, transforming into a dark purple hue. With a surge of the green lotus earth fire, he swiftly extinguished the toxic flames. Having completed this task, he turned to the little healer and said, "Let us depart." He then exited the room. After Xiao Yu left, the little healer donned her attire and followed him outside, where they encountered Xiao Li, whose expression was somewhat grim as he entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, his sullen demeanor improved slightly, though it remained far from cheerful. Noticing Xiao Li's troubled countenance, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Second brother, what has transpired?" "Qing Lin went out to the outskirts this morning and has yet to return. Eldest brother suspects something may have gone awry and has dispatched individuals to search. It appears that a team found several scales of the fire spirit serpent in a pool of blood in a desert area outside the city," Xiao Li replied gravely. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yu's expression turned icy, his eyes dark as water, exuding an aura of menace that made Xiao Li instinctively offer reassurance. It could be that they encountered other serpent people or mercenary groups. There is no need for excessive concern.